Dreamscape presents Brazen in Blue by Rachel Miles, narrated by Joan Walker. Chapter 1. August 1819. The note was short, a time, a place, a handwriting she knew, but no apology. Lady Emmeline Hartley read the note again. I must see you. I wouldn't ask, knowing how we parted. But I must say it. Lives depend on it. Come to the great oak at midnight. The light of the moon will guide your way. For months, she'd imagined how she would respond if Adam Loxley ever sent her such a note. After long consideration, she'd determined she wouldn't see him. She would let him and his rabble-rousing friends go. She would do good in her own way. She had her own funds. She didn't need to overturn the aristocracy to feed those on her estate or in her shire. She threw the note into the fire. But she had no choice but to meet Adam. A week ago, Lord Colin Somerville had arrived, haggard and wounded both in body and soul. He was her childhood defender, her dear and constant friend. He'd asked for shelter and for secrecy. She'd promised him both. She wouldn't let her indiscretions alter that. If she didn't meet Adam, he would come to the estate. He'd done it before, stood under her balcony with a handful of pebbles and hit every window but her own. In the months since she'd seen him last, she'd moved her bedroom to another wing of the manor, so whatever window his pebbles struck, it couldn't be hers. That made it more likely that Colin would hear him, and then she'd have to explain. The thought of her upstanding defender pacing off a duel with her criminal lover twisted her stomach. No, she had to meet Adam, but she didn't have to trust him. She dressed quickly in a dark riding dress covered by her grandfather's greatcoat, shortened to fit her height. Removing a muff pistol from her dressing table, she carefully loaded the chamber, then tucked it into an inner pocket she'd sewn for the purpose. When Em picked up her walking stick, her giant Newfoundland dog, Queen Bess, rose and joined her. Taking a deep breath, Emmeline slipped into the hall, Bess padding quietly behind. She stole down the staircase and through the door leading into the kitchen garden. No one noticed. At the garden, two paths led to the great oak. The smoother, wider but more public route took her towards the village, joining the forest where the bridge crossed the river. The longer but more secluded route led through the uneven ground of the churchyard. She chose the private cemetery path. Since the moon was bright, she walked close to the chapel walls. Inside the churchyard, she passed the graves of her oldest ancestors. While she was within the view of the house, she forced herself to move slowly, stepping from the shadow of one tree to the next. If someone looked out of a window, she wanted to appear no more than a trick of the moonlight, or for the more superstitious, a ghost, uneasy in the grave, or one of the fairy folk come to dance among the oaks. At the graves of her sisters, she quickened her pace. As a child, she had carried her bowl of porridge to their trim plots, believing they could know she was near them. But as she'd grown, she had set aside such fancies. Nursery rhymes and folk tales only cloud the judgment. Even so, she was grateful her sisters had been long silent. She would have hated for them to know what a fool she'd been. Stepping into the forest, Emmeline quickened her step, but not because Adam waited. She could never make her way to the great oak's clearing without thinking of her mother and sisters, lost in a carriage accident when Emmeline was just 6. Her mother, Titania, named after Shakespeare's Queen of the Fairies, had believed the clearing was one of the few remaining places where the human and fairy worlds overlapped. On picnics, Titania would enthrall her daughters with tales of magic and enchantment, her voice a lilting honey gold. Sometimes Titania would sing them an eerie, tuneless song she claimed the fairy queen had taught her. On those days, Emmeline would dance around the great oak, believing that she could see shadowy figures melt out of and back into the trees. Had Emmeline not grown up half in love with fairies, she wouldn't have fallen so easily under Adam's spell. When she'd first encountered him beneath the shadows of the giant oak, she would have known that, though he was playing a lyre, He was just another highwayman. Emmeline slowed, not wishing to tax her leg, as she navigated her way carefully across the raised tree roots that broke up the path. But even so, she reached the clearing long before the time he'd set. He stood much as he had the first time she'd seen him. His long dark cloak was the colour of shadows, and his doublet and trousers were a rich forest green. This time, however, he had no lyre, and without his rich baritone the clearing was oddly silent. Even so, she wasn't prepared for the visceral jolt of recognition when she saw him, or the way she longed to feel the touch of his hands and lips. But she refused her desire. She couldn't allow herself to trust him again. "No song tonight?" She kept her distance, keeping her hand hidden inside her cloak. "I feel little like singing." Even in the dark, her mind saw his words as texture and colour. He walked to the altar rock, gesturing for her to sit beside him, as they used to do. His body appeared tense, his shoulders and neck held taut. "What troubles you?" She leaned up against the giant oak instead. "Could you find no good and true English men to seduce with your words?" "You're still angry." He stepped towards her. "No, to feel angry I'd have to feel something for you." She held up her walking stick menacingly, and he stopped several feet away. "But you killed my good feelings when you let those men die. All that's left is revulsion." "What if I told you that they weren't dead? That they and their families are living well on their plots of land, happy in the colonies?" He raised his hands imploringly. "I'd ask what other fairy tales you wish for me to believe. I saw the notice of execution. My only disappointment was that your name wasn't on it." She knew the words weren't true, but she wouldn't let him see otherwise. Her life would be better without him. "I knew this was a bad idea." He raked his hand through his hair. "After months of silence and last week's massacre at Manchester, did you expect me to be grateful for your summons?" "Then why did you come?" Adam held out his hand, but she ignored it. "To warn you," she said flatly. "Of what?" He looked hopeful. "Set foot upon my lands again, or in the village, or anywhere in this county, and I will have you hung. I will testify myself." "How can you testify without revealing your part in my crimes?" Adam's tone sounded almost amused. "I can't. That's your dilemma. You promised me once that you would never allow me to be harmed by riding with you. If you stay, I will have you jailed and tried, and I cannot help but be harmed if I testify." She spoke slowly. She would not be misunderstood. "You have a choice. You may hold your meetings, create your reform societies, tempt the farmers and workmen to peaceful protests like the one at Peterloo, where they will be killed or maimed, but not here." I didn't intend—" He stepped forwards, but she held up the walking stick, stopping his progress. "I don't care what your intentions were. I thought you were a good man, that you hoped to ease the sufferings of your fellow men, that you wanted rational reform. You showed me those sufferings in ways that I'd never seen before." She willed her voice to remain even. "But you betrayed the cottagers who believed in you, and you led them straight to their deaths, and I was beside you. Their blood is on my hands as surely as it is on yours. My only redemption will be to oppose you and men like you to my last breath." "I need your help." He held out his palms in supplication, walking towards her. "Never. I reserve my help for the families men like you destroy. Now leave my land before I set the magistrate on you." She let her cloak fall open and lifted her hand, directing her pistol at his heart. "Or I will kill you myself." "Would you send me away if you knew it meant my death?" She looked deep in his eyes and cocked the trigger. "Yes." Chapter 2. 4 months later. "He's a handsome man, your betrothed," Mrs. Burns announced for the 30th time, her voice a yellow-green linen. Sweet but dim, the parson's wife had been monitoring the carriage yard for the last hour. "And so generous. Look there, to every child Lord Colin gives some sweeties." Lady Emmeline, the bride, forced herself to sit patiently as Maggie, her maid, threaded a long string of pearls through her dark hair. When Emmeline had accepted Mrs. Burns's offer of help, she'd expected something more than a running catalogue of carriages, guests, and clothing. But Mrs. Burns's patter helped distract Emmeline from the tight ball of anxiety in her belly, and for that Emmeline was grateful. "Look at that carriage, painted in gold, red and green fleur-de-lis," Mrs. Burns exclaimed. "I'd fear for the highwaymen if I rode in that. Who would have such a thing?" "That would be my cousin, Mrs. Kane." Emmeline took care to sound neutral. New to the parish, Mrs. Burns and her husband had not yet been in town for one of Stella's visits. Mrs. Burns continued unfazed. "She's stepping out of the carriage now. That dress must have 20 pounds of lace. You'd think she was meeting the Queen." "She wishes to impress my fiancé's brother, the Duke of Forster. They've never met." Emmeline nodded to Maggie, who was holding out a spangled veil to cover Em's hair and shoulders. "Remember to leave my face uncovered." "I know, you are not a prize to be revealed at the altar," Maggie mimicked Em's voice. "And I will not hide my scars." Em left the words unsaid. The word broken rose up in her memory, but she refused it. "I remember your mother wearing this dress." Maggie stepped back and studied her work, clearly pleased. "She'd be proud to see you wearing it all restyled and modern." Em felt tears well up, but blinked them away. Nodding to Maggie that she was no longer needed, Em rose carefully and stepped to the pier glass. She breathed in deeply and looked. She focused first on her mother's dress, a watered silk, round dress with a bodice lightly patterned in delicate embossed stripes. Its neckline curved from puff sleeve to puff sleeve, revealing gently mounded breasts. Delicate lace circled the base of each sleeve and the top of each long kid glove. The same narrow lace trimmed her décolletage and ran down the sides of her bosom. Though the top of the skirt fell in clean lines, the bottom blossomed into flounces of broad lace topped by silk bouquets of blush roses and orange blossoms. The mirror Emmeline looked like a confection or a princess out of a child's fairy tale. Emmeline pulled back the spangled lace framing her dark hair and studied the scars that ran down her cheek and jaw. When she was a child, the thick red welts had drawn Stella's ridicule. To avoid seeing them, she had learned to look in mirrors selectively, to examine a hat, a bodice, a shawl, but rarely to look herself fully in the face. But today, of all days, she needed to see herself whole. In the mirror beside Colin's confection princess, a new walking stick rested on the ottoman, a wedding gift from her fiancé, Lord Colin Somerville. Crafted of fine rosewood, the stick hid a core of sharp, tempered steel. Emmeline might need the walking stick to support her when her leg failed or to protect her as she travelled her lands. But the lace-flounced woman in the mirror would carry a walking stick purely as an adornment. Emmeline sighed. In everyday life she wasn't the sort of woman who dressed with such elegance or who wore so much lace. Or was she? Emmeline's wardrobe for their wedding trip had been designed by London's most sought-after modiste, Madame Elise. Colin, knowing Emmeline's aversion to London, had brought Madame Elise from the city to Em's estate, and now in the estate office a dozen trunks were packed tight with morning dresses, walking dresses, evening dresses, hats, gloves, petticoats, and chemises, all from the most recent fashion plates. Another of Colin's gifts for their wedding trip. But wardrobe or not, Em had little desire to travel. She'd told Colin as much. She'd prefer to remain at home, watching the seasons turn from winter to spring and back again, monitoring the cold earth's temperature until it grew warm enough to nurture spring crops, watching the trees' bare branches transform from slight green bud to unfurled leaves, listening to the songs of the migrating birds announcing their return to the forest and river. Other young ladies of rank had seasons in London. Em revelled in the seasons of her land. But Colin needed to escape from England. He never said it, but she could see it in the way his eyes hooded with sorrow and regret when he thought she wasn't looking. They were both haunted by memories and loss. Hers were old wounds best left untouched. Colin's wounds were fresh, and all her fault. "You won't deny me the pleasure of meeting my father-in-law," he'd said as he kissed her forehead. "We'll be home for the first harvests, I promise." She couldn't refuse him. To the continent they would go. Even so, she felt unsettled. She studied her confection princess self in the mirror. She felt like the frog prince in the Grimm brothers' story, cursed to appear as a frog until the kiss of a princess transformed him back into his true shape. But in Emmeline's case, the story was working in reverse. She might be a lady by rank, but her life, to this point at least, had been with the soil, her land, her people. She liked nothing better than to put on a working dress and walk her fields, a happy frog in her native mud. But being Colin's wife, wearing the clothes he'd bought her, travelling to her father as if she were a dutiful daughter, all those things turned her from a humble estate frog into a lace princess. Eventually, at least, she and Colin would return home to her land, to her crops, and she would put on her old frog clothes and return to work. Surely it would be that easy, or would her old self, the one unafraid to dirty her hands in estate work, be lost to her? She held out her hands, imagining field dirt under her nails. Without thinking, Frog Emmeline touched her princess self in the mirror, but she felt only cold glass, not another's flesh. Could she be both the princess and the frog? "Ah, look there." Mrs. Burns, still staring out of the window, broke into a titter, breaking Emmeline's reverie. "Your cousin's met the Duke now? And that curtsy? I didn't know a woman could curtsy that low and still stand up." The parson's wife paused. "Oh, dear me, I guess one can't. She appears to be stuck." Emmeline left her troubled thoughts in the mirror to join Mrs. Burns at the window. Sure enough, her cousin Stella stood balanced, mid-curtsy. "That's odd," Mrs. Burns giggled. "Before she curtsied, her husband and a tall lad were right by her side. Where have they gone?" Emmeline watched as Colin and the Duke helped Stella to stand. "She must be embarrassed, poor dear. She's batting that fan fast enough to cool hell." Emmeline said nothing. More likely Stella had rehearsed that failed curtsy for hours to gain more of the Duke's attention. The Duke should likely check his pockets to see if they'd been picked. "Ah, look, she's fainted a bit onto the Duke's arm, and he's having to escort her into the chapel." Emmeline smiled in spite of herself. She had no question that Aidan Somerville, the Duke of Forster, could manage Stella and her stratagems. A sharp tap at the door preceded the entrance of Mr. Jeffreys, Lady Emmeline's major domo. With Maggie's exit, he had come to retrieve Mrs. Burns. "Isn't Lady Emmeline such a lovely bride, Mr. Jeffreys? And this dress, right out of last month's La Belle Assemblée, isn't it?" Mrs. Burns placed her arms akimbo and studied Emmeline. "Your Lord Colin is a very lucky man, my dear." "I believe Lady Emmeline would appreciate some time for quiet reflection and prayer." Jeffreys, as always, chose his words with care. Of course. Mrs. Burns kissed the air next to Emmeline's cheek. "Don't you worry, my dear, I will join you at the back of the church. Mr. Burns has a lovely homily planned. He's borrowed a bit of fire and brimstone from the Calvinists, but transformed it to the fire of human passion, or something like that. I'm never quite sure. He's such a clever man, my Mr. Burns." Then she was gone. The room turned quiet. Without Mrs. Burns's chatter, Emmeline's anxiety reasserted itself in full force, the tension in her chest making it hard to breathe. From the window she could see that the Duke once more stood by his brother's side. By his presence and his smiles, the Duke demonstrated to all that he approved of Colin's match. Her match. She forced herself to breathe in slowly. They were always meant to marry, she reminded herself. Colin had declared that intention years ago, and no one, except her, had found it remarkable when he'd finally asked for her hand. She'd done nothing wrong in accepting. It was a fine match, and he would be a fine husband. She studied Colin from the window. To her cottagers he offered hearty handshakes. To the village spinsters he gave a gracious half-bow that left them blushing and tittering. To everyone he was charming and kind, but of course he was. When had she known him to be anything else? She loved him, of course she did. She always had. Their life together would be happy, pleasant, cheerful, useful. He would let her run her estate. She would let him do his secret work for the crown. Why then did she feel her life might be ending rather than beginning? She joined her dog, Queen Bess, at the warm hearth. Bess, sensitive to her mistress's emotions, raised her eyebrows, and Emmeline leaned down to scratch the dog's head. "There, girl, it's all right. I'm merely anxious, nothing to be worried over." The dog leaned her head into Emmeline's hand, and Emmeline blinked back tears. "You love him too, girl, don't you?" Emmeline rubbed Bess's ears until the dog's tail wagged. Emmeline stood for several moments letting the fire warm her, but the chill she felt deep in her chest couldn't be lifted. "If we were to run, girl, where would we go? Can you see us both with bad legs, limping across the field?" With a sad laugh she turned back to the window. But she moved wrong, and the old pain shot angry through her leg. She gasped, and Bess pulled herself to her feet, instinctively positioning herself between Em and any furniture. Em rested her hand gently on the dog's broad back, grateful for the extra support. When the pain subsided, she moved more slowly, careful to step just right. Bess followed at her side. She'd stepped wrong with Colin when she'd agreed to marry him. Had he asked her privately, she could have tested his heart and hers, but he'd chosen Stella's house party with Stella and all her friends watching. Even at the moment she'd said yes, her heart had cried out no. Afterwards, she'd found herself carried away by Colin's assurances. "It was always supposed to be you and me, Emmy," he'd tell her as they planned the wedding dinner or looked at maps to plan their wedding trip. But in all the months of their engagement, Emmeline hadn't had a peaceful night's sleep. Marry or run. Whatever decision she was going to make, she had to make it. She surveyed the carriage yard where Colin and the Duke greeted their guests. Sam Barnwell, her estate manager, had joined them, introducing those few Colin didn't know. During her wedding trip, Sam would care for her estate. She had no worries there. He had been her steward for years. Behind Sam stood Colin's family, his brothers, Lords Seth, Clive, and Edmund, and their elder sister, Lady Judith. Her family. They had welcomed her into their hearts from the moment Colin, still a boy, had announced his intention to marry her. They had visited and written faithfully. Herself little better than an orphan, she'd drunk in their affection. They had been her confidants, her friends, and she couldn't imagine a life without them. Her hand clenched. Seeing Colin's family should calm her, not make her ill at ease. She had nothing to fear, but even so her chest constricted, and her sense of near panic swelled. She picked up her walking stick, so much more necessary in the last weeks, repeating, "All shall be well, all shall be well, all manner of things shall be well." But the familiar litany offered her no peace. At that moment a carriage she didn't recognise pulled into the yard. Colin's friend, Lord Walgrave, stepped out, then handed down a dark-haired woman. Lucy. Even from a distance, Lady Fairborn appeared frail and too thin. Emmeline's guilt welled up, thickening her throat. Emmeline watched for Colin to notice Lucy's arrival. She needed to see his reaction, but he was deep in conversation with a local magistrate. Walgrave hurried Lucy into Lady Judith's outstretched arms, and the pair escorted Lucy to the part of the house where Colin's siblings and cousins had gathered. Colin looked up in time to see Lucy's back, and his face saddened. But when he turned back to his guests, he was smiling once more. Emmeline's stomach twisted. She wanted to throw open the window and yell, "Marry her instead!" But she knew she'd only embarrass herself. And Lucy. When Lucy had been found, drugged and held hostage to her cousin's ambition, Em had expected Colin to call off the wedding. She'd even been relieved, but Colin had returned from London even more committed to their impending nuptials. He wouldn't break the engagement, nor would he and his damned honour let her, though she'd tried. Instead, he'd told her he'd wait, for a day, for 100, for however long it would take to ease her mind. And she'd realised in that moment that they would remain engaged forever if need be, none of them happy. Had she only refused him? But it was too late for such regrets. She looked past the chapel to the forest and open fields beyond. She had one way out. She could run. She looked down at her walking stick, ruefully. Anyone trying even half-heartedly would catch her. Her father, Reginald Lord Hartley, had run more successfully. He'd left one morning for a meeting in London and never returned. For months the neighbours had speculated that, come spring, some cottager would find his remains at the bottom of the gorge. He wasn't a man, they thought, who could bear such grief. Months later he'd written to his solicitors, directing them to forward his funds to a bank in Amsterdam. He never wrote to her directly, never to her knowledge asked after her, and she, not knowing what to say, let all communication come through his solicitor. She held her fist against the roiling in her stomach. Was this how her father had felt, hemmed in by expectation and love, or had he merely been the coward the townspeople called him when they thought she wasn't listening? Deaf as well as lame, they seemed to think her, and the more she ignored the gossips, the more emboldened they became. She caressed the head of her walking stick. Every time the gossips had called him reckless, she'd become more sober, irresponsible, more dependable, shameful, more upright, until one day they seemed to forget altogether that his blood ran through her veins as well as her mother's. She was faithful where he had been faithless. Such a woman stood by her commitments, even those that frightened her. If she didn't know who she would be as Colin's wife, she couldn't imagine who she might be if she ran. She drew her sense of self from her land and her people, but her father had also grown up on the land and he had run. He'd made a new life in a new country where he had no ties and no obligations. Could she? She turned the idea over. She had her own funds through her grandfather. She could travel until the scandal died down, or forever if she wished. She could even still travel to visit her father, simply without a husband. She'd memorized her father's address years ago, a Venetian palazzo on the Grand Canal that he shared with his new family. Given his past, he could hardly refuse her. But he'd abandoned her once before, and if he rejected her again, what would she have lost that wasn't already gone? The thought of running made her breathe easier than she had in weeks. Below her window, Colin stood, still smiling, as upright a man as she'd ever met, a man she would have been proud to marry. Before. The anxiety returned. Even if she could run, could she expose Colin to that sort of opprobrium? Could she repay his kindness with scandal? And if she became faithless once, and to her dearest friend, could she ever be found faithful again? No matter what choice she made, someone suffered. The bells rang out the final call to the service. "Look up," she willed him, wanting Colin to look towards her window and give her courage. Just a glance could settle her nerves, but he stood in heavy conversation with his brothers and Sam until the Duke gestured them to the chapel's office door. She watched Sam hold open the door, watched Colin follow the Duke inside, and watched the door swing shut. She imagined it, thudding against the door frame as would a prison door. The carriage yard was empty, as she was. She waited, Jeffries would return soon to escort her to the chapel. Then she saw him. A severely dressed man in a dark red tailcoat walked through the graveyard. A man who should be dead. Letting himself through the gate, he strode towards the chapel. His steady pace was more suitable to a funeral than a wedding, inexorable, unyielding like the progress of time. She didn't need to see his face to know it was Adam. She'd watched him walk across the fields too many times. He'd come, but not for her. She knew him that well at least. No, like Lucy, he'd come to say goodbye. But he'd come, even if back from the grave he had come. Somehow that helped her to decide. Geoffrey's knock at the door drew her attention from the window. "Lady Emmeline, it's time." "Join me, Jeffries." Emmeline walked slowly to her writing desk and took a seat. "I need your counsel." Chapter 3. He hadn't thought this through. All he wanted was to forget her. A dead man should be able to forget. But every night, if he slept at all, she appeared to him, her hand uplifted as if to touch his cheek, her dark eyes filled with tears and anger. In the dreams he called out, wanting her to stay, but each time she turned away, as he'd expected, as he'd intended. Leaving her had made dying easier. He hadn't known then that the living could haunt the dead. At first, Adam could escape Emmeline's ghost by burying himself in work, in plans and stratagems, intrigue and machinations. He chose the most dangerous assignments, hoping that someone would do him the kindness of making him a dead man a second, more permanent time. So it seemed only reasonable, if reason could be found at the bottom of a bottle, that seeing her marry would exorcise her ghost and give him peace at last. Of course, he'd come to that reasonable conclusion while alone in the dark belly of Whitehall, hours after his Home Office colleagues had left for the wedding in the spacious carriages Lord Colin had provided. Once Adam had decided he must go to the wedding, his only option was the last seat on the last post-coach from London to Gloucestershire. As further punishment, he'd spent the ride wedged between a Sadler's Wells actor and an itinerant preacher, both declaiming loudly from their respective holy books and neither liking the other's performance. Adam, for his part, made a drinking game of it. 1 swallow of Irish whiskey for every hail fellow in Shakespeare, or for every heathen smote with the judgment of the Lord in the Bible. The bottle was empty, long before Oxford. Adam turned his hired horse into yet another stable yard, hoping this one, the 10th in as many miles, would have an open stall. A brisk walk to the wedding would clear his head of its spongy whisky edges. Besides, he needed to come and go from Emmeline's estate unimpeded and unrecognised. He was supposed to be dead, and dead men didn't attend weddings. The stable boy at the inn studied him carefully, then shook his head a broad no. Even though Adam's brain was still fuzzy from the whiskey, the stable boy's look gave him pause. No, he hadn't thought this through. Adam turned his horse back into the lane. He should have predicted that Emmeline's wedding would become the event of the season, or at least of December. He'd had to give up reading the newspapers entirely. Every page seemed to offer some notice of the impending nuptials of reclusive country heiress Lady Emmeline Hartley to the dashing former Waterloo officer Lord Colin Somerville, brother to the Duck of Forster. Duke, not Duck. Adam shook his head, straightening out his slurring words. But if Aidan were a duck, Adam let himself play with the idea. Which one would he be? A mallard? Or perhaps a merganser, all trim and shiny? He considered every option, liking Puffin a great deal. But all the time he knew that if Aidan were any bird, it would be a falcon or a hawk or some other bird of prey, and that if that bird knew that Adam wasn't just a friend of the groom's family but of the bride herself, no, it wouldn't come to that. He only needed to hear her voice. He didn't need to see her. But the stable boy's stare had reminded him of the stakes. Every time Adam stopped in a carriage yard or posting inn, he risked being recognised. Some in the counties nearest Emmeline's lands would not be happy to see him alive, likely in their number. All that risk and still no open stall for his rented horse. No, he hadn't thought this through at all. Worse yet, he was acting like a regular wedding guest, one who travelled the main roads and stayed at the typical inns. But he knew this land, and if he were going to risk its residents remembering him, he might at least find a damn stable. He turned off the main road, taking to lanes and paths he had never intended to travel again. He would find a stall for his horse, damn it, and he would see that damn woman married if it killed him. Or someone else did. Adam pulled his horse into the yard of a dilapidated cottage with a more dilapidated barn. In regular circumstances, he wouldn't stable any animal here, even a hire. A wizened old man opened the cottage door. "Any space in your barn?" Adam called out the question, even though from the sounds from the stable he could already tell the answer. If there were no stall, he would have to decide, return to London or continue on to Hartshorn Hall. He couldn't simply tie his horse to a tree and hope for the best. "Aye." The ancient man pulled the cottage door shut behind him, but remained at the doorway. "One." Perhaps this would work out after all. "How much?" Adam threw himself down from the horse's seat. He studied the landscape. The walk to Hartshorn Hall would take under an hour. "It's not for rent." The old man rubbed his nose with a stubbed finger. Adam started to argue, but stopped himself. The man's age, if nothing else, warranted a polite reply. "The wind's turning? Aye, the night will be cold." The old man stared into the distant sky. "Is it likely another barn nearby could shelter my horse?" The old man shook his head slowly. "Some duke sent round a servant days ago. Hired every stall from here to the river and every bed in every tavern or inn. As big as it is, the manor house can't house all the guests or their stock." The old man looked Adam over, assessing his clothing and his horse. Adam nodded. "Must be quite a celebration." "Aye, the bride insists that the wedding service and dinner must be open to all. Friends, neighbours, aristocrats and cottagers alike. My daughters have already made their way there." The detail didn't surprise Adam. His little leveller, as he'd often teased her, always insisted one's character mattered more than distinctions of rank, birth and wealth. As the son of a clergyman, he should agree, but he'd seen too much, particularly as a secret agent of the Home Office, to believe it. No, he knew from bitter experience that life tended to value rank, wealth, and power over ability. "Then I'm lucky to be a guest." Adam patted the horse's neck. "I don't think so." The old man looked Adam up and down. "The Duke's servant warned us of men like you. No carriage, no invitation. Willing to walk to gain the grounds. I'm to send word if one of you shows up." "Men like me?" The skin rose on the back of Adam's neck, but he resisted the impulse to look over his shoulder. What did the old man know? Who did he think Adam was? "Newspaper men." The old man crossed his arms over his chest. Adam laughed out loud and pulled the tattered wedding invitation out of his boot. He'd tried to throw it away. Once or twice it had even landed in the wastebin, but he'd always dug it out. He couldn't let a piece of M's handwriting go. He handed it to the old man. "As you can see, I am one of Lord Collins' guests." "Or you stole an invitation from someone who was." The old man studied the name on the front. Then he turned the invitation over and traced the engraved lettering with his forefinger. "Since the war's ended, there's no telling about young men like you. My wife will decide." The old man left Adam in the cold yard. Adam wondered if the man were illiterate and what his wife might say about the invitation. Would she notice the name lettered across the front in Lady Emmeline's most public, most ornate hand? Would she wonder if the name on the front was his? He'd had so many names. Adam Monclair, the name his parents had given him. Adam Locksley, the revolutionary, hung for his sins. And today, A. Fairweather, the last, perhaps, was most apt of all. Lord Colin, to preserve the secrecy of their division, had assigned his colleagues names taken from a dusty novel in his brother's library. And he'd used those names on the guest list and invitations. Colin had been especially pleased with A. Fairweather, finding it a clever play on Montclair. Fairweather, Clear Mountain. But Adam's conscience had silently added friend to Fairweather, transforming his invitation into a silent indictment. The old man returned after a few minutes, holding out the invitation. Lady Emmeline sends us a nice basket of food for our holidays and birthdays, so we know her hand. You can put your horse in the second stall, but that'll be 4pence. Didn't you say the Duke hired all the stalls for his guests? Aye, your horse may shelter in the second stall, but it's 4pence for me to brush him down and watch the barn so no one steals him. Adam laughed, appreciating the old man's ingenuity. He tossed the man a half-crown instead. I won't be staying after the ceremony. The old man bit the coin and, finding it good, smiled wide. You, Adam? What? Adam looked around the yard, suddenly wary. Your name? The old man, not illiterate after all, gestured at the invitation. A. Fairweather, we had a son once, named Adam. Adam stared at the old man's face, trying to transform his features into those of a younger man. Had he known the son when he'd walked these hills before? He died in the wars. The old man nodded to a rock structure at the edge of the yard. We built that sheepfold together, but he never came back. We lost many good men in the wars. Adam felt his shoulders loosen. If he'd known the son, it wasn't from his work in the region. I'm proud to share his name. The old man nodded, the glint of tears in his eyes. Follow the ridge until you see the chapel steeple, then take the market road down to the river. From there you can curve around to the front chapel yard, or you could take the straight path, but it leads through the family cemetery. How appropriate it would be for him to arrive through the cemetery. A dead man come to haunt the wedding. The thought almost amused him. But stay out of the forest. The only men you'll find there are up to no good. Highwaymen? Adam prompted, unable to resist. The man grimaced. Stay to the path. If you get lost, tell people you left your horse with Michael. Adam shook Michael's hand, then in long strides ascended the hill he'd walked a dozen times with Em. Attending the wedding carried risks. Since he'd been so foolhardy as to embark without a plan, he needed to think for a moment about what might happen when he arrived. Lord Colin wouldn't be surprised to see him. He had, in fact, almost begged Adam to attend. How can I marry without the man who helped me survive the wars by my side? Colin knew Adam better than almost any man alive, so it would take only one misplaced glance for Colin to suspect some history between his fiancée and his best friend, and it wouldn't do for Colin to wonder why or how well. Colin didn't know Adam knew Emmeline. Emmeline didn't know Adam knew Colin. While he could anticipate Colin's response to his presence, Lady Emmeline was the wild card in his not plan. She believed him, or rather Adam Locksley, to be a criminal, a rabble-rousing dissenter intent on overthrowing the government. She likely thought him dead. The newspapers had been well paid to report Locksley's trial, verdict and execution. If that were the case, her engagement to Lord Colin felt like less of a betrayal. The problem of attending, then, rested with Em. If she saw him, what would she do? Would she ignore him, or would she swoon to see her lover come back from the dead? No, more likely she'd point one of her dratted pistols at his brain, declare him a fugitive and march him to the nearest magistrate. Or she might catch his gaze with those perceptive dark eyes, then give him the cut direct. He'd prefer the swoon or the pistols. Either one meant she'd once felt something for him. He'd believed she had, but as he'd expected, class and rank ended up mattering to her as much as to anyone else. His old hurt, fed by the whiskey and lack of sleep, breathed back to life as a quick anger. Adam shook his head, wishing he'd never taken the assignment that had led him to the neighbouring cottages and Emmeline. Adam crested the hill on the edge of the Hartley property. He paused, giving his breath time to catch up with his anger. The winter landscape was barren, the tree branches stark lines against a clouded sky. Em would tell him it was beautiful, the sleep of spring. Suddenly he could see her again, her face turned upward to catch a snowflake on her tongue. He pushed the memory away. He needed his anger. Without it, he had only despair and recrimination. But the landscape was filled with her. The rocks where they sat, quietly watching a rabbit eat its dinner. The animal had eyed them suspiciously, but not suspiciously enough to hop away. The tree where she'd insisted he return a fledgling robin to its nest, or she would do it herself. The foxhole where Em had stood defiantly, gun in hand, protecting the exhausted animal from neighbours' dogs. "My land, my fox," she'd insisted to the disappointed hunters, her knowledge of the game laws indisputable. Somehow she always surprised him. Adam raised his collar against the brisk December wind and forged forward. He'd started off so well, holding himself together with anger and drink, but with each step the drink faded and his anger turned to something like sorrow. He hoped that with Em firmly married he could convince his heart to let her go. From the rise of the hill he could see Hartshorn halls, stables, and the dozens of carriages that lined the avenue to the house. Adam wanted none of the hubbub. He'd wanted to arrive at the precise moment when all the other guests were seated, but the service had not yet begun. Though he was also friends with Lord Colin's brother, Lord Edmund Somerville, and more distantly with the Duke, he had no wish to be part of the festivities. He hoped that seeing Em marry would make living without her easier. If it didn't, he would take another assignment and another until he didn't have to worry about living at all. He had only one regret. He had never told her the truth. One more conversation would not have mattered. A civil servant and a lady had no future together. But he had hoped for her understanding, even forgiveness. But he'd waited too long after she'd sent him away that night, pistol in hand. Unable to imagine a conversation that didn't begin or end with gunfire, he'd delayed the visit to her estate over and again. Then, when having overcome his objections and he had finally stood outside her ballroom, he'd arrived in time to see her accept another man's hand. Adam had always known Em would marry, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon, or to his best friend. Even if she could never have been his, that part was too much to bear. If he opened his shirt, would he find only a gaping hole where his heart once had been? Yes, he needed the brisk walk on a cold day to see her wed, and he would likely need a bottle of whiskey afterwards to live with her loss. Chapter 4. Only 2 seats at the back of the chapel remained, both behind a large column. But Adam didn't mind. He didn't need to see Emmeline marry. He only needed to hear her speak her vows. Surely that would convince his heart what his head had known from the first. She could never be his. Before he slipped into the pew, Adam looked to the altar at the front of the chapel. There his best dreams would soon be sacrificed. It was a morbid thought, but, as a dead man, he allowed it. "Is this seat taken?" A woman in a violet-blue dress stood beside his pew. He rose, allowing her the inside seat with a slightly better view. He'd met her before, but her face, thin and wan, looked much different now. Knowing who she was explained why she'd come to the wedding. She folded her hands demurely in her lap, but her knuckles clenched white. He understood the feeling, and he wished to offer her and himself a little distraction before the service began. "Lady Fairburn, Lucia?" he whispered. "Am I correct?" She looked startled, almost even afraid. "Do I know you, sir?" "We met at a lawn party when your great-aunt was still alive," he hurried to explain. "She invited the whole countryside to celebrate your return from the continent." Her hands loosened slightly, but everything else, her posture, the angle of her head, her manner, suggested she might bolt at any minute. "I regret that I don't recall your name. I met so many people that day." She had a right to be wary. Lord Colin, against all odds, had rescued her from a living hell, and after Lord Colin married, the Duke would make sure that she remained safe. Knowing her story, Adam wanted to set her at ease. "My friends, the Somervilles, call me Adam." He watched as the name loosened her shoulders. "And are we to be friends, Adam?" Her voice was quiet, but no longer as wary. "We have much in common, Lady Fairborn, much more than you imagine." Without touching her shoulder, he leaned in close and whispered to her ear. "Both of us are here to end an affair, you with the groom and I with the bride. We must see them marry, must we not, to know that our time is over?" Her eyes widened, but she didn't object to his forwardness. She opened her mouth to speak, but changed her mind, allowing her silence to confirm his words. "But we should talk of something else." He sat back against the pew. She nodded, her black curls framing her face. In another time he would have found her attractive. In another time she wouldn't have reminded him of Emmeline. "I was one of your great-aunt's protégés. My father held a living on one of her Irish properties, and she sponsored my education," Adam explained, allowing old memories to distract him. "I would never have known from your accent." She leaned towards him, returning their conversation to a whisper. "My parents were English, but even so, any hint of my Irish childhood was a necessary loss. Ultimately, your aunt grew disappointed in me." He kept his voice light, even teasing. "Why, sir?" She sounded surprised and once more suspicious. "My great-aunt was rarely disappointed in anyone, other than my cousin, that is." "Ah, yes, the grasping Lord Marner. I was pleased to hear from Lord Colin that you escaped his plans." Her face relaxed. "Few people know that, and I have told no one." "Why was my aunt disappointed in you? You don't seem like a bad sort." "She had hoped I would visit the estate and fall in love with you, but by then I'd already fallen." He looked to the front of the church, and she followed his gaze. They grew silent together. Somehow he couldn't start another conversation, and she seemed equally at a loss. "Sir?" A small boy tapped Adam on the shoulder and held out an envelope, the address facing down. The last time Adam had seen the boy, he'd been covered head to toe with flour, his father being the village baker. Adam took it. No one who wanted him dead would have such easy access to pen and paper. More likely one of the Somervilles needed this or that favour. He would have to refuse. He couldn't afford to see Emmeline again. He turned the note over to see the address and felt the blood drain from his face. "Montclair?" "Adam?" Lady Fairborn put her hand on his. "Are you quite all right? You've gone pale." Yes." He caught his breath. "Of course." The address was in M's hand, not the careful, even script she used for business or social engagements, or the ornate curving swirls she used for the wedding invitations, but the easy open hand she'd used for private correspondence. That choice alone made the note an intimate act. But how? He'd only taken a few moments to cross the yard. And why? She had to know he was dead. And yet, a tiny spark of hope warmed his chest and belly like a shot of fine whiskey. He let his finger trace the shape of the letters. And yet, when he turned the envelope to loosen the seal, something inside shifted. Through the paper he felt a hard oval lump, a medallion of some sort, and when he shook the envelope, he could feel a chain attached to it. Stunned, he placed his hands in his lap, still holding the envelope. It couldn't be. She hadn't. A dozen fragmentary sentences rushed through his mind, none connecting to the others. Adam broke the seal and let the envelope's contents fall into his palm. A necklace with a delicate unicorn wrought in silver. He could hear her voice again, reading to him the fight of Guion against Pericles from Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen. He teased her that she was becoming the rebellious unicorn, fearless against the imperial lion, and she'd smiled. M, his leveller. It was his gift to her. She'd promised never to take it off unless... He wrapped the silver chain around his palm and carefully unfolded the note. I have need of a scoundrel. You came to mind. He read the words with surprise, then hope. In their last conversation, the one before she'd threatened to shoot him, Emmeline had growled that she could imagine no situation in which she would ever wish to see his face again, but even then she hadn't given back his promise, and now she'd sent the silver necklace to call him to her. Adam opened the pocket watch that hung from a fob at his waist. The ceremony wouldn't begin for another 20 minutes, plenty of time to go and return, or simply to go. The baker's boy held a second letter, and he scanned the room for its recipient. Adam could see Colin's name lettered in M's even, formal hand. If that letter meant what he suspected, then he pitied his old friend. He looked around the church filled with friends, family, and neighbours. Adam dug a shilling from the slit pocket in his waistband. Are you looking for Lord Colin? The small boy, only 9 or 10, smiled at the coin, then at Adam. Yes, sir. Do you have a brother? Yes, sir. Does your brother look out for you? The boy answered without hesitation. Yes, sir. For a shilling, would you deliver that note to Lord Colin's brother, the Duke? The boy thought for a moment, then nodded. Adam searched his memory for the boy's name, then found it. And, Bobby, can you wait a quarter of an hour before you deliver that letter? He held out another shilling. The boy, grinning at the small fortune, nodded agreement. 15 minutes was very little time. He would make it be enough. He stepped into the aisle. Lady Fairborn, staring towards the altar, looked so sad that he leaned towards her. Lady Fairborn, I must be going. My luck appears to be changing. Perhaps yours will change as well. He smiled at her one last time before hurrying out of the chapel doors. Outside the chapel, Adam stopped short. He'd assumed Em would be in her study, but he didn't know, and he had no time to be wrong. She's in the drawing-room of her mother's suite. There, on the end, her windows overlook the chapel on this side and the river and forest on the other. Jeffries stepped away from the chapel wall and fell into step beside Adam. She moved there last spring after the verdicts against Squire Fletcher's cottagers. She found her view over his fields troubling. I see, Adam replied, not liking the turn in the conversation. I hope so, sir. She also preferred rooms less accessible to guests. Jeffrey's tone was flat and emotionless. A wise decision. Adam understood the butler's message. It's been a difficult year for her ladyship. In fact, I've wished many times that I'd killed you and fed your body to the pigs when I had the chance. Adam studied the terrain, watching for wandering pigs. Does Lady Emmeline share your wishes? I cannot say, sir. Jeffries unlocked a door leading into a narrow stairway. The squeak of the hinge reminded Adam of the squeal of a piglet. I merely thought you should know my position, should by chance you do anything to harm her. I never intended to harm her. Adam paused, wondering how much Jeffries knew. I was merely fulfilling an obligation. Yes, sir, I imagine so. The long-legged butler took the stairs 2 at a time. But you also have an obligation to Lady Emmeline. I hope you fulfil it with as much energy. If not, I must warn you, I know, the pigs. Adam shook his head. He should have expected Emmeline to confide in Jeffries. Exactly, sir. Jeffries unlocked the door at the top of the stairs, then pointed Adam to the end of the hall. I will return after you speak with Lady Emmeline. Jeffries, one question more. The other servants, how many are aware of the events of last year? Well-fed pigs yield ample bacon, and the estate has enjoyed a surplus of it this year. Jeffries disappeared down the stairs. Adam had always considered Geoffrey's humour a bit wry, even dark, and he was certain the estate's bacon surplus did not result from servants murdered and fed to the pigs to preserve Emmeline's secrets. Even so, he understood Geoffrey's message. Lady Emmeline was loved, and Adam had threatened her sense of security and even her happiness. It was much the same as Emmeline's note. However clever, she hadn't offered him any olive branch. Instead, she'd used humour to set the limits of their engagement. Her righteous anger against his guilt. It wasn't the best start to a second chance, if such a chance was even possible. Besides, how much penance was he willing to pay for another heartache? It might be, he acknowledged, that no matter what he did, none of their possible futures included affection, much less love. Too much had passed between them. Too much trust had been lost before it had fully taken root. It would not be easy to start anew. No, Jeffreys was right to frame it in terms of an obligation. Adam had deceived Em before, and he had a duty to put that right, whatever the outcome. She heard the doorknob turn softly and composed her face. Since Colin's proposal, she'd cultivated a look of benign joy, a slight thoughtful smile that barely upturned the corners of her mouth. The expression convinced the staff and her friends that she welcomed her coming marriage. But it wasn't Jeffreys, or one of the staff. It was Adam. He'd come. For the first time in months, she felt as if she could breathe. Her heart leapt up at the sight of him, all lean muscle and dark, mischievous eyes. The sensation reminded her of how much she had loved him before the weight of his deceptions had forced them apart. She tamped the emotion down. He shut the door silently behind him. Even with Geoffrey's help, she knew Adam hadn't been seen. She knew all too well how easily he could slip into and out of rooms without drawing the slightest notice. Bess raised her head, then seeing Adam set it down again, beating her tail against the floor in greeting. "A scoundrel, am I?" His voice, supple like red wine, taunted her, teasing. She shrugged. "I haven't time to debate the legality of your actions. I simply need my help." He bent down to scratch Bess's ears. Em couldn't see his face. "Yes, regrettably." She looked at the valise Jeffreys had brought her, and Adam followed her glance. "I can't do what I need to without your aid." "You wish to run away?" He took a seat in the most comfortably overstuffed of her chairs and pulled her necklace out of his pocket. He ran the silver chain across his fingers, straightening it out. The unicorn dangled, catching the light. He didn't appear too willing to help, and the thought made her anxious. "I would like to leave the estate, quietly and in such a way that no one can trace my movements." She wanted to snatch the delicate necklace from his hand, but held herself back. After all, she'd sent the token to call him to her. "By no one, you mean both your fiancé and his brother's agents?" Transferring the necklace to his opposite hand, he opened his watch. "Yes." She looked from the necklace to her valise. "You do remember him, your fiancé, the man who shortly will be standing before the whole community, your mutual friends and all the bon ton, waiting to see his bride walk towards him?" He left his watch open on the table beside him. "Are you certain you wish to desert him? The man you chose over me?" She should have expected he wouldn't make it easy. No. I broke it off with you months before my engagement. Besides, you made it clear that marriage wasn't part of our game." Bess sat up watching the pair. "You still chose him." He held the necklace gently between his fingers. "And now I'm choosing you." She watched the necklace, her frustration threatening to overflow. She forced herself to breathe and start again in a more moderate tone. "We haven't time to debate old wounds. If you will help me escape, perhaps even take me to my father, I'll let you harangue me on my choices for as long as you wish, and I'll pay you whatever you want." "Ah, my lady, be careful what you offer." He scratched Bess's neck. "I don't see how any scoundrel could refuse such a bargain." "Can you do it?" She needed to see his eyes, to read affection or enmity there, but he kept his face turned to the dog. Better than anyone else. Unfolding his long legs from the chair, he stood. Take the gate at the bottom of the churchyard to the woods. I know where the woods are. She watched the necklace and the watch disappear into his pocket. This is my estate. Then I'll meet you at the great oak. Adam ignored her petulance, or rather he seemed to enjoy it. He must know it wasn't in her character to run from her responsibilities. It must tell him that she found the thought of marriage to Colin almost unbearable. Take these. He lifted some hothouse flowers from a vase before the window. If anyone asks, you wish to lay them on your mother's grave before the ceremony. She took the flowers, then looked up into his eyes. She saw only amusement, but what else could she expect from a man who every day skirted the law and social obligation? You will meet me. You won't send me off to miss my own wedding and then abandon me to the scandal. I will not abandon you, Mavourneen. He kissed her lightly on the forehead, a slight touch, but one that gave her the reassurance she needed. It made her long for more. She snapped her fingers, signalling Bess to come to her side. No, leave Bess here, I have a plan. Leave Bess? She wanted to object. She couldn't travel out of the county without Bess beside her, but she didn't want to explain. I'll bring her later, but you must go. You have little time. You promise? He nodded, and she saw the first hint of kindness in his eyes. She held her hand out to the dog, palm down. Stay, Bess. The gentle dog sat on her haunches, watching her mistress's every movement. Once in the woods, keep to the shadows. He held out a heavy shawl. Take your wrap. It may be some time before I can join you. At the door, she picked up her new walking stick. Emmeline hurried down the stairs, grateful she was going down, not up. Even in haste, she was careful to place her foot and knee just right. At the carriage yard, she slowed to a walk, one suitable for the solemn occasion of visiting her mother's grave. But it didn't matter. The carriage yard was empty, and all the household servants were already in the chapel. Jeffreys guarded the chapel door, giving her time to escape. As she entered the churchyard, she looked back, and Jeffreys, nodding, crossed the courtyard to the family wing, returning to help Adam. She placed the hothouse flowers quickly on her mother's grave. What advice would her mother have given if she'd lived? Would she point out the quality of the match, the generosity of the wedding settlement, the rich alliance with a powerful and respected member of the aristocracy? Or would she tell Emmeline to follow her heart, that each new society scandal is quickly replaced by newer ones, that the real shame in the marriage would come from marrying a man she could not love or could not love as he deserved? Knowing other aristocratic mothers, Emmeline assumed Titania would recommend wealth, reputation, and alliance, but, as she had every other time Emmeline had visited her grave, Titania kept her own counsel. Grateful for the evergreens that shielded her from the view of the house, Emmeline hurried past the other gravestones, bidding a quiet farewell to her sisters, all long buried in a neat row. On the other side of the graveyard, a well-gravelled path sloped down to fork at a pleasant stream. One fork led across winter fields to the village, the other led deep into the forest. There, even without leaves, the branches formed deeper and deeper shadows. Looking over her shoulder, Emmeline plunged into the trees, followed only by the reckless songs of the forest birds. She knew the path well from her childhood. In the months after the accident, Emmeline had consoled herself that her friends in the forest waited for her to return. Her grandfather, though finding her obsession strange, had still indulged it, buying any book or ballad that mentioned the fairy folk, and she'd read them, every one. Eventually he'd bought her so many books on England and its antiquities that he'd had to set aside a large section of the manor library for Emmeline's books. Confined to her bed as her injuries healed, Emmeline had used all her inventiveness to make the fairy folk gifts. She'd sketched the scenes outside her window, knit, badly, a long scarf, and made up songs she thought they might like, carefully drawing a musical staff, then writing out the notes as best she could. She spent her days in her imagination, dreaming of all the pleasures they would share when she could walk again. Perhaps she had even hoped, when they saw she could no longer dance, they would repair her leg with their healing magic. It was the sort of dream a lonely child would cling to, believing it had kept her from despair. When Emmeline's leg had healed enough that she could leave the house, she had insisted on going to the oak and placing her gifts on the rock altar. She had sung her mother's song and waited, her grandfather silent at her side. Hours later, having watched the shadows remain shadows, her grandfather had taken her home. But she didn't give up. Believing that the fairies wouldn't appear if her grandfather were with her, she would slip from the house alone, limp to the great oak, and wait. But each day her gifts lay unaccepted on the rock. Eventually, when the rain had returned her paper to pulp and the birds had taken her yarn for their nests, she'd realized her old friends were not going to return. She'd wept as if she'd lost her mother and sisters all over again. After that, she had stayed mostly out of the forest. As she grew, her obsession with fairyland became nothing more than an armchair interest in ancient antiquities, until the night when Adam's music had drawn her back in. The night she first met Adam, she and Bess had been returning from the village, the sun already low in the sky. As they had reached the turn to the forest, Bess had stopped, ears pricking up. Staring into the forest, Bess had stepped forward, then whined, refusing to return when Emmeline called. Looking into the forest, then back at Em, Bess gave Em no choice but to follow. Once in the trees, Emmeline had heard the faintest hints of music. At first, she thought the wisps of song were a product of her imagination, until deeper in the forest, she recognized the song as one of her mother's old ballads. She quickened her step. Emmeline's mature judgment had told her to be wary, that it was impossible that the fairy folk had returned to her. But Emmeline's childhood heart, wishing against hope and reason that it could be true, followed Bess into the growing dark. At the great oak, she'd seen him. His face, dappled in the half-light, had been striking, with strong angular features and a soulful expression that spoke of a kind heart. His voice was a deep mahogany whine, caressing the syllables of each poetic line. When we were frae the hunting come, that from my horse I fell, the queen of fairies, she came by, took me wi' her to dwell. She knew the song, Tam Lin, the story of a young man loved by a human maid and enthralled by the fairy queen to be sacrificed for the harvest. His lover had saved him by pulling him from his horse and holding him tight as the fairy queen changed him into various forms. Through all his transformations, wolf, bear, lion, then finally fire, his lover had refused to release him until the fairy queen conceded and turned him once more into a human man. Emmeline felt the story deep in her chest as he sang, his voice a rich baritone smoke that enveloped her. Was he a human man enchanted by the fairies, or was he a demon lover come from fairyland to seduce her? In that moment, enchanted by his voice and the place, and spurred by a loneliness she rarely acknowledged, she'd met his eyes. Deep pools of amber and green, she felt dizzy as if their souls, through their eyes, had touched, revealing him as alone and lonely as she had always been. The sense of connection, of knowing, had caught her breath. Setting his lyre down carefully on the stone, he'd stood to face her, never letting his eyes leave hers. He'd remained several steps away, watching her. His eyes had asked, and hers had answered. She'd closed the distance between them, and he'd spoken to her in a mahogany whisper. Mavourneen, my darling. When he'd leaned forward, she met his lips. His kiss had been soft, tentative, but as she'd met him, passion for passion, their kisses had turned hungry. Had his song not touched her memory? Had they met at noon, not twilight? Had she not been so alone? She shook off the memory. A tall root of a tree inched its way across the path. Lost in her memories, Emmeline caught her foot on the root and she stumbled, righting herself with her walking stick. She paused, her heart beating hard. She carefully tested her leg. It twinged, but didn't ache. She needed to move more slowly. If she hurt herself, she would be trapped. She listened for anyone following her through the woods, but heard nothing. She slowed her pace. Her fancies always failed her. Then, as if by magic, she was at the clearing. The giant oak's branches made patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The branches didn't extend to the altar rock, and there the light fell in a warm pool. She made her way to the rock. To keep from soiling her dress, she laid out her shawl, then pulled herself up to wait for Adam. The winter birds whose song had accompanied her through the forest were quiet here. The silence left Emmeline with only her thoughts and memories. What did it say about her that she'd chosen to run from Colin, a supremely honourable man, with Adam, his opposite? Colin was committed to safeguarding the nation and her, while Adam was intent on disrupting every social and political moray, all in the name of reform. She'd spent months refusing any thought of Adam, except in dreams, but now, knowing that she needed to be honest with herself, she let herself remember everything, each day from their first kiss to their last encounter. She retraced it all, every moment. Her memories of their passion warmed her like a physical touch. Her fiancé's kisses had never felt so decadent or so necessary, and the knowledge of Adam's deception tore at her gut once more. Loss, grief, abandonment, hope, all had led her to behave foolishly with Adam, but none of them offered her a way forward. She couldn't forget that they both had blood on their hands. Would he think that helping her to escape also reconciled their other differences? Could she travel with him without wanting either to love him or to kill him? She could tell herself it was a second chance to prove to him that they could build a future together. But would he believe it now when he'd rejected it so soundly before? And did she even want him to? Chapter 5. Knowing a dozen ways to slip unnoticed from Hartshorn Hall, Adam left Queen Bess patiently waiting and threaded a path to the wing farthest removed from both Emmeline's drawing room and the chapel. There he slipped out of the house to hide between the hedgerows until he could reasonably rejoin the wedding guests. He removed his glove and ran his fingers across the silver unicorn in his pocket. He'd given the necklace to Emmeline not long after they had become lovers, a promise, when he had no other one to give, that he would never abandon her. He'd paid a pretty penny for it, at a time when his spare pennies were few. Their improbable first meeting in the forest had made him unwilling to lie to her, unable to forget that moment when their souls and hearts had seemed to touch. Sometimes it required a bit of ingenuity, eliding questions and omitting details, to tell Emmeline only the truth. He'd already spent weeks creating the character of Adam Loxley, and he couldn't tell her about his own life without contradicting the stories he'd made up for everyone else, so he avoided telling personal stories entirely. Though he'd wanted to know everything about her, how she'd received her scars, why her father lived abroad while she ran the estate, to keep things fair between them, he refused to ask for her personal stories as well. And he turned a dumb ear when others brought up her name. Before they met, he'd known only that she had an uncanny but potentially useful talent for recognizing voices. Lord Colin, telling a story about a party at Emmeline's, had inadvertently revealed that talent to their superior officer, Joe Paston. By the time the Home Office sent him their research on Emmeline, he had refused to read the report. He pressed the tip of his finger against the unicorn's horn. When he'd given it to her, saying she was fearless as the unicorn, she'd refused the compliment. A unicorn, she'd said, is merely a horse with a congenital defect. Her bright mind had made her an engaging conversationalist, and their talks had included everything: books, ideas, current events, both at home and abroad, politics and political theory, dreams and hopes. But none of it had made any difference in the end. She'd found out all the lies he'd told to other people, never realizing he'd told her only one, his name. He turned the unicorn over, feeling the tiny ridge that held an engraved address where she could send it if she needed him. He'd agonized over what to put there, unable to use his own address without telling her his true name. He'd eventually decided to use the address of one of his informants, someone who could know who Adam Loxley was and where to find him. Once everything between them had fallen apart so badly, he'd assumed that she'd never use it, that she'd never be so desperate as to call on a scoundrel of the worst order, as she'd called him. But she had. Even so, in her drawing room, he'd insisted on knowing that she was serious about leaving Colin at the altar. He looked at his watch. By now, all the guests would have been informed that the wedding had been cancelled. Though he hated to think of how his old friend Colin felt about being jilted at the altar, he was relieved that Em had run. He rounded the end of the house to see the guests circulating around the chapel doors. Some distance away, the Duke of Forster and his brother Lord Edmund stood in close conversation with Lady Wilmot's solicitor, H. William Aldine. Adam raised a hand in greeting and made his way to meet them. It was time to put the next part of his plan into effect. The men stepped apart, welcoming him into their discussion. A fourth man stood beyond them in the shadow of the doorway. Joe Paston, Deputy Director of the very secret division of the Home Office, where Adam had first met Forster and his Somerville brothers. "We were hoping you'd come to the wedding." Forster patted his shoulder. "We're determining how to address the problem of Colin's missing bride." "When I heard the bride had bolted, I thought a walk through the woods towards the village might be wise," Adam offered, knowing a half-truth was more sustainable than a lie. "And?" Forster looked hopeful. Adam shrugged as if to convey he'd seen nothing, and the men shook their heads. "Adam knows this part of the country well." Joe Paston put his hand on Adam's shoulder. "Some time ago he investigated the Nottingham Wharf explosion, tracing the responsible parties all the way to a nearby Gloucestershire estate." Adam studied Joe's face. Joe was rarely so forthcoming without a reason. "Wasn't that explosion an accident?" Lord Edmund looked serious. "A broken barrel left a trail of gunpowder from the dock to the warehouse. Once lit, it exploded the whole warehouse?" "No, there was more to it." Aldine squinted, remembering. "One of the workers, seeing a bit of gunpowder and not the whole trail, thought it would be a good joke to light it." That was the newspaper report. Adam stepped closer to Joe, not wishing for his supervisor to reveal any connection between Adam's work and Lady Emmeline. But since everyone on the dock and in the warehouse died, the story is almost certainly a fabrication. "We assigned Adam to discover who circulated the story and why." Joe shook his head. "We thought, still do, that a London criminal known by the name of Charters orchestrated the destruction to gain control of the other warehouses, but we can't prove it, not then, not now." "Charters?" Forster grimaced. "Isn't that the man who kidnapped—" "Appears to be." Joe cut the Duke off. "Do you think this Charters has anything to do with Lady Emmeline's disappearance?" Adam followed Forster's lead, hoping to direct attention away from his previous stay in Gloucestershire. No sign of that, no sign at all." Joe studied Adam for a moment before turning his attention back to Forster. "We can't imagine Charters has any connection to her ladyship." "Lady Emmeline is somewhat of a recluse." Lord Edmund's thumb circled the hilt of his ceremonial sword. "She rarely leaves her estate, and never without Queen Bess." "Queen Bess?" Adam tried to sound confused. "A Newfoundland dog. Emmeline breeds them." Lord Edmund looked over the crowd of guests. "It's one of the reasons we are worried for her." "Then you have your solution," Adam offered. "Can the dog trace her scent?" "We tried, but the dog simply refused. Jeffries thinks Bess doesn't believe her mistress is gone." "Or Emmeline told her to stay." "Have you tried all the trunks in the house? I've read brides sometimes decide to play hide-and-seek." Adam tried to sound helpful. "Or perhaps she was stolen away by a demon lover to fairyland." "You have read too many novels," Lord Edmund chided. The dog notwithstanding, we can't believe that a woman of her intelligence ran away without prior planning, Joe explained. But if that's the case, why wait to run until 30 minutes before the wedding? That's when Mrs. Burns, the parson's wife, left her. No, something or someone must have arrived to help her. Adam forced his face to remain neutral, and his shoulders at ease. Joe was a skilled investigator in his own right, and the only man in the unit who worked directly with their enigmatic and rarely seen director, Mr. James. Reclusive, intelligent, and wealthy. Forster mulled the words. Those characteristics could have made her ready game for an unscrupulous person. I worry who she might have enlisted to help her. You fear she may have fallen in with a scoundrel? Adam used M's word, putting on his most serious face. Exactly, Forster confirmed. If you want someone to find the missing bride, Adam is your man. Joe gave Adam's shoulder an encouraging pat. He knows this land and its hiding places better than anyone. Through his Home Office work, he has established contacts here and throughout much of Britain. Joe's enthusiasm made Adam suspicious. Besides, any other man I could suggest is hours away. Adam has the advantage of being here already. Adam felt his stomach turn cold. That's a brilliant idea, Lord Edmund interjected. Lady Emmeline would likely run from any of us Somervilles as if we were Colin himself. Forster examined Adam as if he'd never seen him before. Will you do it? Do what? Find Lady Emmeline. The three men spoke in unison. Are you saying I am the sort of scoundrel Lady Emmeline would find appealing? Adam raised an eyebrow. That's not quite what I mean. Forster shook his head. Having worked with Adam for the last several years, I can attest that he used to be the best scoundrel among us, Edmund interjected. Adam glared at him. Edmund, grinning, gave a half shrug, but since he returned from investigating the Nottingham Wharf fire, he's given up all fun and married his work. My uncle died about then. Adam shifted the timeline to create a different explanation for his change of mood. Ah, yes. Edmund nodded sympathetically. The woes of an inheritance locked in chancery. Forster coughed to refocus the conversation. As for finding Lady Emmeline, Lord Colin isn't the sort to drag an unwilling woman to the altar. Adam was surprised at the Duke's insistence, but only partially. Dukes do as they wish. No, in a year or two my brother will have reconciled himself to being jilted at the altar. Forster rubbed his forehead with his hand. I wish to hire someone to find her, assure that she is safe, and provide her a trustworthy escort to whatever safe haven she wishes. The friendships between our family and hers require at least that much of me. Unfortunately, I have other obligations. I've taken a holiday to address some pressing family business, Adam averred. Adam has inherited a house full of women, but not the means to support them, Joe explained. Forster studied Adam more closely. By your own admission, you have already been searching for her. And you are not merely another Home Office investigator, you are our friend. Edmund met Adam's eyes. We can trust you. Adam's stomach twisted once more. The trap was all around him. If he took the assignment, he could ensure that Forster didn't hire other men, particularly not experienced investigators like those under Joe's command. Though Em knew that the Duke would likely hire men to find her, she would be furious if she knew he had been hired. Of course, he acknowledged inwardly, Em being angry with him was more the rule than the exception. It only mattered if he thought she might still care for him. Even so, he had to say no. My business is of too demanding a nature to chase after a runaway bride. Adam pretended to consider the problem, but Giles Gilfeather is a smart lad, as is Moseley Barnes. Joe raised an eyebrow. A misstep, Adam realized too late. He should have recommended more accomplished men. What will it take to hire you? Forster, sounding very much like a duke, folded his arms over his chest. Adam raised his hands, palms out, refusing the suggestion. "Adam, how much does your relative want for his part of your disputed inheritance?" Joe chimed in. "This isn't the time to discuss my finances." Adam glared at Joe. Joe, however, proceeded undeterred. "Adam's uncle bungled his will, and the relative, a clergyman no less, wants an exorbitant sum to release his claim on the estate." £1,000, Forster interjected. "No, it's not that exorbitant." Joe looked stunned. "I'm not talking of Montclair's inheritance. That's my reward to any man who ensures Lady Emmeline is safe and secure from harm." Forster looked at Adam pointedly. "You could hire 20 men for that," Adam countered. "That kind of money would solve all his problems, or nearly all, but he couldn't consider it." Forster raised an eyebrow. "If I need 20 men, I will hire them, but I'd rather make it worth your while to set aside your own business to deal with mine." "You must understand how dear a friend Lady Emmeline is to our family," Edmund cajoled. "When you say escort Lady Emmeline to a safe haven, what do you mean? Bring her to you? I doubt she would have created such a scandal if she wished to marry your brother." Forster looked subdued. "My brother is an honourable man. Until he determines not to marry Lady Emmeline, I would prefer she remain out of reach." "That may require a bit of time, more time than any agent would be willing to devote to the case." Even if Adam didn't want the job, he didn't like the thought of any other man guarding Em for months on end. "You understand, then, why I place so high a value on the labour." The Duke waited for some response from Adam, but receiving none, continued. "Our family returns to London tomorrow. Lord Colin will be with us. We will ensure he remains in town. You find her and keep her safe. But additionally, you must keep her away from Lord Colin and anyone who might tell him her whereabouts." "That may prove a difficult task. It will mean keeping her out of the whole of London and away from her estate for months on end." The Duke nodded. "I'll pay all of the expenses of the road, horses, lodging, food, clothing if necessary. But I'll be the only one looking for her." He made his voice sound hard and mercenary, though it soured his stomach to do it. "My circumstances make me unwilling to share that sort of ransom with anyone else. And I wish to avoid a greater scandal. I'll want frequent reports detailing where you've looked. Once you find her, I'll want reports on her well-being. I'll want our arrangements kept secret, particularly the issue of the reward," Adam added. "A great many men might decide to try to find her on their own if they believed you might pay for her return." "A fine point, Adam." Forster looked to Lord Edmund and Aldine, who nodded agreement. "Given Lady Emmeline's independent character, we would prefer to keep the arrangement secret from her as well. She will not appreciate our meddling, and that will make your task all the harder." The guests are waiting for the wedding feast, or as Lady Emmeline's estate manager renamed it, a community dinner. Edmund looked out over the groups chatting across the carriage yard. "But if any of the guests inquire, we will indicate only that an old family friend is managing the search for Lady Emmeline." The Duke extended his hand, and Adam shook it. "Eventually, I'll also want to know what scoundrel she found to help her. I'll write you a note for £100 today, and you can draw on my bank for the rest when you find her. Aldine can assist you with supplies or other needs." "Thank you, Adam." Edmund embraced him warmly. "Colin will find it a relief to know you are looking for Em. I'll have Jeffries arrange some foodstuffs and, I suppose, a coach." Aldine, the solicitor, handed Adam his card. Then the 3 men took their leave. Adam watched them walk away to join other guests. Aldine joined Constance Equiano, a London bookseller, who was speaking solemnly to a group of women near the chapel doors. The Duke and Lord Edmund stopped to speak to Jeffries, who was directing servants in a search of the estate. Edmund pointed towards Adam, and Jeffries gave him a long, searing look. Even with the Duke's promise, keeping their arrangement a secret was not going to be easy. Given a chance, Jeffries would most certainly warn Emmeline of Adam's arrangement with the Duke. Forster knew Emmeline well when he said she wouldn't appreciate his meddling. She would, of course, be furious that a group of well-intentioned men had decided to ignore her decision to break the engagement. Eventually Adam would have to tell her himself, but he couldn't risk telling her until he had her well and safely away. Otherwise, she might decide him more of a scoundrel than she needed, and he wasn't yet ready to let her go, not when he just got a chance to make things right between them. The trap closed in tighter. Joe put his back to the courtyard wall, and Adam followed his lead. Before them, crowds of wedding guests stood in uneasy groups around the chapel door or strolled about, talking in whispers. The Duke and Lord Edmund joined Aldine and the women. The Duke put his arm around his fiancée, Lady Wilmot, a slender widow with nut-brown hair. After a brief conversation, the women in the group looked his way, nodding. Already the secret was spreading. You need have no fear of that group telling about your arrangement with the Duke. In fact, given their recent activities, they would likely offer to help you search. Joe read Adam's concern. They are the Muses' Salon, Lady Wilmot's book club. Do you know any of them? 2. Lady Wilmot and Forster's sister, Lady Judith. Adam intentionally left out Constance Equiano. Joe didn't need to know everything. Adam studied the other members of the group. I assume Lady Judith's husband is the much older man standing behind her? Yes, Alderson, the dour industrialist. Joe paused as several young women passed close by. Beside Lady Judith are the Masons. Ophelia, the tall woman with auburn hair, is a chemist of sorts, quite the terror of Kensington, as she blows things up on a regular basis. Ophelia's husband, Sidney, the man in blue wool, manufactures perfume and soap. He keeps her in explosives. The 2 younger women are Kate and Ariel Gardner, Ophelia's sisters. Studious girls, they are known to be observant and resourceful. All are the Duke's cousins. I thought Mrs. Mason and the Gardners were Lady Wilmot's relations. Sisters-in-law. They and Lady Wilmot's late husband are all Somerville cousins. Who are the 2 women beside the Gardner sisters? Joe looked intently at the pair. I can't say. Something you don't know. I shall write that down. Adam was certain Joe would remedy that situation as soon as the dinner bell rang. Was it wise to mention my work in the region to the Duke and his brothers? If they had realised I know Lady Emmeline, it could have posed problems. Joe ignored the question, smiling and nodding for the guests as if Adam had said something amusing. We have been unwilling to draw on Lady Emmeline's talent for voices while she was ensconced here on her estate. Now that she's run, however, we might be able to convince her to help us again. You mean I might be able to? Adam let his voice go hard. He could feel the plan already going awry. Joe touched the rim of his hat to a pair of ladies walking by. He waited to speak until they had tittered past. Our newest reports suggest Charters may be an aristocrat, hiding his identity under various guises. We want to know if that's true. She won't like that. Adam bit back the rest of the sentence. Ah, so you do know where our bride has bolted. Joe smiled to an older woman in an outrageous hat. I didn't say that. Adam shook his head decisively. I can predict from our previous discussions that she won't like the job. Of course that's what you meant. Joe smiled again, this time to a pair of well-dressed men. It's good you took Forster's job. Why? Adam watched Jeffries call a stable boy to his side. I'd already determined to assign you to Lady Hartley's case, and the Home Office will pay you far less than the Duke. Joe paused, while several wedding guests hurried towards the dining hall, but this may prove a challenging assignment with you serving 2 masters. 3, Adam thought, but held his tongue. It will be useful to have the resources of the Home Office and the Duke engaged, but to be clear, our priorities are paramount. We ensure the safety of the nation, and we want her to work for us. I'll want reports as well. What do you want her to do? Nothing for now. We have some measures yet to put into place. If we are to embark on this, we wish to be able to carry it through, but in the interim we don't want to lose her skill. I don't know how she does it, but we have no one else who can recognize any voice she's ever heard. You'll have to come up with a way to convince her, if I find her. Adam shrugged, as if uncertain. That part's already in place. Joe sounded self-satisfied. Suspicion twisted in Adam's stomach, but he said nothing. Joe waited, then, seeming satisfied with Adam's silence, he continued, "It seems both you and Lady Emmeline have disputed inheritances. When her ladyship didn't appear for the ceremony, her cousin, Mrs. Kane, looked pleased, quite pleased indeed." The wind blew cold through the carriage yard, and those remaining outside hurried into the manor house. Adam thought of Em, waiting in the forest with only her shawl for warmth. "Each minute I delay will make finding Lady Emmeline more difficult." "Yes, of course." Joe patted Adam's arm as a footman made his way from Jeffries towards them. "I anticipate only one problem." "Only one?" Adam's patience was at an end. He needed to join Em. "This time, you might lose your heart entirely." His commander raised his hand in greeting to another man, and, nodding, walked quickly away. Chapter 6. "He'll do it." Joseph Paston lifted a basket filled with food into the carriage. Shutting the door behind him, Joe settled into his seat. "But I still think it's a bad idea. His feelings for Lady Emmeline divide his loyalties." Mr. James, Joe's superior officer and the mastermind of the Home Office, waited inside the carriage, his legs outstretched on the seat, his back bolstered by pillows. If it hadn't been for Joe's care, he would have died at Waterloo. But even so, the ravages of his wounds couldn't be hidden or overlooked. The tip of a sword had destroyed his once handsome face, splitting it open from forehead to jaw, barely missing his eye, but slicing through the edge of his mouth. The parts had knit together unevenly, joined along the length by a thick, uneven scar. Seen from one side, he was still an angel. From the other, the devil himself. "You may be right. I had predicted he would stay away." Mr. James shifted, trying to find a more comfortable position. "But we should be grateful. Had Montclair remained in town, my brother, Lord Colin, would likely be married now." "You don't usually make such a mistake." Joe shifted the pillows that supported Mr. James's back and leg and rearranged the blanket across his legs. "It wasn't wise to come, Benjamin. It puts too much strain on your body." "I'll survive. I always do, with you to care for me." When Benjamin smiled, his cheek, from the edge of his mouth to his ear, remained motionless, making him appear either clownish or terrifying, depending on the light. "I wanted to see my family together. The worst thing about being dead is missing all the gatherings, weddings, holidays, births, deaths." "They mourn you, even now, Aidan most of all. Perhaps it's time to tell one of them you are alive. Lady Judith could keep your secret." Joe knew that the argument would go nowhere, but he had to try. "Or Lord Clive. He is known to be a fine surgeon. He could look at your leg." "If Aidan would remain Duke and let me live in the shadows, I would try. But he would insist on stepping aside. I would be miserable as Duke, and you as well." Benjamin leaned forward to put his hand on Joe's knee. "Death has its advantages, Joe. I have my family in you." Moved with sudden emotion, Joe tapped the ceiling, and the carriage began to move out of the yard. "I merely follow the Prince Regent's orders. I'm to take good care of the hero who died for his country, and now spends his afterlife in a hidden office suite, poring over information the way Wellington used to pore over maps." "So you have told me." Benjamin leaned his head back, tired. "And you rarely make such a mistake with my name either. I'm Mr. James now, remember." I'm too old to change. Joe traced the lines of exhaustion and pain in Benjamin's face. As for Lady Emmeline and Montclair, I'm not certain this plan is going to work. It requires Lady Emmeline's cooperation, and that didn't end well before. Yes, but Montclair is the only man Lord Colin would trust to manage the search. Anyone else and Lord Colin would have felt obligated to search for her himself. Besides, if she's given us such a gift as to run away from her estate and her obligations, we should take advantage of it. With charters extending his reach across the country and the continent, we must find him. I told Montclair we have a plan to ensure her cooperation. Joe removed 2 plates and some table linen from a drawer beneath the seat, then took several jars and packages of food from the basket. We'll need the help of a solicitor for it to work. Benjamin watched Joe prepare their meal, his hands deliberate and efficient. I wish you'd mentioned that. Joe buttered a slice of bread and handed it to Benjamin. Aldine was here escorting Miss Equiano. No, we'll need someone more willing to twist the law to suit our ends. Benjamin took a bite of his bread, then closed his eyes. That's half the lawyers at the Inns of Court. Then choose one of those. Benjamin's smile split across the sides of his face, half warm, half terrifying. We need one especially good at breaking wills. Chapter 7. Jeffries led Adam to the estate study and shut the door tight behind them. The room was filled with trunks, all labelled Somerville. Adam could easily imagine their contents. He had 3 sisters after all, but his sisters were not aristocrats, and even combined their trousseaux wouldn't fill so many. The trunks were a striking reminder of what he'd never been able to forget, the great chasm between his place in society and Emmeline's. Queen Bess lay before the fire, her head resting on an overstuffed valise, her paws crossed regally before her. Her damaged leg, saved, he'd heard, by Lady Lucy's skill at sewing up wounds, seemed mostly healed. The fur almost covered the long scar from her knee to her ankle. Beside her sat an old-fashioned leather pack. "Ah, Mr. Montclair." Jeffries gestured to the leather pack. It seemed reasonable that an old soldier would carry an old pack. It depends. Adam stared at the bag. What war is it from? I believe Queen Anne's. Adam laughed. Jeffries didn't. Adam leaned over to scratch Bessa's head. The dog wriggled happily, moving Adam's hand down her neck, between her shoulders, down her back, and then, with a giant twist, across to her belly. It was like trying to catch the rainbow's end. His destination was always just a bit farther on. He patted Bessa's head in parting, and she lay back down next to the valise. He picked up the pack, surprised at its weight, and slung it over his shoulder, settling it into a position familiar from the wars. What's in this? Lead? I included some items of importance to Lady Emmeline. Jeffries unlocked a cabinet. As for her luggage, she will need to be gone for some time. Lord Colin would return in an instant if he hears she has come home. Luggage? Somehow Adam had imagined a quick run across country, horses changed at every post station, racing in a single direction only to turn and race in another. That plan allowed no place for luggage. Suddenly he realised how difficult the task the Duke had set him would be. The Duke expected him to escort Emmeline on an extended trip to nowhere in particular. Even his sisters with their limited wardrobes would need a great deal for such a trip. They would need luggage. Luggage meant a coach, coachman, postboys, and a lady's maid or 2. Then their caravan would lurch across the countryside until Lord Colin caught up with them, on foot. He rubbed his temple. They would be following no timetable. They merely needed not to be found. But where to go? The plan grew more complicated with each conversation. If her ladyship owns a carriage without any estate markings, I suppose we could carry luggage, Adam conceded. Outside the window in the chapel yard, the guests moved en masse towards the dining hall. Though the day was bright, the guests still hugged their coats tightly around their bodies. But Emmeline waiting for him in the forest had no shelter. He needed to move her to a safe, warm spot, and soon. At least he'd made sure that she had a heavy wrap. Once the guests were in the dining hall, he could slip away. "Many of the guests will be leaving tomorrow between 8 and 10. Jeffries removed a heavy bag from the cabinet. By noon, the road should be clear of them." "What of the Duke and his party?" "He rises early." Jeffries set the bag on the desk between them. "We anticipate he and his family will be gone by sunrise. Lady Fairburn has already returned to the Duke's London house with Lord Waldegrave." Adam noted the information. If only he'd fallen in love with Lady Fairburn when her aunt encouraged him to do so, Em and Lord Colin would have happily married. The thought made him shudder. He'd objected to the alliance with Lady Fairburn on the same grounds that he objected to one with Em. They came from different classes and different worlds. "After the Duke's party leaves, we could remove a coach from the carriage yard." "Her ladyship will prefer to ride." Jeffries motioned at the valise. "There's enough coin here to purchase whatever you may need on the road." Adam raised an eyebrow, having just been convinced to take a carriage. "We can hardly risk someone seeing her or her horse. No, a carriage will be best, and as you suggested, it allows her to take a trunk or two and Bess." Jeffries raised an eyebrow, but looking at Bess, he nodded. "Lady Emmeline won't like being away from Bess for too long." All the guests were in the dining hall, their conversation a low hum. Below, near the stables, 2 stable boys unloaded bags of grain. The estate was returning to its normal rhythm, even before the wedding guests were gone. Suddenly he realised how he could spirit Emmeline and her luggage away. "Jeffries, I know how we can make this work." Chapter 8. Emmeline was cold and tired of waiting. She'd walked a dozen slow circles around the altar stone, and she'd examined the oak's giant trunk in careful detail. She'd even amused herself by singing the tune that her mother claimed called the fairies into the human world. Neither fairies nor Adam appeared. She started another circle. At the house, she'd thought only of escape, to go somewhere, anywhere that would keep her from marrying a man she loved both too much and not enough. For the last hour she'd considered where she might go. Until Colin had brought up a wedding trip, she'd never thought of herself as a traveller, despite all the books she'd read of other places and peoples. For years after the accident, she'd refused to travel in any carriage, and later she would only travel distances that allowed her to go and return before nightfall. Broad daylight or ride horseback, that's what she needed to avoid the nightmares, though with Bess beside her she recovered more quickly. Colin, knowing her fears and knowing she'd left Bess behind, would feel compelled to try to find her. That would require hiding, at least until his men or the Duke's grew careless. That would add weeks, perhaps months, to her journey. The thought of being away from her estate for so long made her queasy. She breathed in deeply, hoping to settle the tension in her stomach. Would Adam even agree to so long a journey? She could travel to her father, as she and Colin had planned, but without Colin to urge her on, she was strangely reticent to do so. She had only 2 memories of her father. In one, he picked her up and swung her round and round, giggling until she was dizzy with excitement. In the other, he stood weeping beside her bed after the accident, repeating the word, broken. The word left a vicious blood-red stain on her memory. Then he'd left. She'd tried to call him back, but the laudanum made her tongue feel thick. She'd never seen her father again. Though her grandfather had been intent on keeping her memories of her mother and sisters alive, he would never tell her anything of his son-in-law. If she asked, he would pat her on the head, saying in a dark, burlap voice, "Not now, Emmy, not now." As a child, she'd realised what her grandfather and the servants weren't saying. Her father had left because of her, because she should have died with the others. Her grandfather, Lionel Morley, was the one who demanded she walk again, no matter how painful it was to try. She could still hear the boom of his voice bursting on her consciousness in 15 shades of red and brown as he bellowed the first doctor, the one who recommended amputation, out of the room. She'd never seen voices before the accident, and her grandfather had assured her it was only an effect of the laudanum. But when she'd stopped taking the drug, her ability to see voices in patterns and colours had remained. To care for her body, her grandfather had hired a local woman, a witch, the servants had whispered, while he read everything available on rehabilitating limbs. He'd even brought doctors from Switzerland to advise him. But in the end, her treatment was her grandfather's own and the witch's. She never told anyone the word she'd heard her father say as he left her. But through her pain, she determined, with her grandfather's help, to be everything that broken wasn't. In teaching herself to walk again, she taught herself to be resilient, determined, and more importantly, compassionate to those who, like her, weren't quite whole. Blind, deaf, mute, limbless, or simply poor, no beggar or traveller ever left her village hungry. Her kitchen and her hearth, everyone knew, were open to all. But if a father couldn't love his wounded child, would he welcome her now, with a walking stick and lame dog? Would her success at managing the estate be enough? Or would he look at her and call her broken again? In the forest behind her, a branch snapped. She flattened herself against the trunk of the oak to hide. But when she heard the chatter of an angry squirrel, she began her circuit again. It was colder now than before, and she pulled the shawl closer. Surely Adam would come to her soon. At least she hadn't left her estate. If he did abandon her, she could return to the house. With the help of Jeffries and Maggie, she could hide there until Colin came to his senses and married Lucy. Sam would ensure that the estate crops were planted and that the last of Bessa's pups were trained, but she'd be no better than a prisoner, unable to leave her hiding place while the world turned around her. No, Adam would come, no matter how much he appeared to dislike her. Once he'd made a promise, he had never broken his word. The unicorn proved that. He would come. The harsh trill of a blackbird sounded in the bare branches, but no blackbird answered. The sound felt lonely, stealing what little patience she had left. At the spot where two sections of the ancient oak grew together into a sort of niche, she sat down on a large knotted root, tucking her feet up under her skirts. Protected by the tree and wrapped in her shawl, she felt almost warm. Now that the excitement of escape had passed, she felt tired to her very bones. For weeks she'd been overseeing the wedding preparations and planning the estate's schedule and expenses for the coming year. She'd wanted to try some new methods in the land near the river, and she'd left Sam her plans all neatly written out. Sam had promised he would report how her plans were progressing. Suddenly she realized her escape separated her entirely from her lands. If she told Sam where to send his reports and Colin found out, he would feel obligated to find her. The realization felt like a stab to her side. She pushed the thought away in the sorrow that came with it. No, she would be back, and soon. Colin would realize he loved Lucy. The two would marry, and then Em could come home. But by abandoning Colin, she had forfeited his friendship and that of his family. The consequences of running cut deep. She tucked the shawl around her and leaned back against the oak. The light declined in the sky. Soon the rattle and shriek of the barn owls would announce the arrival of night. Adam still hadn't returned. Surely he would come to her soon. She closed her eyes, intending only to rest. Emmeline was woken abruptly by the scrabble of approaching feet. Then suddenly her lips were wet and her chin and her cheeks. "Bess, stop!" She held her arms up to fend off the big dog's happy greeting. Bess sat, but kept leaning forward to nuzzle Em's face. "I'd keep my voice low, my lady, as you know sound travels well from this clearing." It was Adam. He'd come. Relief made her wish to throw herself in his arms, but doing so required getting up. Her hands and feet were stiff with cold, and her knee ached from remaining in a single position too long. She would have to be careful when she rose, but her walking stick was by the table rock. Relief quickly mixed with annoyance. The winter sun, which set mid-afternoon, was drawing near the horizon, and her stomach insisted she needed food. All of it together made her petulant. "The Duke appears to have successfully discouraged your betrothed from searching for you." Adam dropped an overstuffed leather pack beside her walking stick. "But one never knows how quickly a wounded lover's disposition might change." She petted Bess, keeping her voice cool. "I'd expected you sooner. If to disappear you only needed to walk out of the door, you would have done it long before, and you wouldn't have needed a scoundrel's help." Bess looked from one to the other, as if their conversation were a bouncing ball. Adam's eyes, dark as sin, watched her warily as he held out his hand to help her up. She didn't want to touch him, didn't want to discover that his touch could still melt her defences. But accepting his help would be better than crying out in pain or stumbling when her knee gave way. At least they both wore gloves. Bess watched them both, her big black eyes pools of affection. Emmeline put her hand in Adam's, and slowly, gently, he pulled her to her feet. When Em was upright, though, Adam didn't let go of her hand. Instead, arm outstretched as if they were partners in a country dance, he led her carefully across the oak's spreading roots. As they approached the table rock, he raised her hands and turned her towards him, her partner in an imaginary waltz. In an instant she wondered how he might respond if she lifted her lips to his. But before she could do so, he stopped, having led her to her walking stick. Removing her hand from his, she picked up the walking stick and stepped out of reach. She might still long for the touch of his hand on her bare skin, or the press of his lips on hers, but she would not forget that by nature he was a chameleon. Like the demon lovers in the old ballads, Adam was a charmer, able to make anyone believe in him, whether he was telling them the truth or a lie. No, if their lips met today, she would taste only regret. "We have a little way to go before we reach tonight's hiding place." Adam seemed not to notice how quickly she'd stepped away from him, or perhaps he didn't care. "How quickly can you walk? We haven't much daylight left, and I hesitate to light a lamp." His observation seemed like a criticism. She almost snapped. Whose fault is it that so little light remains? But she caught herself. He had agreed to help her when he didn't have to, and she didn't know what troubles he might have encountered on her behalf at the house. "Set the pace. I can keep up," she said, testing her knee under her skirts to be sure. Bess, ever Em's protector, took her place beside Em's leg, offering comfort and reassurance. Adam directed Emmeline to the far edge of the forest. "We'll wait until the morning to travel from your estate. Tonight we'll stay where we won't be found." "There's nothing in that direction but forest." Em folded her arms over her chest. "And while you may be used to pitching a camp in any terrain, I'm hardly dressed for it." "Do you intend to be this difficult for the whole journey?" His voice sounded simultaneously amused and annoyed. Bess tilted her head to one side, her eyebrows meeting as she watched the pair spar. "If my asking questions strikes you as my being difficult, then I suppose I will be." Emmeline stared at him, intently. Bess lay on the ground and covered her ears with her paws. Em ignored the dog's commentary. "I intend to ask as many questions as I wish." Though she'd meant to be gracious, her nerves were exhausted. She raised her chin in defiance. "I trusted you once, until I learned that trusting you is a fool's game. This time I intend to be more circumspect." He faced her, his chin set taut in frustration. "It's not going to be a quick business to avoid Lord Collins' men. We'll be travelling together for weeks, perhaps even months, depending on our destination and the weather. If we fight at every step, we'll only make ourselves miserable." "There you are, being reasonable." But she felt her annoyance fade as quickly as it had flared. "Emmeline, I owe you this." He picked up the pack and threw it over his shoulder, I will help you because you asked me, but if you continue to berate me for the past, I'll find another way for you to escape Lord Colin." He paused. "I never meant to hurt you, and if I could change the past for you, I would." She said nothing. He sighed. "There's an old folly farther into the woods from here. We can spend the night there out of sight." She looked at him suspiciously. "Where?" But she began to make her way in that direction. "You curve around those trees there, then—" He paused. "Can you simply trust me?" "I believe I know the place you mean, but it's a ruin. No walls, no roof." She looked up into the sky, ever darkening. "And we can't light a fire, or everyone for miles will know where we are." "It didn't take much to make it habitable. All that time you were living on my estate." She felt as if he'd hit her in the belly. "Isn't it time to tell me the truth?" "I wouldn't call it living so much as visiting." He gave the last word a light tone. "I thought it would be safer to remain close in case you needed me." "Why would I have needed you?" she asked sincerely, his soft tone having made all her frustration drain down her spine. "The man you heard giving the orders to the cottagers was neither a rabble-rouser nor a revolutionary. Instead, he's a very dangerous man, with connections to criminal gangs across Britain and the continent." She nodded, taking it in, then stared him full in the face. "At some point, you are going to have to explain to me how you are alive when you should be dead. You know that." He held out his hands in petition. "I always intended to explain everything, but once you were engaged, my explanations seemed unimportant." It never felt unimportant. She heard the pain in her own voice, but she didn't explain. She feared that if she did, she would open wounds that could never close. "At some point I will explain everything. I promise, but not tonight. We are tired and hungry, and that makes us both short-tempered and unforgiving." Adjusting his pack, he pointed her through the forest. Eventually they reached a section overgrown and impenetrable, even in winter, where a thick veil of brambles blocked their way. "This way." He pointed into the brambles. "Through that? You haven't any way to cut through it unless that pack happens to contain a machete," she objected. "Luckily the ruins are in that direction." She pointed farther into the forest, away from the brambles before them. "I didn't say ruin, I said folly." He motioned for her to step to the side of a large tree, where the brambles grew up against its trunk. "Follow me?" "Lovely." She stared into the thicket. "I've recruited Robin Hood to help me escape." "I've always wanted to be Robin Hood, a gallant outlaw who defends the defenceless. And will you be my Maid Marian, Mavourneen?" She said nothing, just followed him behind the tree. There, at a break in the brambles, he stepped several feet forwards, then turned to the side and disappeared entirely from sight. She waited a few moments, then called out, "It's a maze." "Nothing so elaborate as that, merely a thick hedge of brambles through which I cut a path at angles. Can you follow me?" She stepped into the space he'd left, then turned to the side just as he had. She came face to face with another hedge of brambles. Bess growled low in her throat and crouched low, as if the brambles were a human adversary. "Turn back right, then take 2 more steps." She followed his directions and stepped into a small clearing. Bess behind her sniffed the ground. Across from her stood a folly surrounded by tall trees and the thickets that grew below them. Em turned around, surveying the area with wonder. "It's a perfect smuggler's lair." "I was afraid it might become one if anyone found it. It was one reason I conscripted it myself." "Who else knows this is here?" "Your great-grandfather kept it as a secret hideaway." "But who told you?" "An old man in the village. Your grandfather left him a pension to keep the place up, which he did until shortly before his death. When he learned I was a friend of yours, he gave me directions on how to find my way in and how to trim the thicket to obscure the entrance. After that, it was easy. The folly is quite well built." So let me understand this. My grandfather kept up my great-grandfather's folly, but never told me about it. He never told your father either. According to his gardener, he wanted a place of peace and calm. Why would his gardener tell you, a stranger, and not me or one of my men? You never offered the right incentive. Which was what? She rubbed Bessa's ears, the big dog's head coming roughly to her hip. Ah, my Lady Marian, would Robin Hood reveal the secrets of those who helped him? She rolled her eyes and followed him to the cottage. After the bramble, their path was easy. The cottage, for it was more a cottage than a ruin, was charming. Built into the side of the hill, the roof was covered with moss and leaves. In the spring, when the grass was full, one could likely stand on the hill roof and look down into the clearing and never realize there was a lodging below. The door was heavy, with wide slats nailed together on an angle. The door stuck a bit but gave way, creaking, when Adam pushed against it with his shoulder. He stepped back to let her in. It's dry enough, and there's an ingenious fire pit in the wall, allowing you to have a fire without it making too much smoke and revealing your lodging. The room was lightly furnished, a heavy wooden table, 2 open-back chairs, a pot on a spit. In the far corner near the back of the room was a cot. Bess circled the room, inspecting every corner diligently, looking for any hazards. I can't imagine that Robin of Locksley would find this a suitable lodging. Why? Adam looked around the room, clearly disappointed that she didn't find it as perfect as he did. There's no escape route. Em took her seat at the small table. If the sheriff were to arrive with his men, Robin would be trapped. That is a flaw in the design. He studied their surroundings as if he hadn't seen them before, but I'm not sure your great-grandfather anticipated this as anything other than a whimsical retreat. I feel neither whimsical nor in the mood for a retreat. She rested her head on her arms. Bess, unhappy that she couldn't see Em's face, stuck her nose inside the bend of Em's elbow and watched her with one eye. We needn't stay longer than tonight. As soon as the wedding guests have dispersed tomorrow, I can retrieve the carriage and your goods in it. And some other clothes, she said without thinking, meeting his eyes without raising her head. His eyes grazed her body, leaving a trail of heat and a melting sensation in her belly. She'd never blushed under Colin's gaze, but then Colin had never looked at her with Adam's open hunger. If she'd never known Adam, she wouldn't have known how much more could exist in a single caress, or how a single glance would warm her so quickly. She didn't look away, but instead gave him her own assessing gaze. He was handsome as ever, though in a rakish, criminal sort of way. Dark hair curled around his ears and neck, while his eyes, an impenetrable green, seemed to hold all her secrets. His face, though, was thinner, as was his torso. Lines at the corners of his mouth and eyes spoke of pain. You've been ill. No, not ill, hurt. Silently rebuking herself, she wondered how she hadn't noticed before. It's a hazard of my work. The crimes I investigate often take me to the rookeries and the hells. Death often haunts the places I must go. His face changed, as if he'd just heard the words he had spoken and wished he could take them back. Work, crimes, investigate. She repeated the words almost to herself, evidence of something she hadn't seen but probably should have. She felt her eyes widen as the final piece fell into place. Which one are you? What do you mean? Those names from that silly old book Colin used to name his colleagues in the Home Office. You know about his work for the Home Office? He watched her face. I've known Colin Somerville almost my whole life. She couldn't keep her voice from sounding annoyed. I've seen him grow from a child into a man. I kissed him goodbye when he went to the wars and woke him from nightmares when he returned. There isn't a single secret that Colin hasn't at one time or another shared with me. Who do you think taught me all about breaking codes? She paused. So of course I knew about the Home Office. I simply didn't know about you. Surely he would have warned me about you? He blinked twice but said nothing. So are you Lord Pettywhistle, Charles Daring, Frederick Mortmain, or—" She looked at the ceiling while she remembered. "Oh, it can't be." He waited quietly. "A. Fairweather." She shook her head. How perfectly apt! She was too tired, too spent from the day to find a better word. Adam stared at her for a moment, then he picked up his pack and set it on the table across from her. "If you still wish to know tomorrow, I'm happy to tell you, but your majordomo sent you some food. You eat, I'll air the cot." She looked at the bag of food and the cot, a thin, badly stuffed pallet of hay. She couldn't think. She couldn't even move. If she had to do one more thing, she would simply sit at the table and cry. She bent her arms to make a pillow and laid her head down on the table. Adam looked confused, for only a moment, then he moved into action. From the top of the pack he removed several large packets of food, bread, slices of roast beef, cheese, assorted sweetmeats, and a very large piece of the wedding fruit cake. He took a plate and fork from the cupboard, wiped both, free of dust, then served her hearty helpings of everything. She took the plate gratefully, eating something of everything, but she was especially pleased when he served her an especially large portion of the fruitcake. For weeks, she'd been sneaking into the kitchen to pour brandy over the cake and watch it soak. Her mother had made a fruitcake for their Christmas dinner, and it was the one thing about the wedding for which she felt a real excitement. The fruit and spices, mingled with the heavy brandy, tasted heavenly, and the brandy sauce on top left her giddy. After she finished her own, she kept trimming pieces off of Adam's portion until it grew smaller and smaller. Eventually, with real regret, she felt obligated to leave him a tiny sliver. Then, while Adam wasn't looking, she took the fruitcake's paper wrapper and licked it clean. With the help of the brandied cake, she soon felt in better spirits. Even so, she was still exhausted. She needed rest, real rest, before they travelled anywhere, and certainly before she asked Adam to explain why he wasn't a criminal. He should be a criminal. He kissed like a criminal. She almost giggled out loud at the word, repeating it a few more times in her mind. Having aired the cot's mattress, Adam returned to the table, wiping clean her plate and placing the remaining food on the counter. "Aren't you going to eat?" She knew he needed food. Something about his gait suggested that his wound, whatever it was, hadn't fully healed. "I will, but I thought you might wish to change out of your wedding clothes. Your butler sent a night shift and dressing gown as well as a walking dress for tomorrow's journey." Emmeline looked down at her wedding dress, still shimmering to her touch. She hadn't done any damage that a careful brushing wouldn't undo. But what would she do with it? It would be a shame to leave it at the cottage for the moths and mice to destroy, especially since it had been one of her mother's favourite dresses. But she had little desire to wear it again, and even less to remind herself how foolish she'd been in accepting Colin's proposal in the first place. Perhaps they could find a way to leave it for Jeffries. Adam stood watching her. When she raised her eyes to him, he stood still, immobile, like a hart in the woods. For a brief instant she thought she saw desire there, and fear. "I'll step outside and let you change." Adam didn't wait for her response. He leapt from the room as if he were running from the fires of Pompeii. "Is something wrong?" she thought, to call him back, but he was unlikely to answer her. Hadn't he already deflected most of her questions? A criminal, a rake, or a scoundrel wouldn't have left her to remove her dress alone, so why didn't he stay? But Adam apparently wasn't any of those things. Or was he? She couldn't seem to think clearly. Change and sleep, she told herself. Tiny covered buttons ran down her spine from between her shoulder blades to the base of her spine. She twisted sideways and unbuttoned the top, but no matter how she contorted her arms, she couldn't undo any of the others. The buttons were too small and their holes too tightly fitted. If she weren't careful, she'd tear the dress at the seams. She stood for a moment, not sure whether to laugh or cry. She would have to ask for help. Again. She opened the door several inches. "Adam, I need your help. I appear to be stuck." She pointed to her back to show her dilemma. A pained expression crossed his face, but he did not answer. He appeared to be thinking that if he ignored the problem of her dress, it would simply go away. She pulled the creaking door open wide. "Adam?" "Yes, my lady," he answered without moving towards her. "I promise I won't bite, unless you do." She surprised herself with the words, but once they were spoken, she could not regret them. Exhaustion made her giddy. If he would only look at her with desire, if he would only kiss her, she wasn't certain what she would do if he did, but she knew she wanted it. She'd wanted it since she'd seen him walking through the cemetery to her wedding. Since her mother's dress had already been carefully lined with linen, M's modiste had seen no reason to leave room in the design for a shift. If he helped her, he would be undressing her almost completely. The thought shouldn't have thrilled her, but it did, and she put her hand to her lips to hold back the insistent giggle. He shook his head, refusing to respond. He returned to the cottage reluctantly. She hurried back into the middle of the room, positioning herself between the table and the cot. She stood so that as he unbuttoned her dress, he could see the cot over her shoulder. Holding her dress against her bodice in the front, she looked over her shoulder to him. The modiste chose the smallest buttons available. "I can see that," he growled. Still wearing his gloves, he positioned himself at arm's length from her dress. He undid the first button with only a bit of trying, but the second wouldn't give. "Perhaps you would do better without the gloves," she said, sweetly. Cursing, he pulled his gloves off and threw them to the floor. Returning to her dress, he undid the first rank of buttons with unexpected precision. The dress released from her shoulder blades to the base of her rib cage, but the buttons against the small of her back refused to give. He tried several methods to create some give in the material, but none worked. "It might help to hold the material out from my back," she said, even more sweetly. The touch of his hand, even through the material of her dress, made her feel brazen. "You might need to hold the material from the inside." He cursed again, but he followed her direction. With delight, she felt the backs of his fingers against her bare flesh. With each button, his fingers brushed down her spine. She imagined him replacing his fingers with kisses, tracing the line of her spine with his lips. She felt her skin tighten with desire. What would he do if she let the material slide down her hips into a pool around her feet? Would he follow the line of its fall with kisses? Would his face darken with desire as she turned to face him, naked? She closed her eyes, remembering how it felt to love him. By the time he'd reached the last button, her face felt flushed, and the room had grown stiflingly warm. Even her desire to giggle had faded. She hesitated, suddenly sober, not knowing what she would do if he rejected her invitation. She felt the last of the buttons release, her back bare to the cold. "All done," he announced, hurrying out of the door and shutting it decisively before she could even say thank you. Adam walked quickly into the clearing. His healing arm ached, but he ignored it. M, exhausted and half-drunk on brandied fruitcake, was a complication. He didn't need more complications. He was more comfortable with the M who revealed her hurt as anger. Anger he understood. Desire could only lead to more regrets, and he already had enough of those. He gathered enough firewood to warm the room, but he waited to return until he heard no sound, not even the dog's gentle snoring, for the better part of an hour. Inside, the lamp lit the room with a warm glow. M was no longer at the table. Her wedding dress lay on the floor in a puddle as if she'd let it go and walked away. He set the firewood on the hearth, then returned to pick up the dress. His gloves lay on the floor next to the dress, touching the arm of the garment, as if the two were holding hands. In an instant, he remembered holding her hand, the feel of her flesh against his. The longing that was never far away when he thought of her threatened to overwhelm him. He pushed it away. He bent to pick up the dress, but stopped. Instead, he picked up his gloves and put them on. Then he picked up the dress. He didn't question the decision. Something about touching her dress with or without her in it carried an intimacy he could ill afford. He laid the dress on the table. Then, as if he were preserving a treasure, he carefully tucked the arms and flounce in, and smoothing it, turned the whole into a neat roll. He knew it was foolish, but somehow the gloves gave him the distance he needed. Losing Emmeline had broken his heart and spirit, and he'd only felt almost whole again by denying himself any hint of her memory. He removed the remaining objects from the pack and set them on the table. Then he filled the pack with Em's wedding dress. He didn't know why he saved the dress. Em certainly didn't seem to care if it rotted on the floor. But it was a beautiful dress, and if he ignored the occasion, Em had looked beautiful in it. He should have told her, but that would pose yet another complication. She might have run from her obligations, but she was still a manor-born aristocrat, and he was still an agent of the crown. Some distinctions weren't meant to be questioned. Em had taken both the night rail and the walking dress Jeffries had sent her out of the pack. He hoped to God she was wearing both of them. It was going to be a long trip. He pulled a chair to the doorway, an old soldier on night watch once more. He would make sure she reached wherever she wanted to go, and he would send the letters the Duke and the Home Office expected. He hoped that, at the end, he wouldn't be punished for helping her, and that his desire would burn itself out along the way. But he didn't think either scenario was likely. Chapter 9. Adam rose early, having barely slept. During his investigations into the wharf fire, he'd lived in the cottage for almost a year. But somehow, with Em sleeping inside, the night noises all sounded like men searching the forest. It, or Em's soft breathing, had kept him alert and wary. At daybreak he retrieved his horse from the old cottager, then rode to the village, and from there up the market path to Hartshorn Hall. No one could know that he had spent the night in the forest, or that Emmeline was hiding there. The Hartshorn Hall carriage yard was bustling. Stable boys brought round the carriages of the remaining guests in a steady stream. Children, who had only the day before been perfectly dressed and well-mannered, were exercising their animal spirits by chasing their siblings around the yard. Their parents, knowing they would soon be trapped in carriages, allowed the behaviour. Carriage by carriage, the wedding guests left for homes, in the country or in town. Adam slid from his horse and untied his pack. A stable boy led his horse away to be groomed. Jeffries gestured to him from the estate office door. "I assume you've come for the shipment of grain?" He tilted his head slightly towards a group of guests standing within earshot. Adam nodded. "Have you made it ready? I'd like to be on the road within the hour." Adam spoke loudly enough for the guests to overhear. "Ah, yes, sir." Jeffries held open the door, and the two men stepped through. Jeffries, in an instant, dropped all pretense. "As you suggested, Maggie and I packed the granary bags with those things we thought her ladyship would need most. We've strapped the whole lot to the roof and rear. Once you leave, I'll deliver it myself to Michael." "Can you give me a sense of which bags she might need sooner than later?" Adam looked around the room, still filled with her ladyship's trunks. Jeffries held out a packet of papers, folded and sealed. "For her wedding journey, we've made an inventory keyed to each particular trunk, so I've simply adapted it to the bags." "Were you aware she thinks to visit her father?" Adam set the pack on the desk. A pained expression crossed Jeffries' face. "Lord Colin gave her the idea. We perhaps unwisely kept the worst aspects of her father's character away from her. It was as her grandfather Morley wanted. Perhaps you should warn me about those aspects." Adam leaned forwards, listening. Of course, not one part of the plan could be easy. "Lady Emmeline's father is a petty, shallow man. Though not without intelligence, he was proud of his daughters because they were pretty, but jealous of his wife for the same reason. He had a theory that he could predict the cards, the dice, and the horses, using his facility for mathematical problems. He was a gambler." Adam noted the detail. If necessary, he could use it. Among other things, Jeffries shrugged. But he was and is Lady Emmeline's father, and despite the fact that he abandoned her when she most needed him, she has retained her childhood affection for him. Because she has only a child's memory of him, one that you and the others allowed to remain unchanged. Adam wanted to pummel someone. Emmeline's father, Jeffries, Lord Colin, Joe, any of them would do, and all for different reasons. Precisely, sir. Jeffries acknowledged, shamefaced. Lord Colin insisted on sending her father an invitation to the wedding, but none of us expected him to attend. Perhaps that is part of her motivation, to tell him the wedding was cancelled. Let me make sure I understand what you've told me. Lady Emmeline's petty, shallow father believes that his daughter has just made a fine match, one that solidifies his family's relationship with a wealthy duke. And we are going to visit him in whatever city he escaped to tell him that that very lucrative match is cancelled? Adam shook his head. I should have asked for more money. Jeffries looked stern. There is another issue. At that moment, a gaudily dressed woman shoved the door to the study open. It hit hard against the wall. A timid girl, clearly her hired companion, followed behind, pencil and notebook in hand. Adam recognized the woman but couldn't place her. I'll have none of that. The woman made a circuit around the room, picking objects up from one spot, examining them, then setting them down in another. And this room will have to be entirely redone. All this brown is completely out of fashion. Her ladyship keeps this room as her grandfather kept it. Jeffries spoke with a level tone, but Adam could hear the steel behind it. Our grandfather? The woman corrected, raising her hand above her head dismissively. Adam realized who she was. Stella Kane, Em's cousin. I'm afraid you are mistaken, Mrs. Kane. Jeffries spoke carefully, as if certain Stella would misunderstand. This room belonged to Lionel Morley, Lady Emmeline's grandfather on her mother's side. The grandfather you share with Lady Emmeline is Lord Norbert, Lady Emmeline's grandfather on her father's side. Stella waved her hand again. It's no matter, the room will still have to be redone. She picked up a small brass statue of a dog from Em's desk, frowned at it, then dropped it in the wastebin. Redone, all of it. Come along, Jones, we have other rooms to examine. Jones, shrugging apologetically, hurried to follow. What was that? Adam retrieved the brass dog from the bin and, brushing it off, returned it to the desk. Mrs. Kane is often confused about who owns Hartshorn Hall. Jeffries sighed, an expression of emotion that surprised and worried Adam. Now she's convinced that Lady Emmeline, by breaking her engagement and leaving the estate, has abdicated her right to the inheritance. Should I tell Lady Emmeline? Adam watched the butler's face fall. If you do, she will feel obligated to return. If she returns, she will feel obligated to marry Lord Colin, and neither of them will be happy, so you see we cannot tell her. Jeffries straightened his shoulders. Unless Mrs. Kane does something unexpected, Sam and I can manage her. Adam shook his head. Nothing was more likely to make Em want to kill him than keeping secrets about the status of her estate. It was good, he told himself wryly, that as far as many people were concerned, he was dead already. Chapter 10. Morning came early, and Emmeline woke to the sound of wintering forest birds. In the darkness of the folly, it took her a few moments to remember where she was and why. Adam was gone to her estate, she assumed. Of course he would need to make preparations for their journey, but somehow she'd hoped he would include her in the decisions, or at least wait until she awoke. It was foolish to have wanted him to stay with her until morning, especially since they weren't lovers. But she did want it. Badly. Leaving Colin at the altar had left her feeling unsettled, and even with all the months she'd spent distrusting him, Adam, or at least the Adam she'd thought she knew, was the closest thing she had to a friend. She slipped from her night rail and pulled on her walking dress, wanting to be fully clothed when Adam returned. Even so, his absence gave her time to think. The events of the day had shown her over and again how badly she'd misunderstood and misjudged him. Though she began the day believing that the deaths of the cottagers had permanently destroyed any good feeling between them, he'd responded quickly to her call for help, refused to accept her offer to pay him, and negotiated her escape with kindness even when she'd been unpleasant, overtired, and upset. And he'd done it all with no apparent wish for personal gain. That would have been enough for a day, but then she'd discovered that he wasn't the criminal rabble-rouser she'd believed him to be. No, all along he was an agent of the Crown working in the same division as Colin. Somehow he'd dismantled everything she knew to be true and given her a new set of premises to work from. It was as if she'd been looking at him through a distorted mirror, and now he'd given her a true one. If most of what she knew was based on false premises, then she couldn't know how she felt towards him anymore. She might have believed she loved him before, but she couldn't know if that was still true. In a way, that revelation itself made her angry, made the part of their affair that she'd believed to be true also a lie. She didn't know what all the revelations meant for her heart, and she would need some time to think it all through. But the brandy had made one thing clear. She still wanted to be his lover, and he had no interest in being hers. That posed a dilemma. She'd prefer him to think her a light skirt, willing to drop her dress for any man who could undo the buttons, rather than think she still loved him. She looked for the pack Jeffries had sent, but it was gone, returned most likely to the estate with Adam. In its place was the valise Jeffries had prepared for her escape. She hadn't looked inside before, trusting him to give her exactly those items that she would need. She opened it, eager to distract herself from the troubling question of her inconstant emotions. On top was a long silk bag holding a narrow mahogany box decorated with delicate inlays. Her grandfather had made the box for her, and inside it on purple velvet sat miniature portraits of her mother, 30, and her older sisters at 14, 13, and 12. For years, until she found Bess, the miniatures had been her talismans, protecting her from the nightmares. Geoffrey's kindness in sending them brought tears to her eyes. Em traced her sisters' faces once more. Her mother and the girls now looked impossibly young. She had grown old without them. She wondered who she might have been if the carriage hadn't overturned that night and her mother and siblings had lived. Their deaths had placed heavy obligations at her feet. She had become her grandfather's heir. Suddenly her ability to play an instrument or draw or sing was no longer important. No, her mind was devoted to learning how to care for his estate, to accounts and crops, animals and buildings, cottages and machinery. She'd learned about relations between the sexes from books on animal husbandry. And Adam. She turned the memory away. She returned the box to its silk bag and set it on the table. Next in the valise was her portable writing case with paper, pens, and ink, all in their neat places. Under the writing desk, a leather kit she recognized as her grandfather's contained various items for her toilet: brush, comb, tooth powder, pick, a needle, thread, and a dozen other things she might find useful. A welcome addition. At the bottom, Jeffries had included several packets of different sizes, all tied with twine into one package. Under the knot, the outside of a thick envelope read in Jeffries' hand, "Lady Emmeline, read this before embarking on your trip and before opening anything inside this wrapping." Em slid the letter out from under the twine. Her trip. Knowing Jeffries, the letter would be a gentle admonition, one written in love, telling her to be circumspect and remember her obligations to the estate and responsibilities to herself. Likely he would tell her to be wary of Adam, reminding her of her lapses of judgment in her dealings with him. She breathed in deeply and braced herself for the criticism. "My dear Lady Emmeline, I hope you will, as always, forgive the forwardness of an old man, but I have always seen you as a daughter. Even so, I have failed to give you the advice a father would. I came to your grandfather's house when you were but an infant, and I have watched you grow into a kind, resourceful woman, devoted to her obligations and moderate in her judgments. No one can complain about your management of the estate or its people. Your ready smile and quick wit make it all too easy for others to ignore how much you have struggled to walk, to ride, to thrive. But in the last year, I've come to realize that the woman you have become is not perhaps who you should have been. Em read the sentence a second time. In the last year. After Adam, Jeffries believed she'd become someone she wasn't meant to be. She had no wish to read the remaining pages, but Jeffries had asked her to do so. Out of respect for his constant kindness, she felt obligated to comply. She wiped a tear from her eye and continued. I know that you have been questioning your place in your future, and I have not been as helpful as I should have been. I haven't known how to advise you, but I would say this. Perhaps those questions trouble you because you have forgotten who you once were. Em could fill in the words Jeffries meant, faithful, sober, patient. She felt the tears well up, borne by sorrow, recrimination, and despair. No matter how much she'd tried to make up for her faults, she always failed. But she forced herself to keep reading. It was a penance for losing her way. Though you have devoted yourself selflessly to the estate, we who work alongside you have failed you repeatedly. She sniffed in surprise. How could he believe that? She read with more interest, wiping the tears from her cheeks. After the wreck, you grew up in a house of mourning. All the hopes of the household fell on your slender shoulders, and you bore them admirably. Over the years we watched as our devious, wily, clever, daring, inventive Emmy became the sober, careful, thorough, and thoughtful Lady Emmeline. Since Emmy and Lady Emmeline were both delightful, kind, and amusing, we told ourselves that the progression was natural, the result of growing from childhood to adulthood, but we were wrong. Devious, wily, this wasn't at all what she'd expected, but somehow his words touched a spot deep in her chest she had ignored for years. She felt one sort of tear end and another begin, this one born of an age-old loss. Do not balk at those terms. By devious, I mean you should deviate from the straight path in favour of the one you make yourself. By wily, I mean you should remain intent on what you want, despite the obstacles and even the consequences. Though I have 100 examples of those characteristics in you, here are only a handful to guide your way. I will tell you the others when you return home. She read through the examples, surprised that she didn't remember them all, and equally surprised that Jeffries thought them admirable. I have never seen you more vibrant than in the months your Mr. Locksley or Mr. Montclair lived in our forest. Why does it not surprise me he is an agent of the Crown? His work gave you a reason to rebel against all the strictures you took up too young. Though I am reticent to admit it, I believe he may be the man who can help you find the passion you have lost. But if you are determined to hate him, perhaps these packets will offer you glimpses of your past self and some direction on your journey to find where Emmeline and Emmy meet. She rested the letter in her lap. How had Jeffries known? And how had he known she needed permission for something she couldn't yet articulate? Bess, sensing Em's mood, leaned against her leg gently, nudging Em's hand, until Em acknowledged her. Em leaned her face down to touch Bess's head. "We're going on an adventure, Bess," she whispered into the dog's fur. But even with Jeffrey's guidance, she didn't feel adventurous at all. Chapter 11. Maid Marian. "Mavourneen, are you sleeping?" Adam called to Emmeline through the heavy cottage door. Em had already repacked the valise, tucking the twine-wrapped package, unopened, in last. But she still held Geoffrey's letter. She tucked it in her pocket. Wiping her face, she hurried to the door. "How could I be sleeping?" She made her words sound bright and teasing. "Every forest bird has been awake for hours. The continental waxwings are arguing with their cousins, the Icelandic redwings, over who has rights to the remaining rowan berries. Neither can understand the other's accent, though they know they are relations." "You can tell their songs apart?" Adam examined her eyes, bright if a little watery, and her complexion clear. The worry that had etched her face before her escape seemed to have disappeared overnight. "You can't?" She raised an eyebrow in mock suspicion. "Can a man who doesn't know a robin from a chaffinch be trusted?" "I, my dear Marian, know only Irish birds." He was grateful she appeared to have returned to her past good humour. She rolled her eyes. "I've promised to leave them whatever bread we have remaining." "Jeffries appears to anticipate your every wish." He held out the soldier's pack, full once more, a hearty breakfast and some food to travel on. She unpacked the food onto a piece of linen. More roast, more cheddar, more bread, and more fruitcake. Under the food were scissors and a penknife. She set them aside, not yet knowing how she might need them, but trusting that she would. Jeffries was either a magician or a miracle worker. His words had certainly changed her expectations for the trip. In one swoop, Adam stole the rest of the fruitcake. "Stop!" she howled. Breaking the cake into pieces, Adam threw it into the yard. Within minutes, a dozen different birds came to steal away the pieces. "Why?" Em was confused and disappointed. "It tasted delicious last night." Adam gave her a quizzical look. "Must you even ask?" Em didn't reply. "I suggest that you reserve eating fruitcake for your next wedding. Your husband can then manage the effects of the brandy." She turned her chin up defiantly. "I was merely tipsy." "Marian, call it by whatever word you like, tipsy, inebriated, intoxicated, or drunk, but you left your gown, your wedding gown, puddled on the dirt floor. I retrieved it and returned it to your house." "Oh." Her cheeks turned pink, then red. "I didn't know what to do with it." "When you are in a man's company, the best thing to do with a dress is to wear it." "I'm certain that you are wrong in that regard." Em refused to feel too chastened. "I remember another dress you liked a great deal." She regretted the words the moment she said them. To get along, they either needed to acknowledge their previous liaison or ignore it entirely. Without discussing it, they had decided to say nothing, and now she'd forced the question. The moment drew out long between them. She remembered his hands, his lips, his breath on her neck, and another dress falling to the floor. He breathed in and out as if under a spell. Then he shook off her words. "A carriage filled with your things waits for us at a nearby farm." Jeffries sent a carriage? Em looked uneasy. He suggested a curricle. Adam layered the roast and cheese on bread. But I knew it was a trick. A curricle is only practical for 3 weeks in summer. Perhaps he thought the curricle would travel faster. Em tried to salvage the conversation. Assuredly so. Adam held out a sandwich, wrapped it in linen. "Imagine the attention we would garner in an open carriage. A half-frozen aristocrat, wind in her face, travelling with no luggage, and a giant dog for a lap blanket. No, a carriage will be best." She began to eat her meal solemnly. Adam, satisfied that Em and Jeffries had been teasing him, continued. "Besides, a closed carriage can serve as an impromptu inn when one isn't available." "No," she said with more heat than necessary, shaking her head in small, sharp motions. "I won't ride in a carriage at night, and I won't sleep in one." He studied her, her hands shaking and her teeth worrying the corner of her lip. After her engagement, the newspapers had speculated on her reclusive nature, but during his investigation he'd found her candid and frank. As a result, he'd paid the stories little mind, but what if they were even half true? "How do you regularly travel?" He pitched his voice low and reassuring. "I don't regularly travel," she answered tersely. "I travel irregularly, and then only with a pressing reason. But we travelled all over the county together, and frequently at night. We travelled on horseback." He breathed out slowly, considering her responses. Her face had blanched white, but there was no reason to press. He would have other opportunities to discover her secret. He gave her his most winning smile. "I see there is a story here, Mavourneen. Story or not, I won't sleep in a carriage." She crossed her arms over her chest, defiantly. "You'll have to tell me eventually. The whole world will be watching to catch a glimpse of the woman who left a duke's brother at the altar." She looked at the scissors. In her mind she repeated Geoffrey's words, devious, wily, clever, daring, inventive, as if they were a litany. "Then I won't be a girl or a woman." He looked her over, his eyes caressing her curves. "That, sweet Marian, is entirely impossible." She picked up the scissors, holding them like a knife before her. Adam looked around the sparsely furnished cottage, ensuring he could run if she decided to stab him. He held out his hand. "Give me those." Instead, she took hold of a long hank of hair and cut it off. The hair fell to the floor like autumn leaves. "Em, stop!" She ignored him, cutting off more handfuls. "If I cut it off, we can sleep at any inn." "That isn't particularly even," he said, somewhat hopelessly. Soon her luxurious black hair lay on the floor at her feet. He looked at the locks, wishing he'd had one more opportunity to run his fingers through them. But while the cut hair lay gracefully on the floor, the hair on her head formed jagged angles. "How do I look?" She sounded pleased with herself. "Like a mad woman who cut her hair without the aid of a mirror or a maid." "It will grow," she shrugged. "Is it a sufficient disguise?" "It is sufficient to attract attention for its own sake. Give me the scissors. Perhaps I can make you look less like a molting owl." Reluctantly, she handed him the scissors, and he just as reluctantly removed his gloves. He'd always loved the silky smoothness of her hair. Sometimes, when she leaned her head on his shoulder, his fingers would seek out a particularly silky length and twist it round and round. Bracing for the sensation, he ran his fingers through her hair, assessing the damage. Uneven lengths and odd angles. He tried to make the strands fall mostly in the same direction. But he was not alone in trying to avoid the memory. Emmeline seemed to struggle against hers as well. If his hand brushed Em's neck or cheek, the fine hairs on her skin would raise in response, or her breathing would still until his hand moved to another place. Each time she would rub the spot with her hand, as if it were merely a tickle and not a reminder of other pleasures. But he knew better. He circled her head several times, trimming this section, then that, until the whole looked acceptable. There, that might do. She turned in a circle in front of him, letting him inspect his work. "Can I travel without attracting notice?" He shook his head. "You are still too pretty for a boy, and most boys don't have curves." She looked down at her breasts, frowning. Surveying the room, she took her night rail and began to tear it into wide strips. "What are you doing?" Adam decided to stop anticipating her actions. "I'm eliminating my curves." She wrapped the fabric over and around her bodice. "With my breasts bound, I should appear no different from any boy, pretty or not." Adam thought that was unlikely, but he said nothing. Em knotted the ends under one arm. "Do we have boys' clothing?" Adam handed her Geoffrey's inventory of the grain bag's contents. She read through it, pausing several times on particular items, then grimacing. "Nothing useful here, only dresses. Is anything left in the pack?" He opened the pack, pulling out a smock top, flat-bottom shoes, a straw hat, trousers, and a long strip of linen, formerly a cravat. "Ah, look there! Jeffries anticipated I would need a disguise," Em announced happily. Picking up the clothing, she made the chairs into a sort of dressing table. "Turn around." "Why?" Adam tried to imagine what she was building. A fort made of clothes? "I have to change, unless you'd like to watch." She stared at him boldly, daring him to watch her. Without removing her gaze from his face, she unwrapped her binding and unbuttoned the top of her bodice. He knew it was a dare. He wanted to stare at her while she undressed until she felt his gaze like an aphrodisiac. But he hadn't the courage. Instead, he walked decisively to the door. "Call me when you are ready." A few minutes later, Emmeline emerged from the cottage, transformed into a farm labourer. Bess at her side, she carried the old leather pack over her shoulder. Any single change wouldn't have hidden her identity, but the combination of changes in her hair, her breasts, and her clothes created a compelling illusion. The narrow scar at her jawline enforced the impression that she was a boy. "With that walking stick you could be a beggared soldier wandering the country," he said appraisingly, "and Bess completes the illusion, a soldier with his dog." He wondered if anyone would give her a second look. For that he was grateful. She laughed, a light, melodious tone. "We couldn't have planned it better." He took the pack and they made their way out of the bramble corridor and into the forest. "But you'll need to be quiet," Adam added. "Perhaps mute. Yes, mute would be perfect." "Why?" Em eyed him with suspicion, waving her walking stick. "Your voice, it's—" Adam couldn't tell her that her voice was richly sensual, teasing his desire with every syllable. "Perhaps you could change your voice to sound more masculine." "Lower? Does it sound better lower?" she said, her voice growing more husky. No, that was worse, far worse. "Not lower, perhaps slower and with more of a rural accent?" She repeated his sentence, more slowly and with a decidedly rural accent. That was worse yet. She sounded like a youth whose voice was changing. Bess sat back on her haunches, whining, then licked Em's hand as if to stop her. "Bess is right, talk as you normally do." He gave in, "But rarely. Your voice is low enough already, and trying to change it only makes you more noticeable." She shook her head at his indecision. They began to walk to the cottager's house, Bess ever at Em's side. The old cottager was the test of Em's disguise, but Michael ignored Adam's servant boy, focusing instead on Queen Bess. "Mr. Jeffries left a carriage, a team, and a load of grain for a man and boy walking Lady Emmeline's dog." Adam stepped into the cottage to press 2 letters and a guinea into his hand. His instructions were simple. 2 days hence the old man was to return Adam's hired horse to Warwick and post the letters. Michael bit the coin and agreed. "You the one searching for her then, Lady Emmeline?" "I am." "That's not grain in those bags, is it? When I find her, she'll likely want her wardrobe." Adam leaned forward. "You'll keep the secret?" "We'll do anything for Lady Emmeline," the cottager said as he led Adam back to the barn. There the 2 men hitched Em's horses to the carriage. The carriage itself was battered and worn, looking particularly appropriate for hauling bags of grain. When they pulled the carriage out, Adam helped Queen Bess onto the top, the big dog scrabbling up to perch happily between 2 grain bags. Em, her hat pulled down, climbed up next to Adam's seat. The old man pointed their way to the nearest town, then returned to the warmth of his cottage. As they travelled, Emmeline watched the landscape pass by. She seemed entirely at ease, quietly enjoying the various wildlife active during the day. Periodically she would point out an interesting bird, either by sight or by its call, but for the most part they travelled in a companionable silence. Adam enjoyed her delight at the common animals, a rabbit, a robin, all were met with the same good cheer. It was good she was satisfied with the simple pleasures of a carriage ride. Adam, in contrast, still struggled with how, where, and how long to hide her. They rested M's horses frequently. Hired horses rented from a string of inns would have allowed them to travel more quickly. The Duke had insisted on an accounting of the Hartley livestock as soon as they'd realised M was gone, so no one expected M to be travelling on her own horseflesh. "Are you travelling with any particular destination in mind?" M broke the silence. She was doing a good job of appearing a moderately hapless and somewhat quiet youth. "Whatever our eventual destination, for now, we want a place to hide for a fortnight. Somewhere no one will think to look for you, not the Duke, or your fiancé, or the Home Office." He raked his hand through his hair, wondering how much to tell her now and how much later. "From the moment Lord Colin received your note, he began reviewing your every conversation, hoping to predict where you would run. So, tell me, what is he going to decide?" "When we were young, I told him I wanted to travel to fairyland." She stared out over the frozen countryside. "If I were a fairy prince, I would carry you to fairyland, Maid Marian." Adam offered her a mock bow from his seat, "But that's a long journey through enchanted lands." "Well, if I can't have fairyland, we discussed going to see my father in Venice." "He'll be watching the ports, then. We'll need at least a fortnight for his men to grow tired and careless." He rubbed his chin. He disliked pretending that Lord Colin would be following them, but he had little faith that the Home Office wouldn't be. "I've been tending towards the coast, north of London." "Where are you considering?" M looked interested. "Yorkshire? Lincolnshire?" "Norfolk." "Great Yarmouth," she said with some excitement. "We could see the fleet." Her tone turned quizzical. "But outside of Great Yarmouth, do the Norfolk wilds offer many places to lodge?" "I thought we might visit my estate." He said the words carefully, bracing himself for her response. "You have an estate?" Her voice was softer than he'd expected, even questioning. "Don't sound surprised, Lady Marian. Even ordinary folk can own land." "I merely thought you never mentioned holding land." Her tone wasn't questioning, it was wounded. "I was Locksley then. You remember him, rogue and rabble-rouser. I believe you called him a scoundrel. I fear you are going to recuperate him entirely before this trip is done." She sounded disappointed. She brushed back a stray hair that had fallen across her eyes. Locksley's only responsibility was to his cause, not to family or property. "Are you married?" she asked with unexpected force. She leaned so far away from him that he almost thought she might leap from the seat. Bess nestled behind them, raised her head and growled. "Easy, Mavourneen. I have no wife, but I do have sisters, 3, in fact, and an equal number of cousins. All will be pleased to meet you, and all will keep your presence a secret." 3, she repeated, without sounding mollified. "They must have found you a terror." "If you must know, I was an almost perfect child." "Of course you were." M patted his hand condescendingly. The touch of her hand, even through gloves, sent a bolt to his spine. "Studious, retiring, the sort of boy who would rather read than fish or ride." She sounded so dismissive that he didn't wish to reveal how apt her description was. "I will leave my boyish character to your imagination." "I apologize, that was unfair, but I'm still reeling from the fact that all I know about you might not be true. I heard from the cottagers that you grew up an orphan in Belfast. I suppose that isn't true." "My father was English, but his living was in Ireland." "His living? Your father was a clergyman?" She shook her head in wonder and a little surprise. "So your name is Adam?" "My father named all his children after biblical characters, hoping we might mirror their virtues. I am Adam. My sisters are Deborah, Miriam, and Hannah, all prophets and judges. Deborah, however, broke the tradition with her children. She took their names from Colley Cibber and his plays." "But Adam isn't a particularly virtuous figure. Though Eve was deceived when she bit the apple, Adam chose to sin." You know your Paradise Lost better than your Genesis. Milton is a better storyteller than Moses. She shrugged. All those begats put me to sleep. I will remember that if you ever can't sleep. She looked at him sharply, rubbing Bessa's head. The dog looked from one to the other, her eyebrows raised. After a long silence, she added, When I was young, I read Lady Craven's A Journey Through the Crimea to Constantinople. A bit scandalous for a young woman? She shrugged. When you have no parents and a large library, you read where your inclinations take you. And he gave her a long, assessing look. Whenever Colin came to visit, I would read to him from it. I thought someday, when I was older, I would recreate her tour. Adam sighed. He will certainly be watching the ports. Chapter 12. We'll stop at a tavern about a mile ahead. Adam turned the carriage onto a broad road. It attracts a rough crowd, but your deserted husband won't— Former fiancé, Em interrupted, batting the side of his arm with her hand. Yes, him. He won't look for you there. The touch of her hand against his arm made him wish for more, but he needed to keep his distance. No good could come from forgetting why they couldn't form a lasting liaison. Then the tavern sounds perfect. She sounded amiable, even genial. Of course, the last time you promised that no one would look for us, we ended the evening fleeing the excisemen. Not this time. We simply need to avoid raising anyone's suspicions or ire. Adam knew he had to tell her. As for the excisemen, we were never in any danger. They work for the Home Office. He waited for howls of outrage, but she merely looked at him unblinkingly. Well, that explains why they were so bad at their jobs. She said nothing else for a very long time. At the tavern they locked Bess in the carriage with the windows down. Unhappy to be left, Bess howled, frightening the stable boys and other customers. Well, no one will try to steal a bag of grain while we're gone. Adam scratched the dog's head through the open window. Bessa's bark and bulk will terrify all but the bravest men, and the clientele here is more rough than brave. A tavern fit only for scoundrels? She asked with mock sweetness, pulling out a copy of Farmer's Magazine from those Jeffries had sent her. You have no idea. Startled, he surveyed the stable yard, wondering what she might have seen. Come along. Carry this. She held out the magazine. If you are intending to be a criminal again, I'll want something to read. The inside of the tavern resembled a rabbit warren. Doors led into small alcoves and somewhat bigger rooms. At the back, they entered a large open room, mostly empty of patrons. A bar ran along one wall, while recesses and odd corners lined the others. At one end of the bar, a hulking man whittled on a piece of wood with a large knife. Near the pair, in a back corner, 3 old soldiers huddled around a table, conspiring. From under the rim of her hat, Em studied each group. Rough men, just as Adam had warned. But it was true, Colin would never look for her here. In fact, Colin would likely kill Adam for even bringing her in. The old soldiers in the corner grew quiet, studying her and Adam. Reminding herself that she looked like a boy, she tamped down her discomfort. Over the years, she'd allowed the boundaries of her estate and the expectations of her duty to circumscribe her life, but she'd expected her duty with her wedding giving her the opportunity to rediscover herself. Devious, wily, clever, daring, inventive, she repeated Geoffrey's words as a reminder. Adam handed the barman a crown. Are you Bill? Aye. The barman studied Adam, then Em. I'm to ask for Joe's table. I'm expecting business. Before answering, the barman waved his towel at 2 barmaids who joined the 3 soldiers, distracting them. Joe, you say? The barman asked in a grey half-whisper. Adam nodded disinterestedly, looking around as if he was searching for someone. What's that under your arm? The barman pointed to the rolled-up magazine Em had forced Adam to carry for her. Adam uncurled it to show it held no weapon, then tossed it on the bar for the barman to examine. Em almost objected but stopped herself. A stable boy lamenting the loss of a magazine would certainly attract notice. "Farmer's magazine, you don't look like a farmer." The barman leaned down below the bar and Adam braced. But when the barman stood, he threw another magazine on top of Adam's. "Here's one if you want it." Adam picked up both magazines and handed them to Em as if to carry them for him. The barman confirmed all his patrons were well occupied, then leaned forward to Adam's ear. "After the tapestry, behind the first painting." Em followed the barman's nod to find the tapestry where the walls of the room met unevenly. It was so old, or the threads so poorly dyed, that the colour had faded almost completely. She could make out nothing but sinuous lines, curving then reconnecting. She studied it, trying to make out the scene. Adam left the bar, following the man's direction. Em followed close behind, looking, as he'd advised her, only at his back. At the tapestry she paused. She could make out 4 arms and 4 legs, but not the picture as a whole. Adam turned down a narrow hall, almost hidden by the tapestry, then disappeared. Em hurried to follow him down the hall, but she couldn't tell where he'd gone. On the left, about shoulder height, was a painting, a decidedly erotic scene of a man with 2 women. She raised her hand to touch it. The panelling moved backwards, becoming a door, and Adam stood in the room behind it. She quickly stepped in and shut the door. Lit from a window in the ceiling, the room was just large enough for a table, a chair, and bench seats running along 2 adjoining walls. Em studied the back of the door. Furring strips at the top and sides ensured that no light shined through to the hallway. Adam raised the wick on the wall lantern in the back corner, then took the chair. "Let's review the plan, but quietly. This room may be hard to find, but we can still be overheard," Adam warned. She took the bench seat across from him, tucking herself into the back corner. The door locks bolted. Adam pointed to the latch. "When I return, I'll call Bessa's name to let you know it's safe to let me in." "What if it's not safe?" He paused, knowing it was a fair question. "Wait till sunrise, then slip out. If I'm not in the carriage, go to St. Giles's in Norwich. Ask the vicar to take you to my sister's, but it's afternoon. It should be safe enough. I'll order some food and bring it to you when it's ready." "Why can't I simply eat out there with you? I saw plenty of cubbyholes where we could be unobserved." "I can't risk for the sort of man out there to fancy a pretty boy or discover that you are instead a very pretty girl. To do my job, I need to know you are safe. Once you bolt the door, this room gives you some protection." Adam shook his head decisively. "With any luck, we'll be fed and gone before many more men arrive. Besides, the man I'm meeting is perceptive enough that it wouldn't take him long to fill in the line between a missing heiress and the disguised miss in the company of a Home Office agent." "Agent?" She repeated the word, then gestured towards the walls. "How do you know about it? This room, I mean." "The Home Office maintains places like this, or better, across Britain. It's a necessity of our work." He rose. "I'll return as soon as I can." "With food?" "With food." He shook his head, smiling. Then he was gone. She bolted the door, then returned to her seat in the corner. She was grateful, both for the farmer's magazine Jeffries had put in the pack and for her forethought in making Adam carry it in. But she didn't turn to it right away. Instead, she read Jeffrey's letter again and tried to imagine ways to become devious, wily, clever, daring, and inventive, but she came up short. Sometime later, the seat on the other side of the wall creaked loudly. A big man by the sound of it, settled in. Em realized if she placed her ear just right against the wall, she could hear a whole conversation. A barmaid, her voice a husky green, soon joined the man, offering innuendo and outright propositions. From the sound of the ensuing giggles and smacks, both appeared well acquainted with the other's wares. After some time, the giggles became squeals and heavy breathing. Em tried to focus on the farmer's magazine, but the article about breeding cattle seemed entirely too apt, as did the one on irrigating land. She picked up the bartender's gift, a 5-month-old gentleman's magazine, and settled down to an article on antiquities in Norfolk. She always followed the discoveries of the Antiquarian Society, so she hoped it would prove a perfect distraction. After some time the barmaid took her leave, and a second man joined the first. She could hear their conversation only indistinctly. The creaking wood of their seats and the increasingly noisy bar muddied the textures of their voices. "Ah, flute. Have you enjoyed your time in the country?" "I inspected that piece of land we've acquired. It is near to where you think the canals will be dug. There's not much to it as land goes. Explains why its previous owner was so willing to let it go." "Ah, yes, the follies of the gambler." Flute laughed. "If a man cannot afford to lose but still gambles, then he is a fool, and if we take from him that which he should not wager, then we simply help him realize that he must change his life." "That's one way to view it. Those Methodist preachers say we lead him down the path to destruction." "Ah, visiting the revivals again, are you, Flute?" "I find it better than the theatre, and cheaper." "Then let's say it this way. We are simply setting our man one step closer to his salvation. By losing everything, he will have more reason to ask for the help of the divine." "You can turn any disadvantage to an advantage." "It's the beauty of a university education." "I doubt they meant for you to become a criminal." "They had no expectations other than that I learned to use my mind, and I did. I suppose some of my old teachers might even be pleased. Besides, what is this new world that the French Revolution has created but the time for talented men to rise up and rule?" "Talented men born to wealth, that's no change. As for the wedding, did you accomplish your ends?" "A bit of drama there, and as you say, cheaper than the theatre, but in the end I had better luck than I'd imagined." "Go on." "When I arrived, the Duke and groom were greeting guests outside the chapel, but I was saved from having to speak to them by some foolish woman in a hideous gown who failed to give the Duke a full court curtsy." "She failed?" "Quite spectacularly. Then you should have heard her howl when her dress was too large for her own pew, and she had to move back to sit in mine. The foolish woman turned out to be the bride's cousin and quite chatty. I learned a great deal from her while we waited, and we waited a long while." "You don't typically like chatty women." "More precisely, I dislike women with more words than sense. Intelligent women I typically enjoy. Agreeable conversation with a bright mind, particularly one used to being ignored, often leads to other sorts of pleasurable encounters." "That explains your recent affection for the Countess." "And that the Countess is flexible. You must add that to the list. Remarkably flexible. The woman at the wedding less so because of all that fabric and far less intelligent. But once she found out my rank, she was equally willing, if not insistent. And who am I to refuse a desperate woman? Luckily for most of our engagement, the fabric muffled her voice. I must say I've never realized before how useful a vestry is for a liaison." "So is that all to the wedding? A quick touch-up in the vestry?" "Ah, no, Flute. I learned a great deal we will find useful, perhaps even profitable. As for the wedding itself, there wasn't one. My old friend's daughter decided to scamper." Old friend. Em couldn't believe it. Her father was an old friend with a criminal. Perhaps they knew each other before the man became a criminal, not after. Perhaps they met at university. Perhaps. She pressed her ear into the corner, trying to hear better over the noise of the tavern. She could see his voice best when he called out something to the barmaid. The more she listened, the more she could see the colour of his voice, and the more convinced she became that he was the man whose voice Adam had asked her to remember so long ago. The man who hired the cottagers and sent them to their deaths, the one Adam had told her was dangerous. She tried, but she couldn't hear his companion call his name. Remembering the cottagers and their families left her feeling nauseous. She wanted to bolt, to rush from the secret room and find Adam, but she did none of those things. Instead, she forced herself to listen. She needed to be certain it was the same voice she'd heard that night, the one giving the men their orders, the one who was still alive, the one who was friends with her father. As she listened, another man joined them, but she couldn't see his voice at all. His seat was too far from the adjoining wall. The conversation turned to other business, the cost of coffee, of bread, of shipping goods across the ocean to Africa, of profits to be made on sugar and smuggling. She tried to remember all the details. She closed her eyes, struggling to hear the third man's voice. She should tell Adam when he returned that she'd heard him, the voice of the man he had been searching for, that he was here in the tavern. But what would that mean for her father, of his friendship with the man who was likely, as Adam had described him, a criminal of the first order? She heard a bellow and a crash as a fight broke out in the tavern. It lasted several minutes, with bodies falling and men grunting. At one point, a piece of furniture crashed into the wall that separated them. Some time later, the seat creaked again and the third man took his leave. She could make that part out from the other men's responses. No, she couldn't tell Adam about the criminal, not in a place where they couldn't follow him without exposing themselves to danger. But what should she do? A moment later she heard a tap at the door and Bessa's whispered name. Em unlocked the latch. As she did, she realized that the third man talking with the criminals might well have been Adam. "We need to leave." Adam slipped through the door, his shirt collar bloody, his voice a grey whisper. "What happened?" she whispered back, not wishing to give away their hiding place. "Are you hurt?" She studied his face, trying to determine if the blood was his. "You are not the only one who wishes me dead." He held his hand out to help her up. "I don't." She put her hand in his and he helped her rise from the bench seat. "I mean, not now." "Well, that's somewhat better. I will count on you to let me know when now ends." His words were teasing, but his face was pale, too pale. "I find it's always best to prepare for one's death." "Shouldn't we discuss that somewhere else?" She stepped between Adam and the door. The men next to them were either gone or silent. He smiled wanly. "An excellent idea, Mavourneen." His eyes squinted in the dim light. "Our friend Bill tells me that we'll find a way out behind one of the other paintings. I'll go first, you're bloody, and we can't afford you drawing too much attention. Wait here." He didn't argue, stepping back from the door to let her past. She slipped into the narrow hallway, letting the door to the secret room shut flush behind her. She started to search the hallway for the exit, pressing the wall behind or beside each painting. But then she stopped. She couldn't tell Adam about the man whose voice she thought she'd recognized, not with the questions about her father unresolved. If the man were as dangerous as Adam said, then Adam might find blood on his collar, the best of his outcomes. But if the pair were still sitting in the dining hall, she might be able to get close enough either to see their voices better or see their faces. She owed Adam that much for helping her. She walked back towards the bar room. She peeked around the corner, hiding her body behind the old tapestry. The tavern had filled since they arrived. The men were rough and rowdy. A giant of a man sprawled unconscious on the floor, his shirt covered with blood. One of the barmaids splashed water on his face, but he didn't wake. While she watched, another fight broke out, one man throwing another into a nearby table and onto the floor. As he advanced to land another blow, the man who had been seated at the table rose, then broke his chair over the aggressor's back. The room paused for a moment, then returned to their drinks. While Em watched, a barmaid stopped at the corner table, flirting with the two men. The woman was older than Em had expected, with hair yellow as flax. Em could see broken bits of her voice, the same husky green as before, and she wondered how many customers received such personal attention. One of the two men she'd listened to rose to leave the table. Em leaned forward in anticipation, the tapestry falling back against the wall. She was fully exposed to the view of the room, but she didn't notice. Instead, she watched the man. He was large, very large, wearing a heavy cloak, with the hood pulled forward to conceal his face. The barmaid whispered something, and the man responded with a quick slap to her buttocks. The two laughed as the hooded man handed the barmaid a coin and pointed to his companion, still hidden from view by the wall. As the barmaid joined the man, Em inched forward. Given what she had heard earlier, she hoped the pair would be too engaged to notice her. If so, she might be able to catch a glimpse of a face. Perhaps she even knew the man who claimed to be her father's friend, who had received an invitation to the wedding and who Adam had said was the greatest villain in England. Just 2 more steps and she'd be able to see them. The table had been moved to the side. The woman's top was around her waist. Her back was bared to the room. Her skirt split over the man's lap. His face was buried in her bosom as he lifted her up and down. Suddenly, Em realized that the sinuous lines of the tapestry were erotic and the pair were replicating the pose. Just a few steps more to see the man's face. Em! Adam hissed her name, then grabbed her elbow and pulled her back into the hallway. As the tapestry fell back into place, she could see the giant man on the floor rise to his knees. In a rough cochineal red, he bellowed, "Adam! Cavendish!" "Does he want you or some other Adam?" she asked in her sweetest voice. "We have no time to spare for jokes. Follow me." Adam led her down the hall to another painting, this one no less erotic than the other two. In it, a man stood before a woman seated on a pedestal with her legs over his shoulders, as 2 men watched from behind a screen. Em suddenly realized where she was and why Colin might be shocked to find her there. With an equal shock, she realized why Adam wanted to keep her hidden. Adam pressed the panelling at a spot in line with the woman's pointed foot, and the door opened. He pushed Em into the secret passageway, then followed, shutting the door quickly behind them. She could hear crashing and more bellowing. This time the man's voice came from the hallway they had just left. "I know you are here, Cavendish. You have something I want, and I will have it, I tell you." The man beat his hands against the walls, either because he knew of the secret passageways or because he was drunk and angry and the walls were convenient victims. They leaned against their door, holding it in place in case he found the secret latch, but the man bellowed past. "What now?" she whispered. "Bill said this passage leads outside. Let's hope it's near to the carriage." Adam's face was pinched. Em could see now that he was in pain, and she felt guilty for having made him wait. "This way." Adam led her down a dim, narrow hall, lit only by a slit in the ceiling. They turned into another passage, narrower still, until they had to walk single file. Then it ended. Adam pressed the panelled wall in front of them, searching for an exit. Nothing, and no painting to direct us. "You seem to have a penchant for hiding places with no escape route." "I appear to." Adam leaned against the wall, all the exertion and his wound draining his energy. She had to get him somewhere safe and fast. "Let me try," she whispered. As she slipped past him, she pressed her fingers into all the cracks in the panelling, but nothing happened. She felt him slump a little behind her. "To get here we had to use the paintings," she said, mostly to herself. "What if we have to do the same here?" Adam said nothing. She thought back to the other paintings, remembering how the bodies were positioned, and how those positions existed in relation to the door. Then she thought of the sinuous images in the tapestry. If the tapestry was the size of one of the small paintings, and if it were hung at about shoulder height, then the woman's feet would be pointing. She pressed a small dot in the panelling and the door opened. They were standing at the far end of the carriage yard, only feet from their team and coach. Queen Bess, seeing them from the window, let out a happy howl. Adam pushed Emmeline forward and they ran across the yard. Even with her weak leg, Em reached the carriage first. She opened the door and Adam, groaning, fell inside. She pulled herself up behind him. "Tell me what's wrong," she demanded, more afraid than angry. "I just need a few minutes to rest, then I must move the carriage. When Big Mark realizes we aren't in the brothel," she filled in the word and waited for him to deny it. "I should have predicted you would figure that out." He rose but swayed a bit. Em grabbed his arm to help right him. He winced, and a moment later blood began to drip down into his hand. She stared at it. Adam noticed her gaze. "It's nothing." He wiped the blood on his clothing. "I've had worse." "I touch your arm and blood runs down it. That's not nothing." "It's a wound. I tore it open yesterday loading the coach. It took a hit or two from a chair during the fight, but it will close again. I'm simply tired." "Let me see it." She reached for his arm. "I'd prefer you didn't." He grimaced as he took one of the seats. "Let me see." Her voice grew more determined. "You won't be satisfied until I give in, will you?" It was a statement, not a question. He held out his arm. Carefully, Em rolled back his sleeve, revealing a deep cut about 6 inches long. She traced the edges of it gently with her finger. "It's hot and angry." "I know." He leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes. "I should have known he'd be reluctant to forget our last meeting." "Which was?" She touched his forehead. It wasn't hot, but a thick welt and accompanying bruise had begun to form on his forehead. "An exchange of goods. He wanted more for them than I was willing to pay." Adam battered her hand away but didn't open his eyes. "Just let me rest, Em. It was a fist fight, not Waterloo. I've seen worse. Chairs are more than fists, and I heard bodies crashing into walls. That was him, not me. He may be big, but I'm agile." He laughed, then coughed, then groaned. "But we can't stay here. I've seen him turn a carriage over when he's mad." He started to push himself from the seat, but wincing sat back down. "Perhaps another minute won't matter. I may have broken a rib or two, but he'll have trouble looking in a mirror for some weeks." "Just a minute." In a minute he was unconscious. Em patted the seat beside Adam, and Bess jumped up beside him. "Take care of him, girl. Besides, I'm a better driver than he is." She slid down from the carriage to the ground, making sure her knee landed just right. She looked back in before she shut the door. He had already slumped over and was resting on Bess's giant back. Bess, meeting Em's eyes, raised her head and licked his face. Em smiled to herself. Bess was on guard. After checking the horses, she climbed to the coachman's seat and directed them through the stable yard. Big Mark, leaving the tavern, ran after the carriage, bellowing for her to stop. "Cavendish! I know you're in there." Not knowing if he could turn a moving carriage over as well as a stationary one, Em directed the horses to pick up their pace. At the crossroads, she turned the carriage away from him. Big Mark ran after for 20 paces or so, but his stamina didn't equal his strength. When he stopped at the edge of the lane to bellow some more, Em breathed a little more easily. Cavendish, she repeated to herself. How many more names would she discover Adam used? The thought only half amused her. She'd fallen in love with Locksley, asked Fairweather for help, and had run away from a brothel with Cavendish. Was each man Montclair under a different name? Or were they all merely roles he played on a stage created by the Home Office? When she looked at Adam, she saw a man she had loved. But did that man even exist? Or was he, like every character played on a stage, merely a performance, a ghost, who now haunted her? Chapter 13. As the sun began its decline into evening, Emmeline pulled the coach to a stop. They'd been travelling only about a quarter of an hour past the brothel, but with every turn of the carriage wheels the road grew more and more desolate. She needed a posting inn and an apothecary, and both of them before dark. She dropped carefully to the ground and opened the carriage door. Adam was still sleeping, this time his head on Bess's back. It looked uncomfortable for both man and dog, but long-suffering Bess only looked at Em with big soulful eyes. You aren't exactly a pillow I can fluff and rearrange, are you, girl?" She gave Bess a good scratch under the chin. Bess nudged Em's hand until the scratch made its way to her ears. Then she leaned into Em's hand, making a happy, guttural noise in her throat. Em waited as she always did, giving Bess a full minute of pleasure before she kissed the big dog on the head. "Why don't you move to the other side? Rest your leg." Bess, understanding, waited until Em lifted Adam's head. Then she followed Em's directions, stretching her long length out on the opposite seat. Em placed Adam's cloak as a pillow under his head. She touched Adam's cheek, relieved to find it still cool. She wanted to let him sleep, but she couldn't, not on an unfamiliar road with night coming, not without medicine. "Adam, wake up. I need you." Adam mumbled something incomprehensible, and she shook his unhurt shoulder, gently trying to wake him. Adam didn't want to wake up. In his dreams he was reliving his conversation with Big Mark. At first, Big Mark, a former courier for the Home Office, had seemed happy to carry some letters to Manchester to post. But when Adam tried to pay, Big Mark had pushed the coins away in disgust, demanding more, much more. He insisted he'd never been paid for his last job. Adam had tried to object. He'd seen Joe leave the Home Office with Big Mark's money himself. Big Mark had said something about Joe that Adam needed to remember, but the sentence stayed out of reach. Then, without warning, Big Mark had picked up a chair and broke it over Adam's back. "An apothecary, Adam, where is it?" Em's voice collided with the pounding in his head. He struggled to pull up a mental map of the road they travelled. "A mile or so farther, in a village." "Which road, Adam? From the brothel, which road?" Her voice was more insistent. "We've gone a mile already." "It doesn't matter, we can't stop." His head started to clear. "We can't take the risk." He shouldn't have taken the risk at the brothel. He and Em should have merely eaten and left. He would have to find another way to post his letters, one that didn't reveal where they were. He forced his eyes to focus on Em's face. At the word risk, Em's face turned angry. "Which risk? Surely you mean the risk of foregoing treatment and watching your arm grow green before the surgeon cuts it off to save your life, if your life can be saved? Or perhaps you mean the risk of keeping your arm but losing the use of it. Surely those are the risks you don't want to take, and I agree, I don't want to take them either. We must treat your wounds now." Her anger brought him fully awake. He started to object. He'd been hurt far worse before. He was only tired because for weeks he'd been unable to sleep without dreaming of her marrying another man. Then he'd found no rest on the trip to her nuptials, nor during his watch over her last night. He merely needed a nice long nap and a few days' easy travel. Bess, hearing Em's voice shudder, put her front paw on Em's arm to comfort her. The dog's foreleg was ringed with a thick, angry mess of scars, and suddenly Adam realized all the things Em was leaving unsaid. He'd heard the story of Bess's injury from a furious Colin. Someone had set a man-trap on the side of a hill. Em regularly jumped with her horse, positioning it to ensure that neither horse nor rider would survive their fall. But loyal Bess, to save her mistress, had jumped into the trap herself. The jaws had broken her leg, destroying the outer flesh and ripping the muscles from the bone. Bess had only herself been saved because Lady Lucy, a former Waterloo nurse, had used her skill to set the bone, then sew the remaining muscle and sinews back together in layers, from the bone to the outer layer of skin. No one, except Em, had believed the dog would ever walk again, because no one but Em had had to learn how to live after a serious injury. "Adam, come back to me. Look me in the eyes, Adam." Em's cool hands turned his face towards hers. "I hear you." His voice, touched with emotion, sounded uneven even to his ears. He put his hand on top of hers. "I see you too." And he did. The Em, who regularly hid how much her leg still pained her, was braver than most of the men he knew who'd served at Waterloo, and she never expected a medal or fanfare for her daily courage. Her face flooded with relief. "You looked so far away, and your face turned so red and mottled, I was afraid you—" He folded her hand in his. "I was merely realizing that I should listen to your advice, or else I'll never be anything more than a scoundrel to you." She looked surprised and a little touched. "You'll know the apothecary by his sign, a bird drinking from a mortar and pestle." He laughed, suddenly finding the sign terribly amusing. "I wonder what drugs an apothecary would make for a bird." "Go back to sleep." She shook her head. "I'll wake you when we arrive." "No, I'll drive. Someone will see you," he objected, sitting up too fast and feeling his head reel. "If you try to drive, you'll fall off the coachman's seat." She brushed her hand over his face, encouraging him to close his eyes. "Remember what you told me. People see what they expect to see. I will be a stable boy driving the carriage. I give them an illusion, and they will fill in the rest." Yes, the words felt thick in his mouth. The rest. He fell back to sleep. Em drove another half-hour before the village came into view. She thought of Geoffrey's letter and of Adam sleeping inside the carriage. Certainly she'd never felt more alive than the months when she and Locksley rode the land together. But did that vibrancy, as Jeffreys called it, come from their passion for ideas, or for each other? Or was it something of both, an affair rooted in attraction and shared ideals? She couldn't know. Of course, that first night in the forest, drawn to him by his singing, she hadn't known his politics. Instead, she'd looked into his eyes and seen something of her own loneliness there. Their kisses, so heady, had been rooted in that first deep and inescapable sense of connection, of knowing each other despite never having met. Their affair had begun then, though it had been months before they'd become lovers. As she drove, she let herself remember it all, from lying in his arms flesh against flesh, his kisses soft on her neck, to the pain of longing for him after he'd disappeared. But which man had she loved for all those months? And if the opportunity presented itself, would she risk her heart again? Or could she merely enjoy the pleasure of his company and of his body for however long they were together? And could that be enough, at least, to help her learn to be daring again? The apothecary's sign wasn't hard to find. It was almost the only business. Acting like a servant with a mission from his employer, Em put her coin on the counter, describing Adam's wounds and asking for medicines to treat them, along with a bottle of whiskey. Since there was no public stable, she asked to buy some feed for her horses, and the man sent his boy to the barn to accommodate her. The boy had even carried the bucket of feed to the carriage for her, running back in to say that the biggest dog he'd ever seen had watched him from the window. The apothecary gave her the whiskey first. Then he collected his ingredients from large glass containers lining the walls. Some he combined in his pestle, others he mixed with oil. A third group he simply measured and wrapped in heavy brown paper. He labelled each small packet, writing the dosage and means of delivery. Some could be dissolved in water and drunk, others needed to be applied as a poultice. As for the broken ribs, he prescribed only willow bark and bandages until they healed. "My master wishes to know where he might find a night's lodging," Em said in her best, slow, low voice. "Well, you're far from the market roads." The apothecary's voice was an olive-green tweed. "The closest posting inn is 10-12 miles away, though if he's the sort who likes a little play, there's a brothel 3 miles west. They sometimes rent out rooms for the night when business is slow." She started to ask the direction of the inn, but remembered she should leave no trail should someone be looking for her. "I'll tell him. He may like that." The apothecary held up his finger. "Wait a moment." He opened several small glass jars, then mixed a variety of herbs in the pestle. "For you. This will ease your throat until your voice comes in." Em kept her face neutral, thanking the man for his kind attention, but as she left she swore that when she was a boy she would say less. Much less. Chapter 14. The sun was declining quickly, and Emmeline still hadn't found lodging. No cottages, no inns, no taverns, only a narrow, lonesome track of the most desolate road in all of England. But the apothecary had said as much. 10 to 12 miles on good roads would take several more hours. She held her hand up between the sun and the horizon, each finger a portion of an hour. She didn't have several hours of sunlight left, and the road had turned uneven and narrow. With close hedges, the road provided barely enough room for 2 wagons to pass abreast. Even if Em knew her destination, she couldn't navigate it safely at night. Em tried not to think of that, of being trapped on a deserted road in an overturned carriage, with only the dead as company. But in the tightness of her chest and throat she felt her old anxiety reasserting itself. "I'm not alone. I have Bess and Adam with me." But repeating the words did nothing to make her feel less afraid. She touched Geoffrey's letter through the fabric of her trouser pockets. Was this what he'd meant by daring? Visit a brothel dressed as a boy, drive a carriage with a wounded man in it, stay overnight in a carriage, her chest tight and pounding? If this were daring, she preferred being stayed. Since they'd left the apothecary's, they hadn't passed so much as a wide spot to rest the horses, and with night coming on she couldn't afford to stop on the road itself. It would be too dangerous for other travellers, especially after sunset. Of course, most travellers after dark would likely be up to no good. Even if she could find a safe place to pull the carriage off the road, she still couldn't stay the night in the carriage. Adam would never let her sleep on the ground, not with her breath already ghosting white. In the carriage, he would say, they would have less trouble keeping warm. She felt her cheeks blush at the other times Adam had kept her warm, but those had mostly involved a proper bed. The road narrowed to the width of a single carriage. On either side, the trees, their branches bare of leaves, reached across the road, creating a dark tunnel. Their shadows all but covered the road. She tried to see to the end of it, but in the distance the road faded into dark. "It's merely a curve," she reassured herself, wishing Bess were riding beside her. "The road is too well maintained for it simply to end." But her fast-beating heart didn't listen. She led the team into the darkened tunnel, distracting herself with the memories of travelling with Adam. She focused not on the clandestine meetings or the public speeches, but the quiet moments, a conversation, a touch on her cheek or hand, a kiss. "He's just in the carriage. I can wake him at any moment." Somehow having Adam nearby in the growing dark calmed her a little. But why would she wake Adam at all? He couldn't match her skills with a carriage or a horse. The road narrowed more dramatically. Branches scratched the sides of the carriage like the fingernails of the dead reaching up from their graves. She pushed the thought away, but she avoided looking down. Instead, she kept looking over her shoulder, as if an enemy pursued her. The roof of the tunnel, made up of more branches, lowered then lowered again. She slipped off her seat and crouched in the space between her footrest and the top of the carriage. The branches caught at her hat and shoulders. "It's branches, only branches," she told herself, focusing her gaze on her team. The end of the road drew closer and closer, a dead stop into a dense thicket of trees and brambles. Her heart beat faster, and her hands trembled. There must be a turn. It can't simply end. The branches reached out to her on all sides, the shadows growing between them, as if she were driving through the enchanted entrance to fairyland. She thought of the road where her family carriage had overturned. Branches had scraped the sides of the coach then as well. She couldn't face stopping in such low quarters. Her neck felt tight from the pressure of her heartbeat. Then she saw it. The road did curve tightly. She led her team skillfully around the bend. Suddenly the roof of the tunnel began to lift. In a few minutes she could return to her seat. The branches scratching the side of the coach receded, and the road widened to allow 2 carriages to pass abreast. Then the trees were gone entirely. She looked out over a river valley, still bathed in a golden light. She could breathe in more deeply. As soon as darkness spread over the land, her fears would return again. But until then she managed her anxiety by focusing intently on the tasks at hand. She directed the carriage into a small clearing, unhitched the horses and tied their leads to a nearby tree. She set the carriage stairs in place for Bess, who, still learning her legs' limits, descended carefully, then stretched out her long body before exploring her new world. Bess's tail wagged as she greeted each new smell, and whenever she looked at Em. While Bess roamed, Em fed and watered the horses, then brushed them down, trying to use the length of each stroke to calm her mind. But the steady progress of the sun toward the horizon kept Em's chest tight. Knowing Bess was hungry, Em divided the remaining provisions from Geoffrey's basket, wrapping hers and Adam's in linen for later. Bess's dinner Em put on the ground before the carriage's open door, and the big dog loped joyfully to Em's side. As Bess ate, Em watched Adam sleep. At some point he'd pushed himself mostly upright to lean into the corner. In sleep, his face lost the look of wary attentiveness he'd worn since her escape, and she wondered how long it had been since he'd slept so soundly. Watching his chest rise and fall in even breaths, she felt her own shoulders ease slightly. She'd always felt more peaceful with him by her side. She looked over her shoulder to the steadily encroaching dark and held her fingers parallel to the horizon. No time left. Her anxiety returned in full force. As the last bits of golden sun receded like an outgoing tide, Em moved quickly, gathering the supplies she would need to care for Adam's wound: whiskey, scissors, the long length of cravat Jeffries had sent, and the apothecary's various packets, and oil for the lamps. She counted each item off to the thud of her heartbeats. "Bess, inside!" Em's voice sounded shaky to her ears, and Bess nuzzled Em's hand before climbing the carriage stairs. Em followed after the great dog, her heart beating. Hurry! She lit each of the carriage's 4 lamps, raising the wicks high enough that they gave a strong light. If she could dispel the dark, she might breathe easier through the night. Standing inside the carriage door, she watched the gloaming fade into darkness, then bracing herself, she pulled the door shut, shutting them in. She waited for the panic to overtake her, but with the lamplight high, Bess nuzzling her side, and Adam snoring quietly in the corner, Em could almost pretend that she wasn't in a carriage at night, if she imagined the walls of the carriage to be the curtains of a tester bed. She studied Adam as he slept, letting her gaze move from the planes of his face and the thickness of his hair to the strength of his shoulders and the flatness of his belly. She resisted the impulse to run her fingers down his cheek. "Let's try not to wake him," Em whispered to Bess. She unbuttoned his sleeve, then carefully cut the material up to his wound. The cut was angry but clean. It should, as he'd said, close up on its own. Even so, she carefully poured the whiskey across its length. He stirred as the whiskey stung his wound, muttering something about revenge and duels. Following the apothecary's instructions, she sealed the wound with the poultice, then cutting off a length of the cravat, she gently slipped it between his arm and his body several times, bringing it forward to tie around his arm. She wondered how quickly he would notice she had destroyed one of his fine shirts. She realized, too late, it was likely the only one he had with him. She couldn't wrap his broken ribs without his cooperation, so she left them for when he awoke. Then she gently washed the blood from his face and neck. She took longer than she needed to, but it had been a long time since she'd been so close to him. She breathed in the comforting warmth of him, but she couldn't risk falling asleep. If she slept, the dreams would come, and then she would wake the countryside with her screams. Taking one of the pillows Jeffries had provided, she sat next to Bess on the opposite seat. "Why didn't you wake me?" His eyes were alert. "And why is the inside of the carriage lit with 4 small suns?" He reached out to dim the one nearest him, but she stopped his hand. "Now that you are awake, tell me if your bandage is too tight." He clenched and unclenched his fist, then raised and lowered his arm. No, it fits well. Thank you. He tried to ignore her uplifted face and her full, moist lips. He was falling under her spell all over again. If he did, his arm would be the least of his wounds. Luckily, she was on her side of the carriage and he was on his. Bess looked at them both with trusting eyes, and he leaned forward to scratch under her chin. Em raised the wicks on her side, keeping a warm light in the coach. Tell me about your job. She leaned back, watching his face, the one where you risk your life. I don't usually risk my life. I'm usually careful enough or lucky enough that I don't get hurt. This time was an exception. He neglected to mention that lately almost all of his jobs seemed to involve exceptions. But if Colin told you about his work, you know the sorts of things I have done. She looked abashed. I shouldn't have suggested that. Certainly we created our private codes in childhood, largely to keep our secrets from my cousin Stella, and we kept them up in adulthood, largely for the same reason. Ah, yes, I'd make up codes as well if that woman were my cousin. I'm surprised Colin hasn't found a way to drown her. He tried to make her laugh. She seemed anxious, and he wasn't sure why talking of her estate would make her so. Her face lightened, and she leaned forward confidentially. I was never so happy as the day she married. It gave me the peace of my own home for months on end. Only months, not years. He leaned forward as well, bringing them close enough to... She leaned back and looked at the lamp nearest her. Sadly, Stella believes that she will one day be mistress of Hartshorn Hall, and twice a year she holds a month-long house party for her London friends as part of her inspection of how well I'm managing her estate. He thought of Stella, followed by her meek companion. That must be very expensive for the estate, but if the estate isn't hers and isn't going to be, why do you allow it? He needed to know why Joe believed Em's estate was vulnerable. My grandfather, when he died, asked me to be kind to her. She breathed out deeply, her face flushed and sad. That's all. He wanted to touch her hand and console her, but he held back. Explain it to me. Can you raise the wick in your lamp? She looked almost frightened, her hand making small circles in Bessa's ruff. Em, you have nothing to fear from me. But he raised the wick all the same. I know. She leaned over Bess to raise the wick farthest from her. The details of my inheritance are a bit complicated. If Jeffries were here, he could explain it to the last penny. I prefer Jeffries be far from here. He threatened to feed me to the hogs. She burst into laughter, the smile on her face full and genuine. Why, that devil, and all this time, I thought he hated you, or perhaps you redeemed yourself by returning. Sweet Marian, I find myself confused. He leaned forward, touching her knee with his hand. She flushed, then looked at the lamps. She began to say something, then stopped, blinking away tears. I have perhaps been too generous to Stella, but my grandfather died when I was 16 and I wasn't yet confident enough in my own skills for managing the estate to send her away. Besides, I have never understood his advice to me. If she persists, she will lose even what she has. That's a puzzle in itself. He watched the strong pulse in her neck. Was it the conversation that made her anxious, or his hand on her knee? He pulled his hand back. Help me understand. She breathed in deeply, then let the breath out slowly, staring at the light in the lamps. My parents were born to neighbouring families, the Hartleys on my father's side, and the Morleys on my mother's. She used her hands to distinguish between the two. The Hartleys had a title, a manor house and some land. The Morleys had money and land, and over time that money brought them more land. Eventually the Morleys wanted a house to go with their land, and they built Hartshorn Hall, though it wasn't called that till later. Wait, the Morleys built the hall. Adam started to see where Stella might be confused. What of the Hartley home place? It sits at the edge of the long field nearest the village. My grandfather made the occupancy of it part of the parson's living. The same grandfather who told you to be kind to Stella. Adam watched her face and the way she looked away from him. She wasn't telling him something important. She nodded. Lionel Morley, my mother's father. I thought Stella was your cousin on your father's side. She is. My father's brother's child. I've always thought that my father would return and explain things to her, but he never has, and I've let it go too long. He remembered Stella dropping the brass statue in the bin. I think too long would be a good assessment. She raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? She holds house parties without your permission. He should tell her something was amiss with her inheritance, but she seemed out of sorts, and he was certain she was keeping something from him. Of course, I should have put an end to those years ago. She sighed again, the sound more broken than before. Was she about to cry, and why? Whenever I've tried to broach the subject, she threatens to sue me in chancery, and even a frivolous case would drain the estate of more money than her parties. Without my father's intervention, I've found it easiest just to let things remain as they have been. She raised the wick nearest her. Let me help. He raised both wicks on his side of the carriage. At this rate we'll run out of oil and wick long before sunrise. Her eyes widened and the pulse in her neck beat stronger. But he knew her. She wasn't afraid of the dark. They'd travelled the roads past midnight dozens of times. So Stella, your cousin, believes that Hartshorn Hall and its lands are part of the Hartley inheritance and that the inheritance is entailed to her son. Yes. She breathed out sharply in agreement. Your father Hartley married your mother Morley, but the Morley estates were not part of your mother's dowry. Correct, and after my mother's death her father made me the Morley heir as well, house, lands, and the increase thereof. He rubbed his brow. Then why does Stella believe she has any rights to Hartshorn Hall? I think the muddle begins with the fact that the two families lived together for so long. Her eyes barely left his face, as if she were trying to convince him of something. Following my parents' marriage, my father, my father's father, my father's brother and his wife all moved into Hartshorn Hall. So Stella grew up at the Hall and lived there until her marriage. Why do you wish to know all this? She leaned forward, her eyes moist. Did Stella say something to you? Another chance to tell her. But he hadn't yet discovered the secret that kept her breathing shallow and her face flushed. No, she said nothing to me. That part was true, at least. Tell me about the muddle. She nodded. Once my Hartley grandfather, Lord Norbert, moved into the Hall, he began playing Lord of the Manor, having parties, telling all and sundry that the house was his. Sounds familiar. Why didn't Lionel Morley stop it? Wait, I know he was being kind, and because Stella was Lord Norbert's favourite, he told her the estate was entailed, and if your father died without a son, or you did, she would be heir. Exactly. She stared at the lamps. She was beside herself when Colin proposed, even though she'd provoked it. Adam fell silent. The situation with the estate didn't sound disputed. Tell me this. You said Lionel Morley spent his money on land. Who did he buy it from? Several families, but Hartshorn Hall stands on land he purchased from the Hartleys. She leaned over to raise the wicks. Suddenly Adam knew exactly what Joe had planned. Adam was right. The oil in the lamps would run out long before dawn, but with less light she might not be able to control her fear. Even with the lamp wicks high, she could hear her pulse, the blood rushing through her veins. She had to find a way to distract herself from the night and the carriage. All this talk of my estate is a distraction from my original question about your work as a spy. I'm not a spy, I'm an agent of the Home Office. There is a difference. I don't wish to live in another man's country and look for opportunities to promote my own. I'd rather protect my home and country by working here. Or rather, I prefer to go to a tavern and be the one watching rather than the one worried about being watched. You could be watched here, as well as abroad. I pay careful attention to my surroundings." She sniffed. "That's clear from the slash in your arm. That's how I found out about Colin's work. He arrived at my door bleeding, and I demanded to know why." "Of course you did," he said, matter-of-factly. "You aren't the sort who can look away and pretend not to see something, particularly if the thing you see is unjust." He started to add, "It made you easy to recruit," but stopped himself. "That would sound almost like a compliment, but it's another diversion from telling me about your work as a spy." "I give in." He raised his palms in surrender. "Spy or agent, I serve my country. I did very much the same sort of work as Colin. Investigations mostly, either trying to discover who did what and why, or who planned on doing something and stopping them. Lately, though, your Colin has refused all the assignments, and I've taken them." "Why would he refuse, and you agree?" "He refused because he was to be wed. I agreed because I wasn't." He watched her face shudder. "Besides, I wished to see more of England." "I don't believe you." She shook her head, her face flushed once more. "You can tour England without engaging with criminals who might wish you dead." "I didn't do it for your sake." His voice was flat. "But in a way you did. You took assignments to avoid me and my estate, any place Locksley might have been." The tone of her voice dared him to disagree. Bess looked up to ensure her mistress was well. "You are right," he capitulated, not wishing to be at odds with her. "I thought if I buried myself in my work I would forget you sooner." Did it work? Her expression was unreadable. "If it had worked, I would be in London at this moment having a pint at my favourite pub. Instead, I'm spending the night in a cold carriage halfway to nowhere simply because you asked." Simply because you asked. She examined his face. His gaze seemed more intent in the flickering light, and she felt, as she had before, that she could see the depths of his soul. An honest soul, even if he'd misled her. His work for the Home Office made that easier to accept. Colin was the most honest man she knew, but he too kept secrets for the Crown. She thought of Geoffrey's words. Where in his list did honest fit in? She reached up to raise the wick of the lamp nearest her, then stopped. She searched for a way to explain without sounding overly dramatic or giving the night too much power. "I'm afraid." Adam watched her face pale with her confession. "My pistols are loaded and ready to protect you." He pointed to a box beside his feet. "We should hear any highwaymen long before they find us, and with the curtains drawn it's unlikely they will be able to see our light from too far away." She didn't appear appeased. "That's not what you are afraid of, is it?" She shook her head. "I assure you, sweet Marian, you can trust me. Besides, what danger is a man with broken ribs?" He paused, watching her face. "That's not what troubles you either, is it? Tell me, perhaps I can help." "It's this." She gestured to the space around them. "A carriage at night. I tend to avoid being in this situation." He felt foolish. He'd had all the clues he needed to know something about a carriage troubled her. Geoffrey's suggestion of a curricle, the way her face had blanched when he'd described how they would travel, her insistence on keeping the lamps as bright as their wicks would allow. "Can you tell me why?" "If I tell you here in the dark, it will be too real. I'll tell you, but in the daylight." She stared into the lamplight. It broke his heart to see her so diminished. "Would this help?" He opened his arms to her, making sure not to grimace at the pinch in his ribs. She held back for a moment, then breathing in, she moved from her seat to his. He wrapped her in his arms, holding her loosely, her head tucked into his chest, under his chin. He felt her breath catch, then release. "When I was young, I was convinced that a troll lived under my window. He would come out in the dark and terrorize me." He had never told anyone the story. "To make the troll go away and let me sleep, my mother would sing. She knew all the ballads, all the old songs, some that no one else knew any more. She had a sweet contralto, not heavy but mellifluous. Mellifluous, she repeated, then looked up. I wasn't arguing, I just liked the sound of the word and wanted to say it too. That was more like his M. My father, being a clergyman, never quite approved, but he loved her too much to tell her no, and he loved her voice most of all, whatever it was singing, ballads, hymns, some tune she made up to pick the vegetables. He was very much in love. And she adored him as well. She wanted to ask if they were still alive, but she didn't want to make the moment turn sorrowful. Are you going to sing to me? If you would like, what should I sing? Tam Lin. Ah, the song I first sang to you. She pulled away from his chest and looked into his eyes. Was that planned, the song, the forest? My plan included meeting Lady Hartley, but not that night and not in that way. I was merely lonely, far from home, and I'd just learned that my mother had died and I wasn't with her. The clearing seemed a perfect place to sing her songs. I'm sorry. For her loss, I mean. She tucked her head back into his shoulder, placing her hand gently on his chest. She had been ill for a long time, but somehow that didn't make it any easier. Then there was no one to sing the songs to me again. They were the greatest gift she gave me and the greatest loss. When you came into the clearing, I thought I'd conjured you with the song, that you were a fairy princess come to carry me to fairyland. He wrapped his hand around her hand on his chest. What about Bess? Wasn't the large protective dog a clue that I was a mortal woman? Fairies have familiars. He patted her knee, leaving his hand on her leg. No, that's witches. You've imagined your fairy world all wrong. Then I can't tell you how Bess figures into the song, but that night she didn't seem at all out of place. Then you kissed me. I fear it made me appear brazen. She said it quietly, surprised that she could admit it to him at all. How can a kiss be brazen when it's meant to be? He nuzzled her hair. When it feels like the stars aligned just to enable that one kiss on that one night. It felt so perfect, as if my mother had sent someone to me so that I wouldn't be so... His voice faded. Alone. She filled in the word for him. In that moment she wanted to kiss him, wanted to wrap her arms around him to let him know that he wasn't alone, but she didn't know if it would be welcome. They needed another moment where the stars aligned for them. After a moment he regained his voice. Yes, alone. I felt the same way. They both fell silent, knowing that something had shifted between them. Her hand found his, and their fingers intertwined as if they were lovers hand-fasting. I had intended to meet Lady Hartley at church, so I was stunned when my fairy princess turned out to be the lady of the manor. With a great dog? Yes, with a great ferocious dog. Bess lifted her nose and sniffed the air, then fell back asleep. A great, ferocious dog, she repeated, and they both laughed. You rewrote my plans at every step. He took a deep breath to begin his song and winced in pain. Perhaps I should recite Tam Lin instead. We never wrapped your ribs. She left the comfort of his arms to move to the opposite seat. She picked up the length of cravat and her other supplies. If your ribs are broken, the apothecary said wrapping would protect against further injury. I dislike wrapping my chest. It impedes my breath. He folded his arms across his chest, protectively. Wrapping is only necessary if they are broken, not bruised. She sat directly across from him. May I determine that much? What would that much entail? He looked at her suspiciously. The apothecary said I should press my fingers down the length of each rib, and you should tell me when I reach a spot that hurts. She inched forward to the edge of her seat. She expected him to move his legs to the side to let her closer, but he didn't. This apothecary gave you directions on how to hurt me." He leaned forward, spreading his legs wide as if making his body take up more space would dissuade her. "The apothecary showed me exactly how to do it." She took advantage of his position to move closer, sliding her knees in between his but careful not to touch his on either side. What mattered was caring for his wound, not her growing desire. "How?" His voice sounded decidedly jealous. She pretended not to notice. He demonstrated on his apprentice. "The process looks fairly straightforward. Are you willing to let me try?" He studied her face for a long while. "I suppose so. The procedure will likely work best if I remove my gloves." She took them off briskly and set them to the side. Caring for his wounds promptly was her only goal. "Will you mind if I touch you with my bare flesh?" "Why would I mind if that's how the apothecary showed you to do it?" "Oh no, he kept his gloves on for the demonstration. That's why I asked." She kept her voice light. "In general, where does it hurt?" He raised his wounded arm and pointed under it with his opposite hand. "On the side, there, a bit lower than the breast, nearer to the back than the front, but I know a broken rib when I feel it." "Had many broken ribs, have you?" She reached up, untying the knot in his cravat. He stopped her hand. "You didn't say you were going to undress me." His voice sounded strained. The apothecary said to examine the chest wall for bruising. She sat back, her thigh brushing against his. "But I can forgo that part. What would you prefer?" "No, go on. If the apothecary said it, we must follow his advice." He raised his chin, giving her access to his cravat. She carefully pulled the fabric through and through, untying the knot. With each motion, her hand brushed the underside of his chin and jaw. When she looked up, he had closed his eyes. She left the ends of the cravat hanging, then began to undo the top button of his shirt, but he stopped her hand again. "I'll do it." He quickly unbuttoned the row from his collar to his belly. Then he untucked the front of his shirt tails, revealing a narrow line of flesh from his neck to his waist. She forced herself to look away. She opened one of the apothecary's packets, pretending it contained some medicine for his ribs. "I thought you had to examine me for bruising." His voice taunted her. She looked up. He'd removed his shirt, revealing his firm chest and taut belly. He raised the wick nearest him, and the warm light bathed the ridges of his muscles. She felt the pull to touch him. She wanted to place her hand on the side of his face, then run her fingers down his neck and chest to the tuft of hair at the top of his trousers. She wanted to follow the line a second time with kisses. She knew each scar on his chest, arms and belly, having traced each one 100 times. She looked away. Am I broken or merely bruised? She forced herself to give him a purely clinical gaze. You have some dark bruising around the side where you say it hurts. The bruises run in parallel strips as if you were hit with the back of a slatted chair. It wasn't a very sturdy chair, he said, as if that would make the glowering bruises more acceptable. Suddenly she didn't want to touch him, unless he wanted her to, not even to bind his wounds. I need to inspect your ribs now. May I put my hand on your knee for balance? She held her hand an inch above his knee, waiting for his approval. Do you intend to ask my permission for every action you take? His voice sounded either annoyed or amused. She stared into his eyes. That question is too broad. I'm certain I intend to do many things without your permission. Are you certain you only wish to wrap my wound? She felt the blush rise. I only wished to ensure you were well. She folded the medicine packet closed. No, forgive me, I'm always petulant when I'm wounded, and I'm rarely a good patient. He took the packet out of her hand and unwrapped it again. He put it beside her on the seat, his legs brushing hers. So I say, yes, you may put your hand on my knee, and yes, you may touch my ribs with your bare hand, and yes, you may disorder my clothes as necessary. I even say yes to your next 10 questions, whatever they may be. Will you keep count, or should I? She asked, keeping her tone as playful as she could. With his knees wide apart and his cravat and shirt undone, he appealed to her every wayward thought. She forced herself to remember why his shirt was undone. She reached up and raised the wick on the lamp closest to her. "More light and light it grows," he whispered Juliet's line, almost to himself. She knew the next line, "More dark and dark our woes," but it was too apt to quote. "I need to trace the length of each rib." She put her fingertips on his flesh, starting with the bottommost rib. Ignoring the pulse of attraction that flowed from his flesh to hers, she pressed gently on the rib, inching carefully from his back to his sternum. "Tell me when it hurts." "Not that one." His voice sounded rough. Each time she moved her hand, the pull of desire caught her off guard. She felt the length of one rib, then the next above it, then the next, until she reached the rib below his breast. "There!" He shifted uncomfortably when her fingers pressed along the edge of his back. Without pressing, she left her fingers at the wounded spot, tracing the line of the rib around his body to his sternum. She pressed the rib where it attached. "Does it hurt here as well?" "No." She tested all his ribs. 3 caused him pain along the edge of his back, but not along the length of the bone. "I pronounce your ribs bruised, but not broken." She removed her hand from his chest, feeling the absence as strongly as she'd felt the attraction. She still wanted him. Whatever lies, she told herself, she had never stopped wanting him. "How do you figure that?" His eyes were closed, his head leaning against the coach wall. "They feel broken." The apothecary says that a broken rib hurts along its length, but a bruised one only hurts at the point of the wound. "What else did that damned apothecary tell you?" His voice sounded husky. "If your ribs were broken, you should rest as much as possible and avoid at all costs any great physical exertion. Willow bark, he said, will ease the pain in either case, but since they are only bruised, we needn't wrap them." "But I told you that at the first, sweet Marian." He took her hand, holding it against his knee. "Are we done?" "I have several yeses yet to use." She leaned forward. "May I kiss you?" He stiffened. "You asked me to help you, not seduce you." He stared at her, weighing his obligation against his desire. "I didn't ask you to kiss me, I asked if I could kiss you." She removed her hand from his grasp. "All it takes is one word, no, and I'll never broach the subject again, but you must be honest." "The only word I have ever been able to give you is yes." She leaned forward, breathing against his lips, and he raised his lips to hers, a kiss that spoke of pent passion. She kissed him, down his neck to his shoulder, down his shoulder to his belly, until he brought her lips to his. He met her with his own passion. "Will you let me love you?" He turned his face away, so she kissed his neck. He stilled as a rabbit caught off guard. "You wanted me once, do you remember? Do you remember my body under yours?" She whispered the words against his chest. "Tell me the truth." "I could never forget." Had his gaze been made of fire, it would have burned her. "Then remember with me." She kissed a line down the middle of his chest, down his belly, then she nuzzled his sex with her chin. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he drew her up, consuming her mouth with his. Without interrupting their kiss, she unbuttoned the flaps of his trousers, while he helped pull hers off her hips and to the floor. She pulled the smock top over her head and dropped it into the well between the seats. He pulled her into his lap, and she rubbed her hips against his, pleased in his groan of pleasure. In a moment he was hers once more. The thrill of him warmed her to the core. His hands, his lips, his tongue welcomed her until the waves of passion brought her to release. Then he followed her. They leaned into one another, heart beating hard against heart, until their breathing slowed. She brushed her hand across his face. That appears to have been a yes. They slept, a heavy, dreamless sleep. They woke together. The oil in the lamps was almost spent. The darkness around them threatened to overwhelm her, so she breathed a line from his collarbone to his ear. It's not yet light. No, it's not. Then love me again. He could only say yes. Chapter 15. Adam had spent the last several hours in recriminations. While Emmeline slept and he drove, Adam had made a long accounting of the things he'd done wrong. The list began with not having told Emmeline the truth, about who had hired him, about what they expected for their money, about the danger to her estate. He was sure the list wouldn't end with her seduction, but the fact that seduction was on the list at all made him groan with dismay. It made no difference that she'd asked, no difference that he wanted to say yes. It was still a breach of duty and obligation. Last time, he'd managed his obligation to her by making sure his words to her were strictly true. This time he'd tried to be honest, both in words and intentions. Omissions, elisions, his stock in trade might not matter in making his words true, but they mattered in whether he was honest. And over, he had failed. But did that matter? What sort of honesty was required to ensure she was safe, unmarried, happy, or was only duty required? Duty he could manage, keeping her safe he could manage as well. Unmarried, she had already managed that herself. All they needed was to give Colin enough time to come to his senses. But happy. Given Emmeline's nature, honesty was as necessary to her as breath. And he was a man who had long ago learned how to dissemble and, when necessary, to lie. But honesty wasn't their only obstacle or the greatest one. Somehow he could never forget that she was Lady Emmeline, to the manner born, intended to marry at or above her station. A woman born to ease and wealth, to rule and command. And he was no one of any account. He'd learned that at school, if not before. He'd been sent as a charity student, eager to prove his worth. But no matter how smart or clever he was, all that mattered was birth, and his was humble. Sure, he'd learned to speak, like the other boys, to mimic their manners and behaviours, but no one ever forgot he wasn't one of them, or allowed him to. But in reshaping himself to fit in, he'd discovered a talent for remaking himself. With the war, being able to change his voice, his accent, his manners and behaviours made him valuable to the Home Office. For the first time, he found a place that valued what he could do more than who he was born to be. He became a ghost, a spy. He accepted the word. Agent merely allowed him to justify being a spy in his home country. But to dissemble to one's fellow citizens, to pretend to be a different person entirely, someone they could trust and call friend, someone they should believe in and help, doing whatever the mission required, creating friendships for the purpose of exploiting them, that was more akin to being a spy than he'd ever wanted to admit. Since he'd left Em all those months ago, he'd come to accept that his work harmed as often as it helped. She'd made him see that. He could no longer rest easy in the belief that catching one single dangerous criminal justified the damage it caused to all those other lives. Ahead at a distance he could see a stream curving next to the road, and he drove the team towards it. They had 2 more days on the road, but tonight he would sleep alone. Loving her felt as essential as breathing, but he'd made a bargain with the devil, or 2. Joe would laugh at the comparison of the Home Office to the Fairy Queen, but, like Tam Lin, Adam had sworn his fealty to an otherworldly power, one that would as soon sacrifice as save him. But neither he nor Em knew how to set him free. He would tell her when she woke. His heart couldn't bear remaining her lover. Em awoke to Bess nuzzling her face. At some point Adam had found the blankets Jeffries had sent and made a soft pallet in the well. She was warm and happy there, the sun gentle on her face. But on her first excursion off the estate in many years, she didn't want to miss the sights, even if it was miles and miles of farm and wood. She pulled on her smock top and trousers. Feeling Geoffrey's letter still in the trouser pocket, she patted it through the cloth. It was her touchstone for the journey. She smiled to herself. Last night certainly qualified as devious, wily, clever, daring, and inventive. She was about to tap on the roof to tell Adam to stop when she saw her valise sitting on the floor inside the door. Adam must have moved it there when he'd risen. She pulled the valise in front of her and sat on the edge of the seat, Bess's head beside her. The giant dog nudged Em's hand. "Ah, you want attention, do you?" Em scratched Bess's favourite spot under her chin until the great dog sighed in contentment. "There, girl, now let me open this. It's a gift of sorts from Geoffrey's." Bess put her paw on the valise as if in agreement. "That's it. Let's see." Em pulled out the twine-wrapped package and shifted the valise out of the way. The twine held together 3 packages. Each one was individually wrapped in linen and labelled numerically. She untied the 3 parts and set them beside each other on the seat. Like a child predicting the contents of a gift, she felt each one through the wrapping. In this one, Jeffries seems to have sent a collection of long sticks, Bess. She held out the long, thick package for the dog to sniff, and Bess nuzzled Em's leg. "All right, I'll just open it." Inside the outer wrapping was a long fabric roll sewn to create many thin compartments. She blinked back tears as she unrolled the case, revealing her mother's rosewood knitting needles. She'd last used them to knit the scarf her fairies had rejected. She pulled out a pair and ran her fingers down the smooth wood. She doubted she could even remember how to knit, much less purl. She set them aside, but with unexpected longing. The second packet was thick and soft. "This will be yarn, Bess, to go with our needles." But as the wrapping fell away, Em realised she was wrong. The packet was filled tight with unspun wool fibres, dyed flax blue. Somehow she knew the word for it. She held out the fibre for Bess to sniff. "This is roving, Bess. We'll have to spin it into yarn before we can knit. That will slow things down a bit, won't it?" She set the roving aside. The third package rattled as she lifted it. "Let's see, Bess, this feels like a small collection of matchboxes, along with several more long sticks. But none of the sticks feel thick enough to be a spindle for spinning." She felt a little longer until Bess's paw stopped her. "You are right, I'll open it." She poured out its contents. 5 cakes of watercolour pigments fell out, with the name of the company, R. Ackerman, and the colour name in bas-relief, saturnine red, king's yellow, French green, blue verditure, Egyptian brown. The cakes had belonged to Eliza, her eldest sister. She touched one with a single finger, as if the thick solid might crumble if she pressed it too hard. Suddenly she remembered sitting with Eliza, her sister, holding her hand and guiding the brush. "Lizzie, why is it called Egyptian brown?" "Because it's made of ground mummies, Emmy." Em had dropped the brush and run behind her sister until Eliza had pulled her into her lap and hugged her, both giggling. Eliza's paints, never used because Emmeline had been jealous and hid them. Old grief caught her off guard, welling up from deep in her body. Big heaving sobs racked her body, and she doubled over as if in physical pain. Bess stood, licking Em's tears, and Em buried her face in the big dog's fur. Bess stood beside her stoically, offering quiet support. After the accident, Emmeline had never cried, not for Eliza or Sarah or Susan. At first, lying in bed, her pain eased with laudanum, she'd told herself that she'd been wrong. Her sisters weren't dead. How could they be when each night they sat beside her bed and told her stories? Later, though, she'd had to believe it, for without the drug they had never come to her again. Then she'd cried for herself, for being alone and lonely and abandoned. She'd alternated between resentment, anger, and guilt, for them leaving her behind and dying together, or for her not dying with them, or for surviving when others more deserving had not. As an adult, she'd put aside those feelings, knowing that whatever she felt, it made little difference. They were still dead, and she was still alone. But in all her years, she'd never cried for who her sisters might have become if they'd lived, or who they would have helped her become. Elizabeth, whose bold and striking watercolours resembled oil paintings. Susan, whose singing could make the most stoic weep. Sarah, whose stories were praised by all. Emmeline, the youngest, had wanted to be like them, craving their attention and their skills. She turned her head to the side, petting Bess as her sobs subsided. The great dog allowed it, turning her head towards Em as if to hug her. Em sat back, petting Bess's length in long, even strokes, until the dog, satisfied that Em was better, sat at her feet. Without thinking, Em picked up the roving, gently pulling off a section, then pulling the fibres out into a consistent narrowness. The word for the action slipped around the edges of her memory, but the feel of the fibre between her fingers settled her. It was as if Jeffries had cleaned out one of her childhood trunks. The message was clear, to remember what she'd forgotten, particularly those things she'd once loved. But Emmeline didn't know how. She'd set aside all those memories before she was old enough to know how much their loss would haunt her. But to use Jeffries' gifts, she would have to be willing to remember and forgive. Chapter 16. The carriage slowed to a stop. She could hear Adam unhitching the horses. Outside the window, Adam led the horses to drink from a small river. She wiped her face dry with the back of her hand and watched. His hands were gloved, but she knew them bare. Long, lean hands, one marred by a furrowed strip of thin, shiny skin across its back. It was the first thing she'd loved about him. The flaw. Otherwise, he'd seemed too perfect. He'd told her the story. As an infant, he'd pulled down a pot of boiling soup, scalding a hot line from his hand to his elbow. The new doctor from London had taken one look at the feverish, screaming child and prescribed hope, prayer, and enough laudanum to keep him unconscious. He was unlikely to live. His parents had been told. His mother had chosen a different route. She'd called a local woman, with wisdom in her hands and words. The healer hadn't left his side until the skin had knit itself whole. Salves, poultices, a tea that he could still taste in his dreams. At the time she'd sympathised, having her own healer who'd cared for her, but now the echoes to her own story sounded warning bells. Was that his true experience, or had Locksley made the story up to gain her trust? Adam was a contradiction. Locksley had been all daring, passionate in his belief that all men should have the right to vote, not just those with property and wealth. His rhetoric, when he spoke to the reform societies, had thrilled her, encouraging her to imagine a time when all would work together to reduce the suffering of their fellows. Together they'd ridden from estate to estate, surveying the extent of suffering among the field workers and cottagers. He'd shown her how men suffered when wealth was centred in the hands of a few callous aristocrats, those who owned the land but lived off the labour of others. But even then she'd seen hints of another man, one who could pretend to be an aristocrat. She told herself that such smooth manners weren't his natural mode, but his ability to transform should have told her he was a chameleon. How much of what he'd shown or told her had been a deception? It was the question she had asked herself night after night, when new nightmares came and not even Bess could ease her back into sleep. But now she couldn't escape the questions of who he was, and more importantly, who he was to her. She wanted to believe that the stories he told her alone in the night had been true, no matter what name he went by. She thought of their night in the carriage, of his kiss, of the sense of connection she felt when she looked in his eyes. But in the light of day, she remembered that she'd felt that same connection with Locksley, a man who didn't exist. She wanted to believe that they were the same man, an actor who played his roles with his own self at the centre. She wanted to believe that somehow she saw him without a mask. But each new detail that she hadn't known before made her fear that she had spent her nights loving a phantom and not a man at all. It would take time to sort through which man was Montclair and which Locksley, if the line could even easily be drawn. But she couldn't avoid him until she sorted it all out. "Come, Bess." She climbed down, then set the stairs in place for Bess. The happy dog ran down to Adam and the horses, then began investigating her new surroundings. Adam, seeing Emmeline, raised a hand in greeting. She made her way to his side. She wanted to slip her hand in his, to feel the comfort of his presence. Perhaps she might even find a way to tell him about her sisters and their loss. But the set of his shoulders signalled that something was amiss. "I'm thinking we should call a truce," he announced as she arrived at his side. "Truce? Are we warring nations or just warring lovers?" He rubbed his temple. Somehow he had already got it wrong. "Certainly we both loved one another once." Loved. The past tense set her on edge. "We don't call it love when cows do it, or dear." Suddenly she felt belligerent, her emotions already spent in opening Geoffrey's presence. "Whatever we call it, there was affection between us, and faith." At the word faith, she bristled, but when she spoke, she kept her voice level. "Faith? I don't even know you." He turned to her, surprise and guilt warring in his eyes. "I knew Locksley, the rabble-rousing reformer. I loved his daring, his passion, his belief that all men should have rights and that our system of labour should benefit all, not just the rich. But I don't know Montclair, the Home Office agent, and I don't know anything he believes." "Would it help to know that I too believe in the rights of men and in alleviating the suffering of all Englishmen?" Adam brushed a hand through his hair. "It's Locksley's methods I question. I believe in reform, not destruction of the very fabric of our society." "Sometimes we have to destroy to create anew." He laughed grimly. "My little leveller. Don't call me that." Em's anger found her. "I should have known you weren't who you pretended to be." "How?" He tried to make his tone light to appease her frustration. "I thought I was somewhat convincing." "No. That night when you slipped into Stella's summer party, you showed me a different man, the fiery working man, transformed into a polished man of the court, all proper etiquette and wry conversation, speaking to members of Parliament as if he were one of them." She shook her head, remembering how she'd drawn him out of the dining hall and into her bed. Was that man Montclair or someone else? "That's what I mean, Em. We have much to settle between us, but can we put it all aside just for a few weeks? I need to keep you safe, and I can't do that when—" He searched for the words to tell her what he'd done. "When I have misled you, when I have kept secrets. When I'm your lover." She filled in the silence, feeling her heart break again as she spoke. He brushed his face with his hand. He wished he had spoken more quickly, but her words were easy. They solved the problem, at least for now. Before either could speak, Bess gave a great howl and ran, three-legged, to the water. "Bess, no!" Em cried out. At the bank, Bess looked back at Em, then giving another howl, she plunged in. "What is she doing? Should we call her back?" Adam stepped forward to go to the river, but Emmeline's hand on his elbow held him back. Bess came back into view, pulling something behind her. It bobbed up and down in the big dog's wake. "You won't like what she's found." Emmeline turned matter-of-fact. "The water's too cold for anything to survive." "What do you mean?" Em shook her head and walked to the bank. "You might want to remain there." He followed. Bess pulled a drawstring bag up the bank, depositing it where Em waited. "Ah, girl, you never give up." Em rubbed the dog's head, then knelt to open the bag. "May I help?" Adam knelt beside her. "I wouldn't recommend it. At least I know what I'll find." Em's fingers struggled against the drawstring's knots, all swollen tight. Let me help. Adam pulled a knife from his boot and cut the rope. Em, looking in, sighed, then pulled out a single dark-coloured lump. An animal, Adam realised. A rat? No, its tail was too short. A dog, he realised. A puppy. Something in his heart broke to see it, so small and unmoving. Em, seemingly unaffected, smoothed out the bag and gently placed the puppy on it, Bess nuzzling her hand. I've banned the practice on my estate, but what's a farmer to do when there's not enough to feed even one's children, and the dogs root up his garden for food? Bess pushed forward and immediately tucked the dark-coloured pup under her belly to warm it. It's no use, girl. Em scratched the dog's head, but I know you must try. She folded the bag over. We should bury it. I'm sure Jeffries sent something we can use. She rubbed Bess's head, then rose to return to the carriage. Adam followed, surprised both at the depth of sadness the sight evoked in him and at Em's practical response. When I was a child, I always wanted a dog, he said, almost to himself. But my father was the parson and there was no money for such extravagances. Whenever I asked, he would remind me of the needs of the poor and how we should be concerned with feeding them, not an animal. Not a fan of St. Francis of Assisi, was he? She pulled out the inventory of the bags. No, he was a kind man, simply one much concerned with public perceptions, serving a small parish that could barely afford his wages. I don't think if we had pups he would have drowned them. Living on an estate, if you have anything at all to do with your livestock, you see death every season. It's a part of life. What makes this hard is the futility of it. She read the inventory. Here we go. Small miscellaneous tools. There's a spade in bag 14. Adam, still saddened, watched as she located the spade and climbed out of the coach. She looked back at him with unexpected sympathy. It's never easy, but it's hardest the first time. Stay here, I can manage. No. He touched her shoulder. We'll do it together. They returned to Bess, but the big dog refused to move, despite Em's cajoling. What should we do? Adam admired the big dog for her stubbornness, realizing she was much like her mistress. Leave her be. She'll be upset if we make her move before she's ready. Emmeline left the spade next to the bag. She walked to look out over the stream, her arms wrapped around her middle. He retrieved her shawl from the coach and placed it over her shoulders. Chapter 17. How long do we have to wait? He stood beside her, both looking out over the stream. It depends on Bess. She wrapped the shawl more tightly around her shoulders. Everything dies, Adam. It's only a question of how long it takes and how we remember. Why do I feel like you aren't talking about that pup? He watched her watch the water. Jeffries gave me several presents, knitting needles, wool roving, watercolour pigments. Her gaze never left the middle of the stream. Is he suggesting that you learn to knit and paint? Adam picked up several pebbles and threw them across the water. Perhaps he wishes you to explore your talents. I never developed any talents. No, there's more to it. Each of his gifts belonged to my sisters or my mother. I think he wants me to remember them differently than I have. What does that mean? She looked over her shoulder at Bess, still waiting. I have no idea, but I know it has something to do with affection and love and forgiveness. She looked him full in the face. I said earlier that I don't know you, but we can't deny that passion continues to pull us together. He threw the pebbles one by one into the stream. And? For us to have a truce, I need to feel like I know you. Montclair, that is your true name. He almost smiled, but her voice was too serious. Yes, I am Adam Montclair, son of a clergyman, and I work for the Home Office. I am English, but raised in Ireland, with 3 sisters and no dog. Thank you. She rubbed her hands up her outer arms, warming herself. Then, Adam Montclair, tell me one true thing about this attraction that still fires between us, something that I can hold on to when I doubt you or myself. He paused, thinking for a long time. She wanted to move forward from their past while he knew their future could only cause them both more pain. He grew angry at the dilemma, at himself for not being honest from the start, at the Home Office for not telling him enough about her from the beginning, and for requiring him to lie again, and at her for demanding he be better than he was. "I'll answer, but I want to know something first. Why did you leave him at the altar? You refused to answer before." His face looked intent and anxious, as if he were going to discover something in her reasons that gave him pause. "I suppose you are going to tell me there's no kinder, cleverer, gentler man than Colin Somerville." "There's no need to tell you what you already know," he said flatly. "Oh." She felt deflated. His character kept me from deciding until it was almost too late. Since we were the dearest friends, I hoped we might eventually regard each other more passionately. But when I compared his love for Lucy with his love for me, I came up wanting. She picked up her own pebbles and threw them one at a time over the water. His love for Lucy showed me what love could be. He deserved love and happiness, and both of those meant Lucy, and I deserved something else. She waited for him to pick up the thread of her sentences, to tell her she wasn't wanting, that she did deserve more. But he said nothing, just stood throwing pebbles and watching the water ripple out in bigger and bigger circles. Suddenly, she wanted to throw her pebbles in his face. She'd shown him her heart time and again, and he took every occasion to look the other way. She threw her remaining pebbles into the water all at once, but before she could say more, Bess whined. Em turned to find Bess carrying the pup, belly forward in her mouth, and the pup's belly appeared to move. She immediately dropped to her knees and held out her hands. "Give her to me, Bess." The great dog placed the pup carefully in Em's hands. Em touched her fingers to its chest and felt a faint beat. "Adam?" Em held the pup against her chest for warmth. Having raised litters, she knew what the pup needed to survive. As Adam joined her, she touched his chest, meeting his eyes. "Unbutton your waistcoat." "Here, Marion, won't we be cold?" he jibed, but he followed her instruction. When he'd unfastened 3 buttons, she tucked the pup inside his shirt against the warm flesh of his chest. He placed his hand over hers. "She needs you to keep her warm." She pulled her hand back. Adam looked down at the pup, nestled between his heart and his hand. The pup curled into his warmth, and he felt something in his heart shift. Em drove alone to the next town. Adam had been unwilling to leave the pup with Bess until he was certain that she'd grown sufficiently warm, but when Em asked what he was going to name her, he'd balked. His life had no room for a pet. He'd filled the leather pack with a woolen lap blanket, making a well for the animal. At Em's advice, he'd rubbed some of the honey Jeffries had sent against the pup's tiny gums. She'd opened her eyes and looked at him. In an instant he realized how hard it would be to part with her. "That's what Em intended, isn't it, girl?" Bess raised her ears, not you, the other girl. Bess lowered her ears and closed her eyes. Though Bess allowed Adam to hold the pup, she was most content when the pup rested between them in the pack. Adam closed his eyes, his hand on the pup. One true thing. Before he could answer Em, he needed to remember everything he'd told her, sorting through his omissions and elisions. He hoped he'd find one true thing in the lot. Emmeline had brought up their liaison during one of Stella's parties, but she didn't know he'd come to a later one. Months later, after she'd drawn the pistol on him and sent him away, and after Loxley had been executed, he'd come to confess. He'd hoped the sight of him, back from the dead, would fill her with joy, not dread. He'd come to tell her everything and ask if she could imagine any world in which they could start again. Emmeline's house had been full with London guests. He'd made his way easily to the back terrace. There, tall windowed doors stood half open, allowing the breeze from the garden to cool the rooms. He'd kept to the shadows, back from the doors, intending to slip into the house, find Emmeline and confess. She'd stood not 5 feet from him, on the opposite side of one of the half-open garden doors. 4 steps, and he would be at her side. With so much company, she would not refuse him a conversation. Before he could move, however, the woman he now knew to be her cousin Stella motioned for the musicians to stop playing. Stella had raised her glass archly to the crowd, the look on her face pure self-satisfaction. She gestured across the room, pointing at Colin, his face drawn and weary. Adam had been surprised to see Colin there, though he'd known the Somervilles and the Hartleys had long been friends. Stella said something to Colin that Adam couldn't make out, but the crowd tittered and Emmeline's back stiffened. Bess had leaned in to protect her. Colin had straightened his shoulders and crossed the room to face Emmeline. Then Colin had kneeled and pulled a ring from his waistcoat pocket. When Em nodded yes, and Colin placed the ring on her finger, Adam felt his own heart wither. He felt the hurt of it again, but it was another thing she hadn't known. He needed to choose something else, something she'd witnessed or he'd told her. Sadly, all the things that Locksley and Montclair shared involved his heart. But he owed her that much, even if it hurt all the more when she discovered his other secrets and left him. The pup mewled into his hand, and he gave her more honey. They would need to find milk for her, and soon. She curled back into the wall, snuggling under his hand, as if it were a warm blanket. Chapter 18. Newlyweds, are you? The innkeeper was almost jolly. We have just what you want, a nice suite near the back, bedroom, sitting room, large fireplace to warm you both, and no other guests nearby. Adam waited for the man to wink, but he didn't. My wife's pet dog is with us. Adam neglected to mention the pup. Bess was more than enough dog for an innkeeper to accept. How much for her to stay in the room? The innkeeper frowned. A clean dog, is she? And quiet? You'll barely know she's with us. Adam smiled encouragingly. We would of course want dinner in our rooms, breakfast tomorrow, and a packed lunch to carry with us. I also have a packet to post to Manchester. He pulled a thick letter out of his waistcoat and watched as the innkeeper stamped it and put it in the mailbag. That's a night, stabling for the horses, meals, postage. The innkeeper scribbled the charges on a scrap of paper. Would you like the carriage kept in the barn overnight? Adam paused as if he were debating the additional expense. Some miles back, while Emmeline had changed back into women's clothes, Adam had moved the grain bags into the carriage. If the Home Office decided not to trust him, he wanted to make it difficult for them to trace their movements. Your bride will find the carriage so much warmer in the morning if it's inside overnight. Adam shifted his weight as if uncertain. If I say yes to the carriage, what of the dog? Adding the carriage into the other charges, the innkeeper looked up smiling. We will, of course, accommodate your wife's pet. Excellent. We will see you in the morning. Adam gave a wink, but not too early. The innkeeper gave a great deep laugh. Oh, I remember those days. Returning to the carriage, Adam held his hand up to help Em down from the coachman's seat. Come down, Mrs. Locksley. To anyone who didn't know Emmeline, her smile would have seemed genuine. As Em leaned down, Adam caught her by the waist. Then, careful not to tax his ribs, he slid her body down his. She looked surprised, and he whispered, Remember, Lady Marian, you are Mrs. Locksley tonight. She raised an eyebrow, then, rising up on her toes, kissed him full on the lips, as any newlywed bride would. He felt the kiss to the bottom of his shoes. When she pulled away, she looked as affected as he felt. Then she walked past him to the coach door, him following. Using her body to hide her actions, she tucked the pup into the leather pack and put it over her shoulder. Stay, Bess. The big dog sat on her haunches, watching Em's movements. Adam set the stairs down, and on Em's command, Bess descended regally, looking every bit the queen of her domain. She stepped to Em's side, escorting her mistress into the building. Adam reached into the coach for the valise they'd repacked, then he locked the door. He turned to find the innkeeper's son staring after Bess. That's one giant dog, sir. The boy looked anxious, but gentle, son. There's no dog gentler. You told them we are newlyweds? She She had already removed her hat and fichu and was warming her hands before the fire. "We've only been apart for a moment. How did you find that out?" He hoped she hadn't said anything to contradict the story. A maid was making the fire and she asked how long we'd been married, so I told her, a week. I also offered to trade my issue of Farmer's Magazine for a newspaper or two. "Why?" he asked, his voice more assertive than he'd intended. "Do you wish to see if the Duke has advertised to find you?" She opened the pack and the pup licked her hand as she picked her up. "I have no interest in what the Duke does or doesn't do." She held out the pup to him. "I assumed your nameless dog might need it." There was a knock at the door. "Ah, that would be dinner." Adam looked at Em, then at the pup. She nodded, retreating with it and Bess to the bedroom. Adam opened the door as Emmeline shut the animals in the bedroom. "Dinner for you both?" The innkeeper carried in a large tray. He lifted the covers, naming each item. "Potatoes, stew, bread, and a newspaper for the bride, though I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, it's weeks old." The innkeeper grinned when Emmeline handed him the Farmer's Magazine in exchange. "Simply leave the tray outside the room when you're done." The innkeeper winked at Adam, pulling the door shut behind him. "No need for us to disturb you further." Adam stood at the door listening for the innkeeper's progress away from their room. Then, to be certain they were alone, he opened the door and looked down the hall. "Why newlyweds? We could just as easily be siblings or old married folk." Em returned to the bedroom, setting the pack in front of the fire. Bess lay down, putting the pack between her front paws and leaning her head against it. Em sat down to eat at the small table. "I suppose I didn't say sibling because I've never considered you to be like a sister." He sat across from her. "I've been dressing as a boy, a very pretty boy, you said. Perhaps I could have been your brother." She teased the corner of her lower lip with her teeth. "Your very kissable brother." "I've never thought of you as either my sister or brother, however pretty you might be in men's clothes." "But you told our innkeeper, newlyweds, that can mean only one thing. Even our innkeeper thought it." She leaned forward, her breasts visible without her fichu, and he felt his desire surge, but he tamped it down. "You are regretting having ended our affair. That's what a truce meant, wasn't it? No more kissing." He looked at her lips, full and red, and wished he could kiss them. He looked away. She slipped her foot out of her slipper and ran her foot from his inner calf to his knee. He gulped and moved his leg a bit farther away from her. He needed to divert her attention. "Did you kiss Colin as you kissed me? You did ask him to teach you to kiss?" "I was 12. She let out a frustrated groan. "Is that it? You think I kiss every man I meet in the dark of the woods?" "No, I mean, yes, you kissed me so easily that night in the forest. I thought you told me the story about kissing Colin to indicate it meant nothing." "Did it mean nothing to you?" She slipped her foot back into her slipper. He held her gaze until the moment stretched out between them. "It meant everything." "Everything?" Her voice was soft. The expression in his eyes made her feel discomfited and peaceful all at once. "That's my one true thing." He watched her face, noticing for the first time the lines of exhaustion around her eyes and mouth. He hadn't considered that she was as weary as he had been. "Thank you, She paused, catching herself mid-yawn. "Does that mean our truce includes kissing?" "We will have to see, but not tonight. I can see from your face that you are exhausted." He looked at her, the bedroom door, and the valise at his feet. "Would you be willing for me to use your lap desk to write some letters? I have some business that requires my attention." "Write no letters telling Colin where I am, and I suppose that will be fine." She rose, yawning, and snapped Bess to her side, but the big dog refused to leave the pup. "But we aren't done discussing kissing." She shut the bedroom door behind her. He opened the lap desk and consoled himself that at least he wasn't writing to Colin. Em took refuge in the bedroom, needing to consider Adam's one true thing, and grateful, strangely, for his deferral of a decision. Alone much of the afternoon, Em had made up her mind. If disgrace were the only reason to avoid continuing their affair, then, being already disgraced by deserting Colin, she had no reason to resist. The problem, she'd thought, would be convincing Adam. But she was tired, bone-tired. She fell asleep almost before she tucked herself under the heavy coverlet. The dream waited for her. She was riding down the lane with her sisters. The night was dark, but the carriage was lit by lanterns, both inside and out. Her mother and the two eldest girls, Eliza and Susan, sat on the forward-facing seat, Eliza reading aloud from her book. The lantern was almost empty. Emmy was sitting by the window on the backward-facing seat, with her sister Sarah holding hands. She enjoyed the rocking of the carriage, faster and faster. Emmeline liked the first part of the dream, where she could hear Eliza's voice and see her mother's and sister's faces once more. But when Eliza raised her hand to give her book the last bit of light, the dream always changed to a nightmare. In it, everything turned to sensation. The hard jerk of the carriage as the wheel hit something and broke beneath them, the list of the carriage from one side to the other, the terror on her sisters' faces, the tumble of the carriage falling over and over into the gorge below, the screaming of men and horses, the crack of her leg. When all sound and movement stopped, she was caught in the dark, her arms and legs trapped, lamps extinguished, she couldn't see anything. Sarah still held her hand, her sisters were still near her, but no one breathed. At least, in the dream, she didn't feel the pain of her leg crushed and broken, but she still felt the panic, the fear. As darkness smothered her, she began to scream. Around midnight, Bess, who had been sitting peacefully at Adam's feet, rose and walked to the bedroom door. As if she were eavesdropping, she put her ear to the door, then looked at him and put her paw on the door as if to open it. Latched, the door remained shut. "She's there, girl, just sleeping. Stay here with me." He had just finished giving the pup another meal of milk and honey and returned her, sleepy, to the pack. He was surprised how easily he'd grown attached to her, but still he refused to name her. A name would mean he was committed to her care, just as kissing Emmeline again would mean he was willing to embrace a renewed affair. Bess came to his side and set her head on his knee, looking up at him with big eyes. Then she walked back to the bedroom door. Once there, she looked back at him. When he didn't move, she whined, "She's just sleeping, girl." Bess tapped the door with her paw, then looked at him, this time more insistently. She came to his side, taking his sleeve in her mouth. She tugged, then looked up at him again. "Do you want to go into the bedroom?" Bess let go of his sleeve and hurried to the door. He followed her, but before he could unlatch the door, Em started screaming. He was through the door and at Em's side in an instant. He wrapped his arms around her and held her close. "Wake up, Em, wake up." Bess jumped up on the bed, placing her body against Em's with her head on her mistress's lap. The dog made low, soothing noises. Em woke abruptly and, turning into Bess's fur, began to sob, shaking from fear and relief that it was only a dream. Adam looked on helplessly, Bess clearly providing the comfort that Em needed at that moment. He sat, waiting. Eventually Em's sobs faded, and when Bess was satisfied that Em's nightmare had fully passed, she began to lick the tears from Em's face. "Stop, Bess, that's almost worse than the dreams." Emmeline buried her face in Bess's fur once more. Looking up, she realized Adam was waiting. "I'm here too," he said gently, "if you don't yet feel safe." She rubbed Bess's ears. "It's Bess's job to stop the nightmares. She does an excellent job, but I think she's proved she has a sense of humour about it." "How?" Em studied him warily. "Only a dog with a sense of humour would replace your tears with spit." Em shook her head, too weary to laugh. "I don't want to go back to sleep." "I'm sure we can find a game or two to keep you occupied." "Love me," she whispered. This wasn't his daring Em, or his belligerent Em, or his clever, frustrating, infuriating, delightful Em. This was an Emmeline he'd never seen, one who made him understand why Jeffries had threatened him for hurting her. Suddenly he realized that to protect her, he had one choice. Of course, where his heart was concerned, where Em was concerned, he'd never had a choice. He'd been fighting the one thing he'd always wanted, telling himself she was better off without him, but this Emmeline, more than all the others, needed him to love her. Anything, Em. And he kissed her. The next morning, Emmeline woke early. Adam's head was lying on her arm, and she tried to replace it with the pillow without waking him. She failed. He rolled over to stare into her face, and she found herself suddenly shy. With her nightmare, something had shifted between them, and she found it unsettling. "Stop looking at me." She didn't want to talk, didn't want to have to explain why she'd woken screaming. "Why, I find you lovely." He twisted a short lock of her hair between his fingers. "I especially like this bit, here." She batted his hand away. "Play with your own hair." "Ah, my Marion awakes as a little hellion." "I'm not." She sat up, pulling the cover with her to cover her breasts. "I'm sure you left a scratch or two." She felt herself blush, but she wouldn't admit she was embarrassed of her passion, of her response to his touch, of her fears. "Perhaps next time I'll leave a dozen." He shook his head. "Will loving you always be a challenge, Mavourneen? Would you prefer I coo and caper like some Drury Lane actress?" His teasing helped her back to herself. "Let's see, I am certain I can make you coo." He kissed her breast. "No, that sounds more like a growl than a coo. Perhaps if I try here." He kissed her neck. "Or would you prefer somewhere else?" He rose up on his knees and began to kiss a line from her neck to her belly button and lower. Then she had no words or objections. Chapter 19. When we get a bit closer, we'll need to hide the coach. Adam stood outside the carriage door as Emmeline changed out of her walking dress and back into her smock top and trousers. They had left the inn hours before. Adam had entrusted the innkeeper with a second packet of letters, this time to Scotland. Inside were Adam's reports to Forster and Joe on his pursuit of Emmeline and her scoundrel. His Manchester and Scottish friends would send the letters on to London according to his instructions. If he were to serve 3 masters, he needed to keep 2 of them, the Duke and the Home Office, diverted, at least until he could come to some understanding with Emmeline. "After we hide the coach, we'll travel on to my house on the coast, by horse. It's in the Norfolk Broads, all sand and water and marsh, but good farming, you'll like that." Standing outside the carriage, he leaned against the door, watching his winsome lover transform into a very pretty boy. "Their names are Beet and Radish." Emmeline stuck her head briefly out of the window. "I can't imagine why you named such fine horseflesh after root vegetables," he said almost to himself. "Why must we hide the coach? Where are my trousers? Oh, there they are, under Bess. Do you not have a barn on your estate?" "It's a long story, but more importantly, why is Bess wearing your trousers?" "I'll not have Bess divert you from your story. Telling it will help while away the hours. By the way, your pup needs a walk." She handed the pup, mewling, out of the window. "There's my girl." He took the animal, and Bess replaced Emmeline at the carriage window, never letting the pup out of her sight. "I'm not your girl," Emmeline called out of the window. "I meant the dog." He set the pup at his feet. She seemed to have doubled in size in just a day or 2. She rooted around in circles for a few minutes before finding herself a satisfactory spot. "If we are telling stories to while away the hours, I suggest we begin with why you don't like travelling in carriages at night, and why you woke up screaming at the inn." Even through the carriage wall he could hear Emmeline grow quiet. "I suppose hiding the carriage isn't such a bad idea?" He shook his head at her capitulation. "Then hide it, we will." The barn he'd chosen, on a property long abandoned even by the Home Office, was too far from anywhere in particular, but usefully close to Adam's estate. They approached from the back. There, a track to the barn had been made of stone and gravel. What trail they did leave Adam obscured somewhat with a rake. The carriage fit perfectly in the open area between the old stalls. Em looked up, inspecting the roof. This was an expensive barn in its time and well built. Periodically, some men I know stopped by to shore things up. Adam helped her loose the inauspiciously named horses. "Do you evaluate every barn you enter?" She shrugged, turning her attention to the stalls and the rest of the structure. "It's a useful thing to consider. Your friend's repairs are very subtle. From the outside, the whole barn looks on the verge of collapse." "They aren't my friends, exactly, but it suits their purposes for the barn to appear a ruin when it's in fact quite serviceable." "That's not much of an answer." "It's the best I can give." Emmeline, shrugging, led Radish and Beat out to graze. Bess travelled behind, having grown up with the matched pair. When Em returned, 2 ancient saddlebags rested at Adam's feet. "Where did you find those, and do they have spiders living in them?" Since their night at the inn, they both seemed content to leave off more serious questions in favour of an easy banter. "In the tack room. All the spiders are long dead." He held out the inventory. "Once you're settled on my estate, I'll return to gather more of your things, but for now we carry what we can fit in those." She looked at the bags in mock suspicion. "Those will carry roughly half a petticoat and a tiny fichu." "I'm convinced of your ingenuity. If all you have is those saddlebags, you'll spend the next month ferrying clothing to me. Are you certain we can't take the carriage?" "I need to keep you hidden, while leaving trails to other places, trust me." "I think I've shown considerable trust so far." She rolled her eyes and began choosing what could fit in the bags. "But I will continue, for a while at least." He drew her into his arms and kissed her. Then he breathed out a long sigh. "Thank you for trusting me." He hoped he wouldn't regret those words. Chapter 20. Flute dropped his bag with a thud inside the door of Charter's London office. Opening the bag, he removed a small packet carefully wrapped in brown paper. Charters, sitting at the large desk, barely looked up. Before him, a large book bound in brown leather rested on an angled stand designed to support its binding. It was rare for Charters to visit their offices without some sort of disguise, but today he was dressed as an ordinary gentleman. A successful trip, was it? Charters closed the book. Silver medallions, Charters had told Flute they were called bosses, decorated the corners and middle to protect the leather from wear. Flute pulled up a chair and set his packet on the corner of the desk. "You don't usually bring your fancy books here?" "Ah, yes, it's a treasure." Charters stroked one of the bosses. "One of the earliest printed books in England, Aesop's Fables. The morals are interesting, though I must say I prefer Machiavelli's Prince to Aesop's Moral Man. I may include it in my upcoming talk for the Antiquarian Society." Flute studied the book. Feeling suddenly foolish, he shifted his packet somewhat out of sight. "It's a recent acquisition," Charters continued. "Some young fool with more books than sense bet it against the house downstairs." "And the house took the bet?" Flute asked. "I happened to be doing a little gambling myself, so I did." Charters touched the book again, clearly pleased with his acquisition. Flute raised one eyebrow. "Gambling? That's unlike you." Charters shrugged. "Whenever you travel, I find it useful to frequent the house to ensure that our employees are following the rules." "You spy on them." "Ah, Flute, such a mean word. No, I merely ensure that our investments in the gambling hell are secure." "They'd be fools to cross you." Flute turned the bookstand to examine the book, but lost interest when he saw it was in Latin. One would think so. Charters shrugged again, looking into the distance. But greed can work against one's better interests. Flute slid his packet behind the bookstand. We pay them more than they could earn from almost any other employer. We even let the women keep their money if they choose to do a bit of whoring. When that is not enough to ensure loyalty, their fear of Charters or Georges usually does. True, true. Charters opened one of his desk drawers. By the way, in my role as Georges, I hired several new girls fresh from the country for the kitchen. I mean, he told them to report to you tonight for their assignments. I suppose Georges sent the pretty ones to you for a private interview as well. Flute shook his head. Did any of them see through your disguises to realise Charters and Georges are the same man? Sadly, none of them were interesting enough for a private interview with Charters. No, lately I've had to be satisfied with my arrangement with Moll of the Drury Lane Chorus. Do any of the current staff need to be let go? Flute asked, hoping firing was all that would be needed. He liked this crew. No, not at all. In fact, you are to be commended for how efficiently our hell runs. Charters pulled a long, wide box from his desk and held it out with both hands. A token of my continued appreciation. I could not wish for a better business partner. Flute took the box, surprised by its weight. The wood was mahogany, inlaid in an intricate design, with delicately dovetailed corners. Ebony, rosewood, mother-of-pearl, ivory, mahogany. He ran his hand across each one, appreciating the smoothness of the inlay. It's a beauty. I'll have to find something special to keep in it. Charters watched. There's more inside the box, Flute. Reluctantly, the old seaman pulled his attention away from the artistry of the box itself. Setting it in his lap, he raised the lid to find a soft cloth covering the contents. Under it rested a set of wood-carving chisels, gougers, and skews. He touched each one reverently. I thought perhaps you might wish to have better tools than your penknife for your carvings, Charters said gently. In the middle rested a large gouge in fine condition but clearly well used. Flute picked it up, feeling its weight and balance. This is a fine tool. He turned it over, carved into the handle with the initials GG. It's not. Flute looked up at Charters, blinking back his emotion. It is. Charters offered a rare smile, and I won't tell you how hard it was to find. Grinling Gibbons! Flute turned the gouge over. I am holding a tool the finest woodcarver in all of England used to make the finest wood carvings in history. You own that tool, and I expect you to make great things with it. No one's ever... The old seaman brushed back a tear. Charters picked up the small packet Flute had tried to hide, and Flute blushed. There's no need to open that. Flute tried to take the package back. It's merely a little something I found on the road. But Charters had already begun to tear back the paper. Inside was a book far smaller than the one on the desk. Charters turned it over, examining the binding. Worn and battered, the book looked as if it had seen far better days. It's a manuscript, Flute explained, feeling foolish. He'd been so pleased with his discovery, but after the unexpected gift of his tools he felt embarrassed to have brought something so trivial. Antiquities of East Anglia by Horace Witherspoon, Esquire. Charters read aloud from the title page. I've never heard of him. I saw the word antiquities and I thought you might like to have it. I thought it might be interesting. Flute looked from the Aesop to the Witherspoon. Charters turned to the table of contents, then to the list of figures and illustrations. Each page was carefully lettered, the handwriting an easy round hand. Volume 1 of 20, Charter's voice was controlled. "Where did you find it?" "A street vendor in front of a theatre." Flute resisted the urge to take the book out of Charter's hands. He'd been foolish to think he could find a book for a man whose library was larger than Flute's country cottage and his city lodgings combined. "I didn't imagine you went into a bookstore." Charters looked up, studying Flute's face intently. "Do you think you could find him again, this vendor?" "I could." Charters looked pleased. "That would be good, Flute, very good. This book seems to be a record of this fellow's researches, and just a cursory review reveals much information I didn't know. If I'm lucky, this book vendor of yours might have the other volumes." "He doesn't." Charter's face fell. "Well, then, I must be satisfied with this one. It will make an interesting source for my talk. It's at the British Museum, you know. Advertisements have already gone out in the papers." Charters shut the Aesop and replaced it on the stand, putting the Witherspoon on top. Flute rose, suddenly pleased with himself. Picking up his pack, he placed it with a thud on the desk. "The other volumes are in worse condition, so I didn't want to show you if the first one weren't of any interest." He opened his bag and began to remove packet after packet until he'd created several stacks. "Apparently Mr. Witherspoon kept a volume for every year he explored." Charters reached out with pleasure, tearing the brown paper off each volume and putting them in order before him. Once he had them organized, he rose, extending his hand to Flute. "Thank you, Flute. These are worth 100 of Gibbon's tools. We may have to take a trip or two to investigate Mr. Witherspoon's findings, but if I'm right, my talk will be the sensation of the antiquarian world." "You said we had other business as well," Flute said. "Ah, yes. What do you think of these?" Charters passed him 3 sheets of paper, each one headed with a man's name and a penciled sketch of his face. Flute picked each up in turn, reading carefully. "Let's see, a lord, an MP, and a former army officer. What am I looking for? Are they to be associates, or do they have something we want?" "For years I've disguised myself as Charters, claiming to be merely the factotum of a much more dangerous figure. I've decided that figure needs a name, and what better name to choose than one that already belongs to someone." "Are you thinking of sharing the business with one of these?" "By no means. I'm thinking that one of these men, perhaps all 3, will be our scapegoat, someone on whom the full weight of our criminal acts can fall while we escape the judgment. A straw man of sorts, someone we can burn to the ground to cover our escape." Flute smiled broadly. I like that a great deal." Charters slid one man's profile forward. "I think, then, we begin here." Flute studied the page. "The army officer. He works for the government still, in the Home Office." Charters pulled the sheet back and placed it on top of the pile. Flute nodded with a satisfied grin. "How do we start?" Chapter 21. "We haven't far to go now." Adam turned in his seat to see Bess several feet behind. "We have to stop. Bess is limping. Her leg is like mine, good until it's not." Adam watched Em's horse, Radish, lean down to nuzzle the big dog. He slid off his horse and walked to Em. "We should be grateful stable boys don't ride side-saddle. Come here, Bess. We'll see if this works." "If what works?" Em had barely spoken before Adam lifted Bess off the ground. "Hold your horse steady." He stepped towards her, holding Bess chest height. His arm, not fully healed, pulled uncomfortably. He ignored it, hoping he wasn't tearing the wound open again. Em, realizing that Adam intended for Bess to ride with her, tightened the reins, holding her horse steady. "I'm grateful Radish and Bess are fond of each other." "I'm grateful Radish isn't taller." Adam took a deep breath, then lifted Bess onto the horse's back. Radish shifted but didn't object. Now what? Em petted Bess to reassure her, but the big dog trustingly settled herself. We're going there. Adam pointed in the distance to a large brick house facing the sea. He put the pup on the ground at his feet. Bess watched as the pup rooted around. The size of the house surprised Em. She'd been expecting a cottage, not a manor. She pointed at a shimmer that seemed to magically circle the house. There, is that part of the estuary or a moat? In a way, it's both. He picked up the happy puppy and returned her to her bag, then remounted Beat in one elegant motion. Pulling alongside Radish, she directed Em to head somewhat away from the house towards another expanse of water. Unlike my father, who trusted men too much, his brother trusted them not at all. He grew worse after he married, becoming petty and jealous. So he dug a moat. Emmeline rolled her eyes. Even with Em and Bess as passengers, Radish kept up easily with Beat. He built his house at a natural branch in the waters, leaving enough room for an orchard, a kitchen garden, a fine expansive yard, and a small summer house at the original branch of the river. Then, when the house was done, he dug a wide canal in front of it, connecting one branch to the other. Adam pointed a line from one side of the house to the next. He dug a canal because he was jealous, Em repeated to make sure she understood. My aunt was apparently a great beauty. That's no justification. She studied the shimmering expanse of water. What of his obligation to the village, his neighbours, his servants? I doubt they missed the loss of his company, especially since he left his fields on the other side of the canal. Adam pointed past the canal. My uncle liked order and control. Neighbours, villagers, servants all added too many variables. His family tended the orchard and the gardens, made their own clothes, oversaw their own lessons. When my cousins grew old enough, he even chose men like him for the girls to marry. His fear shaped their every experience. She shook her head in pity. Your cousins must have been lonely. I believe they were. Did the land come to you through an entail? No, he simply didn't believe women could be trusted with any sort of inheritance. Em grimaced. What happened to them? I inherited them with the estate. She stopped Radish mid-stride. I thought you said they married. I said he chose men for them, not that they married. She raised an eyebrow for more information, but he didn't provide it. How many of your cousins live in the house? 3, but my sisters live here also, with my nieces and a nephew. He paused. 9, all told. 9? She looked at the house again, trying to estimate the number of bedrooms. Something made her wary. When you said I'd be safe here, what safer place than a moated island whose only inhabitants are women and children? Its only inhabitants? Yes, that was the rest of his design. In most places, the Broads are too wide or too difficult to cross easily. He drew his horse up to the water, the house still in the distance. We cross here. We do what? She looked out over the Broads, the wet sands still glistening from the retreat of the water. It's an estuary, even though it looks like a common river. The waters are tidal. Those who are caught too far from shore when the tide turns die. Then we are safe. We aren't going out too far, and the tide is only just coming in. Only just. Em studied the bank up and down the river's edge. It looks deep here, but there are secret marks to guide us. He pulled aside some brambles to reveal 2 trees with various marks painted down the trunks. They ranged from several feet above the current water level to the water's surface. I'm afraid I know what those mean. She studied the marks, making out one that vaguely resembled a pirate's skull and crossbones, then lower down wavy horizontal lines bisected by 4 vertical lines. Adam gave her the broad smile that twisted her belly. Then tell me. When the water reaches the level of that pirate mark, it's deadly to cross here. The lower marks indicate how we can cross. The one with the wavy lines says a boat. A horse. There's another line. The water's too high to see it. That marks when we can wade across. Em looked down at her clothes and her pack. How deep? At that mark, the horses should be able to walk across without swimming. I can lead yours if you'd prefer. Are you sure there is no other way? I believe I saw a lovely bridge a little while back. I promise there's no other way. She set her face. Then let's proceed, before the tide changes and traps us in the sand and mud. You will be the death of me, if the tides don't kill us first. And she laughed a deep laugh that reminded him of the first time they had met. It's going to be cold. It is, but you're an experienced horsewoman. You will merely be expanding your skills, and I can promise you and Bess a fire on the other side, a warm stall for beet and radish, and plenty of honey and milk for the pup. Are you sure there's no bridge? I'm sure there's no bridge we can use. He didn't offer an explanation, and from the tone in his voice, she knew not to press. I know the crossing, simply follow me. Well, if there's no other way. She led her horse to the river's edge, then in. She braced for the cold, feeling it inch up her legs as they reached deeper and deeper water. Though men's trousers were more freeing, she found herself wishing for the insulation her skirts would have provided. The tide in the middle of the river ran swift, and she was grateful that the horses didn't have to swim. It would be too easy for them to lose their footing and wear themselves out fighting for the shore. When the water reached Radish's flanks, Bess grew restless. Before Em could stop her, Bess launched herself from Radish's back into the water. She disappeared under the surface, and Em was about to cry out for Adam to stop when the big dog reappeared, happily swimming alongside Beat. By the time they reached the other shore, Em's teeth were chattering. She wanted nothing more than the warm fire Adam had promised, but the house remained glimmering some distance away. At the top of the bank, Bess sniffed the ground, then wandered around to sniff some more. Not wanting to leave Bess behind or make her run to follow them, Adam and Em dismounted, leading their horses. Em had hoped the exertion would warm her, but by the time they reached the main yard, she couldn't stop shivering. At the house, no one met them in the yard, nor did any postboy come for the horses. No light gleamed in the windows, and only a single lantern shone by the main door. Adam led Beet and Radish to the nearby stable, Em following. Bess rushed in ahead of them, greeting the 4 horses already in their stalls and investigating the 2 stalls that remained open. Adam and Emmeline, working side by side, unsaddled the mounts, rubbed them dry, then brushed and fed them. When the 2 were happily settled in their stalls, Bess bid them good night, then followed Adam and Em out of the doors and across the yard to the house. "Are you certain your family are home?" She felt the words stutter. Old habits die hard. He beat the knocker. "If this is your house, can't you simply open the door?" Adam shrugged. "My cousins are formidable and resourceful women. It wouldn't do to surprise them if they aren't here in a moment." At that moment, she heard the rush of feet behind the door and the giggle of a child's voice. Then the door was thrown open. Chapter 22. As the door opened, Emmeline held Bess's collar, not because the dog needed to be managed, but because Em had learned that most people, not expecting a dog so large to be well-mannered, recoiled in fear. She needed her hosts to understand quickly how very gentle Bess was to all. "Uncle Adam!" A tow-headed boy flung himself at Adam's knees, then pulled himself away just as quickly. "Wet!" He looked to a gentle-faced woman with auburn hair who stood behind him. "Uncle Adam, wet." "Yes, Collie dear, Uncle Adam appears to have been swimming in the river again." The woman turned to speak to Adam, her voice a luscious amber silk. "You know you could use the bridge." Em glared at him. "There is a bridge." "It comes at too high a price, Charlotte." Adam peeled off the wet layers of his outer clothing at the door. He stopped at his shirt and trousers. "You too, Em." Unlike you, I have only my chemise under this smock top, so I prefer to wait." Charlotte, hearing M's voice, studied her more carefully. "Please, excuse me, I thought you were a boy." "That was the intention," Adam explained. "Charlotte, this is my friend, Emmeline, and her companion, Queen Bess. She has need of a safe place to, well, hide. Emmeline, Charlotte is my cousin, and Collie is my sister Deborah's son." Em waited for Charlotte's questions, but they didn't come. Instead, Charlotte bent down and whispered something in the boy's ear, and Collie ran away, calling out in bright yellow bursts, "Me, we fire!" "We can put you in Adam's rooms without Adam, of course. He can sleep in the nursery with the children. They will be thrilled." But will he? Em thought. "As for your dog—" Charlotte examined Bess, her face inscrutable. "She's Bess." Em rubbed the dog's ear, waiting for the inevitable request that Bess remain outside in the barn. Having hosted Stella's friends for years, she couldn't imagine a household of women would want a dog, however well-mannered, inside. It didn't help that Bess's coat, when wet, smelled much like a rotting rug. "I assume that you'd prefer for her to remain with you." Emmeline felt surprise and relief. That would be best. Perhaps Adam's relatives would be more congenial than the majority of women Em knew. "I can't imagine you wish for more water, even if it is boiling." Em shook her head emphatically. "We can heat you a bath tomorrow. For now, let's find you dry clothes and a place at the fire, and a towel and brush for your dog." That would be lovely. Em felt the cold to her very bones. "It's not just her dog." Adam opened his pack and lifted out the pup. Bess immediately rose to sniff her. "I'll scavenge in the kitchen for something for us all to eat." "You have a pup in your pack?" Charlotte shook her head almost imperceptibly. "We needed to carry her through the water safely. Well, unlike the rest of you, she seems none the worse for the voyage." Charlotte scratched the pup under the chin. "You do know that once Collie and the girls see her, Deborah will never forgive you. Does she have a name?" "Persis." Adam put the sleepy puppy back in his pack, but left the flap uncovered. Em was surprised. The pup had a name, but made no comment. "I see you follow your father's tradition in choosing names. Welcome, Persis." Charlotte pet the pup said, then she returned her attention to her wet cousin and his equally wet friend. "The others are in the back. We will join them after we find some warm, dry clothes for you." Charlotte walked down the long hall without looking back. Em looked to Adam, who nodded to follow. Bess padded along at their side. The front of the house was so quiet that Em wondered if the other occupants had retired to bed. Charlotte led them through a pair of large pocket doors. On the other side was an unusual and unusually large room. Each wall boasted its own pair of pocket doors, and in the centre rose a large open staircase, 3 stories high. Charlotte paused, letting Em take in the shape and height of the room. The house makes the most sense if you imagine it on the pattern of a cruciform church. This room forms the crossing between the 2 transepts. Behind us, we've just passed through our equivalent of the church nave, holding our drawing rooms, dining hall, and our late father's study. She led Emmeline to the pocket doors to their right. "This wing holds my sister's bedrooms above us, and mine and Adam's on this floor." She pulled the pocket doors closed behind them and pointed towards the first door on their right. "These are my rooms, where I hope we will find you suitable clothing. You will be taking Adam's room at the far end. I will show you there after we get you dressed." Em followed Charlotte into her rooms. Once inside, Bess settled before the hearth, where a low fire barely burned. Charlotte's room was as odd as the house. No rugs, no wallpaper, only bland white walls and drab curtains. The bed was a narrow cot with a wooden chair and a simple table nearby. Between the windows stood a wardrobe of plain boards. The room felt like a nun's cell, providing nothing to distract its occupant from her devotions. Was Adam's family poor or merely pious? The only nod to comfort was an elaborately embroidered coverlet. As Charlotte opened the wardrobe, Em examined the coverlet. The design was complicated and extraordinary. Leaves and vines ran in a sinuous design along the edges and down the middle. Delicate flowers bloomed from openings in the vines, and birds of all kinds, from wrens and sparrows to hawks and ravens, made their home in the greenery. Whoever had designed it had an artist's eye, and whoever had stitched it had tremendous skill. "This is beautiful, stunning. I've never seen anything quite like it." Emmeline rubbed her arms, wishing she'd known there was a bridge, however expensive. "My cousins made it for my wedding." Charlotte seemed pleased that Em had noticed the coverlet. She opened the wardrobe. "By now you must be freezing. You should find these towels sufficient to dry yourself and your dog." "Thank you." Em called Bess to her, then rubbed the great dog until she wriggled in pleasure. Charlotte gathered a night rail, a dressing gown, some thick woolen socks, and held them out. "Adam," Charlotte's tone gave the command without saying it. "I'll wait outside." Adam stepped from the room. "May I help you undress, or would you prefer to manage yourself?" Charlotte picked up one of the towels and helped to rub Bess down. The gentle dog licked her hand. Emmeline remembered Adam's description of the odd life the women had led. Apparently they had grown up without any of the comforts most ladies of good fortune would expect. One of those comforts appeared to be a lady's maid. "It's just a smock top and trousers I can manage." Em didn't wish to see the look on Charlotte's face change from friendliness to pity when she saw the long, thick scars on Em's legs. Though faded, they were still visible enough to prompt questions. Charlotte rose from Bess's side, and the dog remained in front of the hearth. "Then you may leave your clothes on the stool in front of the hearth, and we'll wash them." She paused as if considering her words carefully. "Should I assume that whatever circumstance led you to take on men's clothes still requires you to keep them?" "Yes," Em answered, grateful for Charlotte's careful question. "Then we will wash and return them to you. I'll wait in the hall with Adam." Charlotte left Em to her thoughts. Emmeline changed quickly, peeling off the clothes, now cold and clammy against her skin, and rubbing her arms and legs with the remaining towel to warm them up. The night rail was smooth and soft, not rough as she'd expected from seeing the austerity of Charlotte's rooms. It fell over her head and shoulders like a gentle cloud. Over it she pulled the dressing gown, and it was pure comfort as well, a heavy cotton from the colonies but soft like the finest silk. She wondered about Adam's cousins, meant to be married but not, or not yet, and what of the wedding that the coverlet was made for? She pulled on the socks, grateful that they were soft as well. Adam and Charlotte were whispering on the other side of the door. Pressing her ear to the door, she could hear them easily. Bess gave a low sigh as if disapproving of Em's eavesdropping. "You've never brought anyone here before, and to hide, I assume that means she's in danger. Does that place the island in danger as well?" "No, she's not in danger, and no, I wouldn't risk any of you. She merely ran from an unwanted marriage, and she asked me to escort her across country." "Merely wouldn't have required her to dress as a boy." "Well, yes, that's true, but dressing in that way made it easier for her not to attract attention." "She's a very pretty boy, but I'm sure you already know that." "Charlotte, no need to explain. If you say she needs to remain here for a while, then we will welcome her." "Even Augusta?" "I'll speak to her." "Thank you." Em wondered what objection Augusta might have to her residence, and she determined to allay her misgivings. She tapped on the door before opening it, wanting to give the cousins time to finish their conversation. When she opened the bedroom door, only Charlotte remained in the hall. "Adam's pup wished to take a walk, but you needn't worry. While we wait in the workroom, he'll move his clothes to the nursery." Charlotte gestured for Emmeline to follow. Charlotte, Emmeline discovered, was a woman of few words. To the question, "Have you known Adam your whole life?" Charlotte provided only, "No, we only met him after our father died." A sentence that begged for more information, but Em felt asking would be impolite on so short an acquaintance. The silence wasn't unfriendly, just unexpected. Once back in the central crossing room, Charlotte mapped the rest of the house. Directly in front of us, on this floor and the one above, are Adam's sisters' rooms and those of his nieces and nephew. And beside us, where one would find the altar in a church, we have our workroom. This way. At the pocket doors to the workroom, however, Charlotte paused. "We will not ask your secrets, Emmeline, but in return I must ask that you not reveal whatever you learn of us." "Of course." Emmeline rushed to reassure her host. "I have shown up unannounced, in disguise, accompanied by a giant dog and with no clothing to speak of. How could I dream of telling someone else's secrets?" Charlotte's serious face transformed into a warm smile. From behind the pocket doors, Emmeline could hear rich laughter. It formed warm green and blue tones in interesting textures. Charlotte opened the pocket doors to reveal a sort of paradise. "Then, welcome to our seraglio." The room was large, luxuriant and welcoming. The walls were hung with rich tapestries and the floor was layered with rugs of every pattern and shape, their designs drawn from many periods and countries. 2 overstuffed chaises-longues with thick pillows stood in front of the pocket doors, facing the hearth's warm fire. On one side of the hearth stood 2 easels, on the other a loom and a spinning wheel. In the large space between the chaises-longues and the hearth, Collie and Adam's young nieces lounged on giant cushions playing a game with dice. They stopped to watch Emmeline with unveiled interest. Like Aladdin in the cave of the 40 thieves, Em felt that she had stumbled into a strange new country. "You mustn't call it a seraglio, Charlotte." In spite of her severe bun, the woman was strikingly beautiful with deep soulful eyes and full lips. Her voice was blue-green and smooth, like the surface of a pond. "My sister Deborah fears the sermon the vicar would give if he heard the children use the word." In contrast to her sister, the woman at the second easel was quite plain, but her voice was stunning, a warm turquoise with flecks of gold. But I think it conveys the importance of our community and arts. Hannah, as you might imagine, first suggested we use the term seraglio. Charlotte smiled, but we have no consensus on the other side of the hearth. At the spinning wheel, Augusta prefers... Charlotte paused, waiting. "Studio." Augusta was young, willowy and blonde, the classic English beauty with pale, unblemished skin and even features. Her voice was a clear pink, the texture of a rural flute. "It indicates that we are all artists, whatever our medium." And at the loom we have Caroline. Caroline was older, her long blonde hair tied into a knot to avoid the wheel, where she spun black wool into thread. But her face tended to a kinder expression, and her smile was open and genuine. "I suppose I'm the most utilitarian of the group because I like simply to call it our workroom." At that moment Adam entered the room from another door, carrying a tray of foodstuffs before him and the leather pack over his shoulder. Bess, her nose turned upward to the food, walked at his side. A young woman, clearly distraught, followed behind. Em knew the emotion at the pit of her stomach was jealousy, so she refused to humour it. She and Adam had made no promises that would justify such an emotion. Even so, she tried to determine if the young woman was a sister or a cousin, but the family resemblance among the sisters and cousins was too strong for Em to make firm distinctions. Seeing Bess following the food tray, Em snapped her fingers. The dog came to her side, but eyed the tray with clear regret. At the sight of Bess, the children cooed and grew excited, but the young woman sat on the floor with them to keep them in place. "I must introduce our guest." Adam placed the tray on a broad ottoman nearby the children, then joined Em near the entrance. "This is my friend Emmeline and her companion, Queen Bess." "May we pet her?" The children, staring at Bess, spoke in a chorus. Emmeline held up her hand. "Of course, but one at a time. We don't want to frighten her." "Who's first?" "Me." The eldest child, a girl about 7, stood up. "Then come here. Hold out your hand like this." Em presented the back of her hand to the dog. "This way Bess doesn't think you are going to grab her face or collar." "Bess, this is—" The little girl whispered. "Amanda. I'm the oldest." "This is Amanda. What do you say, Bess, to Amanda?" The big dog lifted her paw for Amanda to shake, and the little girl squealed in delight. She shook Bess's paw, then the next child rushed forward. "My turn." The child spoke directly to Bess. "I'm Sarissa. I'm the next oldest." Bess held out her paw in response, and the little girl shook it very seriously, as if Bess were indeed the queen. Bess repeated her trick with Collie, then the 3 insisted on doing it all over again. Once Em decided they were gentle, trustworthy children, she taught them how to gently brush the tangles from Bess's hair, giving them a comb Adam had brought in from the stables. She watched as each child counted out 6 strokes before passing the comb to the next. When she'd watched 3 cycles without incident, she determined Bess and the children were in equally good hands. When she looked up, the women were watching her as carefully as she'd watched the children. Adam had found himself a place near the food, positioning himself so his soldier's pack was mostly hidden from view. Periodically he would steal some cheese from the tray and slip it into the pack. Em wondered how long the newly named Persis would remain quiet. Adam patted the overstuffed pillow beside him. "Come here, eat, and let me tell you something about my family. You've already met Cousin Charlotte, but you don't know that the best chefs in London or Paris can't equal Charlotte's talent with food. But not in Rome or anywhere else." Charlotte took a seat on a chaise longue, picking up a half-finished book. "Be sure to notice how carefully Adam parses his compliments, Emmeline." "I parse no compliments. Your food is fit for a king, our king and any other you can name." Adam held his hand over his heart to emphasize his sincerity. Em had never seen him so at ease. "My sisters," he began. Deborah stopped him. "She's already met me and Hannah. Introduce Miriam." She pointed at the young woman playing with the children and Bess. Em was relieved that Miriam was a sister, not a cousin. "It would be my pleasure." Adam grinned at the young woman. "My youngest sister Miriam, so skilled with yarns and fibre that the sheep for 100 miles line up for her to shear them." Miriam hit him with a pillow, but her smile brightened. "Adam may say it as a joke, but his sentiment is certainly true. If sheep could choose who used their wool, they would pick Miriam." Elizabeth smiled from the spinning wheel. "Her yarns are the softest you'll ever find. She also makes her dyes from plants she grows, so her dyes are unrivaled." "Did you also embroider Charlotte's coverlet?" Em asked Miriam. "It is exquisite." Miriam blushed at the praise. "The handwork was mine, but the effort was all of ours. Deborah and Hannah created the design, Caroline spun the yarn, and Augusta drew the birds." "Do you have family, Emmeline?" Hannah asked. "2 cousins. One is managing my home in my absence." Emmeline chose home instead of estate, following Adam's lead in obscuring her title. "And the other is likely trying to redecorate it." The women giggled, their voices clear and rosy. Usually Em hated the insincere pinkish titters of women in the ton, but Adam's family's voices showed no insincerity. Em suddenly felt the lack of her sisters acutely. "What interest would you like to pursue while you are here?" Elizabeth spun her yarn out fine. Em wondered if they would allow her to plan the spring crop rotation or determine which fruit trees to espalier. She knew little else in the world but how to be a good estate manager. Her silence drew quizzical stares. "Perhaps you might read, knit, sew, or draw," Charlotte prompted. "We have little else to offer you for entertainment." "And we are not ones for being long idle, though we've given up work for work's sake," Augusta interjected. Deborah gestured with her brush. "Yes, now we create things that are beautiful and useful, or only beautiful. Even in our simplest meals I try to include something unexpected or delightful," Charlotte added. "That must be luxurious," Em said, thinking of how the marsh at her estate needed to be drained and how little she wished to do it. "It is less a luxury than a necessity." Miriam spoke softly. "Without pleasure in our work we become no better than machines. If we aren't careful, all our textiles will be produced by unthinking, uncaring machines, much like those taking the place of traditional labourers in your native Gloucestershire." At Em's startled expression, Adam whispered, "Don't worry." He slipped more cheese in the pack for Persis. "Are you Luddites, then?" Em asked gently, not wishing to appear ungrateful or rude. "Should all the machines be broken in favour of hand labour?" "No, we wish to retain the joy of work and the skill of it." Augusta stopped her loom to speak. "If making something beautiful with a machine involves skill and imagination, then I would hope the worker finds joy in that collaboration." "I've never thought about pleasure in that way, or about how one could collaborate with a machine," Em said slowly, thinking of the distinctions the women were drawing. "Which art do you take pleasure in?" Augusta watched Em carefully. Em felt caught off guard. I have no skills to draw on." "When you were young, did no one teach you to draw or to sing?" Amanda, the eldest of Deborah's children, asked innocently. "I was trained to manage my estate." Em hesitated, searching for the right words. "My education focused on accounts and crops and livestock. I can draw the line of an irrigation ditch or plan which crops to rotate and where. I found the work worthwhile and important and satisfying, but I'm not sure if it gave me pleasure in the way you describe. I'll have to think on it." Charlotte smiled. "You are welcome to consider that question with us, and we are happy to show you our arts. Perhaps you may discover a talent here." "I'm not certain I have any talent for the things you describe." "Everyone has some talent," Elizabeth offered gently. "The trick is to discover that thing you love so much that you would do it without having to. I always wished my father would return to manage the estate so that I could do, I don't know what, something." She stopped, surprised that she would volunteer such a secret. "What something?" Adam asked. She shook her head. "I don't know, and it hasn't mattered because my father never has come back, and all the daydreaming in the world wasn't going to make the estate more profitable or the crops grow more robustly. Then this will be our gift to you while you are our guest." Charlotte gestured to the room around them. "You must put aside any question of utility and take up whatever meets your fancy." "Even if your fancy is different each day," Deborah added gently. Em looked around the room from the easels to the spinning wheel to the loom. Though little had fit in the saddlebags, she'd made sure to include Geoffrey's gifts, the knitting needles, her unspun fibre and her paints. "Would you be willing to teach me a little of your arts?" "Of course," Miriam smiled. "We all have skills in each area, but we each have one that we love most." Em noticed that the fire had burned down almost to embers, and the children had fallen asleep on their pillows. Even Bess was sleeping, her nose in Adam's pack with Persis. The women rose almost in unison, collecting the children to take them off to bed. Each one, even Miriam and Augusta, bid her a fair good night, and soon she was alone with Adam in a room growing quickly dark. You didn't tell me your cousins were such philosophers. Em wondered if he would volunteer any information about Augusta, his cousin, or his unhappy sister Miriam. I have learned a great deal from them in the last year. He stirred the fire's ashes, watching the last embers fade. Giving Persis another bit of cheese, he picked up the pack. I'll escort you to your room. He held open the door, lifting the lamp to guide her way. Bess pattered after. I've spoken to Charlotte about your nightmares, and she's agreed for me to take the dressing room adjoining your bedroom. Emmeline raised an eyebrow. That way I can be close by if you have another nightmare. When Em didn't respond, he added, We wouldn't want to wake the house with your cries. I'm sure I will be fine. Her pleasure at the thought of him being nearby shifted to disappointment. She wanted him to be near her for her sake, not to keep her from waking the children. She opened the door to her room. He followed her through the doorway, holding up the lamp to allow her to see. Adam's room was nothing like Charlotte's, and even less like the delightful seraglio the women had created at the back of the house. Instead, it was all masculine lines and masculine taste. A leather couch sat firmly before the hearth, with a small table, a lantern, and several bottles of spirits by its side. She picked up the lantern, but needing a flame from Adam's, she brought it back to him. You may be fine, but I will not. He helped light her lamp, then set it on a table near the door. I have enjoyed watching you sleep, and I'm not sure that I will be able to sleep myself without being near you. But to watch me sleep, you would have to be in my room, not merely near to it. She raised one eyebrow. This is a magical place, Em. He held out his arms to her. All you have to do is say the word. She put her hands on his chest, feeling the attraction pulse between them. Then she pushed him back into the hall. Then I say, good night. He shook his head in mock disappointment. Perhaps I'll need to have a nightmare or two, otherwise I'll find myself alone and lonely. If you have a nightmare, Bess can comfort you, or perhaps you can train Persis. She shut the door, leaving him in the hallway. Then she moved to the dressing-room door and waited until she heard him enter. She could lock the adjoining door, signalling to him that his presence wasn't wanted. But it would be a lie. No, she would hear him enter in any case, or Bess would alert her. She looked around Adam's room, trying to learn more of who Montclair might be. The paintings were baldly realistic depictions of animals, all done in the style of George Stubbs, but without his talent. A prize-winning cow, still wearing its ribbon, featured most prominently among them. A fire on the hearth warmed the room, and the bed was heaped with blankets. On top of the blankets, a woven tapestry featured a dozen mythical animals in fantastic pseudo-historical poses. A giant winged horse stood with its front hooves against the Tower of Pisa, creating its famous lean. A living sphinx carved its own statue in Egypt. A giant griffin placed the final stone on the St. Paul's Cathedral dome. Was this an example of Augusta's work? If so, Adam's young cousin was quite talented. But had Augusta woven the tapestry for Adam? At the thought, Em felt another pang of jealousy, but pushed it away. As Adam Locksley, he had made it perfectly clear, before he died, that there was no future for them. But at that moment, had he already known about his inheritance and his cousin's? It wasn't a line of thought to follow if she wished to sleep, so she drew back the covers and, lying under them, thought instead of his kiss. Perhaps his desire to be near her would give her happy dreams, for the first time in months. Chapter 23. Though Emmeline usually woke before the sun, the next morning she arose long past light. She needed rest after the strain of the last few days. She pulled on the dressing gown Deborah had loaned her. Bess was curled up on the blanket Em had put on the floor. Between her forelegs and her face, in a round black ball, was Persis. The leather couch, far too short for a man as tall as Adam, now had a blanket folded at one end, and one of the glasses had the least bit of whiskey remaining at the bottom. The fire itself, now mostly embers, had been fed during the night, or the room would be far colder. He'd slipped in at some point to leave the dog and to check on her, ensuring that her nightmares were at bay. The thought warmed her middle far more than any fire. Beside the fireplace was a small stack of logs, some kindling and a kettle full of water. She might not know how to knit or sew or embroider or weave, but she could light a fire. She kindled the fire and set the kettle to warm. Had there ever been a time she hadn't had a maid to light her fire or warm the water so she could wash? She had often told the maid not to bother, especially if Em had kept a late night, but she would never have left a guest without a fire to greet them in the morning. Providing servants was part of her obligation as a hostess and an aristocrat. For the first time, she felt that rank and obligation as a weight, not a privilege. She thought back over her admission that she lacked accomplishments, and she pulled back the heavy curtains to look out of the window. Through a thick fog, the land looked eerie and strange. She could make out only the barest outlines, the garden plots in barren rectangles, the fruit trees in neat rows, the kitchen garden below. At the water she could see no farther. The island seemed its own world, not part of any other land. Adam was right. She could be safe here. The anxiety she'd carried behind her shoulders since her escape dissipated in an instant. The fog shifted before her, revealing more of the shape of the island, but still not how it connected to anything else. She imagined where the land would need manure, where the water would flood the fields during a storm or after, where the horses could roam free, where she could lay the fields out to increase yields or to reduce vermin and insects. But in the end, none of it mattered. It wasn't her land. Though she could envision how to make it more prosperous, was doing that the thing she loved? Adam had said the island was a magical place. For the first time in months, she felt that all could be well, perhaps even with Adam. She looked out over the land, still so unfamiliar. Perhaps this was fairyland, and Adam, her demon lover, answering the call she'd made all those years ago. She laughed at the fancy. Even so, for a moment, she allowed herself to think of a future, one where Adam was the man she had fallen in love with, and who would admit he loved her. Perhaps here she could discover the answer to her questions about herself and him. She heard a soft knock at the door. Before she could answer, the door opened a crack, and Collie stuck his head in. Seeing Em, he drew back, then stuck his head in lower, as if being near to the floor made him less visible. "Bess," he called out in a child's whisper. "You may come in, Collie," she said without thinking. The child ran past her to Bess's side. He stopped, shocked, pointing at Persis. "Poopy," he whispered, looking at Em as if he must be wrong. She hadn't been thinking when she'd let the boy in, though she'd heard Charlotte warn Adam to keep the pup hidden. "Her name is Persis. She's Bess's friend, but you mustn't tell. She's a secret." The boy squatted, holding out his hand, ready to pet the pup if Em gave him permission. Em knelt by his side. "You must be very gentle. She's only a few weeks old." Em took Collie's hand and showed him how to pet the pup, softly touching her fur. Then he tried it by himself. Bess watched to ensure that Persis was safe. The boy looked up, grinning widely, then he abruptly ran from the room. "Well, Bess, we've made a mess of that." Em picked up Persis and nuzzled her under her neck. "Where's the pack?" Bess rose, searching the bedroom, then pushing open the dressing-room door, entered, then reappeared with the pack. Bess set it next to the puppy, who crawled in happily, finding bits of cheese Adam had left for her. Bess then stationed herself to guard the bag. Em took up the basin to wash her face and hands. Beside the dressing table, Adam had left her Jeffrey's packet and a grey wool dress. She felt the cloth, impossibly soft, then held it up, admiring its craftsmanship. Beautifully embroidered holly leaves and berries ran along the base of the skirt and climbed up the sides, while mistletoe ran around the cuffs, the sort of dress the Queen of the Fairies might wear. She laughed at the thought. She picked up Percis's pack and Geoffrey's gifts. "Come, Bess, let's go and tell Adam that Collie knows his secret." In the morning room, 2 sisters, Deborah and Miriam, and 2 cousins, Caroline and Augusta, were gathered round the table, poring over some documents. Seeing Em, Augusta gathered up the pages and excused herself, Miriam following. As Em expected, Caroline and Deborah welcomed her, pointing to the covered food on the buffet. Em placed the wriggling pack under her chair, trusting Bess to keep the puppy out of sight. Bess played along, sticking her big nose in the pack. Em laid Geoffrey's gifts beside her chair, then collected her meal and joined the 2 women. In regular circumstances, she would ask after Augusta and Miriam, hoping to discover the root of their discomfort. But, remembering Charlotte's request that she respect their secrets, she said nothing. "Miriam has offered to supervise you at the yarn if you would like to begin there, or, of course, you may pursue your own interests." Deborah tilted her head towards the sound of Persis playing with Bess. Bess gave a loud sigh, as if to keep Persis hidden. "I have some things with me, but I have no preference where I start." She quickly unwrapped the packets. Deborah picked up the Ackerman pigments with reverence, while Caroline ran the unspun wool through her fingers. "Then we should begin." Deborah picked up Em's packets while Em raised Persis's pack to her shoulder. Caroline, tucking the roving under her arm, held out her hand to Em. Surprised and touched at the welcoming gesture, Em placed her hand in Caroline's. For the second time in as many days, she felt as if she had sisters again. During the day, the heavy tapestry curtains were drawn back, revealing through tall windowed doors a landscape that still felt strange and unfamiliar. The pack wiggled against Em's side. Persis was growing more active. Soon, whether Collie kept the secret or not, Persis would be too lively to hide. Deborah and Caroline delivered Em to Miriam's tutelage. While the 2 arranged Geoffrey's gifts on a low table near the spinning wheel, Em tucked Persis's pack to the other side of one of the wide ottomans. Bess, watching the pack intently, lay down beside it. Miriam rose from the wheel as Deborah and Caroline took their leave. She picked up Em's roving and felt the fibres. "This blue is lovely. Wode, I assume, but how long did you leave the wool in the dye, and what did you add to make it turn this shade?" "I'm afraid I don't know," Em answered. "It was a gift. A lovely gift." Miriam gestured for Em to take her place at the wheel, still examining the roving. "This, as I'm sure you know, has been washed and carded to remove impurities and to make the fibres go in the same direction. To help spin it, we do as you've done here. We draft the wool by pulling it out to a consistent amount of fibre. Then we can begin to spin, whether by hand or with the wheel." Miriam described the process of spinning, naming each part of the wheel and explaining its purpose. Flywheel, band, haul, tension, bobbin, treadle. Em committed each term to memory, grateful for the experience she'd had with other machinery on the estate. Em had hoped that learning to spin under Miriam's tutelage would create opportunities for other conversations, but Adam's sister remained remotely pleasant, rarely straying from her focus on the art of spinning. She volunteered nothing about Adam or their family, or their island home, or her aspirations for the future. In fact, Miriam only became animated when she talked of her dyes and how she made them. After a few minutes of watching and advising Em, Miriam excused herself to check on her vats of dyed fibre. Em tested what Miriam had taught her, allowing the fibre to twist into yarn and collect on the bobbin. The feel of the roving running through her hands, the sound of the wheel moving, the whisper of the fibre making a strand, all felt familiar and comforting. She suddenly remembered sitting at the wheel in her girlhood, her mother's hand guiding hers. The memory so long lost to her was poignant and sweet, and Em held the imperfect picture close to her heart. After an hour or so, Em had produced a skein of yarn, neat enough that Miriam gave her permission to spin whenever the wheel wasn't already in use. But still, the young woman kept a polite distance, and once Augusta arrived to show Em how to weave on a loom, Miriam returned to her spinning. The loom was complicated in a different way from spinning, but Augusta, like her cousin, was a patient teacher, having already strung a small loom for Em to use. Em quickly learned that she would weave the horizontal or weft thread through the vertical or warp threads wrapped around the loom. Augusta had given her a simple pattern to follow, and with the help of a tool called a shed stick, which allowed her to repeat previous lines, she made good, if slow, progress. But all Em's attempts to start a conversation on subjects other than spinning and weaving failed. The two girls either had little experience talking to women outside their family circle, or they didn't wish to talk to Em. She couldn't tell which. Em had almost given up when Persis, having eaten all her cheese, escaped her pack. Bess was up immediately, following the pup intently. When Em saw Persis starting to circle and smell the ground, she leapt up and scooped the pup outside through one of the doors. When she returned, the girls had walled off a portion of a rug with pillows and were seated on the floor. Miriam held out her arms for the pup, and Em handed Persis to her. The girls set the puppy between them, clearly amused by her. Augusta broke the silence first. "When are you going to tell Deborah about the puppy?" "She's Adam's secret to reveal," Em averred, sitting on a nearby cushion. "What's my secret?" Adam appeared as if from nowhere. Em gestured to the pup, now gambolling on the floor, padding unevenly between Bess, Augusta, and Miriam. "Oh, well, does Deborah know yet?" His relatives shook their heads. "Well, that's good." Adam sat next to Em. "Tell me how you have spent your morning." "Under the careful tutelage of your cousin and sister, I've mangled wool fibre into uneven yarn and created 10 lines of tortured weaving." She gestured toward her skein and loom, smiling. "And to think my cousin has always ridiculed the fact that I have no accomplishments." "But you manage your estate." Miriam looked up from the puppy. "Isn't that an accomplishment equal to singing or drawing?" "I would agree." Augusta nodded, teasing Persis with a bit of string. "Someone might have a facility for drawing or singing, but if she only practices that skill to gain a spouse or power over someone less talented, then that isn't an accomplishment. It is merely a task. But to join skill with pleasure, even when someone else demonstrates greater ability, that's the true accomplishment." Miriam tapped her fingers on the floor to attract Persis's attention. "And to take joy in something even though one isn't particularly good at it, that's a great skill in itself. One girl who sings poorly but with joy is more greatly to be admired than 50 girls who sing well but without pleasure," Augusta added, letting Persis chew her thumb. "I haven't ever thought about skill being tied to pleasure in that way." Em watched Persis gratefully, having never imagined that the puppy would transform the girl's quiet reserve into a growing comfort. She told herself Persis deserved a special treat in the kitchen. "Obviously you take pleasure in Bess. What else gives you pleasure?" Em thought for a moment. "When I was a child, I delighted in putting out crumbs or seed for the birds. The birds were common sparrows and wrens, chaffinches and magpies. If I was late, they would line up along my windowsill and call to me as a reminder." "That sounds lovely." It was, Em realized. "Was?" Augusta looked up. "Did you stop?" "I did." Em, surprisingly saddened by the memory, rubbed Bess behind the ears. "I'd fashioned a feeding platform out of wood and cloth, and one day my cousin tore it from the trees. She complained that the birds make the path unsightly." "And she was allowed to do so?" Adam asked gently. She always was, but I never learned to oppose her. She shrugged. But feeding the birds wasn't a talent or a skill, it was simply a delight. Or a pleasure, Miriam added gently. I can think of nothing more useful. Both young women smiled at her, welcomingly. Somehow, in being a good if unskilful pupil, and in sharing her thoughts on talent, Em had made inroads with both the girls, though Persis had certainly helped. Adam rose, extending his hand. I came to see if you and the dogs would like a walk around the property. I thought after a morning inside you might wish to be out of doors for a while, and Persis could use a romp. Em rose, testing her leg. It always felt better if she kept moving. Bess watched her, uncertain whether to join her mistress or keep her watch over Persis. Yes, I would love that. He tucked the pup back in the pack, then held out his opposite hand. May I escort you then on a tour of the island? He directed Emmeline and Bess out of the workroom through one of the long, windowed doors. There, a loggia ran down the back of the house where Adam indicated the family gathered when the weather was more temperate. They passed through the fallow remains of the kitchen garden. The beds were neatly asleep, save for a patch near the back of winter turnips and beets. In another bed, a series of cloches sat on bare ground, warming the soil. In her mind, Emmeline planted the garden, then watched it grow through a full season. The thought of the plants turning green, then lush with produce, pleased her. She felt a twinge that her own lands were so far away, but she consoled herself that she would return as soon as she could. For now she was living in fairyland with a fairy prince, her demon lover, who had stolen her from the human world. The idea filled her with a sort of delight, except that Adam wasn't her lover. Perhaps here, far from all the controversies that separated them, they could love each other once more. She took his arm. Finding the thick gravel paths still slick with frost, she needed a little extra balance. But more than that, she wanted to be near to him. At the bottom of the kitchen garden she didn't let go of his arm. It felt right, leaning into his side conspiratorially as they talked. Somehow, it seemed, she'd found the one place in the world where Adam could be simply himself. At the bottom of the kitchen garden, Adam directed Emmeline to take the left path, around the corner of the house. Once out of sight, he released Persis from her pack, allowing her to romp alongside Bess. The pup, happy to mimic whatever Bess did, was already learning to follow commands. Tomorrow I thought we could walk through the orchard, but today I hoped to give you a glimpse of the lands more broadly. His rich baritone ran along her spine like electricity on a wire. Tell me about your crops, Em prompted as they looked out over the frost-covered land. She could already imagine what grew best in each place, and she wondered how close her ideas were to the actuality. The kitchen garden typically thrives, as does the orchard. He directed her around the back of the stables, away from the sounds of Charlotte and Augusta, caring for the barn animals. The household can mostly support itself from the produce of our island, but soon we'll need to once more farm the fields on the other side of the river. Fields? You have more land than this? She gestured around them. Quite a bit more, but it's all on the other side of the river. Since my uncle's death, my cousins have mostly abandoned those fields. He pointed past the river's edge into the far distance. Is it grief or a lack of resources? Em asked the question, though she knew it veered into the personal. Perhaps a bit of both. They need field labourers to produce the crops, and they need the crops to pay the labourers. Without the bridge to carry their island produce or themselves to market, I suppose it feels too much of a burden. What is the issue with the bridge? Is it unsafe, in need of repair? You said using it was too costly. Unsafe, no. Costly, yes. The bridge was built at the low water crossing, the only place where one can cross the water in a wagon or carriage. He gave a grim laugh. I told you my uncle chose husbands for my cousins. He also left the bridge and a long strip of land on either side of it to the local clergyman, and he charges a hefty toll for using the bridge. He's a clergyman and not a troll. I have often thought him the latter. The only one who can pass without a toll is Charlotte. Em thought of the embroidered coverlet, part of a trousseau but now put to everyday use. The coverlet? He nodded. Did she break the engagement? I have no idea. I only know that without the produce of the fields, I haven't the funds to buy the bridge or the land around it. So it's not the bridge itself, but the right to pass to the other side. She waited for his nod. If I were your cousins, I'd be quite angry. Are you angry? Hasn't your father left you in a similarly awkward situation? Only as far as Stella is concerned. She shrugged. I used to try to understand why he left, and sometimes I still dream that he will come back and take up his responsibilities. But I know that's unlikely. Are your nightmares somehow tied to your father's absence? She looked startled. You said that you would tell me in the daylight. He gestured towards the sky. It's daylight. She stilled and her face grew sad. Bess, knowing her mistress's moods, whimpered and licked Em's hand. There, girl. She waited a long time, as with one hand she petted Bess, and with the other she brushed away her tears. Eventually she answered, I have nightmares of the carriage accident that killed my mother and sisters and that crushed my leg. I don't remember the wreck itself, only waking up in the dark, my leg trapped under the bodies of my sisters and crying out for help until my voice could cry out no more. He wrapped her in his arms. How long did it take for them to find you? He didn't want to think of it, her, a child, wounded and in pain, terrified and alone in the dark. He almost wished he hadn't asked about her nightmares, but they'd both been hiding behind secrets for too long. The night of the crash and the better part of the next day, but I was delirious with pain, drifting in and out of consciousness. I remember Jeffries holding my face to his chest so that they could release my leg, then carrying me to a litter they'd fashioned out of the broken bits of the carriage. It took a long time for my leg to heal, and a longer time to learn to walk on it again, but my grandfather and Jeffries wouldn't give up or let me be bedridden. What about your father? Where was he? She shrugged. He came to my room the day they buried my mother and sisters. He gave me more laudanum to ease the pain, but I hated the feel of it, so when he wasn't looking, I spit it into my hand. And after that? I never saw him again. Then why do you wish to go to him if he abandoned you? If I remain in England, the scandal will never die, but if I go to my father and live under his roof, then it might soften the scandal enough for me to return to England and live at Hartshorn Hall in relative peace. They had reached the edge of the property, far past the stables, all the way to the edge of the river. There, a fine-covered bridge connected the island to the land. On both sides, a window looked out over the water. She walked onto the bridge, looking up and down the river. It's beautiful. She held out her hand and he joined her. Did you bring me here because it's somewhat private? I'm not sure. She lifted her lips to his. He met her kisses until she pulled back, her face serious. Some time ago I asked for one thing to show me that the man I knew as Locksley was also Montclair, but I didn't tell you my true thing. There's no need, I know your heart. He let his thumb run down her shoulders. No, it's important you know. When I'd heard you and the cottagers had been arrested, I decided to intercede for you and them, but your trial had ended before I knew it had begun. I told you to stay on your estate. His heart chilled. It wouldn't have done any good for you to be part of the scandal. If you and the cottagers were guilty, then I was as well. They set the wharf fire before we even met, before you ever started attending their meetings. Besides, when you were with me, you were acting as an agent of the Home Office. How could I be an agent without knowing it? How did you know I wasn't dead? He deflected her question. I went to your execution. She shrugged sadly. I don't know what I imagined. Perhaps that the warden might let me speak to you one last time, but I arrived too late. The crowds had gathered so thick that I could barely find a place to stand. The men were already lined up at the gallows on the roof, faces covered. She closed her eyes at the memory, and it broke his heart. I could see the one supposed to be you, same height, same clothes. The trapdoor opened, and I watched as the body dropped through the floor. I watched as they placed your body on a cart with the others and took it away. Then what did you do? He wanted to learn all he could. I couldn't move, I couldn't think. I leaned against the wall of an adjacent building, uncertain what to do next. The crowd dispersed, but I waited. I'm not sure for what. The people on the street returned to their lives, but I couldn't seem to move. Eventually one of the shopkeepers came to my side. "One of them was your man?" she asked. "What did you say?" he asked quietly. I couldn't answer. She took me by the hand and led me into her shop. It smelt like wood and oil and cinnamon. She brought me a cup of tea, mint with lavender, but I couldn't stop looking at the gallows. I couldn't imagine you were dead. And then I knew you weren't. I've heard people say that they simply had a conviction that someone wasn't dead. My awareness had nothing mystical about it. I saw you, walking on the street. You left the prison with another man, both of you dressed as gentlemen. You crossed the street, headed directly towards the shop. For a moment I thought you knew I was there and that you were coming to me. You passed before the window of the shop. You even looked in. You and your friend pointed at something in the window. The two of you laughed and... Her voice trailed off. And? He understood more now than he had before. When she began speaking again, her voice had grown distant. In that moment I hated you more than I had ever cared for you, because you let me believe you were to die, and you weren't. You never were. It was only a game, and I was the loser. Under her anger, he could see the betrayal, the pain. Her father had left her, then he had. Her voice shifted again, lighter but no less angry. I suppose I should be grateful. Few men go to such lengths to escape the obligations of an affair, and only a scoundrel would have helped me run. He couldn't think of how to answer. He'd hurt her without intending to, but perhaps he could tell her another true thing, something that would make his betrayal less painful. Do you know what I did the day Colin placed that damned wedding invitation in my hand? He didn't wait for her answer, afraid that she might not want to know or care. I went to the Blue Heron, one of the most dangerous taverns in the city, and I picked a fight. I see you lived. Her face clouded. I discovered my will to survive was greater than my desire to die. You could always try again. Perhaps the outcome would be different. She smiled sweetly, but he could hear the steel in her voice. Perhaps, but then I wouldn't have been available to save you from your own wedding. She turned back to the river, watching the estuary waters flow under the bridge. She was making a decision. He could see it in the way she held her shoulders, in the way her eyes focused on a point far in the distance. If I asked you to stay with me this time, would you do it? Her face was open, sincere, vulnerable in a way he'd never seen. He thought of the letters he needed to mail to protect her, then of her face when she admitted that her father had abandoned her before anyone knew if she would live. He paused, staring at his hands as if he'd never seen them before. He had lied to her too much to lie again. He couldn't let her hope. The silence extended with the fall of his breath. 5 breaths, then 6, then 10. Finally he spoke. You are Lady Emmeline Hartley, heir to Hartshorn Hall. I am an officer of the Crown, born to rustic clergy, reared far from any social or political centre. You are an aristocrat. I am... no one. Em's face changed in an instant, fury in her eyes. My father left me when I was 6. I was reared almost entirely by servants, which explains my somewhat skewed view of how being an aristocrat works. And I don't want any of it. The land, yes, the estate, because of my people. But not the wealth for wealth's sake. I'm not Stella. I only learned how well the aristocracy might work through Colin and his family. I'm not worthy of you, Em. Not now, not ever. But you didn't object to helping me run away from a marriage into one of the most important families in the realm. How far must I fall before you can accept me? When he didn't answer, she left him standing in the field, looking out over the water. Chapter 24. Adam sat in the summer house watching the estuary. He'd hoped the quiet of the water would help him sort through his disordered thoughts. But it had been hours, and he'd only succeeded in growing cold. It should have been so easy to do what Emmeline wanted, help her escape, keep her safe, escort her to whatever destination she wanted. Just this morning he'd risen before light and, with the help of some old friends, sailed to Great Yarmouth. There he'd haunted the docks, buying, whenever possible, direct passages for a woman, a companion, and a giant dog on ships to various destinations. Liverpool, Brighton, Le Havre, Amsterdam, Lisbon, Gravelines, Bordeaux. Then he'd quietly arranged for berths on the ship of a captain he trusted. They would sail to Italy on his next trip, some weeks hence. But to do what Emmeline wanted, he'd had to accept other obligations to the Duke, to the Home Office. Until their departure, he needed to send as many letters from as many towns in England as he could, keeping both the Duke and the Home Office satisfied with his progress. As for the letters declaring he'd found her, Adam wanted to post those only after she'd taken up her berth on the ship. He couldn't keep her out of London and far from Lord Colin as the Duke required, and bring her in to do the Home Office's bidding, and he couldn't convince her to work for the Home Office without revealing that to do otherwise would put her estate at risk, or that he'd been working for other people all along. And as it stood, he was going to disappoint the lot, and Em most of all. Sure, he could give the Duke back his retainer, and he could tell the Home Office that he was resigning from their service. Both actions would make his financial situation and the security of his family far more precarious. But neither would make Emmeline more safe or help her out of England. And they might even make things far worse. As long as those in the Home Office believed he was serving their interests, they would give him time to convince Emmeline to work for them again. But once they were certain Emmeline had refused them, they would move to compel her. In the same way, if Adam gave back the Duke's retainer, Lord Colin might feel obligated to take up the search for Emmeline himself. He hoped staying at the island was as good as hiding in plain sight. Joe and the Home Office knew about his estate. He'd certainly made no secret about his frustration with his uncle's botched will. But with his case in Chancery, he had no illusions that the Home Office didn't know details even he wasn't privy to. Joe likely even had a record for the precise location of the island and a sketch of the house's floor plan. Last time, when faced with the conflict between his duty and his heart, he'd chosen duty. Emmeline could never be his, and letting her go seemed like the reasonable course. Reason. When it came to Emmeline, reason failed him every time. Though she'd never believe it, seduction had never been part of his plan. But from that first soul-enchanting kiss, he wanted to be beside her. From their late-night visits to clandestine reform groups, he'd quickly identified the men who'd set the Nottingham wharf fire. Cottagers of Squire Fletcher, the men had, season after season, watched as their landlords squandered the fruits of their labours in risky shipping ventures. The Home Office hadn't realised that the criminal they knew only as Charters was an orator of some skill until then, and Adam had welcomed the expansion of his inquiries because it had allowed him to widen his net. More and more meetings, more and more time with Emmeline, until one day he realised that she'd grown more important to him than he'd imagined any person could, and then he'd claimed duty and run. He groaned. Emmeline had run from her duty, he had run to his. Which of them was wiser? There was no way out, and he had to go, there was no question of that. but he couldn't leave her, not when all he ever wanted was to stay by her side. "Penny for your thoughts," Deborah interrupted his reverie. He raised an eyebrow. "I doubt they're worth that." "Collie saw you from the house," she explained. "He's better than a guard dog, that one. I'm sure an observant toddler isn't as effective as a guard dog. I can bring you one next time I travel. Since Father never allowed us pets, I never imagined wanting a dog, but seeing Collie and the girls with Queen Bess, yes, I believe so, but something not quite so massive as Bess. I have this fear that Collie will one day decide to ride her around the house like a pony." "He's a fine boy, Deborah." Adam watched his sister's face as she talked about her son. She smiled wanly. "I imagine he's much like his father would have been at that age, fascinated with everything, scared of nothing." She pulled her wrap more tightly around her, and he noticed how much thinner she seemed than the last time he'd visited. "I have a friend, a kind man," Adam began. She shook her head before he finished the sentence. "This is a magical place for the children and their cousins dote on them. Besides, I had a fine husband once, and I'm not going to risk my luck a second time. But Miriam is beginning to wish for a bigger world. Perhaps you have a friend for her." She pulled up a chair next to him. "I'll keep that in mind." "I've come to talk about Emmeline. Anyone with eyes could see you love her, but she doesn't trust you, not fully. And you are keeping secrets from her. I see it in your face every time you look at her." "I betrayed her trust, and now I'm paying penance." "If you betrayed her, then you deserve it. What did you do?" "I found myself caught between obligations, and I still am. To be a good officer, I need to keep some things secret. To be a good friend—" "Lover," she corrected. "Can anyone with eyes see that as well?" he asked, almost belligerently. "No, just your favourite sister." She touched his hand reassuringly. "Well, that's a relief." Elbows on his knees, he rested his forehead in his hands. "Every path I consider disadvantages someone. To help her, I might have to give up my commission, and without my wages we would have only this." He gestured to the island estate around them. "That's as your uncle intended. Our cousins would assure you that they need nothing more, and your sisters would prefer a living brother to a dead patriot." She moved to sit on the bench beside him. He put his arm around her shoulders. "What are you going to do?" Deborah's voice was firm, certain. "Other than feel pitiable, that is, have you considered telling her the truth, whatever that is? She's only just stopped hating me." "Perhaps you should talk to her, ask for her perspective, explain whatever it is she needs to know." "And what if I lose her? If you continue this way, you've lost her already." Deborah nudged his shoulder. "You should go to her. If nothing else, I'm sure her dog needs a walk." Chapter 25. Adam had been searching for Em for the better part of an hour, but she wasn't in the workroom practicing any of her new skills, nor was she in the kitchen, her rooms, nor any of the drawing rooms. He found her in an alcove off of the second-floor landing, the door pulled half shut. The room was a small library, all four walls covered with bookcases, with the exception of a large space on the outer wall for a bay window. Beneath the window ran a long, broad window seat with thick cushions. With her legs stretched out, Emmeline leaned into the window, her elbow on the sill, her hand tucked behind her ear. Reading. He could tell that much, at least. Bess lay just inside the doorway with Persis crawling happily over her. As Adam stepped into the room, Bess opened one eye but closed it again without alerting Em. Persis tumbled over her feet to him. At least the dogs trusted him. Quietly he petted Persis. Then, putting her back where Bess could watch her, he stepped over the dogs and into the room, pulling the door shut behind him. Even from the doorway he knew she was at ease. Her shoulders relaxed, her head tilted towards her book. He wondered what expression her face would wear, but from where he stood he couldn't see her reflection in the window. He'd grown to love interpreting her looks and moods, particularly when she was reading, A wisp of hair twisted unconsciously around her finger signalled a book of adventure or romance. The lovely corner of her mouth, caught between her teeth, indicated something more substantial, perhaps a treatise on husbandry or estate management. And if her gentle fingers caressed the outer edge of her ear, she was making sense of something new or difficult. Beside her was a chess table, a game already in progress. After a moment she lowered her book and leaned forward, moving a black piece, then returning to her book. A few minutes later she leaned forward again, this time moving a piece from the opposite side. He watched her make 6 moves on each side, each time returning to her book. The board was too far away to follow her game, but he was intrigued. Chess. What other interests did he not know they shared? Bess sighed, a low, deep groan of complete contentment, and Em looked at her. Seeing Adam, she rose, putting down her book. "No, please, continue." He gestured at the chessboard. "I have interrupted your game." She looked at the book with obvious longing. "I didn't know you played." "My grandfather was addicted to chess. He taught Jeffries, and the two of them taught me. Over the years, our library amassed quite a collection of books on the subject: history, strategy, model games." She bit the corner of her mouth. "Do you play?" "My father ranked a skill at chess and a facility for Latin as evidence of a well-trained mind." "Is yours well-trained?" She picked up the black knight and set it carefully in a new spot on the chessboard. "My tutors seemed to think so." He studied the board, trying to determine White's next move. She picked up the white queen and tossed it in her hand. Her eyes met his, daring him. "I found a copy of Kenny's practical chess exercises, and I was just working through one of the model games." "Play me instead." He sat beside her on the big window seat. "Black or white? White goes first." "I'm well aware of the rules." She reset the board. "I have no preference." "Then you be white." "Don't play the gallant with me." She took the first move. "You'll regret it. King's pawn, 2 squares." "King's pawn, 2 squares." He moved without hesitation. She studied his face, toying with one piece, then changing her mind. "King's bishop's pawn, 2 squares." He looked at her hand extended over the board, at her slender wrist and fingers. He wanted to kiss each one of them. "It's your move," she prompted flatly. "It's hard to concentrate when you are so close to me." He smiled. "King's pawn takes the pawn. If you continue that strategy, I'll beat you in 10 moves." He smiled. "How can I concentrate on strategy when I have you to watch?" "Then, here." She leaned over and untied his cravat, carefully pulling the material through, then folding it over, she made a blindfold. "Lean down." He obeyed, and she tied the fabric around his forehead. "There. Can you see anything other than the board?" "I thought the purpose of a blindfold was to see nothing, not just restrict my vision to the board." He readjusted the cravat. "There I can see nothing, but if I'm to be blindfolded, you must be as well." "Then we can abandon the board entirely. Playing blindfolded was a favourite trick of my grandfather. King's knight to king's bishop, 3rd square." He pulled down the blindfold. "I don't see your blindfold. If we are abandoning the board, why are we blindfolded?" He stared. She sighed and folded over her handkerchief. She'd adjusted it so that she couldn't see anything. "Are you certain you can hold the board in your head?" "Certain. I move my king's bishop to king's 2nd square, but what are our stakes?" "Stakes? King's bishop to queen's bishop, square 4. "Yes, stakes, as in what do I get if I win?" He pulled off his blindfold and watched her think, loving the way that her brow wrinkled in concentration. "Let's see. King's bishop to your castle's 4th square, that's check. If you win, you have the knowledge that you have won, nothing more. My king's knight's pawn covers the check." Watching her teeth worry the corner of her mouth, he felt his heart speed up. "I would prefer something more tangible, a kiss perhaps. My pawn takes yours." And my king, castles. I cannot offer you a kiss if you win, because I will have defeated you in only 6 more moves. Ah, Lady Marian, you overestimate your talent. My pawn takes your pawn. It's check again. He ran his hand across her knee and she swatted his hand away. Are you certain you are still blindfolded? She tilted her head as if it would make her able to see him. King, to King's Castle Square. My lady, would I deceive you? He quietly unbuttoned his waistcoat. Queen's pawn 1 square to bring my bishop into play. Yes, absolutely, you have deceived me before, and I'm certain you will do it again. She rubbed the outside of her ear with her thumb. Marian, you've neglected to indicate your move. Leaving his waistcoat open, he unbuttoned his shirt, leaving it hanging open as well. Oh, sorry, my king's bishop takes your king's bishop's pawn. Check. I've grown hungry for your kiss, all week to be near you but never to touch. Adam, your move. Her voice sounded less certain than her words. Do you need me to repeat my move? No, my king takes your bishop. He untucked his shirt and loosened his cuffs. Don't be so satisfied. My knight to your king's 4th square. Check. Do you wish to surrender? Well played, Lady Marian. That's check from your knight and your castle, and I desire nothing more than to surrender. Would you like to abandon this game for another? I would like to beat you in 2 more moves. Her hand went up to her blindfold as if to remove it, but she changed her mind. I'm waiting on your move, sir. Or have you forgotten the game? Oh no, I know exactly the game we're playing. He watched a blush creep up her neck to her delightful ears. Then play, Adam, I hold you in check. No, my dear, you hold me in thrall, and only a kiss can cure or condemn me. He pulled off her blindfold, and her eyes widened to see his chest uncovered. She put her hand on his heart, flesh against flesh. Do you concede the game? Her eyes dared him. Which one? He pulled her into his embrace and kissed her. Their kisses grew more fervent, and he ran his hand along the side of her body under her fichu. Bess growled deep in her throat, warning them. They stopped, but heard nothing. Even so, Em began rebuttoning his shirt and waistcoat. She finished at the moment that Collie opened the door. Puppy! He rushed to the dogs and began to nuzzle the pair. King's knight's pawn interposes himself in the battle. Adam tossed one of the pawns from hand to hand. Ah, so you were trying to distract me. Looking to see that Collie was playing with the dogs, Em straightened her fichu and bodice. My king's knight takes your king's knight's pawn. My king's castle's pawn takes your knight, but I'll return him when you return my heart. She shook her head in mock derision. But I take your pawn instead, and we are again in check. Nothing can check my desire for you, he whispered. But I see you have beaten me. I protect my king by moving him to his 2nd square. My queen, mates at your king's bishop's 2nd square, and you have lost. He looked at her lips, then into her eyes. To mate with my queen is never a loss. From down the hall, his sister Deborah's voice called for her son. Collie looked up, startled. Puppy, hide. We'll hide her, Collie. Go to your mother. The boy kissed Bess on the head, then ran from the room. Adam picked up Persis. I seem to have chosen an inauspicious room. Would you like to continue our game elsewhere? Say perhaps your room in a half an hour? She nodded, leaving with Bess. There was still time to talk to her, he told himself, still time to explain, but her kisses felt like a salve on his wounded soul, and he couldn't risk losing them, not yet at least. He locked the door to his bedroom, securing their liaison against the risk of Collie coming to find Persis. He set the pup on the floor, and she trotted off to find Bess. It was unlikely anyone would miss them. He and Em typically walked the property in the afternoons. His sisters and cousins were all at work in other parts of the house, and no servants would see them because there were no servants. The door between their rooms was partially open, and he began removing his clothes as he crossed towards it. Somehow they'd come to an understanding, or at least a truce. By the time he reached her door, he wore only his cravat and his shirt, the tails long against his legs. He pushed the door open to find her waiting for him, naked. She stepped into his arms. As he ran his fingers through her hair, kissing her neck, she unbuttoned his shirt, pushing it off his shoulders until it fell onto the floor. She untied his cravat, but left the lengths hanging down across his chest. She ran her fingers down the muscled span of his chest and the flat plane of his belly. His sex jutted towards her, and she stepped to press her body against him. In a moment he'd swept her to the bed, and she wrapped her legs around him, holding him against her body as they melted together. She felt him deep inside her, taking pleasure in her body as she did in his. They had waited so long for the other's embrace that they brought each other to satisfaction quickly. Each one muffled their cries in the other's body. They fell apart, spent and sated and laughing. Then they began again. Each day for the next week followed the same pattern. Em awoke to Adam in her bed, his arm flung above his head like a boy, his face relaxed and charming. She would kiss a line from his ear to his belly, and if he woke, she would kiss him more expansively. If he didn't wake, she would dress and slip down to the morning room, eating whatever delicious meal Charlotte had prepared. She would then retire with the women to their luxurious seraglio, Em preferred that term best, to practice her new interests. Other than their individual bedrooms, the family, for such it was, used only 2 rooms, the morning room, which looked out over the sea, a delightful vista, all shining water and glistening sands, and their workroom. At some point Adam would bring Bess to her, the presence of Persis still a secret from Deborah. Em wove with Augusta, spun with Miriam or Hannah, drew and painted with Caroline and Deborah. After several days, Emmeline realized that she had not yet learned anything from Charlotte, and she began joining her in the kitchen and helping prepare their meals. She discovered a surprising facility for making bread, and she tested the limits of that new skill with a variety of ingredients. In the afternoons they would walk the island estate, with Bess and Persis at their side. As Persis grew larger and more active, getting her in and out of the house became more challenging. Adam would remain in his room until all his family were deeply involved in their various tasks. Then he would slip Persis away to meet Emmeline and Bess in the summer house. Sometimes they never left the summer house, preferring instead to cuddle close under a blanket, watch the estuary, and talk. Whether walking the land or enjoying the summer house, Emmeline would ask him questions about his childhood and his work. Knowing now why he'd rejected her so soundly all those months ago, she wanted to see if it were possible to make it different between them. Slowly she put together his story. A stern but loving father, George, from whom he'd learned about duty and honour. An imaginative, dearly loved mother, Imogen, from whom he'd gained his love of song and story. He'd been 5 when Deborah, Hannah, then Miriam arrived in quick succession. His father had named the sisters after Hebrew prophetesses, just as his brother had named his daughters after the Habsburg princesses. She felt an affinity for the lonely boy he'd been, too clever for the village school, too poor for anywhere else. He'd eventually been sent to a fine school by the kindness, she was startled to find, of Lady Fairbairn's late aunt. Other than that and some bare details, he'd loved Latin and Greek. He would tell her little about his schooling, not even the names of the schools. He'd called it irrelevant, but his eyes had hardened when she'd asked. Something about his school days made him feel his station so acutely. He carried the wound with him, unable to believe in the possibilities of their love. But he would never tell her, and she determined not to ask. She could only love him and hope their love could be enough. In the evenings the whole family would pull the curtains and gather before the hearth fire. They would tell stories to amuse the children, play games and pursue their various arts. Several times, when Persis, not quite thoroughly exhausted from their long walks, stuck her head out of the pack, Emmeline was certain she saw Deborah look away. It was an idyllic holiday. She had to consider no one and nothing but her own interests, something she'd never done. She knew the respite would come to an end, so she clung to each moment, and to Adam. Chapter 26. Adam dipped his pen in the travelling inkwell and wrote his first word. Emmeline. Then he stopped, considering a series of words, none of them satisfactory. The ink dripped, a single dot that grew, bleeding out along the paper's fibres. He made the dot into a design, a swirl decorating her name. It had been 2 weeks since they arrived, a glorious fortnight filled with kisses and revelations. Em still slept. Bess lay beside the bed protecting her, while Persis climbed the big dog as if she were a mountain. The pup was larger now, her features more obviously hound than drowned rat. Her fur was as black as Bess's, but straight and silky. Em had had no nightmares since they arrived, and the possibility of them continued to provide an excuse to be near her. Each day as Emmeline worked with his sisters and cousins, Adam took up residence in his uncle's study, writing his reports and planning his route. For his plan to work, his letters had to give the impression of a real journey. He first mapped his route, then with a map of England and Scotland and a copy of Patterson's roads, he calculated the time it would take to travel from one location to the next. Knowing where his journey would take him, he next carefully crafted each letter, as if he wrote it from a particular location, and he included some touch of realism, the name of a local inn or tavern, a laughing anecdote about real people who lived in those places. He wouldn't be visiting each of the towns, there simply wasn't time. No, as before, for most, he would be sending them to a friend who would post them on. Only one thing would give his scheme away. The towns themselves were places he'd visited for the Home Office. To ensure that the right letters were written in the right order, he marked each town and the corresponding letter with the same symbol. On the letters, he made the symbols look like smudges or ink spots or a wayward slip of the pen. Even if someone noticed the marks, they wouldn't be able to tell what they meant without the map and the timetable to show the correspondences. The letters, if the plan worked right, would convince the Duke and the Home Office that the search for Emmeline was well in hand. Then, when everyone was convinced that the search for Em had led Adam east, he would hurry back and take her across the Channel to her father, before anyone, not the Duke or the Home Office, suspected the ploy. But this letter was to Em, explaining why he had to leave, and he couldn't imagine what words to write, or rather what words that wouldn't cost him the trust they'd built over the last weeks. Em wouldn't be willing to try again a third time if he lost her trust once more. She sighed in her sleep and flung an arm out from under the covers. Bess, knowing the sound of her mistress sleeping, only lifted her head. He wanted to crawl under the covers beside her, brushing her hair back from her face as she slept. But he needed to go, though everything in him said to stay. He folded the paper over, then made a sharp, crisp crease with the bone folder. He separated her decorated name from the rest of the paper quietly, then found he couldn't discard it. He folded the slip of paper over and put it with the other letters, another sign of how deeply in love he was. If only he didn't have to leave her, if only... He stopped the thought before it could form words. It was foolish even to think of a future when one wasn't possible. Her circles were too far above his. She an aristocrat, he a cipher, an absence, a man with 100 names, none of them his own. They should never have even met, never have spent so many nights together riding the countryside, attending the secret meetings of those wishing to reform the government. But they had. Something in him wanted to call it fate. Fate that Colin had regaled his Home Office colleagues with stories of Emmeline's unerring ear. Fate that Adam had been the agent sent to gain her trust and her help. Fate that they had met under the spell of the fairy oak. But he didn't believe in fate or futures. She would return to her estate and he would disappear again, taking another name and another until he forgot entirely who Adam was. He would be merely another agent, another actor who changed names and character with every new role. But as long as Em remained safely on the island, she could be his, and he cherished each moment. Even so, he didn't want to see the look in her eyes when he told her he was leaving. Again. Joe had joked that it might be his heart he lost, but he'd already lost that the first time they'd been lovers. This time he risked the precarious balance he'd created in the place where his heart had once been. If he allowed himself to love her again fully, he might have no way to put himself back together. The bleak feeling in the pit of his stomach felt too much like the last time he'd left her. "I could never love a man like you." The words had stung more than the flat of her hand against his cheek. He'd expected her to be angry, perhaps even to be hurt, but he hadn't expected her fury and then the cold, hard look that followed. He hadn't set out to deceive her, or rather he hadn't set out to deceive her any more than the rest of the villagers. But he hadn't meant to deceive her this time either, and he'd done it all the same. He feared how their affair would end. It broke his heart. While he thought, his ink ran dry again, without him writing a single word. He dipped it again, then stopped again without writing, but he could dip it 1,000 times and he wouldn't have the words to tell her the truth. She stirred. He'd waited too long. She was awake. He set the pen on its rack and moved to her side, sliding under the coverlet to feel her warmth again. She cuddled up against him, her back warming his cold chest. He let himself revel in it, her warmth, her affection, her... He refused to fill in the word. "Em, I need to go away," he whispered into her ear. "A week, 2, perhaps longer, I don't know." She rolled onto her back, studying his face. "Why?" "We don't know what's happened since we left your estate." He lay on his side, facing her. "We need to know if Forster hired men to look for you. Other than me," he added silently. "You believe he did? Hire men, that is?" Her eyes widened. Adam swallowed, knowing he should confess. "If I believed you were at risk, I would take you with me. I would not leave you where you or my family might come to harm." Her face grew slightly more relieved. "The weather is clear, if cold, so I should make good time. I may miss Christmas, but I'll be back by 12th night." "Radish is the better horse for riding." She nuzzled her head into his chest. "I'm taking one of the manor horses. I'd rather not risk someone recognizing your team." "You always seem to be leaving me, and I always seem to be waiting." She looked into his face. "Except for that last time when you threatened to kill me?" She smiled sadly. "I did, didn't I? Perhaps I should have. It would have given a clean end to our affair." Her expression broke his heart. "This isn't the end of our affair, unless you wish it to be." He held his breath. She touched his face. "I don't. Do you?" He kissed her, putting all his longing into the touch of their skin. "I never want to leave you. I want to keep you here in this magical place by my side forever." "Is this fairyland? And am I enchanted?" she whispered. "Whether it is or isn't, I am enchanted as well," he whispered back. He leaned back against the bed, and she leaned into his chest, tracing figures on his bare skin. When she awoke again, he was gone. Lying on the pillow next to her was her silver necklace with the delicate unicorn. She placed it over her head, letting it settle like a talisman against her heart. She studied the room, looking for traces of his presence, but he'd left little of himself behind. But he'd promised to return by 12th night. She wouldn't worry until then. Chapter 27. "Ah, flute." Charters looked up from the map he'd rolled out onto his desk. "I've been put on a committee." "Have you now?" Flute turned a chair around and straddled it. "Is this for one of your antiquarian societies? Oh no, far better than that. As a Member of Parliament, I've been put on a secret commission to assess the resources of the Home Office and to prevent crime." Flute burst into a loud laugh. "And what did you say?" "I was exceptionally grateful, and I solemnly accepted the obligation to my king and country. This way, if our friendly police draw a little too close to our operations, I can point to a few of our competitors to gain a little time or a diversion when we need it." "The fox in charge of the henhouse." Flute shook his head in disbelief. "But with such an opportunity for knowing exactly what the police and the Home Office will be doing, I thought we might want to expand our enterprises." Charters tapped on the map. "Expand?" Flute shook his head good-naturedly. "We own a fleet of 6 ships, a gambling hell and a tavern. We have influence in every London gang and several in the provinces. In every county, we have well-connected clients who trust us to solve their problems. What more do you want, to be king?" "I am king, Flute, already. You and I wield more real power on any given day than His Majesty, raving mad at Q. But it's a web we're creating, Flute, like a spider's, and we have connections yet to be made." "Show me." "Our ships bring us both trade and smuggling, the legitimate goods we sell here." On his map he tapped one of the London docks. "But the smuggled goods must be distributed inland. Our hells ensure that wealthy men are indebted to us, allowing us access to their lands for the distribution." "What are you imagining?" "At any given time, we employ perhaps 200 men in more fluid occupations, from smugglers to body snatchers to dock hands and a dozen others. If we were to mobilize all that labor, we might find ourselves very wealthy men. Do you object, Flute?" The seaman laughed heartily. "I've made more money working with you than I dreamed of making in my whole life at sea." "Then let's use this opportunity to expand our holdings and reduce our competition and shore up the evidence against our scapegoats, should we need them. I feel like it's time for a little mischief." Chapter 28. "How long are we to wait, Benjamin?" Joe regarded Mr. James with real concern. The lines of weariness around his eyes and mouth seemed more pronounced than even the day before. "He's been crisscrossing the country, sending us letters for weeks, but never one from Norwich." Benjamin pulled himself up into the carriage, needing a rest from their walk. "I know to trust your instincts, but you're weary." Joe's voice was tender. "I could have done this alone." "And I would have had to sit in that damn office alone while you did it." Benjamin stretched his damaged body out along the seat. "I'm glad Lady Emmeline's man chose a wide carriage for their escape." Joe tucked one of the empty grain sacks behind his back as a bolster. "What are we going to do with him?" "It depends on how much he will tell us. At the least, he must bring her ladyship back to London." "She'll be furious to learn that her estate is at risk." Joe opened one of their baskets, laying out a pleasant feast. "Stopping Charters is more important than a single woman's fury." Mr. James steepled his fingers before his face. Each day his reach extends farther across the country, corrupting everything it touches. "I agree that she's left us little choice," Joe shrugged. "But if we pursue this route, we could end up with a fine country property and an angry former owner. We need her help. If threatening her estate secures her cooperation, that's the route we must take." "How do you intend to do it? Even the most unscrupulous solicitor on our list believes the land is hers. Apparently her grandfather hired every barrister in Chancery to review his will." "But even a frivolous Chancery suit will cost money to oppose. It might even cost enough to bankrupt the very estate she hopes to protect." "Do you wish us to help Lady Emmeline's cousin, Mrs. Kane?" "As distasteful as it is, yes," Benjamin said deliberately. Are you aware that the Home Office has a file on Lady Emmeline's father, Lord Reginald?" Joe stopped. "Where? Not in our office or our storage. I know all of those." Benjamin gave a half laugh. "Yes, you do, but some old files, mostly those related to old informants among the aristocracy, came directly to me. I've been reviewing them in hopes of finding our man Charters there." Joe nodded. "Did you find something we can use?" "I'm not yet certain. The file largely ends with Lord Reginald's residence in Venice. Before that, he appears to have proved useful in working out the ciphers we put in the magazines. But he believed he could beat the gaming tables using his mathematical skills, and it proved his downfall." "A gambler. Unfortunate, but not damning. Nothing else?" "One thing. A note at the bottom of the last page. Our agent believed Lord Reginald's father-in-law, Lionel Morley, forced him off the estate. Morley, it seemed, believed Reginald caused the wreck that killed his wife and other children." Lady Emmeline's wedding trip was to have included a visit to her father. If Adam has forgotten that he owes his loyalty to us, he might be helping Lady Emmeline go to Lord Reginald now. Benjamin's face clouded. "Then we have a game on multiple fronts. Perhaps we should send some men to Venice to watch Lord Reginald's house and intercept her. Adam has been a good officer, but we may have to find another agent whose loyalties are less divided." Chapter 29. A week passed. During the day, Emmeline helped Charlotte and Deborah in the kitchen as the household prepared for Christmas dinner. When their day's work was done, Emmeline would take the dogs and walk the property. In Adam's absence, she decided to make a thorough survey of his estate. She considered the land from every possible angle: topography, soil quality, drainage, sunlight, existing plants, etc. Slowly she began to fashion a detailed map of the property, and when that was done she laid out carefully her recommendations for a different scheme of sowing and harvesting, one that would be both profitable and good for the land. It was her Christmas gift to the family, more valuable, she hoped, than anything she might spin, weave or draw. For the children, she harvested vines and narrow branches and wove them into whimsical animal shapes. In one, a rabbit chased a bear. In another, a row of birds of various sizes sat together along a wire she'd strung on the kitchen garden wall. She made a bee-skep and a giant seal with a ball on its nose. She hid them throughout the estate gardens, hoping that in the spring they would discover them and find them as delightful as she did. The shapes lacked even the most basic utility, but even so, making them provided Em with a deep and unexpected pleasure. At night, she gathered with the rest of Adam's family in the workroom, and before a giant fire, she would help amuse the children, telling them stories of the fairies and fairyland, as her mother had before her. But still, no Adam. She lay awake in her room, listening. In the weeks since they'd arrived, she hadn't had any nightmares. Something about the peacefulness of the manor house and its inhabitants seemed to keep the nightmares away. But tonight the house creaked with new noises, and she couldn't sleep. Bess raised her head, watching Emmeline move around the room, but she didn't move enough to disturb Persis, tucked against her belly. Em picked up the dressing gown that Deborah had loaned her and tested the door to Adam's room. It was still unlocked. She let herself in, knowing he wouldn't be there. The drawing room was decorated in the same mannish style as the bedroom, except a cot had been set up in the corner for Adam to sleep on. She sat on the cot, imagining sleeping next to him on it, but if she were with him they wouldn't be sleeping. The curtains were open, giving the room a chill, and she stepped to the windows to draw them. Outside she caught a glimpse of a light moving across the lawn. Was it an illusion, or was it Adam or one of the women? She pulled the curtains closed around her, leaving only a gap to see through. The figure moved again, but whether it was a man or woman she couldn't tell. Another figure appeared from the wall near the kitchen garden, and another from the area where she and Adam had forded the stream. The lights crisscrossed the lawn as the figures walked from one end to the next in some sort of pattern. Then, as quickly as they'd appeared, the lights were extinguished, and they were gone. She considered her choices. If Adam had been there, she would have told him, but who among the women should she tell? The next morning, after helping Charlotte in the kitchen, she walked the land where she'd seen the lights, Bess and Persis with her. If anyone were watching, she wanted to give the illusion of being a woman out for a leisurely walk. But though she looked carefully, rarely taking her eyes off the ground, she found little to help her understand what she'd seen. Bess, however, was more successful, bringing Emmeline rocks and sticks to carry home. Eventually, tail wagging, she brought Em a scrap of paper bearing some shapes and a series of penciled marks. Emmeline couldn't make out whether it was something or nothing. Even so, Emmeline thanked the big dog and tucked it in her pocket. In several places where the land remained wet, she found impressions of large boots in the sand and mud, men's most likely and more than one size. She looked back to the house, an island inhabited only by women, 2 girls and 1 toddling boy. How could they not be at risk? In years past, the Norwich coast had been rife with smugglers and pirates, but she'd thought the trade had languished after the wars. Pirates and smugglers would fall under Adams and the Home Office's intrigues. Or was there something else lurking on the women's island, something questionable and dangerous? She took the rest of the day to walk, watching for any hint of who might have been there in the night and what they were doing. At the bridge, she could see a group of muddy footprints. 2 men's footprints remained on the island side and 1 crossed over it. But if the men hadn't left, where were they? She wouldn't distress her hostesses, not until she discovered where the men were hiding. The second day of walking the island, she verged closer to the estuary and to the sand flats. She found men's footprints still visible, as if they had left only a short while before, and certainly while the tide was out. She looked at the sun. She'd missed them by only a few hours, if that much. But what did they want, and why were they haunting this island? The third day, she found the remnants of a boat, recently broken apart, its boards not yet covered with moss. Near it, a man's hat and a single boot. She carried it to compare with the muddy footprints from the day before, and it seemed to fit. Startled, she dropped the shoe on the ground. Persis, taking the shoe for the pack, tried to crawl inside. Em picked her up, surprised at how much heavier she was than even a week ago. When he returns, he'll be surprised to find Persis so grown. She directed the statement to Bess, whose face seemed to broaden into an understanding smile. She may even rival your size some day, Bess. The dog turned furrowed eyebrows to Persis. That night, Emmeline approached the question carefully to Adam's cousins, not wishing to alarm them unnecessarily. "Have you ever seen lights on the lawn at night?" "Lights?" Charlotte brushed her 5-year-old niece Sarissa's hair and tried to tie it back with a pretty rose-coloured ribbon, but the ribbon was too short. "Lanterns?" Emmeline tried to clarify. "In bad weather we put out a light for the ships to help them avoid the coast," Caroline explained. "It's better than what the pirates and smugglers do," 9-year-old Amanda announced. "They let the passengers drown, then steal their wares." Charlotte leaned down and put her arm around both children. "Go to your Aunt Miriam and ask her to give you a longer piece of ribbon." The 2 girls ran off hand in hand, the short ribbon trailing behind. Charlotte turned back to Em, her face all seriousness. "What have you seen, and where?" Emmeline spent the next few minutes describing what she'd seen and giving Charlotte the scrap of paper. Charlotte stared at the markings for a moment. "So they haven't approached the house itself or the summer house, just the grounds, and they haven't approached you or the others?" she asked with the precision of a solicitor. "Not that I know of. The tracks don't lead as far as the house, just the garden wall." "Show me what you've seen." Charlotte nodded to Caroline, who disappeared into the house. Emmeline led Charlotte to the end of the property. "I think they landed there, and then they travelled in semicircles to that point." She pointed out the tracks she'd discovered. Charlotte stood quietly surveying her land, then she wrapped her shawl more tightly around her and turned back to the house. "You think you know who they are?" Em walked beside her. "I don't know, not for certain. This area is a centre for all sorts of activities, not all of them illegal." "Should we tell Adam when he returns?" "No, we will handle it ourselves, as we have always done." Charlotte stopped, putting her hand on Em's shoulder. Adam would only worry and call in some of his friends from the Home Office. Then when they were done, we would have to manage for ourselves again. "Does Adam know about this risk to you and his sisters?" "He hasn't been here enough to see what you have seen, and his sisters view this place as a sort of haven or sanctuary." "So you have kept the risk from them?" "If they were to ask, we would tell them." Em thought of the empty boot and the crushed hat. "Why do you think the men have come here?" "I think they have lost something and they are trying to find it, but what that thing might be, I don't know." They had reached the house when Charlotte turned to face her. "But I will take care of this, you needn't worry. All I ask is that you tell no one of this, only me and Caroline." Em, aware of her status as a guest, could only agree. Chapter 30. Christmas arrived with its celebrations. On Sunday holy days, their clergyman cousin waved the fee to cross the bridge. He expected the family to fill their pew, giving the impression that they bore him no ill will for the 355 other days each year when he left them with no inexpensive way to come or go, save for fording the estuary's waters. Em joined them at services where they introduced her as a distant member of the family staying with them for some months. Deborah's children gave truth to the lie by calling her cousin and by scuffling to hold her hand. Their clergyman cousin had raised an eyebrow and asked when she'd arrived, wondering, of course, if he were due a payment. She'd given him one of the blank smiles she reserved for Stella. Why would anyone choose the bridge when crossing the estuary is so much more invigorating? I'm thinking of buying my dear cousins a barge. Hannah and Miriam, giggling, had taken her by the arm and seated her between them in the family pew. Though they wore pious faces, the youngest cousins had brought graphite pencils and slips of paper to amuse themselves during the sermon, sharing their clever commentary with Emmeline. Miriam sketched a particularly apt image of the clergyman as a magpie carrying off the ceremonial chalice, and Em wished, as she had more and more often on the island, that she'd been able to grow up with her sisters. After the service, Caroline and Charlotte disappeared quickly from the pew, and Emmeline found them in the churchyard, speaking sternly to a tall man in dark clothes. His face was obscured by a hat pulled low over his forehead, but no one would mistake his height. Charlotte, seeing Em watching, hurried to her side, leaving Caroline to continue the conversation. As the man leaned down to whisper something in Caroline's ear, his hood fell back, revealing his face. He looked straight at Emmeline, then disappeared into the trees surrounding the churchyard. After that, Em saw no more suspicious lights and no more evidence of intruders on the island. Caroline and Charlotte had managed the problem as they'd promised. Another week passed. Adam had promised he'd return by Epiphany. Opening the door between their rooms, she snuck in and placed her present on his cot. She didn't want to attract any attention but his. Adam's absence had given her a chance to consider their liaison. In the past weeks, she'd learned that he was a fine man, upright and honest, if she excluded those occasions when his duty required him to dissemble. But she'd also learned that he could be silly, endearingly silly, in a way that made her forget everything but the two of them. And she'd discovered once more, as she had before they had parted the last time, that she wanted more than a liaison. She played out their possible futures, healthy, sick, poor, rich, filled with joy or sorrow, grief or pain, and in them all she wanted to be with him. She loved him, had loved him for more than a year, and she needed to find a way to help him realize he loved her too. She'd fallen in love with Locksley and run away with Montclair, but in their weeks together she'd learned to see Adam, the man at the heart of every name. When he was beside her, the island felt magical. Without him, It felt more like a prison. But every human eventually longed to leave fairyland, she reminded herself. Perhaps if he didn't return soon, she would simply hire herself some smugglers and escape to the continent. She often looked out over the water towards the continent and wondered what sort of welcome her father would give her. After the affair of the pirates, as she had named it to herself, Emmeline was certain that Caroline or Charlotte could arrange the passage. But she wanted to see Adam again too much to do more than think of leaving. The morning of Three Kings' Day, the day that the wise men gathered to bring the Christ child gifts, Emmeline awoke with real hope for Adam's return. After the morning services, where their clergyman cousin avoided her, Em walked with Adam's family around the island kitchen garden and orchard, letting the children discover her topiaries. Each time a child cried out with delight, she looked to see if Adam had arrived. By early afternoon she had grown uneasy, wondering if he had fallen sick in an inn with no one to care for him. A storm blew in from the ocean, bringing heavy rain, but even the warm firelight and pleasant company of the women couldn't ease her growing anxiety. Was he struggling to reach them through the storm? Would he be so foolish as to try to ford the river, its waters far too high to pass? By evening, though the storm had cleared, she'd convinced herself he was dead, waylaid weeks ago by highwaymen and his body left to moulder by the side of the road. The family decided to retire early, the children already spent from the day's excitement. She'd agreed not to tell the family of Adam's deadline to return, given that it depended on factors over which he had no control. But now she wished she had insisted, so that his family could reassure or be angry with her. She remained in the seraglio after they had all gone, claiming that she would put the fire to bed, but hoping he would meet her. Eventually, however, the fire burned out on its own and her lamp grew low. She gave the animals one final romp on the lawn before bed, but they came back promptly. Neither wished to get their feet too wet. By the time she retired to her room, she'd moved past worry to irrational anger. She'd trusted him, and he'd failed her again. At the door to his room, she raised her hand to knock, then lowered it. If he'd returned and found her gift and made no effort to find her, then she had little left to say to him. She continued past the dressing-room door to her bedroom, letting the fading lamp guide her steps. Bess kept to Em's side, and Persis, increasingly rambunctious, followed. Bess sniffed at the door, and Em thought perhaps Adam might be waiting, but when she entered the room, he wasn't there. Bess, however, wasn't satisfied. She circled the room's perimeter, then walked from the window, then to the bedroom door, then back to the window. She pawed at the window curtains, then whined. "What is it, girl?" Em felt the hair rise on her neck. If Bess sensed Adam, she wouldn't be so agitated. "All's well," she said in her most soothing voice, but the dog couldn't settle. "Do you want to look in Adam's room?" She opened the adjoining door and Bess rushed in, sniffing all the corners. Em pulled back the curtains to ensure he wasn't hiding in them and studied the lawn for signs of movement. But she saw nothing. Just the light of the moon illuminating the lawn below. She even looked under the bed. But no Adam. She returned to her room. Persis was curled up on the leather couch, sleeping soundly. She almost made the dog move to the floor, but a sound on her balcony made her pick up the poker beside the fireplace. She raised it before her. Extinguishing her lamp, she caught the curtain fabric with the tip of the poker, pulling it back. On the other side of the glass, a bird, buffeted by the wind, fluttered against the balcony doors, then flew away. Bess growled deep in her throat. "It's merely a bird, Bess." She lowered the poker and turned back into the room. In the dark, she ran into the large bulk of a man. The collision knocked the poker to the floor and she recoiled. Bess growled again, "Not Adam." Em stumbled to the other side of the couch for her walking stick. She slid out the inner steel, listening in the dark for movement. Bess growled again, moving to Em's side. Persis whined, then stopped. Unexpectedly, her intruder raised the wick of the lamp, lighting the area around him. He wore a long hooded cloak, like the smuggler in the churchyard. Somehow that calmed her. She could always scream and call the others to her, but she didn't wish to draw them into danger. She needed to wait to find out what he wanted. "There's nothing to fear." His voice was new to her, a smoky green wool. "Your man's hurt and sent me for you. That's how I knew the room. Old man Montclair's," he said. He pulled his hood back and she recognized him as Caroline's smuggler. Where is he?" She picked up her shawl. "We put him in the summer house. I can take you to him." The man stood looking at his hands, trying to be less imposing. "You'll need a coat." If Adam was hurt, then he needed her, but she couldn't know if the smuggler was telling the truth. It could be a trap. But who would want to trap her? Forster wouldn't worry about secrecy. No, he'd arrive in broad daylight by way of the bridge, with a full retinue of his old soldiers. "He said to call you Marian," the man added sheepishly. "I suppose I should have said that first." Marian changed everything. "I'll come with you, but I must tell Caroline first." She returned the steel to its rosewood sheath. Even in the dim light she could see his face fall. "Must you? I promised." He paused, making some decision. "No, you're right." He stepped far from the door, giving her a safe path out of the room. "I'll wait here while you get her." His voice sounded solemn and resigned. It took only a few minutes to wake Caroline and for her to dress to leave the house. Picking up 2 lamps, the women returned to Em's bedroom, where the hulking man sat on the couch petting both dogs. Had Em seen him in that pose before, she would have had little reason to fear him. The man stood up. "Caro." "Jonah." Caroline pulled her shawl tight. Some emotion passed between them, but Em couldn't tell if it were affection or anger. "You have my cousin." "We don't have no one." Jonah held out his hands in supplication. "We found him, we brought him here, that's all. He shouldn't count as cargo." "As long as that's all you have brought onto my land." "It's his land. The way I see it, we have the landowner's permission to be here." Em pushed between them, stopping what was clearly an old argument. "I want to see Adam. Now." She used her most aristocratic tone. "Then come." Caroline led the way out of the room, clearly unworried about turning her back on the giant man. They made their way to the summer house in silence, Caroline and Jonah leading the way, walking almost side by side. They arrived to the sound of laughter and the warmth of a fire on the hearth. Adam was wrapped in a heavy blanket, his clothes hung to dry on the fire screen. He was playing cards and clearly winning, with 2 of Jonah's men. The game ended when Emmeline and Caroline entered the room, and the seamen quickly put away their cards. The women stopped short at the sight of Adam's face. His eyebrow and forehead were cut and bruised, as was his jaw, particularly on his left side. Deep scratches marred his cheek and his lips were swollen. He looked as if he'd been in a fight with a large log or just in a fight. Either way, he'd lost. Adam spoke quickly, trying to defuse the situation. "I thought the water wasn't yet too high to cross. My horse thought otherwise." "There is a bridge." Caroline shook her head, turning away from Adam to Jonah. "What happened?" "The storms made all the waters run high. We found him clinging to a large root and cursing the horse that threw him." Jonah spoke only to Caroline. "He was half drowned. He likely got some of those face wounds rolling on the bottom of the river. He wouldn't have lasted much longer." "And my horse?" Caroline asked Jonah. "She swam the river and returned herself to the barn. Since he was going to live, I took care of her first." At Caroline's approving smile, Jonah's face brightened for a moment, then returned to its more sober state. "It seems my horse has better sense than my cousin." Caroline gave Adam another long look, then she nodded to Jonah, who followed her outside. Jonah's crew picked up their cards, and Adam pushed his winnings towards them. "For the men who saved my life." Taking the money, they grinned, then slipped into the night, heading in the opposite direction from Jonah and Caroline. I would have righted myself eventually, but I was grateful for the help. Adam's face, pale and worn, belied his words. Suddenly Em wanted nothing more than to drown him herself. She picked up one of the cushions on a nearby chair and flung it at him. It hit him firmly in the chest. I thought you'd be happy to see me. He held his hands out in supplication. She growled, throwing a second cushion and a third. He used the first to knock the others away, hoping she would limit herself to soft objects. You! She tried again, struggling to find words that expressed her fear, fury, and relief. She stared at his wounded face. I could kill you myself. I understand. Adam met her eyes. You are angry and I deserve it. I was foolish. She growled, picking up another cushion. But I couldn't face another day without you, he said quietly. Still holding the last cushion, she collapsed into the chair across from Adam. Why did you send Jonah to my room of all places? I wanted you to come alone, but I should have expected you to call on Caroline. If I know my cousin, she's not finished chiding me yet. I'm not finished chiding you yet, Em leaned forward. Why couldn't they have brought you to the front door? I arrived once this late before, and the children became so excited that they remained up for hours. The next day they were all tired and unpleasant. After such a long day already, I thought it best to avoid a repeat performance. Adam explained, touching the split corner of his mouth with his fingertips. Besides, I'd hoped to avoid the lecture Caroline is rehearsing. He paused, reading the concern in her large dark eyes. I am sorry, Em. I never intended to hurt you. In fact, I always think I'm helping until it becomes clear that I'm not. You aren't only talking about tonight, are you? She hugged the cushion to her chest. Tonight and every other time. He shrugged, then winced at the effort. What other wounds can't I see? Only bruises and strained muscles. Water always looks so benign until you are in it and the weight of the river is intent on pulling you under. Stop pretending, Adam. She threw the last cushion at his feet. Caroline may believe your injuries come from the river, but I know better. You've been in a fight, and recently. He sighed. Let's just say that Big Mark isn't alone in being angry at me. You certainly have a way about you. You may not believe it, Mavourneen, but before I met you, my life progressed as smoothly as a well-turned Swiss clock. I think you mean one of those Bavarian ones, with the shepherds and milkmaids all spinning in circles and a bird or two calling out the hours. He laughed, a half-hearted, wounded sound, but a laugh nonetheless. After a moment she laughed with him. Peace? He asked. It wasn't going to be easy to tell her his news. Not yet. She gave a wan smile. I must know where you have been and what you have discovered as it relates to me, at least. Very well. He couldn't avoid it any longer. I won't be foolish enough to ask you not to be angry with me. He paused, watching the way her eyebrow lifted in question. I've been gone so long because I had to send some letters, and they had to be sent from various parts of the country. And those letters have to do with me, she interpreted. At your wedding, after I sent you to the Great Oak, I was drawn into a conversation with Forster, his attorney, Lord Edmund, and my supervising officer from the Home Office. Forster had just requested that the Home Office assign its best investigator to find you and keep you safe from whatever scoundrel had helped you to run. Oh, that's rich. Did you keep a straight face? Her tone wasn't quite happy, but wasn't quite angry either. I did. He watched her carefully, attentive to her slightest change of mood. The Home Office rarely refuses the requests of a Duke of the Realm, and Forster offered a not inconsiderable reward. If I had said no, any of a dozen men would have welcomed the assignment. I would have had to keep you both safe and undiscovered. Are so many investigators better than you are? Her voice was unreadable. It's not just the Home Office. Forster also has his own private army. I could manage evading one man, but not 50. So the letters you had to post? She looked up at the ceiling, rubbing one thumb into her palm. You were reporting on me? Not you. I reported on my progress in finding you. After all this time, they believe you haven't yet found me. Her voice was incredulous. He sat quietly, letting her work it out. Oh. She leaned back. They know you found me, but which one, the Home Office or Forster? The Home Office. Forster would be an impediment to their plan. He gestured to the saddlebag sitting beside her chair. The Home Office has sent some documents for your review. I suppose it's lucky your horse lost only her rider and not her equipage. She opened the pack and pulled out a mailbag. He closed his eyes, his body hurt and hurting. But with only the two of them in the summer house, he allowed himself to be unguarded. She removed the contents. On top was a thick stack of documents tied together with string and bearing the seal of the Home Office. Agent reports dating back for the last year were interleaved with witness reports, death notices, and newspaper articles. As much as she wanted to know how her estate was faring, she needed to understand why the Home Office needed her help so badly. She started with the oldest document, a report from Thomas Gardner, Lord Wilmot, several months before his murder. In it, he described the emergence of an enigmatic new spy on the continental intelligence field and speculated that Charters, as Wilmot recorded the name, might be an English aristocrat. She noted the name. She read through the papers detailing Charters' crimes: kidnapping, murder, blackmail, fraud, forgery, smuggling, theft. His reach extended across the British Isles, then past the continent, to Australia and the African continent. The file was incomplete, but what she read was sobering enough. Whoever Charters really was, he was a danger to all of Britain. She looked up from the file to find Adam sleeping, his face marked by exhaustion and his other wounds. She was grateful that the wound in his side had mostly healed before he left. Since they'd left the brothel, she'd felt guilty for not telling Adam to look at the faces of the men at the corner table. She'd told herself over and over that she shouldn't have remained silent, regardless of what it meant for her father. But now, having read the list of Charters' crimes, she was grateful she'd held her tongue. Men who thought they knew who Charters was didn't live long. Adam's blanket had fallen open in front, revealing his strong shoulders and firm chest. She longed to curl up beside him, to breathe in his warmth. But she shook her desire away. She rose and found another blanket to cover his chest. She didn't need to be reminded that under the blanket he wore no clothes. Standing beside him, she touched his face with the backs of her fingers, brushing his hair away from his eyes. But he didn't waken. Returning to her seat, she was surprised to find the Home Office had sent a thick packet from her estate. Sam's letter began by overviewing the estate's various enterprises. Then he provided ledger pages that detailed each purchase. All of it confirmed what she'd already known. Sam was the best possible man to manage her estate during her absence. But she was still suspicious. Why would the Home Office send her such a glowing report? She found her answer in the next document, a long sealed letter addressed to her in Sam's hand. She broke the seal. I am compelled to write with some disturbing developments related to your cousin and her persistent belief that she has rights to your land. Sam carefully catalogued Stella's activities, giving each one a heading. Objects Mrs. Kane has attempted to remove from the manor house, arguing that they belong to her son. Objects Mrs. Kane has attempted to discard at the manor house, arguing that they have no place in her son's home. Workers Mrs. Kane has sent to the house to complete renovations on her son's behalf. Staff Mrs. Kane has attempted to discipline or fire for perceived slights to her or her son. Em had long grown used to Stella's insistence that her son would be lord of M's manor, but Sam's list, organised in neat, horrifying sections, brought home the extent of Stella's delusion. She should have set Stella to rights long ago, but somehow she'd never realised how far Stella was willing to go to gain her ends. And now her staff were having to manage the conflicts. At the end of Stella's demands, Sam included an even more disturbing section. Bills incurred by Mrs. Kane on her son's behalf and sent to the estate for payment. The list took up 5 narrowly ruled pages. At the top was clothing. 20 dresses from one of London's most sought-after modistes. Shoes, hats, shawls, reticules, undergarments in silk and linen, 2 new riding dresses, 2 new crops, 2 new saddles, a new carriage and new wheels for her old one, a pair of matched bays bought at Tattersall's. Long before the end, Em's head was spinning. The expenses were staggering. The last item in the packet was a letter from her solicitor, also separately sealed. She forced herself to open it and wished she hadn't. Stella had filed a suit against her in Chancery. The estimated cost of defending her right to the estate left Emmeline feeling hollow. "Does my face look as pale as yours?" He was awake. She wanted to curl up in his arms and pretend that the world outside their island didn't exist, but his wounded face and the documents in her lap signalled all too clearly that their retreat was over. "My cousin is suing me in Chancery, and though the estate's attorneys have refused all the bills she's sent directly to them, more than a dozen London tradesmen are now sending their bills to Hartshorn Hall. All believe her son is my father's heir. I know the Home Office has been following the case. They've offered to help. This," she pointed at the papers, "is a bribe and a threat. It's not an offer of help. The Home Office will help protect my estate, but only if I help them find their criminal." Something like that. He pushed himself up in the chair, grimacing at the effort. "Do you hate me?" "Let's see." She held up her hands and, using her fingers, tallied something. "What are you doing?" "Counting up all the times you could have told me we were running from both my fiancé's family and the Home Office." She looked at him sternly. "When I finish with this tally, I'm going to count up all the times you could have admitted that you were being paid, what did you call it, a not inconsequential sum to find and protect me." He couldn't tell from her manner exactly how she felt, but he knew to distrust a quiet anger. "What will the Duke do when he discovers that you were my scoundrel all along?" Em asked, still counting on her fingers. "I haven't got that far in my plan." She nodded. "You might want to consider that. I've known Forster most of my life. He doesn't like being deceived." "What about you?" He was afraid of her answer. "Me?" She paused. "A year ago, when we were riding to the reform meetings, you certainly deceived me. But this time I set limits to how much I would trust you. I trusted you to help me escape. I trusted you here on the island, but I don't trust you when it's a choice between me and the Home Office. That way I don't find myself having to forgive you for too much." "Does that mean you are considering forgiving me? Because I can assure you I don't deserve it. I should have been honest from the first. I was merely—" He knew better than to say the words. "Doing your duty, I know, and that's the rub. We can only trust each other to the point when duty intrudes. We are both people of duty, Emmeline. The deep obligation I feel to England, you feel to your estate and its people. It's not the same. You owe your duty to an abstraction, and as a result anyone who trusts you is deceived, like the cottagers who died. Like me. Laws may be abstractions, but good or bad, they give context and shape to our interactions." He held out his palms, "But law and justice are not the same, and we are both strongly committed to the latter." She opened her mouth to object, but stopped herself. It was only fair to hear his side. "One could even say we are two sides of the same coin. You view the problem from the perspective of your community. I view it from the perspective of the country." "And that's better?" she said quietly, encouraging him to continue. "No. We need both. You see the people, their struggles, so intimately that it breaks your heart, and you make change on your estate, real change, to the extent that you can. You provide your cottagers with solid roofs and warm hearths. You don't overtax their produce. You help them carry their goods to market, and you don't charge them for the privilege. You see them as your friends, perhaps because they are. You had no family save the servants. It was a gift your father gave you. Imagine who you would have been if your father had stayed, if he, not Jeffries, had reared you, if your leg were whole and your face unscarred. Her hand went unintentionally to the thin scar on her chin. One can barely see it now, but it marked you, made you different, made you able to see difference and sympathize with it instead of finding it foreign and threatening. I don't know what you mean. Then let me ask it this way. What distinguishes you from Mrs. Kane? Stella. Everything. Most obviously she is a wife and a mother, and I am not. But you could have been. Colin would have been a fine husband, had I loved him. But you do love him. That was the hard part for you, disappointing him. She felt the tears come to her eyes, but she blinked them away. Why are you saying these things? Because all your life you've thought you were less than others, that your leg and your scars made you weak. You focus on the caterpillar, but you've never seen the butterfly. Stella's the butterfly. I'm more a cabbage moth. See there, that's what I mean. For all your skill at seeing the hurt and wounds of others and finding a way to ease their suffering, you are truly terrible at seeing yourself. Stella may be beautiful. The words stabbed her heart, in a heartless sort of way, but she hasn't an ounce of your good spirit and none of your compassion. She is, with more malice and less education, a version of your father before he lost your mother and sisters. And he was left with a broken child. Stop using that word. You were badly wounded, both in body and spirit, but nothing about you is broken. Even when you rely on that walking stick, you are one of the most whole people I've ever met, and one with the biggest heart. She turned away from him so he couldn't see her tears. Had your father remained, had your mother and sisters lived, you would be Stella, kinder perhaps, more attentive certainly, but you would not be you. You would be some lesser version of yourself, more interested in ribbons and lace than in crops or cottages. Stella's bills give you a hint of what you might have done with your money. If she wins the estate, she will bankrupt it within a year. But the estate has been yours for 20 years, and it is more prosperous now than under your grandfather. He would be proud of you. So we've come round to my estate again, and the fact that to save it, I must work with your Home Office and you. She changed the subject. It was too raw to discuss with him. Yes, we have. He looked at the papers beside her on the floor. I see you have read the file on charters. Yes, but I don't like it. It's too fragmentary to draw good conclusions, and some of the inferences are simply weak. For example, Charters must be foreign because he is first seen on the continent and because he is reported to carry a Damascus blade knife. Emmeline paced, making sure to set her leg just right in the turns. That's the equivalent of saying that because I like cheese I must be from the Cheddar Gorge. We know Charters is almost certainly a disguise. Who do you think he is? Many British aristocrats take the grand tour through Egypt. His voice could be English, but well-travelled. I think he's a collector or a former soldier. That's what disturbs us. If we don't know who he is, how can we protect England from his illegal or illicit enterprises? So you see why it's so important we find him. I do, but I don't have to like it. It would be best to leave in the morning. She paused to consider his words. I agree. I've grown tired of hiding. But I have one condition. What? We take the bridge. Chapter 31. It took 2 days to get to London. Driving the carriage at its fastest pace would have allowed them to travel the 130 miles or so in 13 hours. But that would have required them to rent horses, and Emmeline didn't wish to leave Beat or Radish stabled at a posting inn until one of her coachmen could retrieve them. Besides, neither of them wished to return too quickly. They clung to the remaining minutes as if arriving in London would bring them a death sentence. Neither knew if Lord Colin were in town, and Adam wondered how the Duke would respond to learning he had brought Emmeline back to London, despite his explicit instructions. They kept their conversation light, avoiding anything that might break the connection between them. In particular, they avoided any conversation about her estate or the Home Office, anything that veered too close to the secrets they still kept hidden. In one of the towns, Em found a stationer and bought a copy of the Ladies' Magazine. An odd choice, he teased, when she could have been reading about manuring her fields or the latest precious object found in a ditch in Devon. But it was a perfect choice as well. Literature, poetry, biography, history, all topics that gave them something other than their affair to discuss. Attraction still rippled between them, threatening to overcome their pose of disinterested reserve. Emmeline even had to set aside reading the account of Vesuvius's devastating explosion in 1794 because the descriptions of the hot lava flowing down the streets sent them both into giggles and longing glances. Except for Vesuvius, she read the whole issue aloud until her voice sounded a bit like gravel. Appealing gravel, he thought to himself. When Emmeline drove, Adam read her the enigmas and other puzzles, and they worked them out together. They didn't play chess, though neither needed a board. No, all that talk of queens and kings advancing, cornering, capturing, checking, mating would have been more than their tenuous self-control could have borne. Whenever the carriage hit a bump and Em's leg would rub against Adam's or her hand touch his arm to steady herself, neither could hide the fire that still burned for the other. Adam was surprised that Emmeline hadn't been angrier when he revealed that he'd taken the job of finding her, or that the Duke had offered him money. And she'd seemed mostly sanguine when she'd discovered that the Home Office wanted her help. But there was something brewing in her manner and in her eyes, and he knew that his reckoning had not yet come. Chapter 32. I can't go in there. Em read the bookseller's sign, The African's Daughter, and stopped short. Had Em been wearing a lady's walking dress instead of a stable boy's smock top and trousers, the crowd of pedestrians would likely have parted for her, but they felt no obligation to do so for a servant, and a lowly one at that. One man pushed her roughly out of his way and into Adam's. Of course you can. Adam caught her as she stumbled, then positioned his body to shield her from other pedestrians. We meet my friend there. Then we must meet somewhere else. Em stared into his face and whispered, her body belligerent. This is not the place to debate. Adam spoke low, directing her gaze over the crowded street. The shop provides a perfect cover. We browse until the shop empties, then we talk. Reluctantly, Em walked ahead of him towards the shop, but at the first opportunity she stepped into the shadows of an alleyway. Adam followed her, more perplexed than frustrated. That's not any shop. She spoke low enough that Adam had to lean down to hear her. Lady Wilmot is its patron. And? He stared directly into her eyes. And 6 weeks ago I left her future brother-in-law at the altar. Even worse, Miss Equiano, the bookseller, was invited to the wedding. 2 days ago you said that you couldn't hide forever. What better place not to hide than at a shop associated with your former fiancé's family? I won't go in. She lifted her chin resolutely. Going in attracts far less notice than standing in an alley. He put his hand on her shoulder and looked deep into her eyes. Trust me, you have nothing to fear there. It's the address on your unicorn. Growling, she stepped back into the stream of pedestrians, Adam following protectively. A bell rang as the pair entered the store, but no one looked up, not even the young, dark-skinned girl curled up reading in a comfortable chair in the left front corner. Smelling the familiar scent of wood, leather, paper, and ink, Em felt immediately more at ease. The bookshop was large and well-appointed. At the very front, wide tables displayed the most recently published books in tidy stacks. Beyond the tables, polished wooden shelves ran in wide, orderly rows to the back of the store and along the walls. To the right stood a glass-faced cabinet, displaying books in fine leather bindings with gold tooling. Em stepped forward to investigate them, but the sound of a customer approaching made her step back between the aisles. "I can't believe anyone would," a woman's voice, clearly from the colonies and angry, passed by them on the other side of the shelves. Em couldn't make out the rest of her words. Em leaned out from between the shelves to see that the bookseller, an olive-skinned woman with striking dark eyes and equally dark hair, had returned to the front and was standing behind the polished wooden sales counter. Em had read Constance's father's book on the slave trade when she was just a girl. Olaudah Equiano, also known as Gustavus Vassa, had described his experiences as a former slave, and his best-selling autobiography had helped turn British sentiment against the slave trade and towards abolition. For Emmeline, Equiano's book had reinforced the moral imperative of treating all peoples with kindness, and she looked forward to meeting his daughter. Constance, noticing Emmeline, smiled, but at that moment the angry colonial slammed a small stack of books down on the counter. The woman's young son trailed behind, clutching a book to his chest. His face brightened for a moment, and Emmeline followed his attention to the whimsical painted mural running along the top of the front wall and curving down the sides of the two large display windows. But both their attentions were soon drawn back to his mother, arguing loudly with Constance and increasingly unsatisfied by the shopkeeper's responses. Em started to step forward, but Adam held her back by the elbow. "Remember your clothing. A stable boy rebuking his betters will only attract attention. Besides, Constance can manage." At that moment another customer, a stocky man in a rumpled suit, stepped forward carrying an impressive pile of large books. His presence forced the angry woman to purchase or leave, and she hurried out. Her young son, looking distressed, put his book down on the table and slowly followed her. "When Constance is free, I'll broach our need for a secure place to hide." Adam pulled her back into the space between the shelves, and they examined the books together until the stocky purchaser left the shop. "At the middle of the shop are some chairs. I'll meet you there." Adam gave her shoulder a quick squeeze, then walked to meet the shopkeeper, now unoccupied with customers. Em, instead, followed the carefully lettered directional signs to the books about animal husbandry and estate management. "My friend and I have some work to do for the Home Office, but we need a place to hide." Adam paused. Constance wouldn't expect too much information. "How long?" Constance looked to the mirrors in the corners of the room, trying to get a better look at the boy who had accompanied Adam into the shop. "I'm not sure. A week, perhaps 2, perhaps longer." Perhaps, that's what you always say." Constance frowned, nodding at Emmeline's figure in the mirror. "How much do you trust him?" "Not him. Her, and with my life. She's the most forthright person I know." He paused, looking away. "But she doesn't entirely trust me." "You lied to her?" Constance rolled her eyes. "I told her the truth, within limits." Adam looked away, not wanting to confess to Constance how badly he'd handled everything related to Em. "In other words, you told her precious little." Constance put her hands on her hips. "Are you still lying to her?" "Not any more." Adam gave up trying to justify his distinction between truth and lies. "Not exactly." "Yet knowing you have lied, she is still helping the Home Office, and whatever that help is, it requires her to travel in disguise." Constance shook her head in admiration and pity. She can stay, but not more than a week, and she'll have to promise not to reveal anything she learns here." Adam breathed out in relief. "Of course! You will like her. She's kind and generous, and—" He stopped when he realized Constance was studying his face quite intently. "Tonight, your friend might enjoy eavesdropping on one of my book club meetings. We are discussing Felicia Heeman's tales and historic scenes. It's all very political, bad rulers abandoning their people to slaughter." She met his eyes deliberately. "Betrayed women, taking revenge." "I'd hate to give her any ideas." "Oh, yes." Constance gave a devious half-smile. "The book is quite bloody. In one tale, the king saves himself by betraying his people and his wife, cornered with other members of the resistance, throws their children and herself off a roof into the invaders' fire. Kate Gardner, our scholar in the Muses' Salon, likely picked it for the historical notes." Muses' Salon. Adam paused, connecting the name to the group of women Joe had described at the wedding. That is probably a bad idea. Em was right. He should have chosen another place to hide. "Why?" Constance looked at him with suspicion. "My friend is Lady Emmeline Hartley." "The runaway bride?" Constance studied Em in the mirror, then motioned for the young, dark-skinned woman to take her place at the counter. Constance left the counter and motioned for Adam to follow. She can stay as long as she wishes. "There's another complication." Constance glared at him. "I've already agreed that she can stay, and you can stay. What more do you want?" "She has dogs," he answered, hoping she wouldn't discover his lie about Persis too quickly. "One large, one small." She rolled her eyes. "I'm doing this for her, not you, and certainly not for the Home Office." Moments later, Constance had taken Emmeline's arm, leading her to a promised pot of tea, while Adam followed. Midway back on the right side of the shop, a piece of heavy brocade pinned with dozens of broadsides covered the wall between two bookcases. Constance withdrew a key on a string from under her blouse, and pulling back the tapestry, unlocked the door. The office was large enough for a desk and several chairs, but small enough that the low fire on the hearth kept it warm. Above us are 2 floors. My flat with a bedroom for you is immediately above us. I keep the door to my flat closed to keep this room warm." Constance poured water from a pitcher into a kettle and stoked the low fire to warm it. "Adam can sleep on a cot in the attic unless he prefers to lodge at his club. There's a small hearth there as well, so he won't freeze more than he deserves. This building backs up to a marsh, so there's no exit at the back on this floor or the next," Adam added. "But from the attic a door leads to the roof, and from there you can escape across the rooftops to the end of the block." "Will I need an escape?" Em frowned in concern. "Not likely." Adam, restless, collected the tea tin from a shelf. "No one yet knows you are in London, and when we meet with my colleagues tomorrow, we won't reveal where you are staying." "Adam and his friends have a task for me," Emmeline explained, rubbing the head of her walking stick. "The Home Office has tasks for many people." Constance rolled her eyes. Her voice was a smoky violet green, the texture of Roman glass. "Have you known Adam long?" Em stared at Adam, raising an eyebrow. She felt the hum of electricity connecting them. "Long enough." "Then you must know he can be trusted." Constance touched Em's shoulder. "He's never failed me when I've called on him for help." "He didn't fail me when I asked for help either." Em watched Adam collecting sugar, cups and saucers, wondering what his relationship with Constance was or had been. "I believe our water is ready. Allow me." Adam took the teapot to the hearth to fill it from the kettle. "It was a brave thing you did." Constance smiled, gently touching Em's knee. Few would sacrifice their own reputation to give someone else the freedom to marry. Em's eyebrows furrowed. I don't know what you mean. Constance looked surprised. Withdrawing a thick card from her desk, she handed it to Em. Em read the card twice before the words made sense. Aidan, Duke of Forster, requests the pleasure of your company at a private ceremony celebrating the marriage of his brother Lord Colin Somerville to Lady Arabella Lucia Fairborn. When? Em asked softly, feeling the tears wet on her face. Almost a fortnight ago. Constance's voice was low and kind. Em wiped the tears away with the back of her hand. The knot she'd carried in her stomach for months finally let go. Colin was married. To Lucy. She was free. Em? Adam, seeing her tears, set down the teapot he'd just filled with water. She handed the card to him, and Adam read it. He didn't know how to respond. He should have known. The Home Office should have told him. Why would they withhold information that wasn't terribly secret? How could it be a secret when a special license had been issued to allow the wedding to proceed so quickly, and when invitations had been sent to close friends? He could only assume that the Home Office wished for Em not to know. That didn't bode well for her, or him. He handed the card back to Constance. That's very useful information. Constance looked from one of her guests to the other. She opened her mouth to ask a question, but turned back to the desk instead, tucking the card back into its place. Did they look happy? Em's voice was quiet. Constance touched Em's hand, smiling broadly. They looked as if the whole world began and ended in each other's eyes. Em smiled. Thank you. Adam watched Em's relief. I can assure you, Em, I didn't know. I would have told you if I had, but I'm pleased your strategy has worked so successfully and so soon. Her face softened. I enjoyed my time on your island. He nodded, struck by the gentle beauty of her expression. Now that you are safely situated with Constance, I'll retrieve your bags along with Bess and Persis. He wanted to say something endearing, something that told her that he wanted to be near her, that he loved her. But they were back in London, and the time for endearments had passed. All day, he'd felt the requirements of his duty stiffen and shrink around him, like a pair of wet leather boots drying. After that, I'll go to Whitehall to discover where our meeting will be to discuss. Your work, Constance filled in. Yes. He backed out of the room. Our work. Suddenly he remembered Colin telling him he would be refusing any more assignments. Colin had rubbed a hand over his face, then announced, I no longer believe in my work. That makes me a liability to myself, my fellow agents, and the office itself. Adam hadn't understood then. But after months of regret and recrimination for the pain he'd put Emmeline through, the work had soured for him as well. The danger, once so exciting, felt stale and futile. Yes, he understood now. But Colin was a lord, and Adam was no one in particular. Colin could walk away from his employment, but Adam had sisters and cousins to consider. And Em. He couldn't imagine a way for them to be together. Their worlds might intersect, but they would never overlap. And he feared that the next time he made her cry would be the last. It made him feel trapped and angry. Adam focused on the things he had to do. He returned to the inn where they'd spent the night and where they'd hidden Emmeline's carriage. He retrieved the dogs from the tavern-keeper's boy, who'd been well rewarded to care for them for the day. Then he'd driven to the African's daughter. The shop was already closed for the night, but Constance's assistant was waiting at the counter. She didn't unlock the door, but she motioned that she would retrieve her mistress. While he waited, Adam piled Em's valise and 6 grain bags of her clothing outside the shop door. Then, with Constance's and her assistant's help, he moved Em's belongings inside. His last action was to lead Bess inside and tell her to find Em. Then he'd freed Persis, almost too big, from his pack. Seeing Bess padding happily towards the middle of the store and the office, Persis happily followed. He left without seeing Em. He had much to do and more to consider. In only 10 hours he and Em would meet with the Home Office. That gave him little time to discover what the Home Office had planned. He rented a stall for Em's carriage in a stable yard far from the African's daughter, and then he began to walk in the dark. If Em were at risk, it was all his fault. Sure, Lord Colin had been the one to brag of her talent to the Home Office, but Adam, in the first weeks of his assignment to her neighbourhood, had been so enamoured with her spunk and resiliency that he had praised her talent fulsomely. He should have considered what the Home Office would do with that knowledge. Now he was playing blind chess on a board with multiple opponents: the Home Office, the Duke, the criminal they knew as Charters, and Adam's greedy cousin. He would have to lose some of the games to win even one, and the one he needed to win was the one that kept Em safe. She was right to call the Home Office's plan blackmail, and he knew she would never be free of them even if she discovered Charter's identity. No, whenever they found themselves in a similar situation, or simply wanted a quick, reliable solution, they would call upon her unusual talent. The odd status of her estate inheritance would be both carrot and stick. But he had to play the game lightly with Joe and Mr. James, lest they assigned someone else to manage her, and he couldn't stand the thought of that, of another man spending his nights near Em, or worse, comforting her when Bess alone couldn't keep the nightmares at bay. A drunk stumbled out of a dark alleyway, and Adam didn't react until the man falling caught himself on Adam's arm. The drunk cursed Adam as if their collision were his fault, then stumbled off. Em would have given the man some coin and told him to buy a warm meal. Adam let the man go, but checked his pocket for his watch and paper. If the drunk had been an assassin with a knife, Adam would be dead or dying. Adam saw the encounter as a metaphor. He couldn't watch every part of the board. Some parts of the board where Charters played he couldn't even see. But if he weren't very careful, someone was going to be hurt or killed. It couldn't be Emmeline. But Emmeline was as unpredictable as Charters, and no less of a problem. Sooner or later she would balk. She would insist on going home or travelling, and since the Home Office worked largely through him, she would resent him if he told her she couldn't. No, he had no idea how to move forward. He only knew that he didn't want his time with Em to end yet. And if the only way he could be with her was to engage in the search for a criminal, he would be with her every minute. Chapter 33. Our carriage is waiting outside. Adam stepped inside Constance's office, the directions to their meeting place tucked into his pocket. Em was sitting before the hearth, dressed again as a boy, the 2 dogs at her feet. She was spinning bits of wool fibre onto a pencil she'd stuck into a potato. Her movements were sharp, and Bess had tucked her nose between her legs as if to avoid attention. Even Persis was subdued. "What are you doing?" He was almost afraid to ask. The stick looked quite sharp. "I'm making the best of it." She held the stick loosely against the side of her leg and ran her hand down her leg, adding a twist to make the yarn. "The best of what? The yarn?" "Of this." She gestured broadly at Constance's shop. "I can spend my time trapped here, wanting to go home, and being miserable while we wait for news from your superiors about when I can venture forth to listen for a criminal, or I can determine to have a grand adventure." "What did you choose?" "The adventure, can't you tell?" She held up her spindle. "I'm making us a rope to escape out of the window." "Which window?" He almost laughed. "Whichever one your superiors trap me in." "Then bring it with you. I'm afraid you won't like where we are going." "Have I given you the impression that I like any of this?" Em rose, but she left the yarn and her makeshift spindle in her chair. They travelled silently for some time, Em watching the London streetscape pass by. Both allowed the other their silence. Eventually Adam directed the carriage into a shabby tavern off the main road. Em looked out of the window. "Ah, Locksley, you bring me to the very best places. Is this a brothel as well?" "Careful, Em, this meeting, these men we are meeting, they won't be joking." But she wasn't joking either. For the first time in weeks he could feel her anger, but it wasn't the sort of anger he expected from her. No, this anger was cold and hard and sly. "Remind me why I should help these men?" Em helped herself out of the carriage, sitting gracelessly in the well of the cabin, then sliding down to the ground. No one watching would dare to think her anything but an uncouth boy. Once on the ground, she crossed her arms over her chest belligerently. "And don't bring out that bit of blackmail about my estate. You should help these men because in helping them you help England, and England is your home." Adam spoke quietly. He touched her elbow softly, guiding her to the tavern door. "And you love your country as much as you love your estate." "How do I know you are telling the truth?" "You don't. That's the beauty of trust." He guided Emmeline to the table at the back of the tavern. "Here we are." Joe was waiting. From the way his body tilted into the corner, a curtain at his back, Adam was sure that Mr. James waited behind him in a concealed alcove. Another Home Office hiding place. But the presence of Mr. James was interesting. Mr. James rarely left Whitehall. Some rumours even claimed that he had an apartment there, provided to him by the Prince Regent himself. Em wasted no time. She pulled the seat out herself, though Adam had already reached for it. She sat with the air of a landowner about to negotiate the price of next year's grain, or of a princess about to kiss a frog. Distance, control, and a touch of distaste. In that moment she was every bit an aristocrat. Joe spoke first. "Ah, lad," Em cut him off. "I choose to be called Marion." "A lovely name. It will suit until I take up my own again. This way at least no one will associate my lands or my family with this foolish game you have me playing." "I assure you, Marion, it is no game. Think of your prior experience with Adam. Some of the cottagers near your estate fell in with a dangerous criminal, and for their protection we had to try them in court for all to see. I suppose execution does protect one from other sorts of suffering," Em interrupted, looking at Adam with annoyance and distaste and crossing her arms over her chest. He should have warned Joe. This tack was the last way to win Em's trust. "We had little choice," Joe continued. "All the other men who had agreed to give us information died before they could do it. I suppose those men found their deaths a protection as well." As Em glared at Joe, the area behind his shoulder caught her attention. They were being watched. In this case, no one died. Joe finally confirmed the information Adam had been trying to give her for months. "We advertised that the men had been executed, then we helped them start new lives." Em rolled her eyes. "I don't like being lied to. If those men were alive, why did their widows and children not know?" She looked away to hide her tears. She'd held Roger Joyner's wife, Sarah, as she wept. Children gathered round her feet, their faces grave and also streaked with tears. Em had visited them every day for a week, taking food and water. Then one day the family was gone, leaving only a brief note. "Thank you for your kindness. We can't remain here." "We did what was necessary to catch this man." Joe's voice, a deep brown leather, brought her back to the present. "But we need your help. We've been assured you can recognize a voice, having only heard it once or twice." "It's a parlour trick," she averred. "It's certainly not something on which I'd bet the security of the nation. I can see the newspapers now. Whitehall hangs hope on a farce." "Adam assures me it's far more than that. He says your accuracy is uncanny. Since we can believe only one of you, we trust in him." "I'd like to speak to the man sitting behind the curtain." Changing the subject, Em lifted her chin imperiously. Joe looked surprised for only a moment. "Curtain?" Don't play coy. If you don't know we are being watched, then it's no wonder you haven't caught your villain." Joe began to object, but a man pulled the curtain back enough to reveal his face, wrapped in dark linen cloth and a hat drawn low over his eyes. "Mr. James?" Joe instinctively put out his hand to pull the curtain closed and protect his superior officer and friend. "It's no trouble, Joe." Mr. James placed his hand gently on Joe's shoulder. "No one will notice." Mr. James remained half concealed by the curtain. "How much of our voices do you need to hear to eliminate us from suspicion?" Em tilted her head as she listened. Mr. James's voice was a firm brownish purple, but with occasional raspy edges, as if his voice was always on the verge of failing him. At the same time, something about it was teasingly familiar. "Another sentence or two, and repeat your name." "Mr. James." Mr. James spoke softly, but in a firm tone. "I have been Adam's supervisor at the Home Office for several years now. He is one of our most trusted agents." Em watched the pattern of his voice intently, ignoring the whispery interference. "Your voice sounds very much like that of the Duke of Forster." "It's odd coincidence, I'm sure." Mr. James spoke again, altering his voice somewhat. "That won't work." Em stared at the black linen covering Mr. James's face, trying to imagine his features. "What do you mean?" Mr. James's voice glowed with pretended innocence. "I've never been able to explain it, but I see your voice more than hear it. All the components that make up your speech, the timbre, pitch, inflections, accent, form a pattern with colour and texture. While actors can learn to change their voice entirely, ordinary people, like you, can't pull it off." She leaned forward, deliberately staring at the mask where his eyes would be. "It wasn't necessary to conceal your connection to the Somervilles, but the fact that you did makes you interesting to me." "Marian, everything in this game is completely necessary, down to the style of your slippers. The slightest detail matters, and more so because they are so easily overlooked. But having discovered it, I trust you will keep my secret." "What secret, if I am to keep it?" She didn't lean back, but continued staring at his mask. It gave her an advantage. "I am related to the Somervilles, a half-sibling, if you will, though none of them know I exist." "You should tell them." Em didn't believe him. The pattern was too close to Aidan's for them to have been reared separately. Who was he? "I prefer my solitude and my work. A family would interfere with that." "Have you considered that your criminal has escaped capture thus far because he works in Whitehall?" Em changed the subject, wanting to hear him speak less guardedly. It would provide him with the opportunity for all sorts of misdirection. "We've considered that. Our criminal is like one of those fossils that antiquarians discover in the dark earth of our countryside. He is visible only from what he leaves behind." His voice was filled with frustration. "We have had our best men searching, following leads for months now." "Then your best men must not be very good." Em pressed, wanting to see how his voice might look angry. "And that leads to my requirement." "Requirement?" "Yes. I will offer my parlour trick to you, only temporarily. I will not serve as your perpetual canary in the mine. Your men, however incompetent, must select their best choices, then I will investigate on my own and in my own way, and then I am done." "And how long would you find appropriate?" Joe seemed amused. Adam's heart sank. Joe, amused, was never good. 2, Em declared. 2 years, 2 weeks, 2... Joe repeated, clearly surprised. 2 investigations. I won't be shackled to your... work. She almost spat out the word, and Adam despaired, just when he thought she'd almost forgiven him. You determine the most likely villains for this story of yours. I listen to them speak. If I can't identify your criminal after 2 hearings, as we can call them, then I will go about my business free from interference from your office. At your criminal, she looked pointedly at Adam. No one nodded. But Emmeline rose from the table just the same. The Queen couldn't have matched the regal disinterest of her exit. That left Adam only able to shrug and follow. Chapter 34. Our first assignment is a ball, a masquerade ball. Adam had spent the night freezing in the attic, determined to be nearby if she needed him. But the idea of dancing with her at the ball had given him warm thoughts. I won't go. She shook her head vigorously as she practiced her knitting with the yarn she'd spun. I don't dance. But imagine all the voices you could hear at such an event. Surely one of them will be the one we want. Adam picked up some bits of roving and began to stretch it out as he'd seen Em and his cousins do. Then you can return to your estate. There's no use, if everyone will be in disguise. She wrapped the yarn around a rosewood needle and pulled it through. Even if I can recognize a voice, we still won't know the face. She paused, giving a quick self-satisfied shrug. Besides, I haven't a dress. The Home Office has already sent Constance to find you one. At that moment they heard Constance in the office below. She carried up a long box. Madame Elise sent this one, so close to the ball there's little available in Emmeline's size. She gestured Em to the bedroom and shut the door, leaving Adam waiting outside. Constance unfolded the package. Inside was a velvet Venetian round dress, dyed a rich blue, with an intricate design covering the bodice. No man will be able to resist you in this. Certainly not Adam. It's dyed with indigo, the colour's far too rich for woad. Em smiled, realising how much she'd learned from Augusta. She held the material in her fingers, letting the softness of the fabric run through her fingers. I never wear blue. Why? Constance placed the dress on the bed. Emmeline paused. My cousin says blue doesn't flatter me. Having met your wretched cousin, I'm sure blue absolutely flatters you. You met Stella? At the wedding, all that material in her dress couldn't cover her mean-spiritedness. She hasn't a kind bone in her body. I would say that your cousin was jealous, but it doesn't matter whether blue flatters or not. It's a masquerade, and this dress is your only option. Em stepped behind the dressing screen. The velvet felt soft in her hands. The dress fit too closely to her form to leave room for slips or stays or even petticoats. She would have to wear it with nothing underneath. Naked, as it were, under her clothes. The thought of it made her feel decadent and daring. She ran her hands down her sides. Without the strikingly low décolletage, it would have been a demure dress. But as it was, if she hadn't had breasts, she would be able to see to her navel. She tested how the dress looked as she stood in various positions. Then she leaned over and, sure enough, she could see all the way to her navel. To wear such a dress would be brazen. It wasn't the sort of dress one could wear in the country or even in London unless one were a courtesan or of the demi-monde. But for a masquerade it wouldn't matter. No one would see her face, and only Adam would know she was the brazen woman in blue. They arrived at Lady Blessington's masquerade not an hour later. The Countess had devised a novel entertainment, giving the guests pencil and paper and requiring them to be silent as well as masked. The only sounds for the first half of the evening were those of the quartet playing the dancers' music, the scratch of pencils on paper, and the swish of the dancers' clothing. How will we know him? Emmeline wrote in a barely legible scrawl. Adam squinted to make out the words, knowing that of all her hands this one was intended to show she was angry. I don't know, he printed in block letters. He took her by the elbow, leading her out of the house and towards a waiting carriage. From the strawberry painted in the livery on the door, the carriage belonged to a duke. He handed the coachman a guinea. We only need a moment to talk. The man looked at his watch and shrugged agreement. "Only talking." Em started to object, but Adam lifted her into the carriage. "Just talk." She drew herself into the farthest corner. "I thought you could recognize anyone." Adam kept his voice level and low. "Only their voices." She pointed at the house. "But it's a masked ball and silent." He breathed in, counting to 10. They had only a little time left to be together, and he had no wish to spend it fighting with her. "The silent portion lasts only until dinner, so we go back in and we dance." "I don't dance." He took her hand and kissed it. "I thought you never let anything defeat you. Tonight, dance with me." She was silent for a long time, and he half expected her to offer a glib comment, but she didn't. Instead, she slid to the door and held out her hand. "Then help me down. I can't slide off the edge in this dress." Adam led Emmeline back into the ballroom, holding her hand. A waltz was just beginning, and Adam led Em past the other dancers. He held his arms out, and she stepped into them. She never dared to dance at Stella's house parties, knowing that her cousin would point out every misstep and error. But she'd always wanted to dance again, even if she couldn't move with the gracefulness of her childhood before the accident. She wanted to dance with a man who didn't care if she were awkward. She wanted to dance with Adam, and this might be her only chance. His hand caressing her side, leaving her warm, and she wondered if he could tell that she was entirely naked under her dress. He was a masterful dancer, as she'd imagined he would be. They didn't twist and turn like the other dancers, but she didn't care. The movement, the rhythm, her body moving in time to the music and to his, all were exhilarating. It was another sign, if she needed more, that they could be good partners, not just in their work for the Home Office, but in life. Somehow she still needed to convince him. The next dance was also a waltz, and they made their way across the dance floor in perfect time. She wished that the mask didn't hide his face, but she was certain he was smiling at her as they danced. After their second dance, a bell called them to dinner, ending the silent part of the masquerade. All the guests burst into conversation at the same moment, 200 voices bombarding Em with texture and colour. She closed her eyes against the onslaught, but it made no difference. The colours swirled across the inside of her eyelids. Adam, sensing her distress, led her to a secluded corner. They waited there, missing most of the meal, to allow Emmeline to adjust to the wave of colour. But the guests were reticent to allow Emmeline to be a wallflower, and after the meal, just as Constance had predicted, most of the men and a good number of women were drawn to the mysterious woman in blue. She dutifully listened as best she could. She worked to see the specific pattern of each person she met, isolating their voice pattern from the interference of the other voices. It was exhausting work, but all the while, Adam was by her side, introducing her to the guests. He seemed to know everyone. When she grew tired, he found her a chair in a quieter part of the room, and when she'd grown too exhausted to continue, he sent a footman to collect their carriage. Once in the carriage, she slid into the warmth of his side, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. "I take it you found nothing remarkable in any of the voices you heard tonight." She shook her head against his shoulder. "But while you found nothing remarkable, I discovered that you are a fine dancer. Unlike most of the women I dance with, you never once stepped on my toes." "I shall have to work harder next time." She burrowed her face into his chest. "I wish this could never end. Us, together like this." Adam remained silent, but he squeezed her hand, and Em told herself that had to be enough. Chapter 35. Adam picked up the envelope and slit the seal open with his penknife. "As much as you disliked the ball, you'll find nothing redeeming about the place they wish you to go today." "Where?" Her face looked flush, even happy. "A place no man should take a well-bred woman." "Oh, another brothel." Worse, a gambling hell, and not the nicest of those if there is a nice to those. What makes a hell nice or not? In part the clientele. This hell is near the docks, so it will be filled with sailors who have nothing better to do until they sail again but spend their earnings from the last voyage. Might I hear someone say shiver me timbers? No. He didn't like that she was so pleased. Why would you think that? I read a book of old plays long ago, and an old sailor kept saying it. I've always thought it was a delightful phrase. What does it mean? I have no idea, but I imagine it with a bit of the pirate all avast ye and corncob pipe. Pirates have corncob pipes? How would I know? I'm not sure I've ever met one. You are one confounding woman. Why, thank you, Robin, I believe that is a compliment, from you at least. Truth was, he did mean it as a compliment, every syllable. I can be dressed in a few minutes. No need. Adam chose a well-worn coat from the wardrobe and an equally worn pair of trousers. Both were patched and torn. As I said, it's not a particularly nice place to go. I still don't know what that means. Adam shook his head. It means, my dear pedant, that as we travel there, the sight of the conditions will break your heart, and as you are standing, your heart in your gut, broken that so many could live in such squalor and wondering how our great land could allow such suffering, a child or two will pick your pocket and some man or woman will proposition you. Not if I'm with you. She began to rummage through one of her grain bags. Being with me may have no good influence whatsoever. Em ignored him. I'm tired of wearing trousers. If I remember correctly, there's a dress I might be able to wear. Ah, here it is. She held it up. A muslin round dress, styled to some years before, with a number of tears carefully repaired, but still visible in those places where the fabric had worn thin. See? She turned to change clothes without waiting for his answer. He watched the bedroom door close behind her, then returned to the letter. He wasn't going to take her to such a part of London. While she dressed, he would go himself. But the portion describing the address of his informant was missing. If you're looking for the address, she called through the door, I brought it with me, so even if you know where to go, I will follow you. He shook his head. She was going to be the death of him. She might be brave, but taking her to this particular slum was foolhardy. All it took was a single turn off the main road, and the world changed. In a matter of steps, the lodgings grew small, though still neat and fairly clean. Here were the houses of the working poor, as Adam had described them, those managing to survive, father and mother often unable to find work, rejected in favour of the cheaper labour of their children. Em had worked, since becoming the manager of her father's estate and her own, to ensure that any who laboured on her lands had clean, comfortable cottages. No ruined roofs or crumbling chimneys, no infestations of rats or other vermin. But by the end of the street, any comparison between the cottages she so carefully kept up on her estate and the lodgings before her was lost. In the space of a block, the houses became warrens, windows broken or patched, all covered with a layer of grime. The walls were dirty, the foundations failing. Men and women stood in the doorways, their clothes soiled and worn. Adam took her elbow, guiding her past a ditch filled with water, grease and slime. Next to the water were piles of filth. There was no other word for it. And the stench. Emmeline tried not to breathe in too deeply. He'd warned her. These were the poorest of the poor. Ahead of them the warren met the docks, and at the end of the street she could pick out the gambling hell. The filth had been cleared away from the front, and men, mostly sailors, entered and left with women on their arms. In front of the hell, on the dock side, the road widened to allow a carriage to pass through, but just barely. Street vendors, hoping to get their share of the sailors' money, lined the streets nearest the hell. Almost there. Adam led her past the open doorway of one of the buildings. Inside she could see more people and tiny rooms. Several children sat inside the doorway, huddled together, and she realized there was no door for them to close against the cold. Just a little bit more. Adam gestured to the end of the street. Once we reached the corner. Suddenly, Emmeline could hear the sound of a carriage charging down the street. Cries of warning preceded it. Vendors pulled their wares tight against the front of the buildings. Mothers picked up their children and ran to the sides. The sound grew louder, and suddenly it was upon them, the driver yelling and beating his horses. Em saw the child, too late. The girl ran into the street, calling the name of her pet, a cat, who had crossed ahead of her. The crowd gasped, but there was no time. Adam pulled Em's face into his chest, but she still heard the thud. And then the noise and the carriage was gone, and the child lay unmoving in the street. The crowd looked to each other, but no one moved. "Stay here." Adam released her and stepped into the street. Em saw the blood, the leg twisted and broken. As she stared, unable to look away or stop the memory threatening to overcome her, she saw a finger twitch. "She's alive!" She ran past Adam to the girl's side. She knelt, not caring what filth covered the pavement. The child's chest rose shallowly. "A coach. We need a coach." She ripped a strip off her petticoat to wrap the leg. Adam grabbed her arm, unconcerned who might see. "What are you thinking?" "Does anyone know whose child this is?" Emmeline called into the crowd, but no one answered. She'd revealed herself not to be one of them with her accent and her call for a coach. "Call for a hackney," Em insisted. "If we tend to her leg, she may not lose the use of it." Seeing that the child was being cared for, the street returned to its work. Vendors moved back to the edge of the road and began selling their wares. Pedestrians moved along the pavements, giving Em and Adam a wide berth. "We need to move her out of the street." She looked at the rag-and-bone man closest to her, but he pushed his cart away. In a moment, a sailor brought a flat plank about as long as the child. He and Adam shifted the child's weight onto the plank. When they touched the leg, the child, still unconscious, cried out, "If I call for a hackney, where do you expect to take her? Back to my rooms?" "Lord Clive is a doctor." "Lord Clive is a Somerville." Adam still hadn't notified the Duke that Emmeline was in London, but with Lord Colin's marriage, surely the Duke no longer cared. "We must help her." "Em," he whispered, "her leg is crushed. No one in this neighbourhood can afford a physician. Perhaps the best route, they all know it, is to let her die." Em glared at him with the pain of 1,000 nights. "No." Adam started to object, but stopped. If Emmeline saw herself in this child, then he would not refuse her whatever she wanted. He rose and spoke to the rag-and-bone man who had a cart. "I will pay for this child to receive medical help and for your time. Can you help us to the College of Surgeons?" The man looked at the child, then studied Em and Adam. "You don't sound like us." He looked at the crowded street, the others having returned to their business. "But none of us can help her. Where do you want to go?" The matter was arranged in just a few minutes, and the child settled in the back of the cart for the trip to the Royal College of Surgeons. Adam paid another child a penny to run ahead and deliver a note, telling Lord Clive to be ready for their arrival. Another child, friend of the wounded girl, ran ahead down the road, clearing the way for the cart. Even so, it still took the better part of an hour to travel there. Lord Clive was waiting on the Royal College steps with several other physicians for the cart to arrive. Within minutes, the child was gone, transported into the depths of the hospital. They waited for hours, it seemed, until Clive returned and ushered them into a private office. "We can save the leg, I believe, and the child, but she'll need to remain in the infirmary for some time, perhaps weeks." "I'll pay," Em volunteered, "for whatever the treatment costs and for a cot for her parents, if she has them." "We've sent out word in the neighbourhood someone should come," Adam added. Clive raised an eyebrow, but only nodded. "I'll put the child under my own name as a study in how leg wounds best heal. Given that you've had enough scandal this season, that will keep any attention from you, and we can share the cost." Em nodded. "When I received a note from Adam asking for my help, I hadn't expected to find you with him." Clive's tone was even and measured. "Should I tell my brother Colin I have seen you?" Not yet. He deserves some weeks of wedded bliss before he feels obliged to think of me again. Of all the brothers, Lord Clive was the one she knew least well. Clive nodded. Might I offer some observations on your own leg, Lady Emmeline? I've long thought I might be of use. No, I've had my legs stretched, bent, tortured with braces and special shoes, and I have no intention of submitting myself to that again. I will simply walk with a cane when I need it. Some Swiss research suggests in some cases we can further strengthen the leg. Some might find the question improper, but might I inspect your scars? When she hesitated, he added, I have done you a favour today. Perhaps we can count this as a favour in return. Spoken like a true Somerville, I suppose I must agree. She lifted her petticoat so he could see her scars. In the accident, your leg was folded under you? Not under me, but under the bodies of those who died. How can you tell? It's more of an instinct than anything I could explain. When do you find your leg fails you? She outlined the situations. That scar there, it's from a brace, isn't it? She nodded. Sometimes the brace hurt more than the leg. One day I threw it out of my window. My grandfather never made me put it on again. It's a good thing you refused, otherwise you might have done irreparable harm. Harm? He didn't answer, lost in staring at her scars. I'll have to do some reading. He rose. You have done exceptionally well, especially considering the extent of the injury. Whatever treatment you had as a child was quite forward-thinking, but I can certainly offer you this. He reached into his bag and removed a small envelope fashioned of folded paper. He held it out. I won't take laudanum or cocaine. Even a grain makes me less stable on my feet. It's neither, just a concoction of my own, mostly willow bark with a little ginger and an Indian spice called turmeric. I'll let you know when I have completed my research. She looked at her cane, then spoke. Clive, I'm very grateful that you might wish to spend your time on my case, but I'd rather you didn't. I do everything I want, sometimes slower than I'd prefer, sometimes with greater effort than others, but I still can do it. But that child, she's far from well, and she has years of work ahead of her. I'd rather you devote your time to her case, rather than to mine. Colin always said he admired most your indomitable spirit. I can see why. Clive smiled, looking much like his brother. I will arrange for her to receive the very best care we can offer. Em turned to Adam. I don't want to go back to that hell. I don't want to listen any more for a criminal, no matter how dangerous he might be. He could see the exhaustion, more than physical, on her face. I will write a report of the events of today and say that you have asked for a few days to recover. That should give us a little time to make a plan. She nodded, pensive and tired. I know that the fate of my estate is in Chancery's hands now, and there's nothing I can do but wait, but perhaps my father knows something that will aid my case. Would you like to go to him? Whatever it cost him with the Home Office, he would see this through. To him, she rose, picking up her walking stick, or perhaps once I'm abroad I could recreate that trip of Lady Craven's through the Crimea. She'd said I, not we. The realization cut him to the core, but her face, so pale, kept him from asking her to explain. There's a packet to Italy and the Crimea at the end of the week. At this time of year, the trip will take about 10 days. Stay with me. Until the end of the week. Just the two of us, nothing else. She leaned her head into his chest, burying her face against him, and he enclosed her in his arms. He knew it wouldn't last, that she would rally and become her own spirited self once more. But for this moment, she wanted nothing more than him. It would have to be enough. Chapter 36. How would you like to spend our morning? Adam rolled onto his side and kissed Emmeline's collarbone, then started a trail of kisses to her breast. She pushed him back playfully. We've already spent the morning, several times. She pushed herself up, leaning back against the pillows. Then how would you like to spend our afternoon? He pushed himself up to sit beside her. I'd like to go out. I'd like to play tourist and wander down to the British Museum. Why the museum? I would like to hear a lecture they've advertised on antiquities in England, then see the Rosetta Stone. I've been following the efforts to decipher it for several years now. But I've never been in London to see the stone itself. Then, my lady, we must see it, but I must warn you, it's smaller than you would expect, not much bigger than our Bess. In fact, your table rock in the woods is easily twice as big. Our fairy stone may be larger, but it doesn't hold the key to deciphering Egyptian hieroglyphics. She slid out of the bed, stepping around Bess and Persis, curled up beside one another. Have you no concern that you might be recognised? The bon ton can be nasty when their members refuse to play by their rules, and even though Lord Colin has now married, you still ran away from your wedding to a duke's brother. That's the benefit of being a recluse. She pulled on her dressing gown. Almost no one at the wedding ever set eyes on me, and Stella's friends are not the sort to frequent a museum, particularly not in winter. But if you are concerned, I could trim my hair again and dress in a smock top and trousers. No, I like you best as a woman. The comment made her chest warm. It makes it easier knowing he's married, she added. I can walk through London with no fear of what might happen were we to meet. Are you certain he has forgiven you? He forgave me the minute he gave up his foolish notion that he couldn't marry Lucy. Adam took Em's travelling desk and scribbled off a note. Sadly, part of our respite from investigating for the Home Office requires that I must let them know when we venture out. Come, girls. He took the pair of dogs with him to find a footman and a spot of grass. They walked to the museum, enjoying the crisp day and each other's company. But at the door to the museum, a boy met them, pressing a note into Adam's hand. Unfolding it, Adam grimaced. I am needed, but I won't be long. He pressed her hand, not caring who might see. I promise, just wait for me. The lecture should last an hour or so. After that, I'll inspect the Elgin marbles, but if you haven't returned in 3 hours, I'll catch a hackney to the African's daughter. That seems fair. He pressed her hand again, but I'll be back before then. The space set aside for the lecture was modest, but full. Apparently, Lord Montmorency, she looked at her handbill to confirm the name, was becoming famous for his knowledge of antiquities in East Anglia. She chose a seat, not at the back of the room where someone might slip up behind her, but safely in the middle of the room in a seat next to several venerable members of the Antiquarian Society, and by venerables she meant ancient. The men posed no danger to her unless they wished to bore her to death. She was not the only woman either. A group of 20 or more were seated together near the podium. Hear, hear, come to order. The president of the society tapped a gavel on the podium, and the room, which had been buzzing with conversation, silenced almost immediately. We are honoured tonight to have with us one of our most distinguished colleagues, Lord Montmorency. We are all familiar with his work on how to distinguish Celtic and Pictish ruins from the Roman, and many of us have benefited from his vast and, might I say, curious collection of antiquities, spanning not just the ancient world but the Americas. His talk today... Emmeline let her attention shift to the problem of Adam. She loved him. She'd known it for months, though she'd buried it under a mountain of hurt. But even if he loved her, even though he was willing to take her into his bed, he refused to believe they could marry. The crowd applauded politely as the speaker took the podium. Given the age of the company overall, the speaker was unexpectedly young, or rather he wasn't ancient like many of the members. Early 30s, Em would guess, but already exhibiting the addled mannerisms of the other much older scholars. She recognised him, one of the endless parade of men she'd met at Lady Blessington's. He wore a slightly befuddled look, as if his mind were half rooted in the present and half in a distant past only he could see. His clothes were slightly rumpled, as if he'd just been digging about in the museum's collections and been drawn unwillingly to his talk. The man took the stage. His voice, when he began to speak, was surprisingly strong, the voice of an actor performing a role. I have spent the last several weeks confirming the finds of a remarkable but unknown researcher, a Mr. Horace Witherspoon, whose research journals, by a quirk of fate, have come into my possession. His voice, a purple centre with a hint of red smoke. She felt the shock of recognition deep in her gut. However harmless his manner, this man was the villain they had all been seeking. She hadn't recognised him at Lady Blessington's because there he was playing a different role. The quiet, addled, odd man interested in rocks and ruins. But this voice was the one he used for oratory and performance, or when, as at the brothel, he was trying to be heard over the noise of a crowded room. He was using the same intonations, textures and timbres as when he'd roused the impoverished cottagers into rebellion, and as when he roused the tavern maid to something else. She knew she could do nothing but wait for Adam, but even so she wanted to act. Even though she now knew his name, she studied him, memorizing his height, his hair colour, the shape of his face and figure. All the while she made sure to wear an expression of rapt attention on her face. At the end of the lecture, a dozen attendees crowded the stage, wishing to ask their own special questions of the speaker. She instead sat in her seat, waiting to see if she might speak to him before he left. She wanted to hear his voice transition back into his everyday voice, so that she could recognise him in other disguises. Charters walked down the aisle, Flute waiting for him at the back of the auditorium. Lady Emmeline Hartley sat waiting, her row midway between him and Flute. She was studying his face so carefully that he had to wonder why. He'd met her briefly at a dinner party some days ago, and she seemed a pleasant if uninteresting woman, too short and dark for his tastes. Before that, he'd seen her on occasion when he'd been using the village near her as a base for his growing criminal enterprise and covering his work by inciting the cottagers to riot. He'd even met her once outside her church. For his amusement, he'd pretended to be a beggar in distress, and she'd made sure he had a hot meal in her kitchen. She should have been more careful who she let into her house. He could have snuck up the stairs and killed them all, but that would have been messy, and he preferred to keep his own hands clean. Each time he'd encountered her, he'd been wearing one of his many disguises. Even so, it would be wise to discover why she had attended and whether or not she was a threat. She rose as he approached, holding out her hand. "I saw the advertisement for your talk, Lord Montmorency, and I had to come," she gushed. An enthusiast he would have called her, but some knowing look in her eye dissuaded him. "I am honoured you would come to hear my thoughts." He took her hand and, refusing to let it go, wrapped it around his elbow. He walked with her towards the door and Flute. He gave Flute a gesture to be ready should they need to encourage Lady Emmeline to leave with them. She seemed startled but recovered quickly. Women, he thought derisively, too polite. Would she accept a carriage ride to her death as well? "I read all the articles on antiquities I can find. Just recently I came across an old issue of the Gentleman's Magazine with a very interesting article on antiquities in Norfolk, but I'm sure you know it." "I do, Lady Emmeline, but I agree, it's interesting nonetheless. What else have you read?" "Oh, I must admit I'm a bit of an enthusiast." She leaned in confidentially. "I have read all 18 volumes of John Britton's Beauties of England and Wales, and of course Walter Scott's Border Antiquities of England and Scotland. I wasn't convinced at first by Scott's decision to include his own poetry, but I found that it did create a sense of the place I would have missed otherwise, and I'm delighted that a bookseller has found me a very old copy of Francis Grosse's 2-volume Antiquities of Ireland. But I'm sure my small collection is nothing to yours. What is your favourite book? If I don't have it, I'll certainly try to find it." "Currently, I am most entranced by the manuscript journals I was discussing. 20 years of a humble village curate's ambles through his countryside. I've only begun to confirm his observations, but if he is correct, these journals are the most important find, other than the antiquities he describes, for the last 100 years. Oh my! Her voice fluttered. As they approached Flute, the large man raised an eyebrow. But Charters wasn't yet certain how he wished to act towards Lady Emmeline. It would be so easy for Flute to take her other elbow, and a quick knife blade at her side would convince her to remain quiet. Em didn't like it at all, though she tried to remain calm. She'd pitched her voice to sound like the giddy daughter of one of her neighbours, all breathless and excited. But it wasn't her true voice, and if she didn't pay attention, she could easily fall out of the role. His hand on hers was too insistent, and he led her too quickly down the aisle. The big man next to the exit seemed to be his associate. She would be in trouble if he decided to take her other arm. But she still hadn't heard enough to recognize his natural voice, the one he used when he wasn't giving an oration. Just a couple of sentences more should do. I was so impressed by the compliments to your collection, and to hear that it extends to works from the American states. She kept up her breathless pose. What is your greatest find there? I correspond with a young man who works for the British consul in Guatemala, and he has sent me some drawings of the antiquities there, though I cannot read the inscriptions. No one can. I find the hieroglyphs breathtaking. They were reaching the back of the room, too close to his friend. She felt her pulse beat harder, but she refused to be afraid. He was only a danger to her if he knew she'd recognized him. I feel the same way about the Rosetta Stone, but I've only seen engravings. I've read everything about its discovery and the efforts to translate it. I was on my way there. Well then, my dear, we should study it together. Come with me, I know the way. His hand didn't loosen on her elbow, just the same steady, terrifying pressure. Adam shook his head. She intends to leave the country this week. You must dissuade her, Joe pushed. When we've narrowed the circle sufficiently, we can ask for her help again. Adam pushed back. As it is, we don't even know if Charters is in London, and it's not Lady Emmeline's job to help us, it's our job to protect her. Instead, we've repeatedly put her in danger. Better one person at risk than the whole nation, Joe countered. Charters hasn't shown he has national intentions. Adam pushed his hair back from his face. He's dangerous, yes, but after that spate of rabble-rousing, he seems to have turned his interests elsewhere. From what we can see, that is. True, he may even be a criminal genius taking over the Home Office from the inside, but we have no evidence one way or another. Adam let his voice grow just slightly mocking. We need you to convince her to stay. Joe's voice grew hard. That isn't negotiable. Adam looked at his watch. She's expecting me at the British Museum. If I'm supposed to convince her of something, I shouldn't make her wait. It's not very impressive, is it? Lord Montmorency said, still holding her elbow. She knelt down to touch the stone, forcing him to release her arm or appear menacing. She ran her fingers down the rock, tracing the various inscriptions. 3 languages, 1 stone, all presumably recording the same information. She let her hand linger over the side where a row or more of letters were broken off. I've read Richard Pawson's reconstruction of what's missing here. She moved to another part of the stone, subtly moving away from Lord Montmorency and his man. These sets of hieroglyphs enclosed in these long ovals may be proper names. She rose but kept leaning over, studying the base of the rock. With each step she moved farther away. Cartouches, those long ovals, Lord Montmorency explained. French soldiers thought the shapes resembled the paper carriages they used to load their firearms. I think it's a shame the British soldiers painted around the base. Captured in Egypt by the British 1801, as if a rock was that difficult to capture. She was far enough away now that if she needed to run, she might succeed. She stood up, but there a man stood behind her. She looked at Lord Montmorency, a devious half-grin on his face. How had she not realised he had a third man with him? The third man's hand caught her elbow. She pulled away, twisting to see it was Adam. "Oh, Mr. Montclair, I'm sorry to have run into you like that," Em gushed, remembering to sound breathless. "I was so engaged in the stone that I didn't see you. Have you come to escort me to the Duke of Forster's dinner?" Adam played along. "Yes, we are expected soon." He reached across the stone. "Adam Montclair at your service." Lord Montmorency reciprocated, but his man did not. "My colleague and I must be going as well. It was a pleasure to meet a woman who is as interested in antiquities as I am. Perhaps sometime you would like to see my private collection." "That would be a great pleasure, Lord Montmorency, but I'm soon leaving for a continental tour. Might I send you a card when I return?" "Of course it will be my pleasure." He touched the edge of his hat. "Until then, Lady Hartley." He nodded to his man, who followed him out. Em waited until they had disappeared from sight, then collapsed for a moment against a nearby wall. "That was him," she whispered. "Your criminal." She avoided saying his name. "But we met him just last week at the Blessington masquerade. You removed him from our list." "I said it was too loud to be certain of any voice I heard, but he changes his like a disguise, and he's very good, but his voice today, the one he used to give his speech, even you would have recognized it." "Do you think he realized you recognized him?" Adam tucked her hand over his elbow. But with Adam, the action felt safe and comforting, not threatening as it had with Montmorency. How could he? She shook her head, still feeling unsteady from fear and animal spirits. "But I can't know, not for certain. He could remember me from one of the rallies just as I remember him." "Then we need to find a safe place for you." Adam remembered Joe's injunction to encourage her cooperation. "I'll tell Joe to surveil Montmorency. The Duke's is likely the safest place now, but I didn't realize you were invited to dinner." "Neither does he." Adam laughed out loud. "Ah, my Marion, you are infinitely inventive." But if he took her to the Duke's, Forster would know he had brought Em to London. Even though Lord Colin was safely married, Adam still felt that all his deceptions had yet to be discovered. Chapter 37. Adam delivered Emmeline to the African's daughter to gather her things and her dog. While he waited, he borrowed paper and pen from Constance and wrote a note to the Duke, letting him know that Lady Emmeline had come to London and that Adam would deliver her shortly to the Duke's London home. He gave Constance's assistant a penny to pay a boy to carry a message and a penny for herself in finding one. Adam climbed the stairs to Constance's apartment, feeling his remaining minutes with Emmeline slip away like the last grains of sand in an hourglass. Em was sitting at Constance's table, Bess and Persis at her feet. "I thought you were packing your things." "They are packed. I was just thinking about you and me." "There's not much to think." "But there is." She held out her hand. "You could go with me. We could travel to my father. He could hardly be angry with our liaison given his complete lack of responsibility since my childhood." "I think you would be surprised how little one's own actions matter when judging the acts of another, particularly a daughter." "A daughter he abandoned?" "No, he left you to be lady of the manor, and you have chosen to love the stable boy." "After my grandfather's death, I was left to be reared by servants. The butler became my father, the housekeeper my mother, if I am not suitably aware of the requirements of young women of my rank." "And responsibilities," he interjected. "Responsibilities," she repeated with an annoyed shake of the head. "I was raised to be an estate manager, not a society miss. I rarely left the estate, and I was happy for that. What I needed, tutors, milliners, dressmakers, came to me. My obligation, my responsibility was to my estate and its prosperity, because if the estate was prosperous, then the people who lived on it were as well." "You will like it on the continent, my little leveller." "Adam, please stay with me. Even with my estate in question, I still have money. We could travel, you and Bess and Persis and I. We could go to Egypt and see the Sphinx. His voice was soft and sad. We come from different worlds. Then we could make a new world, go to the new world. I would be Emmeline Hartley. You would be Adam Montclair. We could marry. She said the word softly, timidly. He looked away and her heart fell with a thud into her belly. She had been wrong about him. Twice. This time she'd been certain he loved her, though he never said the words. She could see it in his glances, in the tenderness of his touch, in the way he soothed her when the nightmares came. How could she have been such a fool? He repeated her name as if trying to find the right words to reject her. That is my name. She rose, straightening her back. She would meet his answer like the aristocrat she had never been. And I love it as I love you. You are my first thought when I wake in the morning and my last thought at night. Every day that we were apart, I yearned for you with my very soul. I came to you to apologize, to tell you how I felt, to ask you if there might be a way that we could be together. Yes, there can be. Her heart and hope moved into her throat. He put his hand on hers, stopping her words. But that changed. The night of your engagement to Lord Colin, I watched you move through the room so at ease. I'd never seen you as the lady of the manor before. That night you were so clearly Lady Emmeline. I watched the jealousy colour your cousin's face. With every conversation, every laugh, she grew more angry. Stella's opinions have never mattered to me, and those were her friends, not mine. I have lost nothing in losing their good opinion. I stood outside for an hour, perhaps 2, watching you, and I realized all the things I didn't know about you. Nothing of any consequence, I can assure you. I watched you tire. I watched you pick up your walking stick. I'd never seen you rely on one before. I didn't want you to see me as broken. Her eyes filled with tears. She pulled away, withdrawing to the other side of the room. He followed her. He turned her towards him and looked into her eyes, unblinking. I need you to hear this, to understand. She braced herself for his next words, knowing they would break her heart. She wanted to cover her ears with her hands, but she didn't. You are not broken. Your leg sometimes pains you, sometimes it fails you, sometimes it limits what you may do in this or that moment, but none of that means you are broken. I have seen broken people, those who have no conscience, no compassion, no love for others. They are broken. Your leg, it merely makes you human. She'd expected some other words, not kindness, not tenderness, not love. For it was love she heard in his syllables, in the way his thumbs caressed the sides of her arms as he held her in place. Then why did it matter? The walking stick? It wasn't the walking stick, it was the context, that those people who you care nothing about, though you treated them with great hospitality, that those people knew you better than I did. They were your people, not me. It's not true. Her voice felt full of anguish. His mind was made up. Whatever she said, he couldn't hear her. I convinced myself that it didn't matter, that I knew you in ways the others couldn't imagine. Yes, you did, you do, she cried out inwardly, but she kept the words to herself. Nothing in his manner suggested he would listen. Then the room changed, and with it whatever hopes I held. Stella, grown too angry to contain it, called Somerville out on his promise to marry you, and I watched all my hopes crumble. I saw his face and yours. You had left me. I hadn't heard from you in months. I didn't blame you. If I had been in your place or his, I would have acted in exactly the same way. That's when I knew that too much separated us. Somerville was the perfect match for you. But we didn't want one another. I loved you, he loved Lucy. I could see it in his face the first time I met her. He and I had a deep friendship. Nothing like the love that you and I have. But she is an appropriate match for him, and I'm not for you." But he didn't know that. She felt urgent, almost desperate, but she tried to keep her words level. Colin chose Lucy when he thought she was a scullery maid. But he would have elevated her. I will only lower you. Who did this to you? Who made you think that your worth is tied to your birth, your station? I suppose you still believe in the divine right of kings, though we did away with that almost 200 years ago when we chopped off the head of Charles I. Ah, there's my little revolutionary. How dare you? All this talk of birth and station, when you are the most condescending man I've ever met. Even the Duke never presumed to tell me what I may and may not do. He recognised that I have the right to make my choices, and you presume to choose for me. I've offered you a life beside me, my wealth, my hand, and you think only of yourself. You seduced me before and called it duty. What do you call it this time? Sport? He stood very still. "I love you, you pompous ass, and I thought you loved me." "But I do. I love everything about you." "Then I suggest, my dear sir, that you go away and leave me be. Figure out why you think you don't deserve to be happy, even if we were to go to a country where we know no one and no one knows me." She walked away from him and picked up her walking stick. She looked down at it, inspecting it as if she had never seen it before. "I've spent my whole life trying to overcome the fact that sometimes I don't walk as well as others. I insisted on learning to ride, to drive, to do everything that anyone else in my class or outside it could do. I found that my wound made me kinder to others because I could imagine better how they might feel. I may have had birth and station, but you are right." She held out the walking stick. "It's this that made me human, but you need it more than I do." She threw it on the floor between them, startling the two dogs. Bess came to her, Persis went to Adam. "I have spent the last year waiting for you, and I give you exactly 1 week more. From what I've learned about Lucy's story from Constance, I know better than to wait any longer. 1 week, then I will leave England. Once my foot leaves English soil, once I set foot on the ladder to the deck, we are done, whether I marry or not, whether I return to England or not. 1 week. She turned away, then turned back. "I love you. That must be enough. If it isn't enough to overcome all your objections to my rank, then so be it. Come, Bess." Emmeline pointed Bess through the bedroom door, then followed. Persis tried to reach Bess, but Emmeline shut the door before she could enter, leaving the pup to whimper on the other side. Emmeline bolted the door. The lock sliding home sounded like the knock of a gavel at the end of an auction, or the trapdoor being released beneath the feet of a hanged man. Then she waited, her back to the door, Bess at her feet. She heard him cross the room, then stand quietly outside her bedroom door. She listened, hoping he would call her name, hoping he would change his mind. His voice, when he spoke, was formal and distant, his tones crisp and dark, not his velvet burgundy at all. "Lady Hartley, I'll send for the Duke's men to escort you to his home." She heard the pup whimper as he picked her up, then she listened to his footsteps walking away from her. The door to the stairway opened and shut, and his footsteps creaked down the stairs. But still she waited until all she could hear was the emptiness of Constance's apartment. She continued listening until she heard it, faint but final. The bell on the door to the African's daughter shook, then silenced, reminding her of the peal calling mourners to the churchyard. Then, sliding down the wall beside the door, she crumpled to the floor and wept silently into Bess's fur. Constance watched Adam leave, Persis looking woefully out of the pack on his back. But he'd left Em behind when he was supposed to have taken her to the Duke's. She knew why he hadn't spoken. She'd seen his face. She looked up at the ceiling, wishing she could see through the plaster, and laughed. She needed to check on Em, but the shop was too full. Before she could decide what to do, Aldine, always one of her best customers, placed 5 books on the counter. A smallish book in paper boards rested on top of 2 quite large volumes already bound in heavy leather, while 2 similarly sized paper-bound books sat beside them. Constance began with the first stack. The State of the Poor and the Working Classes Considered by William Bailey of the Inner Temple, 4 shillings 6pence. She recorded the title and price in her ledger as Aldine watched. "Sounds like a pleasant evening's reading," she teased. "Do you critique all your customers' choices?" he rejoined, smiling. "Only those who choose so wisely," she demurred, opening the 2 thick leather books. "Now this, Scoresby's account of the Arctic regions, is a particularly fine choice, though I'd likely choose to read it in summer so the descriptions didn't make me feel colder. £2, 2 shillings for each volume, a fortune, isn't it?" She picked up the top book in the smaller stack of 3 neat volumes, but his hand met hers before she opened it. "All told, I owe you £3, 7 shillings and 6pence. But can I believe you, or is there something about this book you don't wish for me to see?" He withdrew his hand. "Ah." A smile teased the corners of her mouth. "An unexpected choice. The Charms of Dandyism, or Living in Style, by Olivia Morland, chief of the female dandies. 2 volumes, 21 shillings each. That's a bit precious, is it not?" She examined his clothes archly. "Thinking of a new wardrobe?" "It's research." "Of course." She calculated her total. "You are correct. £3, 7 shillings and 6pence. Some day you will make a mistake in your addition, and I will congratulate myself at having witnessed it, but not today." She glanced back at the ceiling. "Might I help you in some way?" Aldine looked from her face to the ceiling. She started to object, but thought better of it. She leaned forward to speak into his ear. "Could you take my place here? I need to check on someone." He nodded. "Another of your projects?" "If I'm right, it has just become one of yours. If I'm right, I'll need you to escort someone to Forster." He raised an eyebrow, then looked at the entry door. He mentally reviewed all the people who'd entered or left the shop since he'd arrived. He paused as if just recognizing the man who'd hurried out moments before. "I'll want an explanation on our usual terms, of course." "On our usual terms." She squeezed his hand and slipped away. Constance found the door bolted. He's gone. Unlock the door." She heard the lock turn and she opened the door. Em sat beside the door, her back to the wall, her arms wrapped around her knees. Bess at Em's feet considered Constance soberly. Constance sat beside Em, saying nothing for a long while. Periodically Em would release a shuddering breath. Once Em's breathing evened, Constance put her hand on Em's knee. "You will always have a place here whenever you need one, but with Lord and Lady Colin married there's no impediment to returning to your estate." Em dried her face on the back of her hand. "No one expects me back for months yet, and I find I wish to travel. I told Adam I will begin with a trip to my father's house, but I must address some items before I go. And, of course, I'm supposed to move my things to the Duke's." "Are you certain you wish to give up on Montclair? He's a fine man, and he loves you." "But not enough." Em shook her head. "Might I ask, not enough for what?" Constance's voice was gentle. "I've asked him to marry me, but he refuses. He says marriage will lower me and cause me to be rejected by my family and the ton. If he thinks I care about such things, then I suppose we don't know one another very well at all." "What has Adam told you about his mother?" "Very little. His parents' marriage was a love match. She was very musical and taught him all the Scotch and Irish ballads, and he was grieving her loss when we met." "May I tell you then?" "If it will help me understand why he—" Em's voice failed her. It's not widely known. I only know the story because I have family near his grandparents' land. Constance scratched Bessa's throat. His mother was a great beauty, born to an old aristocratic family, but she made the mistake of falling in love with a clergyman, a commoner, and her family disowned her, cast her from the house in the clothes she was wearing, and without even a penny to travel to her beloved. Worse yet, they made it clear to all on their estate in the nearby villages and in the town that she should no longer be considered part of their family. And they never relented, not even when she had children. Never. When she sent news of Adam's birth, thinking it might be a path to some reconciliation, the family sent their solicitor round with threats. Threats? They had requested that no one extend a living to her husband, but they threatened that if she persisted in contacting her relatives, they would act to have his license revoked as well. That's horrible. Em stumbled over the words, wanting to take some sort of revenge on a family who could behave so cruelly to their own. How did they survive? Lady Fairborn's great-aunt, Aurelia. The one who paid for his schooling? Yes. She gave Adam's father a living on one of her properties. She even intervened when Deborah's husband died, leaving her without any sort of support. And Adam's family hasn't relented. Miriam, after their parents had both died, wrote to the rest of the family asking if they could meet. And they refused. Not only did they refuse, but they somehow interfered with Adam's inheritance, making it impossible for him to buy a piece of land that had been initially offered to him at a much lower price. The bridge, Em said half to herself. Why didn't he or Miriam tell me? It's been a point of contention between the siblings. Her feeling guilty, him feeling unable to protect his family. Constance put her hand on Em's. Does it help to know these things? It does. Sadly, I'm not sure that knowing makes any difference. Your things are packed and Aldine is downstairs. I'll ask him to escort you to the Duke's. Constance rose and extended her hand to Emmeline, helping her to her feet. But the Muses are dining at the Duke's tonight. Tell them your story. Perhaps they can give you some ideas. Chapter 38. I've found an opportunity. Tell me. Charters put down his pencil and gave Flute his full attention. Typically, you don't like to leave loose ends hanging. You say that if others in a circle know of our activities, just one death doesn't resolve our problem. So it's strange that you haven't removed the threat posed by the Somervilles, Lady Wilmot, Lady Fairborn, Lord Clive. Lord Clive ceased to be a threat once Miss Frost died. We should have killed each one when we had the chance, and now we must add Lady Hartley to the list if she recognised you. I know you don't like killing in your class, but there's somewhat more to it with Forster. Charters frowned. Sometimes he and his family seem to have a better angel protecting them. But more than that, I've known the Duke since we were boys. He is not a man who forgets a favour or a disservice. Killing in his family could signal the end of our enterprises. Not if we kill them all at once, the lot of them, including Lady Hartley, in an accident. Charters leaned forward. All? Lady Wilmot has a salon they all attend, his sister, his cousins, his brothers, even sometimes the Duke himself. The Duke has a raft of servants. Save for poison, we'd never get close enough. That's true on the nights when the salon meets at the Duke's or Lady Wilmot's, but once a month the salon meets at a bookstore, and it's one that you have no reason to like. The African's daughter, that pesky reformer. Charters smiled broadly. That's more appealing. What do you propose? We wait until they are all inside, then we set it on fire. All those books, they'll burn fast and hot. Fire? Charters rubbed the tips of his fingers across his thumb. I like that, Flute. I like that a great deal. Chapter 39. I hear that Lady Emmeline has safely taken up residence at the Duke's London home. Jeffreys stood at the table's edge. She has. Adam put down his drink. How had the man found him? The trip seems to have taken longer than one would have expected. It did. Adam stared at the man. There were no pigs nearby, but perhaps being fed to a pig would be preferable to a world without Em. I was surprised to hear that you returned to your club. I expected somehow that you would have overcome your misplaced sense of propriety and agreed to her offer. You knew? Adam felt surprised, even though he shouldn't have. I hoped. Her ladyship loves you, and I believed you love her. I do. Have you told her? I did. Then why are you here, alone, and not with her? Jeffreys looked inscrutable, as always. It seemed so clear before, but now I'm not certain. Then there may be hope for you yet, but I have an errand that I need for you to complete for Lady Emmeline's sake. Adam straightened. What? May I sit? Jeffreys pushed a portfolio across the table. Of course. Adam opened the packet as Jeffreys took his seat. Inside were a series of legal documents and several maps of the Hartley estate and the neighbouring lands for the past 100 years. What am I seeing? The materials that Lady Emmeline's solicitor needs to defend the estate against Mrs. Kane's suit. Jeffreys laid the maps out chronologically. It's a tale in 5 maps. Even her ladyship doesn't know the true story. Someone had watercoloured the maps to show the various ownership of the lands, each owner a different colour. In the earliest maps, the green associated with the Hartley family was extensive, but in each successive map the green was replaced by the pink of the Morleys. The final map was all pink and no green. Tell me what you see, Jeffreys prompted. A consistent transfer of Hartley lands to the Morleys. The final bit of land appears to have been transferred to Lionel Morley shortly after the wreck that killed his daughter and granddaughters. He traced the outline with his finger. Titania. Lionel Morley's daughter. Lady Emmeline's mother was named Titania. Jeffreys' voice was sad. Titania, Adam repeated. Em's never told me her name. Her ladyship has lost a great many people she loved. Adam shook off the feeling that he should go to her. If this map is accurate, there's no Hartley lands remaining for Stella to claim. But Em's barrister will need more than a series of maps to win the case. That's why I brought these. Jeffreys put his hand on the legal documents, the original contracts for each transaction, signed, sealed, and witnessed. Lady Emmeline inherited the land as the sole remaining Morley heir. She carries her title by virtue of being her father's daughter, but there's no relationship between the land and the title. The courts could rule for Stella's son, and all he would gain is the word Lord before his name. No money, no land. Jeffreys nodded. Correct. Morley regretted letting his old friend Lord Norbert remain in the house, telling Stella made-up stories of the estate's glory days. Made up? Adam shifted the maps to examine the legal papers that came with them. The Hartley title dates back only 4 generations. When Emmeline's father, Reginald, all but bankrupted the estate, Lord Norbert turned to his old friend, Lionel Morley, for help. Titania was young, wealthy, and smitten with Reginald. Reginald was dashing and solicitous. It seemed a perfect match, but Lionel refused to bail out the estate only to see his future son-in-law run it to the ground again. Morley thought that Em's father would do it again. That was absolutely assured, sir. Lord Reginald does not like control. The Morley solicitors refuse him any communication with Lady Emmeline. Lady Emmeline believes her father abandoned her and the estate because of her wounds. Jeffreys shook his head. We were at a loss, and she was yet a child. We could allow her to believe the gentle lie that her father loved her too much to see her suffering. Or we could leave her no illusions and tell her that her father was a gambler who traded an allowance for contact with his daughter. He tapped the documents. Whatever we withheld from her as a child, these are the truth. And they seem to solve the problem quite clearly. Why do you need my help? These documents have never been filed with Chancery, Jeffries explained, and I'm concerned that it might seem odd for me to provide them now that there's a claim against the estate. Would M's father attest to the truth of these? Adam began to see the problem in its entirety. Jeffrey's face, if anything, grew more stern. Lord Reginald raged about the final land transfer for some days before and after the wreck, but when I heard of Mrs. Kane's suit, I began to search for any documents that might help Lady M's position. I remembered that M's mother, Titania, had some estate documents with her when she died. I eventually found them in the trunks taken from the wreckage. Lady M's mother took these materials with her? Adam didn't like the implication one bit. All but this final sale that took place after the wreck. He laid his hand on the most recent of the agreements. She took papers proving the land was her father's, not her husband's, and after the wreck the last bits of the estate passed into Morley hands. Adam mulled over the facts. Did M's father know her mother was leaving him? If she'd revealed the status of the land, he might have been embarrassed, even angry. As for the wreck, it is true that the carriage was driving far too fast for the road, but it wasn't headed home that night, and M's father returned home hours later. Her father believed she was heading to some land he owned in Yorkshire, and that she wished for a separation. That's why the wreck wasn't found for so long. Their searchers were looking in the wrong place. M intends to visit her father as part of a larger tour of the continent. Is he capable of harming her? I don't know. He has always been a proud man and haughty. He will not be pleased if the issue of his ownership of the land is called into question, and sadly Lady M has left her estate to him. To save the estate from Mrs. Kane, we have to risk M's father being embarrassed and angry, but to protect M, we have to ensure that no one reveals the status of the lands. We can't do both. Jeffries rose. I leave this problem in your hands. I trust you to do whatever is necessary to protect Lady Emmeline. I will. But when the older man left the office, the papers still on his desk, Adam was left with a sinking feeling. It wouldn't make up for how much he'd failed her, and it wouldn't resolve the differences between them, but at least he knew where to deliver the papers, and he would do it, no matter what it cost him. Chapter 40. If the news is true, Montclair gave up a great deal for a woman. Moseley Barnes, the Home Office's most feckless investigator, opined loudly from his end of the long table. Giles Gilfeather sat at the opposite end, and Adam sat in the middle. Before this, Montclair was almost certain to succeed Mr. James's head. Giles Gilfeather added as if anyone were unaware of Adam's change of status. Now he's been relegated to reports. Perhaps I like reports. Adam made his voice as unwelcoming as possible. At Adam's feet, Persis watched the engagement, uncertain how to respond. On his return to the office several days before, Adam had broken with protocol. He'd walked past Joe's desk and directly into Mr. James's office. There, he'd handed Mr. James the documents that he'd received from Jeffries. When he'd indicated that Lady Hartley would no longer aid the Home Office in their inquiries, Joe had looked annoyed. It wasn't very helpful of you to discover those papers about her estate. We would have been in a far better situation had you thought of country first and Lady Emmeline second. But that would have risked her losing her estate, and it's the only thing she loves. We would have intervened before that happened, but now we've lost our ability to convince her. A great many other cases could have benefited from her particular skill. He'd also told them that Sir Cecil Grandison, judge at Chancery and an old friend of Lady Collins's great-aunt, had reviewed the materials. The case was to be dropped. Emmeline's lands were secure. That afternoon his desk had been assigned to another officer, and he'd been told to work at the crowded table with Barnes and Gilfeather. Adam bent back over his report, an interminably long analysis of the sheep market in Scotland. "No one likes reports," Barnes observed calmly. "Perhaps my preferences have changed." Adam thought of Emmeline, her hair framing her face. "Perhaps I'd rather write reports rather than work in the field." "You can't have lost your taste for the hunt, for protecting home and country. It's in your blood, man." Barnes shook his head, disbelieving. "If you don't address this situation, and soon, you are to be permanently demoted and sent to a remote posting. That's what I've heard, at least." "I'm sure the weather there will be lovely in the spring." Adam began a long section on the varieties of sheepdog. He moved his foot to rub Percis's belly. Since he'd left Em, Persis did little more than mope. They had much in common. Persis missed Bess. He missed Em. Joe, entering the room, overheard the men. "Adam's fate is the fate of any officer who disregards direct orders." Adam buried his nose in the papers, hoping to avoid any more discussion. Barnes, having Joe's attention, took up Adam's case. "The men think Mr. James should reconsider. Adam's been this officer's best officer for years, and besides, who among us can resist the wiles of a woman?" "She doesn't have wiles." Adam found himself growling mostly to himself, and Persis hid her face in her paws. "Barnes, let me make this perfectly clear. All Montclair had to do was direct a young woman to aid us in our inquiries." "Aid you forever," Adam breathed under his breath, "even after she identified Charters." Up to this assignment we had seen no evidence that Montclair would not be the best choice to follow Mr. James, if and when Mr. James chooses to retire. Yet Montclair chose to reject direct orders and remove that young woman from our circle of influence. We cannot ignore so fundamental a failure. Yet you tell us that our orders allow interpretation in how to accomplish them. Barnes refused to give up. "Frequently we all make decisions that in the moment may look like a breach of our orders, but which in the long perspective act to support them." Montclair has refused to indicate that his recent failure has any part in a broader plan. Joe raised an eyebrow. "If he did, it would perhaps make some difference. As it stands, he will travel to Tory Island, at the end of the week. Our lieutenant there needs a subordinate to manage his paperwork, and Montclair's ability to speak the language will make him invaluable." "Tory Island? Subordinate to a lieutenant? Paperwork?" Barnes sputtered in disbelief. "Adam, defend yourself, man. If directing that woman was all you had to do, you must tell them what you are up to." Adam growled and left the table. All he'd had to do. Easier said than done. Chapter 41. "As I see it, you have two options." Lady Judith, the Duke's sister, leaned forward over her breakfast. "You can state your case as convincingly as you are able and accept Forster's decision if he refuses your request, or you can break into his study and search for what you need." "You can't possibly mean that." Em set down her fork, surprised. After the meeting of the Muses' salon at his house, the Duke had insisted that she take up the room he'd prepared for her. "Oh, yes, my dear, I certainly do." Lady Judith paused, seeing a young man about 12 take his place quietly in the doorway. Em recognised him as Hallett, who had been instrumental in helping Colin save Lucy. "Hallett, dear, you are allowed to speak." Lady Judith held out her hand in welcome. "You are my ward, not my footman." "I wouldn't disturb you, my lady, but—" Hallett looked to the clock standing across the room, and Lady Judith took his hint. "Ah, yes, Hallett, thank you." Lady Judith smiled kindly, and the young man stood more at ease. I need to ask my maid for my coat, then I'll meet you and your siblings at the front door." "I'll collect it for you." Hallett seemed grateful to have something useful to do. "That will give you a few more minutes here." The boy disappeared into the hall. "Fine lad." Lady Judith smiled after him. "And doing so well with his tutor. All of them are." She turned serious again. "Growing up, I found that subterfuge was often the most expeditious course. You can't be the eldest and only girl in a house of boys and ever hope to manage them if you don't engage in a little spying here and there." Em almost coughed in her tea, but Lady Judith, rising, didn't notice. "I would search with you." Lady Judith patted her on the shoulder, "but I've promised Hallett and his siblings a walk in the park, and I expect it will be the best part of my day." "What do I do if the Duke catches me?" Em turned in her chair, watching Lady Judith walk to the morning-room door. "I would avoid that if I could." Lady Judith paused. "And if you can't, I'd have a very good explanation." Em was surprised at how easy it was to discover the Duke's schedule. Barlow, his valet, offered readily that the Duke was at his club and wasn't expected back until evening, when he and Lady Wilmot would be attending Lady Blessington's salon in St. James's Square. Even easier was picking the lock to gain entry into his study. She looked around the room. Heavy curtains, half drawn, allowed in enough light for her to see her way and to read and eliminate most documents. The pedestal desk was remarkably neat. In the centre, as if the Duke had just risen from his work, sat a letter half-written to his estate manager. Beside it to the right sat an inkwell, a pen on a stand, a penknife and other writing implements. To the left was the most recently completed sheet set out to dry, and next to it, farther out, was a pile of the sheets already dry. She skimmed them quickly, looking only for the topic of the page, not any specific details. Though learning of the Duke's enterprises might be interesting, she'd rather do that in a conversation, not by rummaging in his correspondence. No, she was looking for Adam's handwriting, for anything that mentioned her name or their movements after her escape. She needed to know exactly what he'd told the Duke about their travels together. The desk had 3 drawers across the top. Unlocked, they slid open easily. The middle one held nothing of interest, save for a fine pair of pistols, loaded. Interesting. The drawer to the left held only various sizes of writing paper. The one to the right, various bills, all paid. But there was nothing related to the Duke's hiring of Adam. Finding nothing useful in the drawers, Em felt along the edges of the desk, searching for hidden compartments, but found none. Adam's letters had to be here. Where else might the Duke have hidden documents that incriminated him in the scheme to keep her safe and hidden? She started again, at the top. Pistols, paper, bills. Pulling out each drawer in turn, she felt the inside of the space all the way to the back, then the undersides of the drawers themselves. Nothing. A creak from somewhere nearby made her stop. She listened, surveying the room, but the sounds of the house were muffled and distant. Perhaps it was only above her then. She returned to her search, but tension whispered down her neck and spine. She turned to the room, seeing shelf after shelf of books. Searching them would take all day. Had the Duke discarded Adam's letters? No, that wasn't like Aidan. He wouldn't let information go until he was certain he no longer needed it. Another creak, but this time she ignored it. She turned behind the desk to the first rack of shelves, trying to decide where to begin. "Whatever you are searching for, I assure you it's well hidden." She nearly jumped out of her skin, but she didn't scream. There was at least that. She calmed her heart, turning. The Duke was standing in front of the windows, the curtains pulled fully back. His features were hidden by the light behind him. "I want to see Adam's reports." Em rose, folding her arms across her chest. "I'm not certain I know which reports you mean." The Duke stepped away from the window, his face a lecture. He stepped to his desk and waited for her to move. "Montclair's reports. On our travels." She faced him, refusing to give up her space behind his desk. "Why would Montclair send me such things?" He shrugged and took a chair before his desk. His air so calm set her more on edge. "Aidan Somerville, you know exactly what I want and why. Don't play the Duke with me." "But I am the Duke. How else do you expect me to act?" He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, watching her intently. "I am not above involving Colin. How do you think he will respond to learn that his brother hired a Home Office agent to keep me away from him?" "It's a bit fantastic, isn't it? The sort of story one would read in one of those Minerva Press books." For a single second his eyes left hers, and she knew she had him. "Fantastic," she repeated. "Is it? Who do you think Colin will believe? You, his meddling duke of a brother, or me, his oldest friend? Who abandoned him at the altar? It will not go well for either of us, Aidan." She stared firmly at his face. "But you have the most to lose. He admires you." He sat back in his chair. "Tell me what you believe I've done. If I can help, I will, of course, do so." She resisted rolling her eyes. "Of course you would require me to lay it out before you as if it were a case before Parliament." "I prefer that, yes." He gave a half shrug. "Then so be it." She folded her arms across her chest and raised one eyebrow in her best imitation of Lady Judith. "You, Aidan Somerville, Duke of Forster, on the day of my wedding, asked the Home Office to help find me and keep me safe." "True." Aidan didn't attempt to argue. She hid her surprise. "In that request, you acted in the belief that you were protecting me and my interests." "Also true." "To do so, you hired one of your brother's fellow agents." Aidan made no response. "Let me rephrase that. You hired Adam Montclair, your brother's friend and your sometime associate." "True." Aidan steepled his fingers before his face. "And you would say that prior to this you believed you knew Montclair well, quite well?" "Well, perhaps even quite well." Aidan tilted his head as if predicting where her argument would go. "You told Montclair to separate me from whatever scoundrel had helped me escape, to keep me safe from harm and away from London or anywhere your brother might be, until such time that your brother regained his senses and married Lady Lucy. For his trouble Montclair would earn £1,000. "True, but it was a deception from the first. He knew where you were and was himself the scoundrel who had helped you to run, hardly worth £1,000. "Did you ask him directly if he knew where I was hiding?" "No." "Did you ask him if he was engaged in helping me to escape?" "No." His face turned thoughtful. "Given that you know Montclair quite well, would he have been able to successfully lie to you about my whereabouts?" Aidan paused. "Likely not." "Did he provide exactly what you wished?" "He did." Aidan sounded resigned. "I want to see his reports." Aidan walked to the bookcases and pulled out one of the volumes of a large set of books. The book wasn't a book at all, but a book spine attached to a narrow box open at the top. He pulled out a stack of letters tied with twine, then turned the box upside down to show her it was empty. "How much did Adam draw on you?" She sat at the desk and laid the letters out before her. "Only the initial £100. So you owe him 900. Why haven't you paid him?" "Do you love him?" Aidan's voice was surprisingly kind. "Love is irrelevant." She brushed away the question, afraid to answer, afraid she'd cry. "You agreed to a price, and here I stand, hale and hearty. It's an embarrassment for the estate to refuse to pay its debts." "Did he tell you I refused to pay? Had Adam had that sort of funds, he would have purchased the bridge that connects his property to the rest of the world." She shook her head, confused. "Montclair returned my banknote, unredeemed. You'll find it there on the bottom." She turned the pile over and found the note. Why would he return it? Without it, none of them can move their goods to market or even visit the village without paying an exorbitant toll. You should ask him. Aidan's voice was soft but firm. I did. He refuses to answer. That's why I need the letters. I need to know what he is hiding. Then you will be disappointed. His letters offer only the barest information, just enough to ensure I didn't hire more men, not enough for me to know anything of your time together. She opened each one. Forster was telling the truth. I don't understand. Your money gave him the means to set his uncle's error right and to help himself and his family. What was he thinking? Instead, ask what he was feeling. I would bet, though I never bet on matters of the heart, that he is in love with you as you appear to be with him. If he's in love, he doesn't know it. Then why don't you tell him? I have. She paused. Can you help me to set this right? I don't interfere in matters of the heart. She stared at him. He sighed. What will you have me do? Chapter 42. There. Lady Wilmot closed the ledger of the Muses' salon, where the group recorded their activities. Everyone has their assignments. The group nodded. Then I suppose we are done for the evening. We meet again at the Duke's in 2 weeks' time. The meeting, before so orderly, burst into conversation. The group was smaller than usual. The Duke was at the offices of Aldine, his solicitor. Lord Clive was at the Royal Surgeon's, and Lord Colin and his new wife were spending time on her estate. Even so, the Muses filled the area at the middle of the store where Constance had placed a large table and comfortable chairs. 8 women were present besides Em and Constance. Lady Wilmot and Lady Judith, Ophelia Mason and her sisters, Kate and Ariel Gardner, Audrey Hucknall and 2 friends of Audrey's from the colonies, new members of the Muses' salon. We will miss you. Ophelia embraced Em warmly. But you must bring me something old. A bit of the Sphinx, perhaps? Em nodded. Once her estate was no longer in danger, she'd lost interest in visiting her father. But without Adam beside her, she had little interest in returning home either. Jeffreys had suggested somewhere to suit her antiquarian interests, like Egypt, to see the pyramids and the other antiquities. I'll use that to bargain with the Sphinx. Answer my questions, or I'll dismantle you, and Ophelia will use you in her chemistry experiments. The 2 women laughed, but Em felt hollow inside. Perhaps the Sphinx could tell her why Adam couldn't love her enough. The bell at the front of the door rang, and Em looked up to the mirrors nestled in the upper corners of the room, but it wasn't Adam. All evening she'd waited, but he had not come. Upstairs in her reticule, Em had a ticket for the continent. She'd told him as much in her last letter. Bess guarded it, waiting for her mistress. Emmeline didn't like to leave the big dog locked upstairs, but one of Kate's friends had been afraid of the giant dog, even with Bess resting at Em's feet. But they would be together soon, and then in the morning, Constance would accompany Bess and Em to the docks. Her trunks were already loaded on the packet bound for Alexandria. The bell rang again, but this time there was no one at the front of the store. Odd. Constance was about to turn back to the meeting when she saw the flicker of a flame. Someone was carrying a torch outside, the yellow flame reflecting in her windows, but the flame seemed to spread across the glass. She watched, uncertain of her eyes. "What's that smell?" Kate asked. Constance looked up at the mirrors, following Em's gaze. "It's fire." Emmeline rose, her walking stick dropping to the floor beneath the table. "The books, they are on fire." The fire licked the edges of the door, dancing along the piles of books, igniting one pile then the next. Soon there were multiple small fires across the front of the store. The women stared at each other for only a second, then each one rose in union. "Cover your faces." Ophelia poured the remaining tea from the pot onto the table linen and handed each woman a piece. "Breathe through these." Kate and Ariel, as of one mind, stripped off their petticoats and began to stamp out the fires. The women tried to move towards the front of the store. Through the window Emmeline could make out a pushcart in flames. "The door's blocked," she called out, coughing. Even if they could put out the fires inside the shop, the wagon would continue to burn the front of the store. Someone threw a rock through the pane in the door, making a large round hole. The flames, welcoming the influx of air, blazed brighter. "To the side, to my office." Constance waved the women back from the front of the shop. But as they turned, a line of fire flared beside them, blocking them from that retreat. The women couldn't move as fast as the flames. The books, the paper, the linseed-oiled wood all made a conflagration. The smoke grew thicker. "Down to the floor," Audrey called. "Hold hands." Em could hear voices, calling to one another outside the shop. The women pushed the tables back from the centre of the room, giving them a circle free from paper and books. "We need to give the people outside time to help us," Ariel called to them, having beat out the fire in a path to the front of the store. "They've moved the wagon. Come forward." Ariel stepped into the window, beating the glass with a chair. Constance picked up the bricks she used to hold back the front door and threw it through the other plate glass window, but the fire had already spread far into the displays. Then Em heard the sound of a large crash. Ariel beat down the broken shards to create a safer passage. The pedestrians broke the other window. "The door's on fire," Kate called out. "Go to the windows." But Bess was sleeping in Constance's apartment over the shop. Em couldn't leave her behind. The flames ran along the top of the bookcases where the women hadn't been able to put them out. One rack of shelves caught fire, then the next. She had to reach Bess. There was a path down the far wall yet. She headed that way, intending to get behind the flames and reach the office that way. She hurried. Time. There was still time. There had to be time. She would consider how to escape after she reached Bess. "Step carefully over the glass. They'll hand you out," Kate's voice directed. "That's it, take his hand." She could hear someone calling her name, but she ignored it. She could hear Bess barking. She had to reach her. Behind her, Ophelia cried out a warning. Em jumped out of the way as a rack of shelves gave way. Still, she pushed forward. Strong arms grabbed her. "Lady Hartley, come." She struggled to move forward, but he held her back. Aldine. Not Adam. She tried to wrench free. "I must get Bess. I can't let you die." Aldine picked her up. She fought against him, beating his back with her fists. He ignored her, carrying her to the window, then stepping through. He didn't stop until they were across the street. She could hear Bess barking, but the front of the shop was in flames. "Everyone made it out?" the Duke asked the group of women huddled together. "Bess," Em's voice broke. "I have to—" "We can't save her, Em. I'm sorry." Lady Wilmot touched her shoulder, but Em pulled away. In that moment she hated them. She knew it was unreasonable, but she hated them all the same. Adam reached the bookshop in time to see the last of the women pouring out of the shop. He scanned the crowd for Emmeline and found her, rocking back and forth, tears streaming down her face, her hands over her ears. Then he heard it. Bess, barking, still in the shop. He met Em's eyes. She saw him, her expression hopeless. He looked away. He knew what he had to do. He ran into the flames. "Adam, man, are you mad? Come back, man, it's too late." Aidan's voice called out behind him, but Adam ignored him. If he were to live without Em, at least he could do something useful for her. A parting gift, if he saved Bess. He held his handkerchief in front of his face. The bookcases were almost fully enflamed, but he followed a narrow open path along the far wall. The flames hadn't reached the back of the shop. He had to hope the other wall nearest Constance's office was passable from the back as well. Fire fell beside him in a thick cascade, but he reached the back of the shop. He looked behind him, towards the front of the shop. His path was gone, eaten by the hungry flames, books and wood and oil, a feast for fire. At the back of the shop, several feet remained unreached by the flames, though the smoke was growing too thick to see. He pressed the linen more tightly against his nose and mouth. He pressed forward to the left wall, hoping there would be a way to reach Constance's office and that he hadn't just trapped himself at the back of a burning building with no escape. He was lucky. There was still a path. But the fire pursued him. Coming from the back of the shop forward, he could reach the office door, but it was already in flames. He pulled the short ladder Constance used to reach the upper shelves off its bar, grateful for his gloves, and made it into a ramrod. He couldn't stop to try the lock. He held his breath, gaining seconds. After 3 hard rams, the door gave way and he leapt through. The door, already half consumed, broke into flaming bits of wood, but it had done its job. Constance's office was not yet on fire and not yet filled with smoke. Smoke from the shop billowed into the office around him, but he could still see in front of him. He made his way to the staircase, the doorknob cool to his touch. He opened it just enough to slip through, then shut the stairway door behind him to gain a few more minutes. He took the stairs 2 at a time, then gaining Constance's apartment, he shut the door at the top of the stairs as well. The shut doors wouldn't help once the shop's ceiling caught fire, but it gave him a few moments of clean air. If he could open the shop's front windows and lower Bess out, they might both be saved. He found Bess shut in the room Emmeline had used before. He turned to the front of the apartment, but flames already leaped outside the window, and the inside of the apartment walls were already glowing red. He heard the crack of the timbers starting to fail in the floor. He had only a few minutes before he and Bess would be victims of the flames. He prayed Bess would trust him. He knew there was a route across the top of the buildings, but the floors would be collapsing beneath them. But he had to try. For Em, he had to try. "Come, Bess. Let's try the roof." Constance watched the fire burn down into embers. She wanted to go in to see if her precious possessions in the narrow tin under her bed had survived, but no one would let her step more than a foot or so towards the shop. The traffic had stopped, turning from the street at both ends. No one wished to drive their team through the debris. She felt adrift. When she closed her eyes, she could still see her shop front, as it had been that morning when she'd opened for business. She'd washed the windows with the first light, pleased at how clearly the store's stock had shone through. She'd arranged the new books in neat piles, closest to the door, and lettered small signs to indicate which was which. She felt her breath catch in her chest. Gone. All gone. She'd opened the shop with some of her inheritance from her father's sale of his autobiography, and she'd been careful to keep some of her money with the bank, unlike her fellow shopkeepers, who trusted to their own hiding places more than to a bank's promises. But even so, there wouldn't be enough to start again. A man wrapped his arms around her. Aldine, of course. Always there. There'd been times she'd thought him her guardian angel, but even he couldn't set this to rights. He led her away from where Emmeline sat, weeping. A few feet away stood Ophelia and Audrey. She needed to keep her perspective. Emmeline had lost Bess and Adam. She couldn't even imagine how that heartbreak might feel. Worse, she was certain, than losing her shop, and that was devastating enough. The Duke was pacing in front of the shop, giving instructions to clear the destruction. Without the fire, the lane was left only with the street lamps for light. She would need to find a room, it struck her. She had nowhere to sleep. Of course, one of the muses would offer to take care of her. It was what they did, care for the needy. She'd accepted her ladyship's patronage, but rarely her money. Having her father's money had allowed her to be something of a friend to the muses, rather than their servant or their project. But she'd never been one of their needy ones before, and she'd never imagined she would be. But all that was gone, part of the brick and mortar of the bookstore. It had disappeared in less than an hour. "Ophelia will take care of you, but I will be here with you tomorrow and every day after that as long as you need me." Aldine kissed her forehead, turning her over to the care of the muses. "You will be coming home with us tonight." Ophelia Mason wrapped a comforting arm around Constance's shoulders. "Then tomorrow we will drive back in and begin to sort this out. It will take hours yet for the embers to die down enough for us to gauge what can be salvaged. Forster says he'll have his men come in the morning to clear out the collapsed ceilings, but nothing of the contents will be taken away until you see them." She could hear the words that Ophelia wasn't saying. The contents, what little there is left. She could see it for herself. There was nothing, and not enough money to start again. The thought of it left her nauseous. But she wouldn't cry, not yet, not until they knew how much had been lost and how much remained. She walked slowly down the street to Ophelia's carriage. Emmeline watched the front of the shop, her arms wrapped tight around her middle. If she loosened her arms, the pain might consume her. Kate and Ariel sat on the pavement beside her, saying nothing, but giving her the support of their presence. The neighbourhood, men, women and children, had formed a line, carrying water in pails from the well at the end of the street. But Constance's shop was too far gone. The crew began to pour the water on the buildings to either side of the shop. If they couldn't save the one building, at least they might save the row. She counted the minutes in her head, waiting. He would return to her. He had to. He couldn't die, not when he'd come to her. Aldine placed his greatcoat over her shoulders, but she didn't care. She didn't care about anything, not any more. Bess had stopped barking. She felt the loss of Bess deep in her chest, making it hard to breathe. But the loss of Adam felt like a big gaping wound that would never heal. "Take Lady Hartley back to Lady Wilmot's." Forster gave the order, and Aldine came to her side. "No." She pulled away, watching, refusing to look away, but she couldn't ignore the creak of the wood collapsing against itself. "There's no way, Em." Kate's hand was gentle on her arm. "The shelves have collapsed inside the store. Even if he was still alive, he couldn't get out. I'm not leaving, not till we know." "We know, Lady Hartley." Aldine's voice was kind but firm. "There's no way to survive. He's been in there too long." At that moment the structure groaned and the ceiling of the first floor collapsed into the shop below. The front of the building began to fall forward. The men called the others back as it fell into the street, revealing the remaining structure of the building. The structural beams of the individual floors remained, but glowing and holding up nothing. The heat of the fire fed by the books had eaten it all away. And her heart, it was eaten away too. "I will wait until it burns itself out. Then I will know. I have to know." "Then I'll wait with you," Aldine said, "and when we know, I'll take you to Lady Wilmot's." She nodded, letting Aldine wrap his arm around her shoulders. She stared into the flames, feeling as if her world had ended before it had even begun. "The last test was fire, and I let him go." "What?" Aldine leaned in to hear her over the sounds in the street. "Forgive me, I couldn't hear what you said." She shook her head. How could she explain that the last test in Tam Lin was fire? She'd been supposed to hold on through all his changes, Locksley, Fairweather, Montclair, Cavendish. Then in the end, when the Fairy Queen turned him into fire, she was supposed to hold him until he returned to his true form, Adam. But she'd let him go before the final test was over. Soon, all that was left of the African's daughter was an empty space in the row and a pile of glowing embers. The water crew had done its work, saving all the other buildings. They continued to dump water on the embers, none of them wanting the fire to reawaken. "It's time to go, dear." Lady Wilmot's voice was gentle but firm. "No." "Yes." Lady Wilmot put her hand on Emmeline's shoulder. "Now that Lord and Lady Colin have gone to her estate, I have plenty of room." The thought of Colin married and happy with Lucy made Emmeline feel the loss of Adam all the more intensely. She felt like a tree struck down by lightning, bowed to the earth, still living but wounded to her core. "Someone! Help!" The cry came from around the corner. The crowd rushed to the end of the row, and Emmeline stared after them. "Bring the water!" The water crew shifted their line to the end of the row. All feared that the fire had leapt to another place in the block, and that their vigil was only just beginning. "What's that?" a voice cried out, half in fear. "Is it a bear?" At the word bear, Emmeline rose up. She searched the crowd for where a bear might be. She pushed forward, trying to reach the front of the crowd. Finally Forster met her, and with Aldine the men pushed the group apart. The first thing she saw was Bess, hair half singed off, surveying the crowd. When the giant dog saw her, she let out a howl, then ran forward, wagging her tail. Emmeline met her in the middle, collapsing to the ground, weeping against the big dog's neck. She looked up, but she didn't see him. If Bess survived, he had to as well. But the crowd was too thick to see more than a few feet. She couldn't let him get away, not now. "Bess, where is he? Find Adam." The great dog loped away from her, and the crowd parted to let her by. Emmeline rose, watching Bess track Adam, until she saw him, his back moving away from her at a steady pace. Emmeline began to follow, her leg even stronger from Clive's exercises, but he was slipping away. She called his name, but the street was too loud. "Stop him, Bess," she whispered, and in that moment the great dog leapt, knocking Adam to the ground as if he were a wayward sheep. She closed the gap between them, but when she kneeled beside him, Bess holding him in place on the ground, she had no words. She'd used them all up before, and she had none left to convince him. He had to want her enough. His face was lined with soot, his clothing torn and dirty. Bess nudged him back to his feet. "First you knocked me over, now you want me to stand up." He petted the dog's head. "But at least you didn't argue when I led you across the rooftops with flames at our heels." "Is that how you escaped?" Her voice was small. "There was a narrow track across the buildings hidden from the view of the street. I was afraid she wouldn't follow, but she understood what I needed her to do." "She's a smart dog that way." She stepped forward, then stopped, wanting to embrace him, but not knowing if it would be welcome. "She Mrs. Persis?" "Persis misses her." They spoke at once. "You first." She studied his face, looking for some sign he had changed his mind. "You gave me a week to discover I was a fool, but it took me a little longer. I was coming to tell you when I saw the building on fire. I always seem to arrive a little late." "You arrived in time to save Bess." "Is that enough to make up for the other times? The time I didn't tell you the cottagers were safe and living in Australia? The time I didn't speak up before you agreed to marry Colin? This time when I let your deadline pass, will I always be too late?" "You arrived in time to save me from my wedding, and to save Bess. Those two are enough." She paused. "But what were you coming to tell me?" "That you were right." "About which part?" "All of it. If you'll still have me, I'll go wherever you wish. The continent, America, Egypt. Trace Lady Craven's travels, anywhere as long as I'm by your side." "And if I want to stay here in England on my estate, if I want to be lady of the manor and care for my land and my people, what then?" "Then I will be at your side." He held out his hands in supplication. "I'm worthless without you, Emmy. Nothing interests me but you. I thought I could go back to who I was before I met you, to the job I did before, but none of it suits me if I'm not with you. We could marry, if you would have me." She flung herself into his arms. "I want a wedding as big as before. I want the world to see that with the right man I have no qualms about marriage." "Whatever you want, as long as at the end of the day you're mine." And he spun her around in a circle, with Bess howling out their joy. Chapter 43. The next day. I want to know who and why, and then I want them prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Forster paced Aldine's office, which was no mean feat, since the space in front of the desk was less than 8 feet across. I'll need help, perhaps some of your battalion of old soldiers. How many? Forster paused in his tracks. How fast do you want answers? I want to know that whoever threatened my fiancé, my family, and my friends is unable to try again. Why are you so certain it was an attack on your family and your circle? It could have been an attack on Miss Equiano, and the Muse's salon merely happened to be present. She is known for her— No. Forster interrupted, making a quick turn at the door. There's something about this I don't like. Explain. Aldine knew to trust Forster's instincts. It was widely known that his instincts had, more than once, saved his whole company during the wars. A single man with a single firebrand would signal someone disgruntled with Miss Equiano or her shop, or even someone merely out for mischief. These men sacrificed a fine cart and a load of hay. They had more than sufficient fuel, and they worked quickly and in unison as if they had practiced. No, something about it suggests a plan. And I am a duke. What better way to get to me than through my family? You have enemies? Aldine found it surprising. As Forster's solicitor, he was consistently impressed by how his client could defuse almost any situation and find common ground with almost any opponent. Those traits had made him an excellent officer and an even better member of Parliament. What was the man who kidnapped Lily but an enemy? But not an enemy of yours. Lady Wilmot's late husband's work put her at risk. Aldine wanted their thinking to be precise from the beginning, to avoid making errors that would slow down the investigation. This feels like a personal attack. Forster shook his head. I can't explain why. I'm not arguing that. I merely wish to narrow what personal means. Aldine pulled out a heavy sheet of paper and began to draw the scene from the night before. I was outside when the fire started. He closed his eyes, trying to imagine the street. A group of men, 3, all youngish, stood near the gambling hell at the end of the street. Not them. They were still there when I arrived, and they helped with the water brigade. The men I saw came around this corner with the cart. Forster tapped the page, and Aldine drew in his information. Their cart was topped with a grid, and the bottles were already burning in it. I wondered what sort of goods they were selling. They looked to the front lad, red hair, wiry for their signals. Can you describe them further? Aldine took out another sheet of paper, ready to record Aidan's impressions. I saw their faces in the light of the shops, none older than 20. I might not remember them all well enough, but I could describe the leader's face to Lady Wilmot, and she might be able to draw him for us. Hired, then. Aldine returned to his map of the scene. Hired? Forster stopped again. A man doing his own dirty work hides his face. If Lady Wilmot can draw his face, I can find him. Chapter 44. 2 months later. Persis doesn't seem to understand she's grown bigger. Em watched the large black Labrador retriever drop down with her paws outstretched, inviting Bess to play. She knows she simply doesn't wish to overtax Bess's leg. Watch how Persis watches Bess. The minute Bess seems to tire, Persis lies down and licks her face. I hadn't noticed that. She leaned back into his chest as they sat at the feet of the giant oak. If my leg tires, will you lie down and lick my face? He laughed, a big hearty sound that she never tired of hearing. I suppose. He nuzzled her neck. Will this do? But I'm not tired yet. She raised her hand and touched his cheek. I can think of any number of sports that would tire you. He kissed her hair. We could play chess again. I could blindfold you with my cravat. She laughed. You never win." "Oh, Lady Marian, I always win. We're simply playing different games, you and I." She turned to kiss him. "Then I hope you never improve at chess, so that we may play every day." The two dogs rose up and ran into the forest where Jeffries approached with a tray. "How did he find us?" Adam shook his head. "I would think I'm losing my skills at evasion, but it's hard to escape without notice when you have two enormous dogs at your side." "It's not you, it's simply Jeffries. I learned long ago simply to accept that he will always know everything. As a child, I thought he was as magical as your island." "Not my island any more." He rose, stretching out his hand to help her up. "The papers were signed and delivered to Chancery this week. Aldine informed me this morning." "I'm glad. Your cousins deserve to own their own lands." "I still find it odd that Forster bought the bridge with the money I'd refused, though I'm pleased he deeded it to my cousins, and I realise that you must have had something to do with it." "Forster wished to pay for your services, but knew you would never accept the money because it related to me. If I'd taken the money, it would have tainted our time together. I know, it's the sort of noble thing I love about you." "Ah, love. Say it again." "I love you." She took his hand. "I will always love you." "And I, you, my darling." He kissed the back of her hand. Jeffries cleared his throat as he approached. "A picnic for Lady Montclair and her husband," Jeffries said soberly, but his expression was pleased. He set the tray on the table rock, then walked away, humming to himself. Em recognised it as the tune her mother sang to call the fairies. She decided not to say anything about it. She wasn't going to question whatever magic had brought Adam to her and brought them both to this moment. She was merely going to be grateful. Adam lifted the lid on the plates, then began to laugh. She looked at the plate of bacon, Jeffrey's warning, and began to laugh as well. Then they were in each other's arms, newlywed and happy. This recording of Brazen in Blue was presented by Dreamscape Media LLC, narrated by Joan Walker, and produced by Dreamscape Media LLC. Text copyright 2020 by Anne Hawkins. Sound recording copyright 2020 Dreamscape Media LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with Kensington Publishing Co. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.